the imperial youth whose primordial Dao Bones were stolen by his sworn brother. Living incognito, I joined the Lingxiao sacred sect and barely survived for 3 years. Who would have thought that during the celebration of Emperor Xingzong's 10,000-year anniversary, the sect's Grand Elder actually named him specifically to take him as a disciple? Everyone just thinks you have a discerning eye for talent. Little did you know, the system's notification tone was already echoing in your mind. Ding, a person with great fortune detected. It is recommended that the host nurture them as a cultivation target. In the next instant, you appeared right before that young man. An indescribable pressure instantly spread out. The nearby disciple's legs went weak in unison, collapsed directly to the ground. Only the young man still stands straight and tall. He bows respectfully to you before him. Outer sect disciple Ye Chen, paying respects to the ancestor. You look at him and speak slowly, your voice calm. Where do you come from? Hearing this, Ye Chen raised his head and looked directly at you, replying. In response to the ancestor, this disciple hails from the Ji family of the Xianyue domain. As these words were spoken, the air in the entire square instantly froze. The expressions of all the elders changed completely. The Ji family is an imperial clan descended from the ancient desolate era. The clan has produced more than one great emperor, once dominated several major regions. It is a true behemoth standing at the pinnacle of the vast and boundless world. While the Lingxiao sacred sect ranks first in the Qingma domain, in the face of an ancient imperial clan like the Ji family, it was absolutely insignificant. However, a descendant of the imperial clan. Why would you go to the Lingxiao sacred sect to become an outer disciple? This doesn't make sense. You remain silent, just quietly watching him. What does it matter if you're from the imperial clan? You're even more curious about what kind of story this young man is hiding. The next moment, a vast, ocean-like divine sense emanates from you. Before this divine consciousness, all secrets were laid bare. Ye Chen's body shuddered violently, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He felt as if both his body and soul were being seen through completely. Better to speak it out yourself than to be seen through. Ye Chen took a deep breath and said, answering the ancestor. I am originally a collateral descendant of the Ji family, born with a primordial Dao Bone. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders on the high platform collectively gasped in shock. The Homage Dao Bone is the legendary supreme immortal bone. Those who possess this bone will not die young, destined to become a great emperor in the future. But then, Ye Chen's words. It sent chills down everyone's spine. 3 years ago, my clan brother Ji Wushang sought to seize my Dao Bones. They laid a poisonous trap to suppress me, and personally dug out the Daoist bones, transplanted onto himself. Every disciple in the square who heard these words felt a chill shoot straight to the crown of their heads. Kinship slaughter, digging bones to seize fortune. How utterly vicious this is. However, what's even more infuriating is yet to come. Ye Chen continued, afterwards. The clan elders not only failed to uphold justice for me. Instead, they showed favoritism toward Ji Wushang. They are trying to cover up the scandal. They were even more determined to exterminate my entire lineage. It was my uncle who fought desperately to open a bloody path. Send me out of the Xianyue domain. I barely managed to escape to Qingma domain, passed the assessment and was accepted as a disciple of the sacred sect. As the words fell, the entire White Jade Square fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this bloody secret from the distant imperial clan. Ye Chen raised his head and faced you directly. He bet everything. He was afraid that you would offend the Ji family. Hand him over. If that were really the case, his last glimmer of hope for revenge was about to be extinguished. Yet, after listening, your face remained expressionless. But inwardly, you couldn't help but laugh. Bone extraction, broken engagement, the rise of a worthless talent. Isn't this just the standard template of a protagonist favored by fate? The next moment you spoke, the voice remained as calm and unruffled as ever. The Taoist lineage is severed. The path to immortality may be destroyed, but that doesn't mean another way cannot be forged. These words fell upon Ye Chen's ears. It sent a sudden chill down his spine. This is meant to comfort him, and also to tell him. His path to immortality has been severed. The hope that was barely ignited is about to be extinguished. I do not agree. This roar used up all the strength in his body. Ancestor, you too were once an ordinary outer sect disciple with mediocre talent, yet capable of rising from obscurity and dominating an entire era. You once carved 8 characters on the sect's stone monument. Don't bully the young. Don't bully the weak. Then, Ye Chen's voice grew even more resolute. You also said, to follow is mortal. To defy is immortal. If fate is unjust, then overturn this heaven. My primordial Dao Bone was dug out, but my martial heart still remains. I will walk my own path of immortality. One day I will personally return to the Xianyue domain, trample the Ji family's mountain gate, and make Ji Wushang pay in blood for blood. His words were spoken with resounding force and conviction. The surrounding disciples all listened with their blood boiling. The elders on the high platform were also visibly moved. What a young man who refuses to believe in fate. It's a pity the primordial Dao Bone has been lost. The road ahead looks bleak. You looked at this stubborn young man and nodded. Very well, are you willing to become my disciple? The sound was not loud, yet it clearly spread throughout the entire square. What? Everyone was stunned, and Ye Chen also froze in place. I never expected it would turn out this way. He thought contradicting the Ancestor would get him expelled from the sect immediately. Worship the Ancestor as your master. He didn't even dare to think about it. But after the brief moment of astonishment, Ye Chen did not feel ecstatic. Instead, he fell to his knees with a thud. The elder's deep affection is more than this unworthy disciple dares to accept. The Ji family is still searching for my whereabouts. I don't want to act out of personal selfishness. Brought great disaster upon Emperor Xingzong. These words made Mo Yuan and the other elders view him in an even higher regard. This child's temperament is truly extraordinary. But instead you laughed, your voice suddenly rising sharply, resounding through the skies. Our disciples of Ling Xiao Sacred Sect will be protected by the sect. Not to mention just a mere Ji family. Even if a primordial imperial clan were to come in person. What can you do to me, my disciple, who dares to touch? Dominance, unparalleled dominance. At this moment, the millions of disciples in the square felt their blood boil with passion. This was their ancestor. This is the confidence of the Ling Xiao Sacred Sect. Ye Chen no longer had any reservations. He prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed 3 times with resounding thuds. Disciple Ye Chen pays respects to the master. At this very moment, the system voice in your mind rings out again. Ding, the main quest Peerless Through the Ages has officially begun. Congratulations, host, on successfully enrolling your first cultivation target. Reward for first-time cultivation gift package. Please check, host. Gift pack contents. Supreme Emperor's Weapon, Starry Sky Incineration Cauldron, a set of Immortal Dao Bones, and a low-grade Immortal Artifact, Primordial Alchemy Furnace. Hearing this, your heart stirs slightly. This is only the first disciple. Just give the Emperor's soldiers an Immortal Bones. If 3,000 true monsters were truly cultivated, by then, forget about sweeping through 3,000 realms. Even marching into the Immortal Realm isn't out of the question. So with a flick of your sleeve, a gentle force lifted Ye Chen. In the next instant, their figures vanished from the spot. Only the millions of disciples in the square remained immersed in the shock of what had just happened. Farewell, Ancestor. The sacred Lord Mo Yuan took the lead. A million disciples bowed in unison. The sound waves surge and roll. The world spun around him. When Ji Chen finally found solid ground beneath his feet, he realized he was no longer on the White Jade Plaza. He now stood upon an immortal island suspended high in the heavens. The island stretched for countless miles in every direction, surrounded by swirling primordial chaos. Vaguely visible were countless killing arrays and prohibitive formations, rising and falling while emitting an aura that made one's heart tremble. Upon the island, immortal cranes soared and spirit deer galloped. Even the humblest blade of grass glowed with a precious radiance, each one a priceless spiritual herb if taken to the outside world. The air was so thick with spiritual energy it condensed into sweet dew. Each breath felt like cultivation advancing. Ji Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He had once entered so-called secret realms while in the Ji clan, but compared to this place, they were as different as a thatched hut in an imperial palace. This is Jolie Immortal Island, where your master cultivates. Ling Canglan's voice sounded beside him. To become my disciple, there are 2 rules. Ji Chen immediately bowed deeply, listening intently. First, avenge every grudge, settle every grievance. When your cultivation reaches its peak, should you need to return to the Ji family to exact vengeance, do so without hesitation. Should the heavens fall, your master will bear the weight for you. Second, never betray your master. Should you violate this, whether you flee to the heavens above or descend to the underworld below, I shall extract your soul and refine it for 10,000 years. Ji Chen's heart trembled. He solemnly replied, this disciple will remember. Ling Canglan nodded and opened his palm. A translucent bone fragment, shrouded in primordial chaos energy, appeared in his palm. The instant that bone fragment materialized, the Dao of the entire immortal island resonated in unison. Your primordial Dao Bone has been seized, and your foundation is shattered. Today, I bestow upon you a fragment of the eternal life Dao Bone to rebuild your foundation. The bone of eternal life. Ji Chen's body shook violently. Legend held that these were the immortal bones left behind only after the enlightenment of those who transcended the Emperor Realm, their value beyond description. Master was actually bestowing such a divine relic upon him? Ji Chen's breath caught in his throat. He was merely a broken man whose bones had been stripped away. How could he possibly deserve such a divine treasure? Master, this object is far too precious. Your disciple. Ling Canglan raised a hand, cutting him off. In my discipleship, we do not tolerate hesitation or refusal. With a flick of his finger, the fragment of Dao Bone encircled by immortal inscriptions transformed into a streak of light, sinking into Ji Chen's dantian. Boom! An indescribable agony exploded within Ji Chen's body. It felt as though 10,000 red-hot branding irons were repeatedly twisting within his limbs and bones. Every inch of flesh, every meridian, was being torn apart by a force of unparalleled ferocity, only to be forcibly reassembled. Hold your mind steady. Ling Canglan's voice rang in his ears. "This bone is a relic of the immortal, imbued with the essence of immortality. Only one of great fortitude can bear its weight. Should you falter, at best your Dao bones will shatter, leaving you crippled. At worst, your soul and spirit will be annihilated, doomed to eternal torment." Ji Chen's body curled into a shrimp-like shape, veins bulging across his skin as cold sweat soaked through his black robe. But he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a single groan of pain. This pain was nothing compared to the despair and agony 3 years ago when the man he called brother pinned him to a cold stone slab and personally carved out his primordial Dao bones. This current torment felt like nothing more than a tickle. Far from feeling tormented, he experienced a strange thrill. The more it hurt, the clearer his mind became. The more it hurt, the more he remembered that blood feud. Ling Canglan stood with hands clasped behind his back, watching silently. The rewards from the system were indeed formidable. Any ordinary prodigy, even those so-called divine body prodigies, would have been wailing and screaming in agony by now, their minds shattered. This kid's Dao Heart was frighteningly resilient. A promising prospect. Meanwhile, in the distant Xianyu domain, billions of miles away, at the ancestral lands of the Ji clan, within an ancient temple suspended in the heavens, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. "Damn fool!" A furious roar reverberated through the hall, causing the entire structure to hum with the force of the outburst. An elderly man clad in gray robes, his hair and beard entirely white, slammed his staff heavily onto the floor. Crack! The indestructible divine metal floor tiles instantly cracked like spiderwebs. The fissures spread outward, tearing a massive gash through the majestic palace. Below, dozens of high-ranking Ji clan elites knelt prostrate on the floor, not daring to lift their heads, their bodies shaking like sieves. This was the 7th ancestor of the Ji clan, an ancient monster who had lived through countless eras, renowned for his fiery temper. Very well. Very well indeed. The 7th ancestor trembled with rage, swirling currents of black and white energy surging around him, warping the very fabric of space. "I've merely secluded myself for 1,000 years, and you've gone and cooked up this marvelous affair. Bone scraping. Slaughtering one's own kin. Ji Chen was only 17. 17 years old. How could you bring yourselves to do this? You bastards have utterly disgraced the Ji family. What has sustained our Ji lineage through the ages? Unity. Sacrifice. Not infighting. Not stabbing our own kin in the back. What message does this send to the collateral branches? Where is the clan's cohesion? When powerful enemies attack someday, who will still fight to the death for the family?" The 7th ancestor's rage boiled over. His staff pointed at the kneeling figures before him, his fury so intense he wished to strike them dead with a single blow. "For some so-called divine son Ji Wushang, you destroy another prodigy born with the essence of the primordial Dao, and you even try to eradicate him completely. Have you all lost your minds?" No one dared respond. Just then, the void within the grand hall rippled faintly. A figure clad in identical gray robes materialized out of thin air. The moment he appeared, the 7 ancestors' violent aura was soothed by a gentle force. "7th Elder, calm your anger." The newcomer was the 5th ancestor of the Ji clan, a true supreme emperor. "It's not worth damaging your health over such a trivial matter." The kneeling crowd, upon seeing the 5th ancestor, looked upon him as a savior. "We pay our respects to the 5th ancestor." The 7th patriarch snorted coldly. "Trivial matter? These fools nearly hollowed out the very foundations of our clan and you call that trivial?" The 5th patriarch waved his hand, signaling them to rise. He approached the 7th patriarch and murmured softly, "7th brother, I understand your frustration. But the clan must remain stable. We cannot let the people lose heart. Though Ji Wushang's methods were extreme, you know his talent. He is the most promising candidate of our Ji lineage to break through to the immortal path. The future of our clan's destiny rests upon him. Let us put this matter to rest." He turned and addressed the assembly below. "Ji Wushang, being young and misled by treacherous individuals, committed a grave error. He shall be confined for 10 years under my personal supervision to temper his character. As for the elders who instigated the divine son, they shall forfeit their stipends for 1,000 years and face the wall for 10 years, to serve as a warning to others." Upon hearing these words, the 7 ancestors' faces darkened. "This is punishment? This is protection? 10 years of confinement, personally supervised by a great emperor? That's practically a cultivation retreat. As for those elders? 1,000 years salary reduction and 10 years facing the wall? For ancient monsters who've lived 10,000 years, what difference does that make? It's like passing gas." "You." The 7th patriarch was so enraged he couldn't speak. He knew Ji Wushang had the backing of the 2nd and 3rd ancestors, those 2 ancient bastards whose influence was vast. He couldn't possibly fight them alone. The 5th patriarch was merely smoothing things over, preserving Ji Wushang to stabilize the factions within the clan. Sigh. Finally, the 7th ancestor let out a long, weary sigh, filled with helplessness and disappointment. He cast a deep, lingering glance at the 5th ancestor, then swept his gaze over the clan members below, who looked as if they'd been granted a pardon. Turning, he dragged his lonely figure into the void he himself had shattered. "You, take care of yourselves. His voice faded as he vanished from sight. He couldn't change this outcome, but he resolved to secretly track down any survivors of Ji Chen's lineage and protect them at all costs. Chapter 4: The Ji clan demands a man. After the 7th ancestor departed, the tension in the Grand Hall eased. The 5th ancestor is truly wise. 5th ancestor's foresight is profound. We bow in admiration. Flattery echoed in waves. A gentle smile graced the 5th ancestor's face, yet his heart remained as cold as ice. 7th elder, you remain too idealistic. For the sake of the family's continuity, some sacrifices are necessary. His smile vanished abruptly, his voice turning icy cold. Transmit my command. The Ji Chen lineage has colluded with foreign enemies and betrayed the clan. Their crimes are unforgivable. The remaining clan members have spread rumors, attempting to divide our Ji family. They must be utterly exterminated, leaving not a single one alive. Engrave this decree into the clan annals to set the record straight. A chill gripped the hearts of those present, and they hastily bowed in obedience. Yes. This was the true purpose of the 5th ancestor. To uproot the problem entirely, distort the truth, and bury this scandal forever. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes stepped forward. His body was covered in eerie runes, and a surging aura of blood energy radiated from him. Reporting to the 5th ancestor. Your servant employed the secret arts of the celestial disc last night and has traced the whereabouts of that traitor Ji Chen. He fled to the Qingming realm and joined a sect called the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Moreover, by sheer luck, it seems that Lingxiao Holy Sect also has an emperor-level cultivator stationed there. The 5 ancestors' brows twitched at this news. Oh? A barren wasteland like the Qingming realm could produce an emperor? Merely a newly ascended emperor with shallow foundations, hardly a threat. He turned his gaze to the figure cloaked in black. Blood slaughter, you will personally travel to the Qingming realm. Prepare generous gifts and adopt a humble posture. Inform the Lingxiao Holy Sect that my Ji clan merely seeks to purge our own ranks and harbors no conflict with them. But that little bastard Ji Chen, he must die. This concerns the honor of our Ji clan. There can be no failure. Do you understand? The black-robed figure named Shui Tu let out a savage grin, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Rest assured, 5th ancestor. A mere newly ascended Emperor Realm lineage? Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare offend our Ji family over a worthless whose foundations have been utterly destroyed. This subordinate shall depart at once and bring back that little bastard's head for you. On the ninely immortal isle, the excruciating pain within Ji Chen's body was fading. In its place surged a colossal, oceanic tide of vital essence. The bones of immortality had taken root in his dantian, while indelible inscriptions flowed through his meridians, searing into every inch of his flesh and bone. Boom! His chi and blood surged violently, roaring like raging rivers. The entire celestial island's celestial energy was stirred, forming a colossal vortex that surged madly into his body. His cultivation began its ascent to the heavens. The barrier at the peak of the body-forging realm shattered instantly. Early chi gathering stage. Mid-stage chi gathering. Late chi gathering stage. Crack, crack, crack. The cracking of bones echoed incessantly as his aura surged relentlessly, finally stabilizing at the peak of chi gathering realm. Though still short of the half-step transcendence he possessed before his bones were excavated, Ji Chen sensed that his current foundation was 100-fold more profound than when he had carried the Primordial Dao Bone. The power within him was like an unfathomable ocean. Simultaneously, a series of notification tones rang out in Ling Canglan's mind. Ding! Cultivation subject Ji Chen has broken through to the early stage of chi gathering, granting the host 10 years of cultivation feedback. Ding! Cultivation subject Ji Chen has broken through to the mid-stage of chi gathering, returning 20 years of cultivation to the host. Ding! Cultivation subject Ji Chen has broken through to the late chi gathering stage, returning 30 years of cultivation to the host. Ding! Cultivation subject Ji Chen has broken through to the peak of chi gathering, returning 40 years of cultivation to the host. 100 years of cultivation gained out of thin air. Ling Canglan felt a surge of satisfaction. This system is reliable. If cultivating just one disciple yielded such rewards, what would happen if he truly nurtured 3,000 disciples? Wouldn't he ascend right where he stood? He grew increasingly convinced that using the Ji family as the first stepping stone for his grand conquest was an excellent idea. As the vortex dissipated, Ji Chen opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power within him, he showed not a shred of joy. Instead, he turned and knelt before Ling Canglan, banging his head 3 times on the ground with a resounding thud. Master, for this life-giving grace, your disciple shall remember it forever. Ling Canglan flicked his sleeve, and a gentle force lifted Ji Chen to his feet. Go to the library in the southern part of the Immortal Isle. The ancient texts of divine arts within are yours to choose. How much you learn depends on your own skill. Ling Canglan left him with those words. But you should understand the principle that greed leads to indigestion. With that, he paid no further attention to Ji Chen, leaving him to explore on his own. For someone burning with pent-up rage, hatred is the finest catalyst for cultivation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Canglan spent his days fishing and sipping tea on the Immortal Island, living a life of leisure. He also took the opportunity to organize the cultivation system of this world. Body forging, chi gathering, meridian condensation, heavenly cavern, spirit transformation, mystic penetration, Dao palace, void god, heavenly god, true god, sacred sacrifice, supreme sovereign, great emperor. The great emperor, an unrivaled being capable of dominating an entire domain. Back when he hadn't yet risen to prominence, the entire Qingming domain hadn't produced a single great emperor in 10,000 years. Now, he stood at the third step of the Supreme Dao Emperor Realm. Within the Great Emperor Realm, he had advanced remarkably far. Yet the realm of immortality beyond the Emperor Realm remains a distant dream. Each of the 9 steps of the Supreme Path is a leap to the heavens. Throughout history, countless great emperors have been barred at its threshold. Even the Ji clan, with its profound foundations, had only produced one great emperor at the 6th step of the Supreme Path during its most glorious era. His own cultivation progress had slowed to a near standstill, nearing a bottleneck. This system task of cultivating 3,000 prodigies was his sole hope for reaching immortality. As Ling Canglan pondered this, a booming voice pierced through the layers of protective barriers surrounding Zholi Immortal Island and echoed within. The Ji clan of the Xianyu domain pays its respects to the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The thunderous proclamation echoed throughout the entire Lingxiao Holy Sect. Outside the sect's mountain gates, 9 beasts radiating primordial aura pulled a colossal chariot stretching hundreds of miles across the sky, obscuring the sun and moon. Upon the chariot, the Ji family's banner fluttered fiercely in the wind, emanating an aura of grim and murderous intent. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the entire Lingxiao Holy Sect. The Holy Master Mo Yuan, accompanied by several elders, appeared before the gates, standing atop magical artifacts. He understood perfectly well, the Ji clan had come for that disciple named Ji Chen. Dealing with an imperial clan required utmost caution. One misstep could spell disaster for the entire sect. From the Ji family's chariot, a figure radiating the aura of a mid-stage holy sacrifice cultivator stepped forward. He bowed his hands toward Mo Yuan and the others, his posture neither overly deferential nor arrogant. "We come at the command of the 5th Ancestor, seeking only to retrieve our clan's criminal, Ji Chen. As a token of our sincerity, the Ji clan offers 100,000 top-grade spirit stones as compensation for your sect's hospitality toward our clan's disciple." Mo Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his voice steady. "My friend, you jest. Those who enter the gates of Lingxiao Holy Sect become disciples of our sect, protected by its authority. This is a rule established by our ancient ancestors." The Ji family elder attempted to speak further. But the hot-tempered elder beside him lost patience, cutting in with a threat. "Holy Master Mo Yuan, think carefully. Is it worth offending our entire Ji clan over a worthless whose foundations have been utterly destroyed?" Before he could finish speaking, a boundless, overwhelming pressure thundered down from the heavens, striking him with pinpoint accuracy. Put! The elder had no chance to react. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood and was sent flying backward, crashing directly into a distant mountain range and shattering it to pieces. A voice, calm yet commanding, echoed through the heavens. "Then do you know the consequences of offending my Lingxiao Holy Sect?" Chapter 5, The Emperor's Hand. On the Ji clan's war chariot, every movement froze. The Ji family elder who had earlier taunted Mo Yuan to think carefully was crushed by that overwhelming pressure, his bones shattering piece by piece. He was embedded like a pile of mud into the distant mountainside, exhaling his last breath without drawing another. A single thread of that pressure had gravely wounded a saint's sacrifice realm powerhouse. What terrifying power was this? Emperor Realm. The voice of the Ji clan's leader trembled. He forced himself upright, bowing respectfully toward the void. His tone was deferential, yet his words carried a bitter undertone. "Elder, we meant no offense. It's just that Ji Chen is a traitor to our clan. This concerns the internal affairs of the Ji family. Our Ji clan traces its lineage back to the primordial ages, and we have an emperor within our ranks. We implore you, for the sake of our clan's honor, to refrain from interfering. Otherwise, you will be making enemies with the entire Ji clan." These words were soft yet firm, both a plea and a threat. The unspoken implication was clear: though you may be an emperor, our Ji clan possesses more than one. You'd do well to weigh your options carefully. Yet the response came in a single word: get lost. The moment the words fell, the entire world plunged into darkness. The blazing sun above the Qingming domain seemed obscured by an invisible giant hand, its radiance utterly extinguished. A colossal palm of energy, formed from countless mystical runes, materialized in the sky. It loomed over the heavens, blocking out the sun, and slowly descended toward the Ji clan's 9-dragon chariot. "You insignificant ants dare threaten this sovereign?" Ling Canglan's voice rang out once more, this time tinged with undisguised fury and scorn. Even before the palm descended, its destructive aura caused space itself to shatter inch by inch, like broken glass. The Ji clan's elite warriors atop the chariot didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies and divine souls melted beneath that colossal palm like ice under the scorching sun, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. Only the mid-stage holy sacrifice expert leading them, in the final moment of life and death, crushed a life-saving jade talisman. A golden light enveloped him, shielding him from the fatal blow. Yet the shockwave still shattered his soul, sending him crashing down like a swatted fly. He slammed into the white jade paving stones before the gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, leaving a massive, deep crater. Lying at the bottom of the pit, covered in blood, his very foundation cracked. Fear utterly consumed him. Only now did he truly grasp the meaning of the saying, beneath an emperor, all are mere ants. That utter powerlessness, that despair of life completely beyond his control, nearly shattered his Dao heart. An invisible force lifted him from the pit steps, suspending him midair. Go back and tell your master. Ling Canglan's voice rang in his ears, utterly devoid of emotion. Ji Chen is now my disciple, Ling Canglan. From this day forward, he has no connection whatsoever with you or the Ji family. Today's destruction of you lot is merely a minor punishment for insolent fools. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to personally visit the Xianyu domain and have a chat with the few great emperors of your Ji family. The sole surviving Ji family powerhouse was now consumed by endless regret. Regret why he had been so foolish as to threaten a true supreme emperor with the Ji clan. Now, not only were his companions all dead, but upon returning, he would likely face the wrath of the 5 ancestors. He dared not hesitate, bowing respectfully toward the heavens above. This junior obeys. With that, he ignited his vital blood, transforming into a streak of crimson light. Without a backward glance, he fled in disarray toward the borders of the Qingming realm. On the 9th Immortal Isle, Ji Chen had witnessed everything that had transpired outside the mountain gates with crystal clarity. He froze in place, his mind churning violently. His master, to protect him, had acted without hesitation, annihilating an entire envoy from the Imperial clan. That was the Ji clan. A wave of warmth surged through him, an unprecedented feeling of being protected. Yet this warmth was swiftly overtaken by a deeper anxiety. Would he bring immense trouble upon his master, upon the Lingxiao Holy Sect? He drew a deep breath, forcing all distracting thoughts aside. Dwelling on this was useless. The only solution was to grow stronger quickly. Strong enough that one day, he could settle all scores with the Ji family with his own hands instead of hiding under his master's protection like he did now. He turned and stepped back into the library, his stride more resolute than before. The arrival of the Ji family caused no ripples in the daily life of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The sect remained orderly and disciplined. Disciples continued their cultivation as usual, and those assigned tasks carried them out diligently. Ling Canglan paid little attention to the Ji family. They were merely an ancient imperial clan, hardly enough to keep him awake at night. His sights were set on the vast starry seas, the 3,000 realms, and beyond the higher immortal realms. The Ji clan was merely a whetstone for Ji Chen's growth, best left for him to handle on his own. He could sense that with Ji Chen's recent rapid progress, the cultivation feedback from the system had already brought his realm to the brink of the bottleneck at the 4th step of the Extreme Dao Emperor Realm. He had calculated that once he broke through to the 4th step, even if several great emperors of the Ji clan joined forces to attack, he would be able to stand his ground. Moreover, a colossus like the Ji clan, with countless enemies, would never dare to commit all its forces to a suicidal confrontation with him. Xianyue domain, ancestral lands of the Ji clan. Within the ancient temple suspended in the heavens, the atmosphere was oppressive. A one-eyed, wrinkled old crone, leaning on a serpent-headed cane carved from divine wood, fixed her gaze upon the fleeing saint's sacrifice realm powerhouse kneeling below. She was the 3rd ancestor of the Ji clan, a being who had already set one foot into the realm of the extreme path's 3rd step. What did you say? Her voice was hoarse, filled with a cold, malevolent aura. The entire envoy, annihilated? 3 sacred sacrifices and over a dozen heavenly gods all gone? And that Ling Canglan, he took Ji Chen, that little bastard, as his disciple? The surviving strongman trembled like a sieve, repeatedly kowtowing, "Ancestor, please calm your anger. That Ling Canglan is unfathomably powerful. We were no match for him. Useless." The serpent-headed staff in the 3rd ancestor's hand slammed down with such force that the very void trembled. At that moment, the figure of the 5th patriarch of the Ji clan materialized. He waved his hand dismissively at the survivor. "You may leave." "Thank you, 5th ancestor." "Thank you, 3rd ancestor." The man scrambled out of the hall as if granted a pardon. "Why get angry?" The 5th patriarch's voice remained gentle. The 3rd ancestor whipped his head toward him, his single eye blazing with terrifying ferocity. "5th ancestor, I have divined the heavenly secrets. Ji Chen's fate clashes with Wushang's. If we do not eliminate him soon, he will become a grave threat to our clan." Ji Wushang was the divine son who had stolen Ji Chen's Taoist essence and a direct descendant of the 3rd ancestor's lineage. "Our eldest brother remains in seclusion. This matter you must handle it for me. The future of our Ji clan belongs solely to Wushang. He is but a collateral descendant, born in the wrong era. He deserves to die." The 5th ancestor fell silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. He did not believe Ling Canglan was particularly formidable. A sect that has risen for less than 10,000 years, its founding patriarch, at best, is merely at the 1st step of the extreme path. Such newly crowned emperors simply cannot comprehend the vast chasm between one emperor and another. Nor do they grasp the profound depth of the ancient imperial clan's foundations. His figure flickered, merging into the void, vanishing from the Grand Hall. I'm heading to the Qingming realm to meet that arrogant new emperor who doesn't know his place. Chapter 6, Breakthrough and a Fierce Enemy. Jolly Immortal Island, Southern Library. Ji Chen had been here for half a month. He had immersed himself entirely in the vast ocean of ancient texts and divine arts. He discovered a supreme ancient technique called the Sun God's Secret Art. Though incomplete, it was utterly formidable. Cultivating this art required channeling the true fire of the sun into one's body to forge a divine physique. The agony of the process was akin to repeatedly roasting oneself over flames. In the open space before the library, Ji Chen stood bare-chested, his bronze-toned skin glistening with beads of sweat. His fists clenched tightly, every muscle in his body trembling as he endured unimaginable pressure. His flesh wailed, his bones groaned. Yet he pressed on relentlessly, pounding forward with one fist after another. It was still not enough. How could this mere strength possibly level the Ji family's mountain gate? Ah! He roared to the heavens, his chi and blood erupting violently within him, forcibly shattering the first barrier of the Sun God technique. Tongxian Realm. Early Tongxian Realm. Mid-stage. Late Tongxian Realm. His cultivation surged relentlessly, finally halting only upon reaching the late stage of the Tongxian Realm. By the shores of the immortal lake, Ling Canglan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was suddenly bombarded by a barrage of notifications in his mind. Ding! Cultivation subject Ji Chen has shattered the limits of his physical body, granting the host Extreme Dao Insight Fragment +1 but. Ding! Cultivation subject Ji Chen has advanced to late Tongxian Realm, granting host 3,000 years of cultivation experience but. Ding! Cultivation subject Ji Chen has mastered the supreme ancient technique, the Sun God's Secret Art, granting the host 10 breaths of sudden enlightenment. Ling Canglan opened his eyes, a divine radiance swirling around his form. The torrent of 3,000 years of cultivation surged into every limb and bone, tempering his imperial physique already as hard as divine iron once more. What delighted him even more were the fragment of supreme enlightenment and the 10-breath state of sudden realization. This treasure was far more precious than a mere infusion of cultivation energy. Above his head, the fragment shrouded in chaotic chi materialized out of thin air, emanating an ancient aura reminiscent of the dawn of creation. The next moment, the state of sudden enlightenment activated. Ling Canglan's divine consciousness was drawn by an irresistible force, as if he were being pulled into a ceaselessly surging river of time. He witnessed the dawn of chaos, the birth of all things. He witnessed a golden crow cawing upon the sunstar, its wings unfurling to incinerate the heavens. He witnessed an indescribably mighty being whose casual strike severed celestial bodies beyond the heavens. These were supreme Dao visions, embodying the most primordial laws of the cosmos. Boom! The energy within Ling Canglan could no longer be contained, surging skyward. The entire Qingming domain shifted in color at that instant. A Dao sound like the shattering of chaos reverberated across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Immediately after, a colossal millstone formed from pure golden Dao laws unfurled in the heavens above the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Endless imperial might poured forth like mercury spilling across the earth, spreading throughout the entire Qingming domain. Countless beings prostrated themselves beneath this crushing pressure, trembling in fear. The Extreme Dao Emperor Realm, Step 4. Within the Lingxiao Holy Sect, the Holy Master Mo Yuan, who had been handling sect affairs, was startled by this aura and sprang to his feet. He rushed out of the Grand Hall, gazing upward at the golden millstone spanning the heavens, his face etched with reverence and fervor. It's the Ancestor! The Ancestor has broken through! On the high platform, several elders who had been delivering teachings all paused. Seated cross-legged, they strained to comprehend the profound truths of the Dao flowing from the millstone's ethereal form. One elder, who had been stuck at the threshold of the sacred sacrifice realm for hundreds of years, trembled violently as his bottleneck shattered. This was nothing short of a colossal stroke of fortune. In the Qingming domain, a gloomy underground tomb. The lid of an ancient bronze coffin slid open, revealing an emaciated old man, skeletal, sitting up. He looked toward the direction of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, his parched lips moving slightly. The mandate of heaven does not rest with my Lan family. Within the imperial palace of the great Liang dynasty, the white-haired emperor, clad in his dragon robe, was so terrified by the imperial aura that he tumbled from his throne, his soul nearly leaving his body. Quick! To the treasury! Send the finest blood jade and agate in the palace to the Lingxiao Holy Sect overnight as tribute offerings. Across the other great sacred lands, ancient masters who had been in seclusion for years were abruptly roused from their slumber. Sensing that colossal imperial aura, their hearts were filled with nothing but awe. Alas, the celestial phenomenon arrived swiftly and vanished just as quickly. It lasted no more than 10 breaths. The golden millstone in the heavens dissipated, and the terrifying imperial aura faded away, restoring tranquility to the Qingming domain. Yet everyone knew the heavens above the Qingming domain now reached higher. The Lingxiao Holy Sect's standing had become even more unshakable. Just as Ling Canglan had stabilized his newly surged cultivation realm, before he could fully grasp the power of the 4th step of the Emperor Realm. Without warning, the mountain gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect began to violently tremble. The sky was torn open by a colossal bolt of thunder. The mountain defending array activated instantly, emitting a strained hum as it struggled under the immense pressure. Who dares invade our holy sect? Dozens of elders at the sacred sacrifice realm appeared simultaneously, while two supreme ancestors in seclusion were startled awake. Their furious shouts echoed across the heavens. From within the spatial fissure, a figure clad in grey robes slowly emerged. Merely standing there, the very fabric of time and space around him twisted into a chaotic distortion. An aura more solid and ancient than Ling Canglan's breakthrough earlier pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Ji Chen of the Ji clan, from the Xianyu domain, has come to pay his respects. His voice was calm, yet it sent the two supreme ancestors into a state of utter dread, as if plunged into an ice cave. Ji Chen, one of the 5 ancestors of the Ji clan. A venerable emperor who had reigned for tens of thousands of years, his cultivation long since reaching the second step of the ultimate path. The news spread like wildfire. Within the Qingming domain, the major factions that had just been shaken by Ling Canglan's breakthrough began to stir once more. The Ji clan's emperor has arrived in person. This should be quite the spectacle. Though the Lingxiao Holy Sect's patriarch is formidable, he remains a newly ascended emperor. How could his lineage compare to that of an ancient imperial clan like the Ji clan? Some ancient sects, distant from the conflict, were already secretly rejoicing. They were eager for the Ji clan, in a fit of rage, to wipe the Lingxiao Holy Sect from the Qingming domain. In that case, the Qingming realm would revert to a land without a master, granting them the opportunity to vie for supremacy. Throughout the entire Lingxiao Holy Sect, from newly initiated disciples to elders who had lived for millennia, a suffocating sense of dread settled over them. It's over. This time, they had truly hit a brick wall. Amidst this despairing silence, a figure materialized in the void, facing the Ji clan's 5 ancestors from afar. It was Ling Canglan. You are the ancient ancestor of the Lingxiao Holy Sect? Ji Xian's voice carried a torrent of murderous intent. You harbored our clan's criminal, Ji Chen, and slew 3 of our Ji clan's sacred sacrifices. What punishment do you deserve? He didn't even bother to probe Ling Canglan's exact cultivation level. How powerful could the patriarch of a sect that had risen within 10,000 years possibly be? He crushed a newcomer who had just crossed the threshold into the Emperor Realm. He could crush several such individuals with a single hand. In his eyes, the cultivation techniques and sacred arts of the Lingxiao Holy Sect were as different from those of the Ji clan and imperial lineage tracing back to the primordial ages as the difference between a country bumpkin and a noble lord. Today, this sovereign shall make your Lingxiao Holy Sect pay the price for your laughable audacity. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ji Chen moved. Without further ado, he unleashed the Ji clan's supreme killing technique. 9 heavens, 1 flow. This technique, created by the Ji clan's ancestor who had reached the 6th step of the Extreme Dao, was said to make the 9 heavens weep with a single stroke. A dazzling blade aura, beyond description, coalesced into form upon the celestial canopy. The blade's radiance pierced the azure heavens, tearing through space and time, flowing with terrifying Dao laws capable of annihilating all existence. Boom! The blade's radiance descended with unstoppable force toward the mountain gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The sheer scale of this strike was so immense that even powerful beings tens of thousands of miles away could clearly see the blade's light, like a scar across the heavens, on the horizon. It's the Ji clan's 9 heavens 1 flow. Good heavens, they've actually unleashed such a killing move. An ancient monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years cried out in horror, his voice filled with dread. The Lingxiao Holy Sect is doomed. That strike will level half the sect, destroying 10,000 years of foundation in an instant. Ah, youthful arrogance at its worst. Of all the enemies they could have made, they had to provoke a colossus like the Ji clan. Some cultivators couldn't understand. Has the Ji clan lost its mind? Mobilizing an emperor-level cultivator and unleashing such a devastating technique over a so-called criminal? Soon, those in the know revealed the truth. Upon hearing that the Lingxiao Holy Sect had not only sheltered Ji Chen but also slaughtered the Ji family's envoy delegation, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The Lingxiao Holy Sect was truly stubborn. Everyone could already foresee that after this battle, even if the Lingxiao Holy Sect wasn't wiped out, it would be severely weakened. The Qingming domain would likely return to an era of chaos and rival factions. Within the 9-li Immortal Isle, Ji Chen, who had just finished his cultivation, witnessed the world-shattering strike outside the mountain gates. His entire body froze. A profound sense of guilt surged within him. It was his fault. He had brought this catastrophic disaster upon his master and the sect. Yet this guilt was swiftly replaced by an even more intense hatred. He recalled how, 3 years prior, the Ji clan had slaughtered his entire lineage. He remembered his father's dying grip on his hand, the desperate plea to survive. The Ji clan. From this day forward, I, Ji Chen, sever all ties of kinship and loyalty with your Ji clan. The last shred of familial loyalty in his heart vanished completely at that moment. This enmity is irreconcilable. Facing the 9 heavens supreme art, powerful enough to shatter stars, Ling Canglan's expression remained utterly unruffled. He even offered a comment. It's all hype. As the words fell, he extended a single finger. With that single, simple gesture, the entire world seemed to hit pause. Space solidified, time froze. That formidable blade aura was abruptly frozen mid-air. It hovered a mere 3 inches from the Lingxiao Holy Sect's mountain defending array. 3 inches became an eternal chasm. The next breath. Under the stunned gazes of a million disciples of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, that blade aura, potent enough to obliterate all, shattered like a bubble in sunlight. With a soft pop, it quietly disintegrated into countless specks of light, vanishing into nothingness. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The terror that had lingered on the brink of death just moments before was instantly replaced by an even more unfathomable emotion. The Ancestor, with just one finger? Shattered that so-called 9 heavens one style? Chapter 7, One Palm, One Emperor. A deathly silence hung over the heavens and earth. Ji Chen froze in place, experiencing the emotion called unease for the very first time. How could this be? The 9 Heavens Supreme Art was one of the Ji clan's supreme killing techniques, created by an ancestor who had reached the 6th step of the extreme path. Its power was unmatched, capable of severely wounding even an emperor at the 3rd step of the extreme path. Yet this man before him popped it? What a joke! He refused to believe it. How long had Ling Canglan been an emperor? A mere few thousand years. Ji Chen, backed by the unfathomably deep foundations of the Ji clan, had toiling in arduous cultivation for nearly 10,000 years just to barely touch the threshold of the 2nd step of the ultimate path. How could a junior who rose from barren lands possibly surpass him in such a short time? Yet, when a dazzling radiance erupted around Ling Canglan, Ji Xian's last shred of hope was utterly shattered. That light contained a terrifying aura capable of obliterating everything. Space itself warped beneath its intensity, then shattered like a mirror, piece by piece. That aura made even the soul of Ji Chen, an extreme path emperor, tremble and wail. It was fear. An irresistible dread born from the most primal instincts of life. He finally confirmed one thing with utter despair. The man before him was no newly ascended emperor. He was a supreme emperor of the 4th step. It was over. Ling Canglan gave him little time to process this reality. He merely raised his hand and gently struck a palm toward Ji Chen. Put. Countless profound Dao Law runes on Ji Xian's imperial body shattered instantly, then cracked apart inch by inch. Golden blood, mingled with the primordial essence of the imperial Dao, spurted from his mouth. The blood scattered across the sky, and an eerie phenomenon emerged. The void shattered, gale force winds howled. Vaguely, it seemed as though gods and demons were weeping for the fall of an emperor. The imperial aura surrounding Ji Chen rapidly dissipated like a receding tide. His entire body plummeted straight down from the lofty clouds, crashing heavily into the dust before the mountain gate. Life force was rapidly draining away. A 2nd step great emperor of the ultimate path, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was now crippled. Impossible, impossible. Ji Chen lay sprawled in the dirt, hair disheveled, his expression mad. It's an illusion, all of it is an illusion. He refused to accept it. Just moments ago, he had been the 5th patriarch of the Ji clan, overlooking a realm and wielding the power over life and death. The next, he was a broken man gasping for breath, less than a stray dog by the roadside. The crushing fall from the clouds to the mud had shattered his spiritual resolve. Within and without the gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, elders and disciples alike held their breath, their expressions dazed. They had witnessed the downfall of an emperor. One palm strike crippled an emperor. The power of their own ancestor had surpassed their wildest imaginations. Ancestor, what realm must this be? Holy Sovereign Mo Yuan murmured to himself. He had assumed the patriarch had only just entered the Emperor realm, but now he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. That was the 5th ancestor of the Ji clan. Elders who had lived for thousands of years couldn't help but recall the deeds of the ancient patriarchs recorded in the sect's ancient texts. Back in the day, when the patriarch was still an outer disciple, he spent his days immersed in the library, avoiding disputes and conflicts. People said he lacked ambition. Now it seems we were the ones truly blind. These words filled the surrounding disciples with even greater reverence and longing for that sacred island deep within the holy sect. Ling Canglan paid no heed to the commotion below. He grabbed Ji Chen, limp as a dead dog, and with a flick of his body, returned to Geopolitical Immortal Island. He tossed Ji Chen before Ji Chen. The rule of our Lingxiao holy sect is this: one must avenge one's own enemies. Ling Canglan's voice was flat and emotionless. Within the sect, I will protect you. Outside its walls, whether you rise to greatness or fall into ruin depends entirely on your own abilities. His life is now in your hands. Kill him or spare him, the choice is yours. With that, he said no more, leaving Ji Chen alone with his thoughts. What he sought was not a vengeful soul hiding under his wings, but a warrior capable of severing the past with their own hands and forging a future. Ji Chen stared at the once lofty 5th patriarch of the Ji clan, now lying in a pitiful heap at his feet, his heart trembling violently. He remembered seeing this 5th ancestor from afar in his childhood. Back then, Ji Chen was the guardian deity of the clan, the aspiration of every Ji family member including himself. Yet it was precisely this once revered powerhouse who, after Ji Chen had his bones dug out, chose to turn a blind eye. When his branch of the clan was slaughtered to the last man, he chose to twist truth into lies. Simply because he belonged to a collateral branch. Simply because his very existence threatened the divine son, Ji Wushang. The reverence of the past and the blood feud of the present intertwined and clashed within his heart. Ultimately, all emotion crystallized into a single icy self-mockery. He saw it all clearly now. The Ji clan belonged to Ji Wushang and his direct descendants. It had never been a home for collateral branches like him. Destroy the Ji family. He murmured softly. Those 4 words had never been so vividly etched into the depths of his soul. He slowly drew the black longsword bestowed upon him by Ling Canglan. Ji Xian's imperial essence had long been erased by Ling Canglan's palm strike. Now, he was no different from any mortal. Thud! A flash of steel, and a head rolled to the ground. Ji Chen stood frozen for a moment, sword in hand. Then, he suddenly knelt down on the ground and let out a roar toward the sky, a cry he had suppressed for 3 years. Father! Mother! Third uncle! Little sister! Your son has avenged you. Ji Wushang! The 3 patriarchs of the Ji clan. Every single one of you who participated in that massacre, I, Ji Chen, swear I will wring every last one of your heads off. His howl tore at the heart, filled with endless agony and hatred. Ling Canglan's figure vanished silently from the spot, leaving this space to the child who needed to vent. Returning to his cultivation courtyard, Ling Canglan heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding, main quest sweep through the Canglan World activated. Current progress, in progress? Xianyu domain. Ding. Detected that cultivation subject Ji Chen has slain his sworn enemy, undergoing a mental transformation. Special gift package issued. Opening gift package. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1 lower grade immortal vein. Note, when buried underground, it continuously generates immortal energy, significantly boosting cultivation efficiency and accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs and precious medicines. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1 supreme Sect protecting imperial array, celestial sphere. Note, this array autonomously gathers celestial energies and channels the power of the cosmic constellations, capable of withstanding a full power strike from a 9-step Great Emperor. Ling Canglan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Especially that Sect protecting array, it was nothing short of a timely blessing. With this thing, even if every last old codger from the Ji family came out of the woodwork, he could sit comfortably at home sipping tea and watching the show. Chapter 8, The Ji Clan Explodes. Shenyue Domain, Ancestral Lands of the Ji Clan. Within the ancestral hall, densely packed soul lamps and spirit tablets stood in reverent display. Each lamp represented a high-ranking member of the Ji clan. Snap! A sharp cracking sound echoed through the silent hall, piercingly jarring. The clan elder guarding the hall snapped his eyes open, his cloudy pupils filled with shock and disbelief. He followed the sound to see a purple gold nameplate in the 3rd row split cleanly down the middle. Engraved in bold, flowing characters upon the tablet were 2 words, Ji Chen. The elder's body froze. Ji Chen, the 5th ancestor. He was a genuine 2nd-step supreme emperor of the ultimate path, blessed with boundless longevity. How could he simply vanish like this? Trembling, he reached out to touch the tablet. Crack! The life tablet exploded at the touch, scattering into a pile of dust. The clan elder collapsed onto the ground, all color draining from his face. The complete shattering of the life tablet signified that the 5th ancestor, Ji Chen, had been utterly annihilated, body and soul destroyed. He scrambled out of the ancestral hall, crawling and stumbling, mustering every ounce of strength to race toward the Ji family's main hall. Only one thought consumed him. The heavens were collapsing. Ji family main hall. Upon hearing the elder's report, the current clan chief, Ji Changkong, wore a face so dark it could drip water. Are you certain of what you saw? His voice carried a suppressed fury. Is it truly the life token of the 5th ancestor? The elder knelt on the ground, holding a handful of purple gold powder high above his head. Chieftain, this old servant dares not lie. These are indeed fragments of the 5th ancestor's life tablet. Ji Changkong stared at the powder, his entire being falling silent. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew heavy to the extreme. The demise of an emperor was a devastating blow to any imperial clan. And yet, the 5th ancestor had been sent by the 3rd ancestor to deal with a worthless in the Qingming realm. Who could have foreseen his demise there? To slay an emperor at the 2nd step of the extreme path, the opponent must have been a terrifying being, at least at the 4th step of the extreme path. How could such a being emerge from the barren wasteland of the Qingming realm? Ji Changkong dared not dwell on it further. This matter had already surpassed his capacity to handle. He drew a deep breath, smoothed his robes, and bowed respectfully toward the forbidden depths of the ancestral domain. Ancestor Ji Changkong has urgent matters to report to the elders. The Ji clan's forbidden domain was an independent space shrouded in primordial chaos. Several towering figures sat cross-legged within the void, surrounded by swirling Dao runes, their auras deep and profound as the ocean. When Ji Changkong delivered the news of Ji Xian's demise, the entire forbidden zone trembled. What did you say? The one-eyed old crone materialized, leaning on her serpent-headed cane. Her icy, malevolent aura froze the entire space. The 5th has perished? She was none other than the 3rd ancestor of the Ji clan. Who did this? Her voice was shrill and piercing, brimming with uncontrollable fury. Reporting to the third ancestor, it is presumed to be the work of Ling Canglan, the patriarch of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Ji Chen kept his head bowed, unable to meet her gaze.
Ling Canglan. As the third ancestor uttered the name, a terrifying glint of malice flashed from her single eye. Well done, Ling Canglan.
For the sake of Ji Chen, he dared to kill my Ji clan's great emperor. I should have torn that little to pieces back then. I was far too soft-hearted. She laid all the blame squarely on Ji Chen. At that moment, another voice, old and dignified, spoke up.
Third sister, this matter is not the child's fault. A tall, stern-faced elder appeared, none other than Ji Chen's seventh ancestor.
Ji Chen's Dao essence has been stolen, leaving him with no hope of ascending to immortality.
Why must we pursue him to the bitter end?
Ultimately, it is our Ji family who has wronged his lineage first.
Silence.
Before the seventh ancestor could finish, a more authoritative voice cut him off. An elder clad in imperial robes, his features ancient and unadorned, slowly opened his eyes. The moment he spoke, every great Dao within the Forbidden Grounds bowed in submission. The second patriarch of the Ji clan, whose seniority and power were second only to the first patriarch, who had secluded himself in meditation.
Seventh elder, have you still not grasped the truth?
This matter has long ceased to be about right or wrong. The second patriarch's voice carried not a trace of emotion.
Wushang carries great destiny. He is the future hope of our Ji clan. We cannot tolerate any threats to his existence.
As a collateral descendant, Ji Chen dares to challenge the legitimate heir. It is nothing less than courting death.
For the eternal legacy of the Ji clan, what does sacrificing one collateral branch matter?
The seventh patriarch listened to these cold, ruthless words, a deep sorrow spreading across his face. He looked at the third patriarch, consumed by rage, at the second patriarch, frozen in indifference, and then at the other clan members, all silent.
He knew this family had rotted to its very core.
For the sake of so-called legitimate lineage, they would ruthlessly harm their own kin. Now, internal strife had cost them an emperor.
How utterly laughable. Enough. Enough. The seventh ancestor sighed deeply, his form gradually fading into nothingness. Henceforth, I shall wander the world.
I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of the clan. I only hope you do not destroy the Ji clan's legacy of countless millennia with your own hands. With those words, his form vanished completely within the Forbidden Grounds. After the seventh ancestor departed, the atmosphere within the Forbidden Grounds grew even more oppressive.
The second patriarch of the Ji clan paid it no mind.
Instead, a peculiar gleam flickered in his cloudy pupils. An ancestral elder from a sect that rose less than 10,000 years ago, yet he could so easily slay the fifth.
How intriguing.
He spoke slowly, analyzing the situation.
I once reviewed Ling Canglan's records.
10,000 years ago, he was merely an unremarkable outer disciple of the Lingxiao Holy Sect.
Yet he later soared to prominence, ascending forcefully to become an emperor. Do you believe this could have happened without some extraordinary stroke of fortune?
At these words, the breathing of several ancient beings, including the three ancestors, grew noticeably strained.
Indeed. How could a lowly commoner reach heights even the most privileged scions of noble blood could scarcely dream of?
The only explanation was that he had obtained a faith that defied the heavens. The second patriarch observed the reactions of the others, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. The fifth's death is indeed a loss to the clan. But consider this, if we seize that opportunity from Ling Canglan, our Ji clan might just ascend further, perhaps even produce a true immortal. Greed replaced anger, quietly spreading throughout the Forbidden Grounds.
Xingming Domain, Lingxiao Holy Sect. Ling Canglan had no interest in the Ji family's internal turmoil. He was busy upgrading his own stronghold. He drove the entire low-grade divine vein, a reward from the system, deep into the earth beneath Geopolitical Immortal Island. Boom!
The earth trembled slightly as an extremely pure stream of immortal energy erupted from the depths, swiftly enveloping the entire Lingxiao Holy Sect.
The concentration of spiritual energy within the sect began to surge at a terrifying rate. Countless spiritual herbs and precious medicines grew wildly, while disciples who had been stuck at bottlenecks for years broke through instantly. The entire Lingxiao Holy Sect was immersed in a frenzy of celebration. But it wasn't over yet.
Ling Canglan formed seals with both hands, and an immensely profound array diagram unfolded beneath his feet, instantly enveloping the entire sect.
Celestial constellations, arise! With his command,
under the daylight, billions of stars manifested, their brilliant light cascading down to intertwine with the immortal vein's energy beneath the earth. Together, they formed a flawless, supreme imperial formation to protect the sect.
With this combination of divine vein plus imperial formation, the Lingxiao Holy Sect now possessed an inexhaustible energy core and an invincible defense system.
From then on, even if he secluded himself for thousands of years, he needn't worry about his home being stolen.
Chapter 9, Founding the Sect and Taking Disciples.
Only after completing all this did Ling Canglan turn his attention back to Ji Chen. Observing his disciple, who had just slain a formidable foe and was undergoing a profound transformation in his mindset, Ling Canglan contemplated his upcoming cultivation plan.
Heading to the Xianyu domain now would be premature. One must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Once this kid reached the heavenly god realm and solidified his foundation, then taking him to the Ji family would be a legitimate mission. Then, he could let Ji Chen, this bulldozer, clear the path ahead while he followed behind to collect the system rewards. Just imagining that scenario was exhilarating. If we encounter those old fools from the Ji family who lack martial virtue and bully the weak, then, as his master, stepping in to set them straight wouldn't be out of the question. Ji Chen, one of the 5 ancestors of the Ji clan, fell in the Qingning domain. Within 3 days, this news spread like wildfire across several major realms bordering the Qingning domain. For a time, every circle of cultivators buzzed with discussion of this event. Have you heard? The 5th patriarch of the Ji clan from Shenyue domain, a second-step supreme emperor who lived for tens of thousands of years, got slaughtered right at the gates of Lingxiao Holy Sect. It wasn't just killed. A friend of mine doing business in the Qingning realm told me that Lingxiao Holy Sect's ancient ancestor only struck once. One palm strike? Yes, just one palm strike. The 5th patriarch's imperial body was instantly crippled. They dragged him into the mountain gates like a dead dog, and he never came out again. Whoa! A tavern in an ancient city echoed with gasps of shock. That Lingxiao Holy Sect is ridiculously powerful. This isn't about being fierce anymore. The Ji clan is an ancient imperial lineage with unfathomable foundations, yet they didn't even make a splash. I suspect the Lingxiao Holy Sect must harbor a peerless powerhouse rivaling the Ji clan's great ancestor. This time, the Ji clan won't let it go. A bigger storm is brewing. Storm? I doubt it. No matter how powerful the Ji clan is, they wouldn't dare commit all their forces. What if their ancestral home gets raided? This time, they've hit a brick wall. Within the Qingning domain, ancient factions that had once harbored ambitions to challenge Lingxiao Holy Sect's dominance now fell silent. Each one was relieved they hadn't foolishly provoked this colossal power. In stark contrast to the turbulent upheaval outside, Lingxiao Holy Sect remained serene and tranquil within. On Joli Immortal Island, Ling Canglan reclined half-leaning against a wooden chair, basking leisurely in the sun. In his mind, the system's notification chimes rang incessantly. Ding! Cultivation subject Ji Chen has preliminarily grasped the primordial treasure technique, granting the host a century's worth of cultivation progress. Ding! Cultivation subject Ji Chen's cultivation has advanced, his Dao Heart has stabilized, granting the host 10 years of cultivation experience. Pure streams of spiritual energy surged through his body, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. This sensation was infinitely more satisfying than his own arduous cultivation. At this rate, relying on the growth feedback from his disciple, breaking through to the 9th step of the Supreme Path or even higher realms didn't seem like an impossible dream. One disciple was already this powerful. What if he took on more? The thought had barely surfaced before it began to grow wildly within Ling Canglan's mind. But he soon found himself torn. The system's requirements for cultivation subjects were exceptionally high. Ordinary prodigies were beneath the system's notice, let alone those of mediocre talent. Finding another protagonist template like Ji Chen, one blessed with immense destiny and a blood feud, was a rare stroke of luck. Where else could I find such a perfect target? After much deliberation, Ling Canglan resolved to cast his net wide. He sent out a faint divine thought into the void. Mo Yuan. Within the Lingxiao Grand Hall, the Holy Master Mo Yuan, who was handling sect affairs, trembled at the sound. He immediately bowed deeply in response. Ancestor, your disciple is present. Transmit my decree. In 6 months' time, the Lingxiao Holy Sect shall open its doors to recruit disciples. Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew well that though the Holy Sect boasted 1,000,000 disciples, its true core consisted of only 1,000 or so inner sect and true transmission disciples. Over a century had passed since the last recruitment. Without replenishing fresh blood, the sect indeed faced the risk of a talent gap within its ranks. The Patriarch's decision demonstrated remarkable foresight. This disciple obeys. I shall make arrangements immediately. Wait. Ling Canglan's voice sounded once more. This time, expand the scope of recruitment to encompass all major realms surrounding the Qingming domain. Allow ample time for those minor factions in remote regions to make the journey. Mo Yuan paused, then grasped the elder's intent. This was overstepping boundaries. Every major power in the cultivation world had its own unspoken recruitment territory. They kept to their own waters, a tacit rule. The Patriarch's move was essentially reaching his chopsticks into others' bowls. But he dared not ask further, responding respectfully. Yes, disciple understands. News of Lingxiao Holy Sect expanding its recruitment to found new disciples spread rapidly. The surrounding major realms, ancient sects, and imperial dynasties could no longer sit idly by. This is outrageous. What does the Lingxiao Holy Sect think it's doing? Do they truly believe themselves invincible, that they can disregard everyone else? They're trying to cut off our roots. Despite the outcry, not a single power dared to openly oppose them. Are you kidding? They slaughtered the Ji clan's great emperor without a second thought. These sects either have only one great emperor whose lifespan is nearly spent holding the fort, or they're merely propped up by a few supreme elders for appearances. What could they possibly pit against such power? They could only endure. Ling Canglan had anticipated these reactions from the various factions and paid them no mind whatsoever. After all, they were all just experience points to be farmed eventually. If he offended them now, so be it. No harm done. Yuanling Domain, Tianling Empire. Deep within the imperial palace of the holy capital, a slightly desolate chamber lay. A young girl clad in a snow-white gown sat by the window, lost in thought. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet an unshakable sorrow lingered between her brows. She was Tianling Shui, the third princess of the Tianling Empire. An elderly servant hurried into the chamber, his face betraying uncontrollable excitement. Princess! Princess! Good news! The Lingxiao Holy Sect is opening its doors to recruit disciples, and the recruitment covers our Lingyuan domain. The old servant knelt on the floor, his voice trembling. This is your only chance to escape that marriage arrangement. Tian Lingshua's body trembled slightly. She knew well about that marriage arrangement. Her father, the emperor, sought to solidify ties with the Ji clan by arranging her marriage to their third young master. That third young master Ji was notorious throughout the entire Xianyue domain, a notorious playboy. But what could she do? Her talents were mediocre, and within the palace, she was utterly neglected by her father. Her mother, the former empress, had died under mysterious circumstances years ago. She was nothing more than a bargaining chip her father used to secure advantages. Go to Lingxiao Holy Sect? This thought pierced her bleak existence like a ray of light. Yet she was filled with hesitation. Leaving the imperial palace without permission to journey to the Qingming realm would amount to treason against the dynasty. Moreover, with her own abilities, could she truly pass the Lingxiao Holy Sect's trials? The old servant watched her wavering expression, his heart aching with worry. Princess, what are you still thinking about? The celestial emperor, has he ever truly regarded you as his daughter? Do you truly believe the former empress's death was an accident? If you marry into the Ji family, your life will be utterly ruined. The old servant bowed his head heavily to the ground. This is your last chance, princess. Chapter 10, The Princess's Escape. The old servant's words stirred Tian Lingshue's heart. She had long suspected something amiss about her mother's death. But as a lowly servant, her voice carried little weight. In the vast palace, even breathing required reading others' expressions. What could she investigate? Whom could she question? Years of silent endurance ignited in that instant. On one side lay becoming a pawn in a political marriage, wedded to a widely acknowledged failure, her life plunging into an abyss. On the other, she could join the Lingxiao Holy Sect, gain protection, and soar freely like a bird in the sky, a fish in the sea. She chose the latter path. She would reclaim her destiny from her father's grasp with her own hands. But the imperial palace was heavily guarded, teeming with powerful warriors. How could a frail woman, incapable of lifting a finger, possibly escape? Princess, this old servant will aid you. The gray-haired old servant's cloudy eyes flashed with a resolute light. He opened his palm, revealing a strange, jet-black banner covered in incomprehensible runes. As the old servant chanted incantations, the runes on the banner began to radiate a brilliant light. I can no longer follow you. He gazed at Tian Lingxue, a faint smile of relief touching his lips. 10 years ago, this old servant was saved by the former empress, yet failed to shield her from calamity. This has haunted me my entire life. Today, I shall trade this worthless life of mine for your freedom, princess. The old servant's voice rang out resolutely. Princess, listen well. Should you succeed in joining the Holy Sect, you must seek justice for Her Majesty the Empress in the future. Should you fail, live well and forget everything here. As his words faded, the life force within the old servant began to dissipate violently. The banner erupted with unimaginable power, transforming into a beam of light that enveloped Tianlings and vanished from the spot in an instant. The old servant's body crumbled to ashes, vanishing within the palace halls. The entire Tianling imperial palace shook violently from the spatial disturbance. The celestial emperor rose from his dragon throne, his face ashen. He cared not for the death of an old servant, nor for the disappearance of his own daughter. What mattered to him was the alliance with the Ji clan. This alliance determined whether his celestial spirit dynasty could latch onto the Ji family's powerful influence. Fool! The emperor roared, his voice reverberating through the entire hall. Dare you ruin my grand scheme over a dead man? Guards! Mobilize every last one of you. Turn the entire Yuanling domain upside down if you must bring that rebellious daughter back to me. In an instant, countless imperial elites obeyed the command and set forth, launching a relentless manhunt for Tian Lingxue. Lingxiao Holy Sect. Upon the Immortal Isle, spiritual energy swirled, while jade palaces and crystal towers appeared and vanished amidst the mist. Beyond the protective array, the once undulating mountain ranges had been flattened by the might of the Holy Sect's masters, transforming into a vast, boundless plain that served as a temporary encampment. Half a year remained before the official opening of the mountain to accept disciples. Yet the young masters from nearby noble families and princes of ancient kingdoms had already arrived ahead of schedule aboard their ornate flying vessels and treasure ships. None of them were pushovers. News of the Ji clan's 5 ancestors being crippled by a single strike had long since spread throughout the surrounding great realms. The Lingxiao Holy Sect's prestige was at its zenith, clearly poised for a period of great prosperity. If not now to curry favor, then when? As time passed, the plains outside the mountain gates grew increasingly bustling, with more and more young cultivators setting up camp. On Jiuli Immortal Island, Ling Canglan's divine scent swept over the millions of young cultivators outside the mountain gates, filling his heart with delight. With so many promising prospects, surely a few more chosen ones meeting the system's requirements could be sifted out. He was already envisioning his future disciples sweeping across the 3,000 realms, planting the banners of the Lingxiao Holy Sect throughout the entire Canglan Great World. With one Ji Chen proving so formidable, what if he gained a few more? Wouldn't that propel him to new heights? Once cultivators from the surrounding major realms arrived to register, the numbers would likely approach 100 million. With such a massive pool, he refused to believe he couldn't find a few suitable candidates. He entered a profound state of enlightenment through great dreams. After breaking through to the fourth step of the Supreme Path, his understanding of this world deepened further. His cultivation base grew increasingly solid. With the myriad supreme physiques he had fused over 10,000 years, he was confident he could effortlessly crush any opponent at the same realm. At the border between the Qingming domain and the Yuanling domain lay a primeval forest. In a gloomy stone cave, Tian Lingxue curled up in a corner. Her once elegant snow-white gown was now covered in dust and grass clippings. She had succeeded. She had successfully entered the Qingming domain. Yet the Lingxiao Holy Sect remained millions of miles away. With her mere mid-stage qi-gathering cultivation, she couldn't even protect herself in this treacherous forest. The pursuers from the Tianling Empire, though openly pursue her within the Qingming domain's territory, never ceased their covert threats. The path ahead remained perilous. Yet not a single thought of retreat crossed her mind. Once the roar of the beast outside the cave faded into the distance, she would set out once more, continuing her journey toward the direction of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. It wasn't just the Yuanling domain. Young cultivators from other realms across the vast ocean great world were also drawn by the news of the Lingxiao Holy Sect opening its doors to recruit disciples. Tianyun domain, the ancient Lin clan. A lean youth emerged from the clan gates, a heavy sword taller than himself strapped to his back. He walked without looking back. Those who follow me are mortals, those who defy me become immortals. Lingxiao Holy Sect, I, Lin, have arrived. Prepare to witness me wash away my clan's shame. For cultivators of ordinary talent and little background, this opportunity became their sole path to redemption. They all dreamed of becoming the next Tianyun domain, rising from obscurity to forge their own legends. Countless youths set out from every corner, embarking on the journey to the Qingming domain. Outside the gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, a sea of people stretched as far as the eye could see. The vast plains, flattened for thousands of miles around, were now completely filled with a sea of black heads. Flying vessels, treasure ships, spirit beast mounts, and every conceivable mode of transportation filled the outer perimeter, their opulence rivaling a miniature exhibition of treasures from across the realms. Nearly 100 million young cultivators under the age of 18, each harboring their own dreams and ambitions, converged here. Even more numerous were the young cultivators' guards and elders, masters of profound cultivation whose steady auras shielded their young masters with impenetrable protection. Put. A bunch of bumpkins? Do you really think you're worthy of competing with this young master for divine fortune? A youth clad in brocade robes, fan in hand, spoke with utter disdain. His bodyguard, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura, bowed in agreement. Our young master is a prodigy. This mere sect assessment is nothing but a formality. Similar remarks echoed throughout the crowd. These young nobles, born into privileged families and nurtured with abundant resources since childhood, far surpassed their peers in cultivation. Each believed themselves destined for greatness. The Lingxiao Holy Sect stewards tasked with maintaining order at the scene had long grown accustomed to such displays. Every year during the menial disciple assessments, such self-important individuals appeared. As for the outcome? Barely 1 in 10 made the cut. Chapter 11, The Dao Heart's Inquiry. The news of the master's recruitment had been out for half a month. Those who should come and those who shouldn't had largely gathered. Within the Lingxiao Grand Hall, after handling the final sect affairs, the Holy Master Mo Yuan adjusted his robes. His form flickered, and he appeared outside the array protecting Jiuli Immortal Island. He bowed respectfully. Ancestor, the prodigies from all realms beyond the mountains have arrived in full. May we proceed with the disciple selection assessment today? We await your command. No figure materialized in the void. Only a voice echoed directly into Mo Yuan's mind. Deploy the illusory spirit array. Begin. Mo Yuan's heart sank. The illusion spirit array? That was an array personally created by the Ancestor, specifically designed to interrogate the human heart. It seemed the Ancestor intended to play a major game this time. Disciple obeys. Mo Yuan dared not ask further questions. After bowing once more, his figure vanished from the spot. At dawn, a radiant sun rose in the east, bathing the land in golden light. Amidst the gazes of countless onlookers, Mo Yuan materialized mid-air before the mountain gates. Behind him followed several heavenly god realm elders, each radiating profound aura and solemn expression. Such a grand display instantly silenced the bustling plain below. All cultivators, regardless of rank, bowed respectfully toward Mo Yuan. We pay homage to the Lingxiao Holy Sovereign. The collective voices surged like a tidal wave, piercing the heavens. Mo Yuan remained expressionless, raising a hand in a gesture of restraint as his voice echoed across the entire plain. You may all rise.
Today marks the founding day of Lingxiao Holy Sect, when we open our doors to accept disciples. On behalf of the Holy Sect, I welcome your presence.
He wasted no words, getting straight to the point. This assessment has but one test.
We ask not of your background, nor your cultivation level, nor your innate talent.
The sole requirement is that you must be under 18 years of age. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. No cultivation level? No innate talent? Then what matters? Looks? Some young masters from prestigious families, confident in their profound cultivation, wore expressions of disdain.
They believed the Lingxiao Holy Sect was deliberately creating mystery. Mo Yuan ignored the murmurs below and continued. Now, all overage candidates must withdraw from the assessment area immediately. Those who harbor any illusions of luck will bear the consequences themselves. The words had barely left his mouth.
Boom!
A colossal formation spanning thousands of miles abruptly unfolded overhead. Within the formation, dark clouds churned and black mist swirled, as if connected to a realm of infernal torment.
Soul-piercing roars of terror echoed from the depths of the formation, as if primordial beasts were stirring within.
Even from hundreds of miles away, some young cultivators with weaker resolve were already turned pale and their legs went weak from the sheer terror of this aura. Mo Yuan's voice sounded again, as if offering a kind warning.
This is the Phantom Spirit Array.
Those who enter shall be deemed successful if they endure within for 1 hour. However, let me warn you, those whose Dao Heart is not steadfast should not force themselves. At best, your soul will be damaged, leaving you unconscious for years. At worst, you will go mad on the spot and become a fool. These words caused more than half the young cultivators to lose their nerve. Holy crap, is this about recruiting disciples or harvesting souls?
With this kind of setup, won't I get torn to shreds if I go in?
After the rules were announced, the atmosphere grew tense and quiet. Just then, a prince from an ancient kingdom, convinced of his own exceptional nature, refused to believe in such superstition.
Superstitious nonsense.
He stepped onto a flying sword, transforming into a streak of light, and was the first to charge into the illusionary spirit array.
Yet the moment he entered the array, ah!
A piercing scream erupted from the black mist. The next instant, the prince's body flew out of the array like a. He crashed heavily to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently, instantly losing consciousness. The scene sent a collective gasp of horror through the crowd. The young nobles who had been eager to show off their skills quickly withdrew their outstretched feet, silently retreating.
Mo Yuan observed the reactions below with utter composure. He understood clearly that the Phantom Spirit Array created by the Ancestor possessed no lethal power whatsoever.
It tested only one thing: the heart of the Dao. As the patriarch had said, without a steadfast Dao heart, even the most formidable physique cannot achieve greatness. With single-minded devotion to the Dao, even mortals can reverse their fate. The terrifying roars within the array, the shadowy figures of gods and demons that flickered in and out of existence, all were illusions.
They relentlessly assaulted the minds of those entering the array.
Those who cannot withstand it will have their souls torn apart by the illusions, driven mad on the spot.
The array's entrance will close in half an hour. Mo Yuan's voice echoed once more. The choice is entirely yours.
He placed the decision entirely in their hands, aligning with Ling Canglan's intent to test their resolve.
Without the courage to even step into the formation, how could one hope to defy fate and seek immortality? Time ticked by, second by second.
Outside the Phantom Spirit Array, the silence remained deafening.
Most were too terrified to proceed, preferring to forfeit this opportunity rather than risk entering and becoming fools. Just as Mo Yuan was about to announce the entrance's closure, a commotion erupted from the rear of the crowd.
A figure struggled to push through the dense crowd. It was Tian Lingxue, who had endured countless hardships to reach this place. She gazed at the massive formation ahead, radiating an ominous aura, then glanced at the young cultivators around her dressed in splendid robes and exuding extraordinary presence and felt a pang of inferiority. Yet she gritted her teeth and stepped forward, inch by inch, toward the Phantom Spirit Array. This was her only chance.
At that very moment,
a booming voice, loud enough to be jarring, erupted unexpectedly from the vaulted ceiling.
"Rebellious daughter, I've found you."
Accompanying the voice was a terrifying pressure, like a river of heaven pouring down, unleashing its fury upon the world below. Millions of cultivators present felt a crushing pressure in their chests, their breath catching in their throats. Those with weaker cultivation were instantly crushed to their knees by the sheer force of it.
Tian Lingxue bore the brunt of it first. The pressure felt like an invisible mountain crashing down on her back. Thud!
Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly helpless. With great effort, she lifted her head to gaze skyward. A short, plump old woman clad in black robes, her face covered in pockmarks, hovered midair, leaning on a golden snake-headed walking stick.
Golden Granny. Tian Lingshue's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. This was the most loyal old dog by her father's side, the royal family's strongest open combat force, a terrifying existence at the peak of the sacred sacrifice realm. In the end, she hadn't managed to escape after all. Your Highness, return with this old servant. Old woman Jin's voice held not a shred of emotion. The Emperor awaits you. The marriage with the Ji family must not be delayed. Tian Lingshue's body began to shake violently. Return? Marry that good for nothing? And then die in that cold palace, just like her mother, for no apparent reason? No! An unprecedented courage surged from the depths of her heart. She abruptly drew a sharp dagger from her bosom and pressed it against her own throat. Even if it meant death, she would never return. Chapter 12, The Chosen One. Oomph, you're overestimating yourself. Old woman Jean snorted coldly, merely tapping her staff lightly. An invisible force of Taoist law instantly bound Tian Lingxue, rendering her utterly immobile. Your life belongs to the Emperor. Even if you wish to die, you must first gain the Emperor's permission. As the old crone spoke, her withered hand, resembling a chicken's claw, reached out to grab Tian Lingxue. The surrounding cultivators scattered far away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. The Tianling Imperial Dynasty was the absolute ruler of the Yuanling domain, backed by the Ji clan. Who dared meddle in such affairs? As old woman Jean made her move, she deliberately glanced at Mo Yuan standing before the mountain gate. Seeing no reaction from him, she felt even more assured. Sure enough, the Lingxiao Holy Sect wouldn't risk offending the Tianling dynasty and the Ji clan over some uninitiated, mediocre wild girl. This was merely an internal matter of the imperial family, hardly a provocation. As the withered hand drew ever closer, Tian Lingxue was utterly overcome with despair. It turned out that even when she gave her all, it was nothing more than a pathetic one-woman show. Resentment, rage, helplessness. All these negative emotions completely overwhelmed her mind. Just as her consciousness was about to shatter, a strange voice abruptly echoed in her mind. Is this how you accept your fate? 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, billions of years of waiting only to give up at this very moment? Awaken! This emperor awaits your return. The voice, at times commanding, at times tender, seemed to whisper an ancient secret spanning eons. Countless fragmented memories surged into her mind like a tidal wave. There were scenes of her as a mortal, mocked by her kin as a worthless failure incapable of cultivation. Others showed her standing atop the 9 heavens, shattering stars with a single finger, her gaze sweeping over the world with utter disdain. I refuse to believe in fate. I believe only in myself. My destiny is shaped by my own hand, not by the heavens. Those shouts from her memories perfectly resonated with her present state of mind. Boom! An indescribable aura erupted violently from within her. The Dao law force that had bound her shattered instantly. Tian Lingxue slowly rose to her feet. The instant she rose, the entire world fell silent. Then, the once clear sky was replaced at a visible pace by an eerie crimson hue. Endless ominous aura descended from the heavens, enveloping a 1,000,000-mile radius. The heavens trembled. The earth wailed. On the 9 Immortal Isle, Ling Canglan, who had been meditating with eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. Such potent demonic energy has an ancient demonic entity awakened? His divine sense swept out like a storm, instantly pinpointing the source of that aura. To his surprise, the source was not some demonic entity. It was the unremarkable young girl standing outside the mountain gate. Ding! Detected, Chosen One. The mortal empress of 9 lifetimes. Currently in her 9th incarnation, Dao fruit yet to awaken. Recommendation, host should take her as a direct disciple to gain substantial rewards. Ling Canglan remained motionless. Interesting. I thought Ji Chen was already the chosen one, but now this even more formidable one appears. Empress of the mortal realm? Just the name sounded far more grand and sophisticated than Ji Chen's revenge-driven protagonist template. He decided to watch a little longer. Blood clouds obscured the sky, draining all color from the world. Under this overwhelming aura, the souls of those young cultivators with weaker cultivation trembled, filled with boundless dread. Even Golden Granny, at the peak of the sacred sacrifice realm, felt a pang of dread. This script is all wrong. She watched the girl slowly rising below. Her features remained unchanged, yet the aura she exuded had transformed completely. It was an air of authority that looked down on all living beings, treating everything as worthless. A mere invisible force pressed down on her, making it hard to breathe. How could this be? How could a at the mid-stage of Qi gathering possess such a terrifying aura? Tian Lingxue lifted her head, her exquisite face devoid of any emotion. She calmly gazed at the golden old woman suspended midair, her crimson lips parting to utter 6 words. The Tianling dynasty must fall. The words exploded in everyone's ears. Boom! A thick, crimson lightning bolt tore through the sky, crashing violently into a nearby mountain peak. The towering peak was instantly leveled to the ground. These 6 words enraged the golden old woman to the core. Utterly treasonous. You rebellious daughter, how dare you utter such madness? Though she feared the celestial phenomenon, her contempt for Tian Lingxue ran even deeper. An insignificant insect, even if it somehow stumbled upon a stroke of luck, what waves could it possibly stir? Today, this old servant shall purge the household on behalf of the emperor. She raised her serpent-headed staff high, unleashing the terrifying power of a peak holy sacrifice cultivator without restraint. Just as she prepared to strike again, to utterly annihilate this treasonous daughter. A calm voice echoed from the void, clear as day to every ear present. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my people, on my turf? Old woman Jin's movements froze. She snapped her head up, only to see a massive hand formed from pure, crystallized force of law plummeting from the heavens, smashing down toward her. That palm contained a Dao essence beyond her comprehension, sealing off every possible escape route. No! An agonized scream tore from old woman Jin as she poured her entire lifetime of cultivation into her serpent-headed staff, desperate to block the blow. But it was useless. Crack! A soft crack. The golden serpent-headed staff shattered into pieces. Her protective divine light shattered as easily as paper. Her entire body was slammed down from midair by that massive hand. A thunderous crash echoed. The earth cracked open, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. When the dust finally settled, everyone stared in stunned disbelief. The once arrogant golden granny now lay in an utterly wretched posture, half her body buried in the earth. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. A figure slowly emerged from the void, hovering mid-air. He wore a simple blue robe, his face youthful, his aura restrained, revealing no trace of cultivation. Yet merely standing there, he became the sole focal point of this entire realm. Old Madame Jean struggled to lift her head. When she recognized the face before her, terror froze her, draining all color from her cheeks. Ling Canglan, the patriarch of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The ruthless man who crippled the Ji clan's emperor with a single palm strike. Elder. I did not know it was you. I meant no offense. I'll leave immediately, right now. Her mind was consumed by a single thought: flee. Flee as far as possible. Leave? Ling Canglan chuckled lightly. You come and go as you please? Do you think my Lingxiao Holy Sect is someplace you can just walk in and out of? The moment the words fell, an imperial aura of authority crashed down. Put. Old Lady Jean spat out a mouthful of blood, the pressure forcing her face into the dirt. Now, she couldn't even move. With Ling Canglan's arrival, the blood-red clouds shrouding the sky began to slowly dissipate. Tian Lingshua's body went limp as the foreign aura of authority receded like a tide, allowing her consciousness to regain control. She looked at old Madame Jean, pinned down and utterly powerless to resist, then glanced up at the figure in the sky, divine and majestic. How could she not understand what had happened? She hurried forward and bowed deeply to Ling Canglan. This junior thanks the Ancestor for saving my life. She dared not lift her head, but from the earlier words, my people, she had already guessed the other's identity. Within the entire Lingxiao Holy Sect, who else but that legendary Ancestor could speak so boldly and effortlessly subdue a peak holy sacrifice tier powerhouse? She lifted her head, her clear pupils reflecting an unprecedented resolve. This junior is Tian Lingxue. Ling Canglan appraised the girl who called herself Tian Lingxue. Her innate talent was indeed utterly mediocre. But a reincarnated powerhouse always had a few tricks up her sleeve. Since the system had prompted it, he was determined to take this disciple. He snapped his fingers toward the old woman in the deep pit. A restraining spell entered her body. Old Lady Jin's eyes rolled back and she passed out completely. Continue with the assessment. Ling Canglan's voice sounded once more. If you can endure 1 hour within that phantom spirit array, I shall bestow upon you a token of our meeting. Tian Lingshue's heart trembled violently. A gift? What could this ancient ancestor casually bestow as a gift? An imperial divine weapon? An unparalleled cultivation technique? Or perhaps an immortal pill capable of transforming one's very essence? Chapter 13, the trial concludes. Tian Lingshue's mind was instantly flooded with countless fantasies. Dazed, she stumbled toward the array shrouded in black mist. She had to seize this opportunity. She absolutely had to seize it. The moment she stepped into the phantom spirit array, the surroundings instantly transformed into a hazy, gray void. Roar! A soul-shaking roar erupted from behind her. Tian Lingxue spun around abruptly, only to find a primordial relic creature towering dozens of meters tall, with 3 ferocious leopard heads, staring intently at her with its blood-red pupils. The 3-headed soul-devouring panther. A void spirit realm beast that fed on devouring living souls. Her heart skipped a beat in terror at first, but she quickly forced herself to steady her nerves. This was merely a trial. The formation wouldn't truly kill her. Everything before her eyes was an illusion. Sure enough, just as the 3-headed soul-devouring leopard opened its gaping maw, poised to pounce upon her, the entire illusion shattered like a mirage, vanishing without a trace. The surroundings returned to their gray, hazy expanse. Tian Lingxue breathed a sigh of relief, her back drenched in cold sweat. She understood now this illusionary spirit array trial was no simple task. She did not relax her vigilance, watching her surroundings warily. Soon, the scenery shifted once more. Gone was the grey mist, replaced by the familiar sight of stone-paved streets, majestic palaces, and palace maids and servants bustling to and fro. The imperial palace of the Tianling dynasty. It's all fake. These are just illusions. Tianling Xue kept reminding herself in her mind. Just then, a voice, both incredibly kind and deeply missed, reached her from behind. Xue, why are you standing here alone, lost in thought? Tianling Xue's body froze abruptly. She slowly turned around and saw the face that had appeared countless times in her dreams, the face of her mother. Even though she knew clearly that this was an illusion, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Outside the formation, Ling Canglan leaned back in an armchair that seemed to have materialized from nowhere, idly swinging his legs. He knew the true test had only just begun. This illusion spirit array would relentlessly stimulate the deepest fears, obsessions, and desires within those who entered it. Knowing it was false made it all the more agonizing. Once consciousness was utterly clouded by emotion, the array's power would expel them directly. The assessment would be deemed a failure. The trial's time ticked away, second by second. The phantom spirit formation, spanning thousands of miles, relentlessly expelled cultivators whose resolve faltered from the black mist. Some were hurled out, still wildly flailing their arms, screaming at the air, clearly driven utterly mad. Others collapsed limp, their faces as pale as gold leaf, passing out instantly. On the plains outside the mountain gates, cries of agony and gasps of horror rose and fell in waves. The once dense crowd of nearly 100 million people visibly thinned at a rapid pace. Most did not even last half a stick of incense. Among these eliminated cultivators, a gaunt youth bearing a heavy sword stood out starkly. It was Lin Yi. The illusions within the formation were no more than a tickle to him. Whenever his mind faltered even slightly, he would swiftly draw a short bone dagger from his boot. Thud! The dagger pierced cleanly into his thigh. The searing pain snapped him instantly back to clarity. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even flinch, displaying a ruthlessness unbecoming of a 15-year-old boy. An elder at the True God realm overseeing the inspection let out a sound of admiration. Good lad, a real tough one. Another elder beside him shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. He has the guts, but it's a pity he's a pseudo-spirit body. His vital energy is thin, his foundation mediocre. Without a stroke of incredible luck, the heavenly realm will be the limit of his potential in this lifetime. Holy Lord Mo Yuan overheard these murmurs and spoke up to interrupt. Our ancestor once said, heroes are not judged by their origins, anything is possible. The elders fell silent upon hearing this. Their attention was soon drawn to another figure. It was Tianling Xue, the one who had stirred celestial phenomena and compelled the patriarch to appear in person. An elder channeled his divine power to probe Tianling Xue's innate potential. What he discovered made him gasp in shock. This aptitude is utterly hopeless, 1 in 10,000. Her foundation is even weaker than that self-mutilating youth. Her vital energy is chaotic, and her constitution is weaker than that of an ordinary mortal. She likely exhausted all her lifetime's luck just to reach the Chi-gathering realm. What on earth did the patriarch see in someone like this? This question swirled in the minds of all the elders. Time reached the final crucible. The power of the phantom spirit array reached its peak. The illusions within the array no longer presented a single scene. Instead, they shifted frantically like a revolving lantern. One moment a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, the next a gentle, familiar homeland. The slightest fluctuation in one's mind would lead to complete annihilation. Eliminated cultivators were flung out in waves, like dumplings tossed into boiling water. 3 bone blades were already embedded in Ling Yi's thigh, blood-staining half his trousers crimson. His face was as pale as paper, clinging on by sheer willpower alone. Even the prodigies from distinguished families, each deploying secret techniques to shield their minds, gritted their teeth and persevered. Tianling Xue faced the most perilous situation. Her turbulent past became the perfect nourishment for the illusion spirit array. Her mother's brutal death, her father's indifference, the shifting currents of loyalty within the palace, scene after scene, wave after wave, pounded relentlessly against her already fragile defenses. Her consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. On the ninely immortal isle, Ling Canglan leaned back in his throne, his mind wandering far away. He had no intention of intervening. This was her own trial, one she must endure alone. If she succeeded, she would leap through the dragon gate, gaining boundless horizons. Should she fail, even if reborn as a great being, she would remain ordinary in this lifetime. An invisible force had already enveloped Tianling Xue, poised to expel her from the formation in the next instant. Ah, what a pity. An elder shook his head inside. She fell just short of half an incense stick's time. In the end, she couldn't endure it. In the deep pit, the suppressed golden grandma slowly regained consciousness. The moment her eyes opened, she saw Tianling Xue on the verge of elimination. A surge of secret delight welled up within her, a feeling akin to surviving a catastrophe. As long as that rebellious daughter failed to join the holy sect, the ancestral elders would cease meddling in her affairs. Perhaps her own old life might be spared. A worthless piece of trash, deluding herself into thinking she could defy heaven and rewrite her fate. Utterly laughable. She cursed venomously in her heart. Yet, the very instant the thought crossed her mind, within the spirit illusion array, Tian Lingxue, who was about to be expelled, suddenly opened her eyes. In her illusion, she stood face to face with the mother she longed for day and night. Her mother's face still bore that same gentle smile. Xiao Shui, stay here and keep your mother company. Tian Lingxue's face was streaked with tears. Yet her voice carried an unprecedented clarity and resolve. Mother, your daughter is unfilial. Though this place is beautiful, it is not where I belong. It is time for me to awaken. She bowed her head heavily before her mother's apparition. Rest assured, mother, I will uncover the truth behind your death. Should this matter involve father, I shall make the heavenly spirit dynasty pay with its life for you. Boom! Her heart's obsession crystallized into an oath, and her consciousness, on the verge of collapse, fully awakened. The illusions before her shattered like glass. At that very moment, clang! A resonant chime echoed across the heavens and earth. 1 hour had passed. The illusory spirit array, which had shrouded thousands of miles, slowly dissipated. Ultimately, 500,000 young cultivators successfully passed the trial. Among them were those with divine physiques, sacred physiques, and descendants of ancient clans possessing supreme bloodlines. Gazing upon this vibrant influx of fresh blood, the elders' faces all broke into genuine smiles. Our Lingxiao holy sect is poised for a great resurgence. Chapter 14, The Master's Welcome Gift. As the bell's echoes faded, the black mist of the illusionary spirit array receded like a tide, revealing a plain where 90% of the crowd had vanished. Only 500,000 had ultimately passed the trial. The figure of Holy Master Mo Yuan reappeared in the sky, his voice echoing across the land. Congratulations, all of you. From this day forward, you are now registered disciples of our Lingxiao holy sect. But this is only the beginning. Among these probationary disciples, only 1 in 1,000 may advance to the inner sect through their own strength. Among the inner disciples, only those who excel above all others may become true disciples. His icy words poured a bucket of cold water over the newly qualified candidates. Study relentlessly. As thoughts swirled through the crowd, a figure clad in green robes materialized before Tian Lingxue without warning. Mo Yuan and several true God Realm elders bowed deeply upon seeing the arrival, their demeanor reaching the pinnacle of reverence. Disciple pays respects to the Ancestor. Ancestor? The newly initiated disciples were all dumbfounded. They hadn't gotten a clear look when the Ancestor had appeared in the sky earlier. In their minds, the Ancestor should have been a frail old man on the brink of death. The sight of this youth before them clad in flowing white robes and strikingly handsome utterly shattered their preconceptions. Countless envious gazes turned simultaneously toward the dust-covered, ragged-clothed girl. Why had the Ancestor appeared before her alone? Tian Lingxue finally snapped out of her daze and quickly corrected herself. Disciple Tian Lingxue greets the Ancestor. Ling Canglan paid no heed to the title, merely asking her gently. Would you be willing to train under me? Tian Lingxue's mind went blank. Another illusion? This happiness felt too unreal. But she soon confirmed it was not. Without a moment's hesitation, she knelt on both knees and performed 3 full prostrations. Disciple Tian Lingxue pays respects to her master. Very well. Ling Canglan responded, and a gentle force lifted her to her feet. He casually reached out toward the deep pit. The old woman in gold was pulled toward him by an invisible force, then tossed before Tian Lingxue like a dead dog. This is your first gift from me. Her fate is yours to decide. Ling Canglan stepped aside, leaving the stage entirely to his new disciple. Old woman Jean was terrified out of her wits, all traces of her former dignity as a sacred sacrifice grandmaster gone. She bowed her head repeatedly, her forehead pounding the ground like a pestle. Your Highness. Spare my life. It's all the Emperor's fault. He forced this old servant into it. Tian Lingxue remained unmoved, a long sword now in her hand, its tip pointing straight at the old crone's throat. How did my mother die? A flicker of cunning passed through old woman Jin's eyes as she attempted to bargain. Swear first that you'll spare my life, and I'll tell you the truth. Tian Lingxue suppressed the tremor in her heart, her voice as cold as ice. Tell me everything. Under Tian Lingxue's intimidating gaze, old woman Jin's psychological defenses crumbled completely. She spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. 10 years ago, the Celestial Emperor, seeking favor with the Ji clan, decided to sacrifice her mother. He secretly poisoned the former empress, then staged her death to look like an accident. This allowed him to preserve his reputation as a holy ruler while also providing a convenient excuse to marry a woman from the Ji family as his new empress. He treated the lives and emotions of his wife and daughter as nothing more than bargaining chips. The truth was laid bare. The last shred of hope Tian Lingxue harbored for the imperial family turned to cold ashes. Her heart, now filled with nothing but hatred, remained unshaken. Put! A dazzling flash of swordlight streaked through the air. Old woman Jin's head flew skyward, her face frozen in disbelief. Blood stained the earth beneath her feet. One elder even broke out in a cold sweat. The one chosen by the Ancestor was indeed no ordinary being. At the very moment old woman Jin's head hit the ground, that familiar mechanical voice echoed in Ling Canglan's mind. Ding! Disciple Tian Lingxue has slain one sacred sacrifice realm cultivator. Feedback: 100 years of cultivation to the host. A torrent of pure, refined magical power surged forth within him, flowing into every limb and bone. Bliss. Only one word echoed in Ling Canglan's mind. This disciple was worth taking in. He pondered that the Tianling Empire was conveniently situated between his own sect and the Ji family's territory. With the Ji family's fifth ancestor recently crippled by him, they were likely too preoccupied to spare any attention this way. The Tianling Empire was practically a walking experience point package. He could avenge his new disciple and earn a wave of system rewards, killing two birds with one stone. His mind made up, he addressed Tian Lingxue, who still stood frozen in place. Come. Follow your master back to the mountain. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Tian Lingxue felt a sudden blur before her eyes. The surrounding scenery rushed backward at breakneck speed. When she regained her senses, she found herself standing in a mist-shrouded fairyland. Beneath her feet lay fragrant spiritual soil, while all around grew exotic flowers and plants she couldn't even name. Each one shimmered with vibrant colors, radiating immense life energy. Simply standing here and breathing in the air washed away every trace of fatigue from her body. This is Jioli Immortal Isle, my dwelling place. Ling Canglan's voice came from nearby. He pointed to the magnificent imperial palace in the distance, then gestured toward the spiritual herb fields beneath their feet. What do you perceive as the difference between that imperial palace and these medicinal fields? Tian Lingxue didn't understand why her master asked this, but she answered earnestly nonetheless. The palace symbolizes power, while the herb fields are the source of vitality. Well said. Ling Canglan paced over to her side and posed a question that made her mind freeze. Now, I offer you the chance to rule the Yuanling realm. Do you accept? Tian Lingxue was utterly dumbfounded. Rule the Yuanling realm? What did that even mean? The Yuanling realm spanned tens of millions of miles, teeming with countless trillions of beings. Ancient sects and nations stood side by side, and powerful beings were as numerous as clouds. Let her take charge? What a joke. With her mid-stage chi-gathering cultivation, she couldn't even defeat a single imperial guard in the palace. Master, your disciple's cultivation is too shallow. I fear I cannot shoulder such a great responsibility. Her voice trembled with uncertainty. Ling Canglan remained silent, merely observing her calmly. The path you choose is your own. The sect will not interfere. But remember this, no disciple of our sect shall be wronged. Since the celestial spirit dynasty dares to humiliate you, it has no right to exist. He formally proposed to her. From this day forward, you shall be the empress of the Yuanling domain. On behalf of your master in the sect, seize that land and hold it firmly in your grasp. Tian Lingxue's heart pounded violently. Yet fear still gripped her. Just as she wavered, that commanding yet gentle voice echoed in her mind once more. Accept it. What of a mortal body? As long as your Dao Heart remains steadfast, the Empress's throne itself is a path of cultivation. Your destiny should not be defined solely by vengeance. These words struck her like a thunderclap, jolting her back to clarity. Yes. Hadn't she struggled so fiercely precisely to alter her fate? Now, a colossal opportunity lay before her. What was she still hesitating for? A surge of unprecedented resolve welled up within her. She lifted her head, meeting Ling Canglan's gaze directly, her words clear and unwavering. This disciple vows to become the empress. I vow to establish an immortal empire for my master and rule over the Yuanling realm. A look of satisfaction spread across Ling Canglan's face. This child is teachable. Very good. Rest within the sect for a few days first and recover your strength. His tone shifted casually as he continued. In a few days, I'll take you out to kill a few people. With that, his figure vanished into the void, as if he had never been there at all. Kill people? Tian Lingxue felt a flicker of confusion, but days of relentless flight and trials had left her utterly drained. She had no energy left to ponder it further. She walked into the simple thatched cottage beside the medicinal herb field and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. She slept like the world had ended. Chapter 15, Tribute. 3 days later. Yuanling Domain, Tianling Empire, Holy Capital. Within the Grand Palace Hall, the atmosphere was oppressive enough to take one's breath away. A middle-aged man clad in a black dragon robe, his face grim and menacing, sat upon the imperial throne, radiating an aura of savage tyranny. He was the heavenly spirit emperor, Tian Linghong. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He slammed the memorial in his hand onto the floor and roared at the kneeling ministers below. Half a month has passed, and you still cannot find that rebellious daughter. What use are you to me? She has ruined the imperial alliance with the Ji clan. Can you bear the consequences? Just then, a eunuch scrambled in, rolling and crawling, his voice shrill and piercing. Your Majesty. It's terrible. Old Lady Jin's life lamp has gone out. The blazing fury in Tian Linghong's heart was instantly extinguished by those words, replaced by a chill that ran through him. What did you say? The eunuch trembled as he pulled a shattered jade token from his robe. This is the final message sent back by Old Lady Jin. She said she captured Her Highness the Princess outside the gates of Lingxiao Holy Sect, and then the signal cut out. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Tian Linghong's body, instantly reducing the messenger eunuch to a cloud of blood mist. Golden Granny, a peak holy sacrifice cultivator, his most loyal and capable subordinate, was dead? After venting his rage, boundless terror began to devour his sanity. To silently eliminate a peak holy sacrifice cultivator, the opponent's cultivation must be at least Supreme Sovereign Realm. And the incident occurred right outside the gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The identity of the killer was self-evident. He recalled the recent rumors circulating wildly. The Lingxiao Holy Sect had crippled the Ji clan's emperor with a single palm strike, then crossed realms to recruit disciples displaying overwhelming arrogance. Could that rebellious daughter have joined the Lingxiao Holy Sect? The mere thought of this possibility sent cold sweat trickling down Tian Linghong's back. His throne was in jeopardy. He forced himself to calm down and began analyzing the current situation. Across the 100 realms of Yin territory, the Ji family led the 4 dominant clans. Now, this Lingxiao Holy Sect had emerged out of nowhere, showing signs of becoming the 5th great power. Such a clash among the powerful was far beyond the reach of a minor emperor like himself. His sole hope lay in preserving his throne and safeguarding the foundation of the Tianling family. Prepare the tribute. Prepare a generous gift. I shall send it secretly to the Lingxiao Holy Sect as a gesture of goodwill. Yet the moment this thought arose, hesitation gripped him. If the Ji clan discovered this scheme, the Tianling Empire might not even see the sun rise the next day. Emperor Tianling slumped in his throne, trapped in a dilemma. He could afford to offend no one. 5 days later, outside the gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, a massive warship, entirely black and devoid of any flags, broke through the clouds and slowly approached. On board, hundreds of guards clad in uniform black armor wore masks concealing their aura, standing motionless like statues. This furtive approach immediately triggered the Sect's mountain defending array. Hum! An invisible ripple spread outward. Several powerful divine senses swept out from the depths of the Sect, locking onto the uninvited vessel. An elder clad in ceremonial robes materialized in the void, his voice booming like a temple bell. Who dares approach? This is the sacred domain of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Dare to approach another step, and you shall die. The elder was Ye Chen, an outer sect elder of the Holy Sect, possessing the cultivation of the sacred sacrifice realm. His tone was stern and unyielding, devoid of any courtesy. From the warship, a man emerged, also cloaked but more stooped in stature. He bowed deeply toward Ye Chen, his posture extremely humble. Please calm your anger, senior. We have not come to provoke you. His voice emerged through a specially crafted mask, yet the sincerity of his humility was undeniable. We are here by our master's command, specifically to present tribute to your esteemed sect. With that, he waved his hand. On the deck of the warship, the massive black cloth covering the cargo was lifted. Row upon row of neatly stacked crates were exposed to the air. Lids swung open to reveal interiors brimming with dazzling, top-grade spirit stones and sacred herbs exuding potent medicinal scents, radiating beams of rosy light and auspicious hues. The sternness on Ye Chen's face softened slightly. One doesn't strike a smiling face, especially when the other party has presented such a grand gift. Yet the guard within his heart remained unwavering. This group of people, lurking in the shadows, certainly doesn't look like any respectable faction. However, their cultivation levels weren't particularly high. Apart from the leader, who was at the early stage of the sacred sacrifice realm, the rest of the guards were merely at the transcendence realm, hardly a threat. On their own territory, protected by the mountain guarding array, they had little to fear from any tricks these intruders might attempt. After pondering for a moment, he decided to report to the Holy Sovereign first. I'll wait here. He coldly left those words behind before vanishing from the spot. Moments later, Ye Chen reappeared. He had received permission from the Holy Sovereign, Mo Yuan. Enter. He activated a spell formation, and the mountain guarding array ahead opened a passage just wide enough for a single warship to pass through. The warship slowly glided inside. The envoys and guards aboard froze in their tracks the instant they passed through the array's light barrier. What kind of place was this? The air was thick with spiritual energy, almost like sweet rain, each breath bringing a wave of comfort throughout the body. Rainbows of divine light arched across the sky like bridges, connecting floating islands amidst the sea of clouds. On the islands, jade palaces and crystal towers appeared and vanished like mirages. Auspicious energies took the forms of cranes and Qilin, darting and playing among the mountains. Countless profound Taoist principles descended like chains of order from the heavens, enveloping this entire realm. This place was nothing short of the legendary abode of immortals. The lead envoy, Li Fu, Grand Chamberlain of the Celestial Spirit Dynasty, felt a tidal wave of emotion surge within him. He had visited the ancestral lands of the Ji clan and witnessed the most opulent palaces of the Celestial Spirit Dynasty. Yet compared to this place, those palaces were nothing. They were like thatched huts compared to the Forbidden City. No, not even thatched huts. At best, they were dog kennels. The depth of Lingxiao Holy Sect's foundations reached a level he could scarcely comprehend. He had always believed the Fenglan domain to be a remote backwater. How could such a terrifying lineage have emerged from it? The warship halted before the most magnificent floating immortal mountain. Perched atop the mountain stood an ancient, simple hall. The Holy Master awaits you within the hall. Ye Chen pointed at the grand hall and addressed Li Fu. You enter alone. All your guards remain on the ship. Dare to make any sudden moves, and you will be executed without mercy. Ye Chen's tone brooked no argument. The hundreds of elite guards fell silent at his words, not daring to breathe a sound. Li Fu quickly turned, murmuring a few low warnings to his men before straightening his robes. With a heavy heart, he stepped into the grand hall one step at a time. Chapter 16, The Empress's Beginning. The hall was vast and imposing. The Holy Sovereign Mo Yuan sat behind a jade desk, reviewing sect records. He did not look up, nor did he emit any aura of authority, yet the moment Li Fu entered, his legs grew weak. A pressure emanating from the depths of his soul nearly forced him to his knees. Was this the leader of the foremost sect in the Qingming realm? Li Fu dared not dwell on the thought, immediately bowing low in a posture of utter humility. Envoy of the Celestial Spirit Dynasty, Li Fu pays his respects to His Holiness the Sovereign. His voice trembled as he declared his identity. Our Emperor, in awe of the Holy Sect's majestic power, has specially dispatched this humble servant to express our submission. On this occasion, our Emperor offers 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and 100 sacred medicinal plants. Though these gifts are but a token of our respect, we humbly request the Holy Sovereign's gracious acceptance. Even though they were both at the sacred sacrifice realm, before this Holy Sovereign, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Mo Yuan paused with his brush in hand. The Celestial Spirit Dynasty? He lifted his head, a hint of amusement playing across his face. He recalled the young disciple the Patriarch had recently taken in just days ago, Tianling Shui. This Emperor of the Celestial Spirit Empire certainly had his sources. So he's scared and running here to pledge allegiance? Trying to climb aboard the Ji family's mighty ship while fearing retribution from his own holy sect, hedging his bets to play both sides. Interesting. Mo Yuan did not respond immediately. He had already made his calculations. Such matters must first be reported to the Patriarch to see what his plans are. Geopolitical Immortal Isle. The figure of Holy Sovereign Mo Yuan appeared silently, bowing respectfully toward the simple thatched cottage. Ancestor, the envoy from the Celestial Spirit Dynasty, has arrived. They have delivered 100,000 top-grade spirit stones and 100 sacred medicinal plants, claiming to come as tribute to express their submission. Mo Yuan relayed the matter exactly as it had occurred. Inside the hut, there was no response. Just as Mo Yuan thought the Ancestor would disregard such a minor matter, Ling Canglan's calm voice finally drifted out. The Lingxiao Holy Sect has no need for sycophantic vassals. Mo Yuan's heart jolted, instantly grasping the Patriarch's meaning. This was a rebuke of the Heavenly Spirit Emperor's indecisiveness and lack of decisiveness. This disciple understands. Mo Yuan respectfully acknowledged the command, his figure vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he had returned to the imposing hall of the Sacred Sovereign. In the center of the hall, Li Fu, the Grand Steward of the Celestial Spirit Empire, remained in a humble posture, not daring to lift his head. He waited anxiously, yet dared not utter a single complaint. Leave the item behind. Mo Yuan's voice came from behind the jade desk, devoid of any discernible emotion. Li Fu's heart leapt with joy, thinking the matter was settled. Your Majesty, our Emperor. Before he could utter another word of loyalty, Mo Yuan cut him off. You may leave. The joy on Li Fu's face froze instantly, his entire body struck as if by lightning. Get lost? He couldn't believe his ears. But when he looked up and met Mo Yuan's indifferent gaze, a chill shot up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He dared not ask another word, scrambling out of the grand hall in a panic. Outside the gates of the Holy Sect, the shadowy warship was violently hurled out of the mountain's protective array by an invisible force. This incident caused no ripples whatsoever within the Holy Sect. At the edge of the cliff on Geopolitical Immortal Island, Tianling Shui, now clad in a pristine white gown, sat cross-legged. Over the past few days, under the refinement of the precious medicine Ling Canglan had provided, her once utterly worthless physical constitution had undergone a complete transformation. The qi and blood within her surged like a raging river. Boom! A faint, muffled sound emanated from within her body. Peak of the cavern heaven realm. This advancement in cultivation made the fragmented memories of the Empress of the mortal realm within her mind grow increasingly vivid. Countless ancient treasures and techniques, even fragments of imperial cultivation methods, swirled within her consciousness. Ling Canglan's figure appeared behind her at some unknown moment. He had intended to assist his disciple once more, seeking a supreme sacred physique for her to integrate into her own being. Master, she said, I feel my own path requires no external vessel to carry it. Her words carried an innate confidence and certainty. Ling Canglan was slightly taken aback, then understood. Truly, one who had undergone 9 lifetimes of reincarnation possessed a different perspective. He respected her choice. Ling Canglan stepped before her and got straight to the point. I promised you before that I would grant you a great opportunity. Today is the day that promise is fulfilled. Tianling Shui rose to her feet. The ethereal breeze of the immortal Dao lifted the hem of her robe, lending her an otherworldly grace. She cherished this place, relishing the undisturbed peace it offered, and she was reluctant to part with this mysterious and powerful master. Yet she knew all too well the blood feud she carried upon her shoulders. Ling Canglan raised a hand, tearing open the void before him to reveal the deep, chaotic spatial turbulence beyond. Come. I'll take you to kill. With a sweep of his sleeve, a gentle force enveloped Tian Lingxue. In a single stride, they stepped into the void rift and vanished from Jioli Immortal Island. Tianling Empire, Holy Capital. Within the Imperial Palace, Tianling Hong sat upon the dragon throne, his mind restless, a persistent sense of impending doom weighing heavily upon him. The envoy has already departed for the Holy Sect, and there's still no word from the Ji family. Nothing will happen, nothing will happen. He repeated this to himself, yet couldn't quell the growing panic within. He had offended no one. Suddenly. Dawn. A long, resonant bell toll echoed from beyond the heavens, its sound carrying an aura of boundless destruction that reverberated throughout the land. The entire holy capital plunged into darkness in an instant. Tens of millions of cultivators within the city, regardless of their cultivation level, turned deathly pale in that instant. A fear born from the depths of their souls seized their hearts. Deep within the imperial palace, within the forbidden sanctuary revered by the royal family, several slumbering auras were abruptly roused. Who dares to be so insolent? A deep, ancient voice boomed. From within the sanctuary, a hunched old man with two braided pigtails stepped forward. The moment he appeared, an overwhelming aura surged skyward, shaking the entire holy capital. One foot was already firmly planted in the realm of an emperor. This was the true pillar of stability for the celestial spirit dynasty. Hum. 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 Countless beams of divine light flared from every corner of the imperial palace. Intertwining runes radiated a fierce killing intent as one protective national formation after another activated. Yet the gravity etched upon the hunchbacked elder's face dissolved into bone-chilling despair in the very next instant. He sensed it. Above the dim sky, a supreme imperial aura was slowly descending. It was the true, ultimate emperor. It's over. Only these two words remained in the hunchbacked old man's mind. The imperial dynasty had provoked such an existence. Even with the Ji clan's backing, distant water could not quench a nearby fire. In the void, Ling Canglan stood with one hand behind his back, the other cradling an ancient, simple cauldron. His white robes billowed like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Imperial might rolled off the burning heaven cauldron, crushing down with overwhelming force. The countless grand formations that had shone brilliantly moments before now flickered like candles in the wind before this imperial might, their radiance fading by 90% in an instant. The hunchbacked elder struggled to lift his head, his voice raspy as he demanded. Which imperial presence graces us today? Where has our Tianling dynasty offended you, honored elder, to deserve such utter annihilation? Ling Canglan didn't even bother to glance at him. Does destroying your empire require a reason? The words were domineering, brutal, and utterly unreasonable. The hunchbacked elder choked on his words, nearly unable to breathe, his entire face turning the color of liver. Every powerful figure within the imperial court heard those words, each seething with anger yet dared not utter a sound. This was the first time since aligning with the Ji clan that they had been so openly humiliated in their own domain. They seethed with frustration, yet stood powerless. Chapter 17, The Primordial Crocodile Turtle of the Emperor Realm. The hunchbacked old man tried to speak again, hoping to invoke the emperor's authority to restrain his opponent. But Ling Canglan paid him no mind whatsoever. He turned his head to look at his still dazed disciple beside him. Tian Lingxue. His voice was calm. I ask you, are you willing to see this imperial palace stained with 3 feet of blood? He placed the slaughtering blade, the very power of life and death over this entire dynasty, into the hands of this 16-year-old girl. He let her personally settle this karmic debt. And let her take the first step toward becoming empress. Tian Lingxue's body trembled slightly. 3 feet of blood in the palace? That place where she had grown up, where blood of her own lineage flowed. She hated Tian Linghan, hated old Lady Jean, hated those palace servants who watched coldly. Yet to issue the order herself, to slaughter the entire city, her heart, battered by trials, still faltered. Ling Canglan did not press her. He simply began walking toward the imperial city, protected by countless great formations. Since you cannot see clearly, then your master shall guide you through this journey. He walked slowly, his snow-white robes untouched by dust. Thud. His first step landed. The protective barrier enveloping the sacred capital, that luminous shield passed down for millions of years, emitted a groan of strain, its surface cracking like a spiderweb. Thud. The second step fell. Above the light barrier, dozens of supreme killing arrays concealed within the void were obliterated before they could unleash even a fraction of their lethal intent. As if erased by an invisible hand, their foundations shattered inch by inch, reduced to dust. Within the imperial palace's forbidden grounds, the hunchbacked elder who had just taken his first step sought his pupil's contract to pinpricks. His entire body froze in place, as if plunged into an ice cave. It's over. Completely over. This was no mere emperor of the ultimate path. This was an existence that had ventured far beyond the Emperor Realm itself. Forget the Ji clan. Even if the Ji clan's ancient ancestor himself arrived, he'd likely have to politely address this being his senior. What kind of monstrous being had the celestial spirit dynasty provoked? Ling Canglan didn't even glance at the hunchbacked old man. His voice, utterly devoid of emotion, echoed across the entire sacred capital. Tian Ling Hong, come out. Boom. Deprived of all protective formations, the imperial palace collapsed in massive sections under the shockwaves of that voice. Glazed tiles shattered, jade pillars snapped. The imperial palace, symbol of supreme power in the Yuanling domain, was reduced to ruins in an instant. A battered figure scrambled and crawled out from the rubble. It was none other than the Tianling Emperor, Tian Ling Hong. His dragon robe was torn to shreds, his face caked in dust and blood. Not a trace of imperial dignity remained. The hunchback elder within the forbidden grounds trembled with rage at the sight, fury surging to his very crown. Wretched fool! He flickered into existence before Tian Ling Hong and raised his hand to deliver a sharp slap. Smack! The sharp crack echoed throughout the hall. Tian Ling Hong was sent flying over 10 meters by the blow, one side of his face swelling up like a balloon. Several teeth mixed with blood foam spilled from his mouth. Ancestor! Before he could finish, he looked up and saw the figure beside Ling Canglan, the one who haunted his dreams and filled him with seething hatred. Rebellious daughter. Tian Ling Hong's expression instantly twisted into a savage grimace. You dare return? You bringer of disaster. The words had barely left his lips. A will capable of shattering the heavens and earth descended from the sky. Snap! Countless bones shattered throughout Tian Ling Hong's body. His legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees, unable to control himself. Ling Canglan once again handed the decision to his disciple beside him. Your enemy stands before you. Is your blade still sharp? Tian Ling Xue drew a deep breath, suppressing every stray thought in her mind. Step by step, she approached the man kneeling on the ground. Once, she too had knelt before him like this, begging him to save her mother. But all she received in return was a cold, indifferent back. She stood before Tian Ling Hong, looking down at him from above. Did you kill my mother? Her voice held not a shred of emotion, and she couldn't even be bothered to utter the words Father Emperor. Tian Ling Hong stared at her face, bearing a striking resemblance to the late empress, yet as cold as frost, and knew there was no escape today. In his despair, he burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. So what if I did it? His face contorted as he roared at Tian Ling Xue. For the eternal foundation of the Tianling dynasty, for the chance to climb the mighty tree of the Ji family, what harm is there in one woman making a sacrifice? It was her honor. He glared at Tian Ling Xue, his eyes filled with venom and regret. But you worthless piece of trash. Just like your mother, you're nothing but a stumbling block on the path to my conquest. How I regret it. Why did I show mercy back then? Why didn't I eradicate you, this bastard offspring, along with the rest? Those final words pierced like the sharpest blade, shattering the last shred of familial bond within Tian Ling Xue's heart. Boom! A desolate, ruthless aura terrifying enough to slaughter all living things erupted from Tian Ling Xue's body. Her once clear eyes had, at some unknown moment, turned entirely blood red. Above the dome, winds and clouds swirled violently as boundless killing intent coalesced into a crimson sword beam that spanned the heavens. The sheer might radiating from that blade made the hunchbacked old man beside her tremble in terror, and even Ling Canglan couldn't help but glance at it twice. Such a blood-soaked aura could only be forged by slaughtering countless lives. His disciple's origins in a past life were likely terrifying indeed. The celestial spirit dynasty must perish. A cold voice emerged from her lips. The crimson sword beam crashed down with a thunderous roar. This strike was not aimed at any individual, but at the entire holy capital. Boom! Half the holy capital, along with the imperial palace that had just been reduced to ruins, was leveled to the ground by this single strike. Countless cultivators were crushed into dust before they could even utter a scream. Tian Ling Hong, kneeling on the ground, had his soul and spirit annihilated on the spot. The hunchbacked old man beside him was struck by the sword's residual energy, his entire right arm severed at the shoulder as blood spurted wildly. The earth split open, revealing a bottomless chasm stretching 10,000 feet deep. Just as the holy capital was about to be utterly destroyed, the entire land suddenly began to shake violently. This land, which had borne the holy capital for countless millennia, began to rise slowly. A colossal creature of unimaginable size, stretching tens of thousands of miles, revealed its true form from the depths beneath. It was an ancient, primordial alligator turtle of unimaginable age. Its shell formed the very foundation of the holy city. A terrifying imperial aura, no weaker than that of a second-step emperor, radiated from its body. Yet this terrifying creature, capable of shaking all 3,000 realms, slowly lowered its head, as massive as a mountain. Its eyes, seemingly containing the stars of countless millennia, gazed with reverence upon the diminutive figure suspended mid-air. A voice, ancient and reverent, echoed across the heavens and earth. This humble servant has slumbered for countless millennia. We humbly welcome the Empress's return. Chapter 18, The New Dynasty. Empress? Return? She gazed down at the abyss she had cleaved open with a single sword strike, then turned her eyes to the primordial crocodile turtle, its size beyond imagination. Who am I? Fragmented scenes flashed through her mind. A figure clad in moon-white robes stood atop the 9 heavens, shrouded in chaotic mist, radiating peerless elegance. Was that figure me? The will to annihilate half a sacred capital and slaughter imperial kin, that world-shattering, heaven-defying killing intent, was that hers too? Yet she knew all too well that such a world-shattering strike was far beyond the capabilities of someone merely at the heavenly realm stage. An inexplicable dread gripped her heart. She feared being utterly replaced by that unfamiliar figure, becoming a monster driven solely by slaughter. She instinctively ignored the colossal beast of the Emperor Realm at her feet and turned to look at the man clad in snow-white robes. He was her only anchor. Master. Her voice trembled with a quiver she hadn't even noticed herself. Ling Canglan's voice was flat. Tian Lingxue, you are only you. Past dreams and memories are but the foundation upon which you ascend to the summit. Your path must ultimately be walked by you alone. No one can take your place. Ling Canglan's words swept away the shadows in her heart like a gentle spring breeze. He pointed to the shattered ruins of the imperial city, then gestured toward the colossal turtle beneath their feet. From this day forward, you shall be the sovereign of the Yuanling realm. Establish an immortal new dynasty. It is your first subject and your guardian. The Lingxiao Holy Sect shall forever be your steadfast support. Tian Lingxue's heart settled into an unprecedented calm. Revenge was not the end. The throne of Empress is the true path of cultivation. Just as her emotions began to settle, the skies above suddenly erupted in chaos. Gaping rifts tore open in the void. Hundreds of pitch-black warships bearing the banner inscribed with the characters Tianling crushed through the clouds, tearing through the sky as they approached. A million soldiers clad in uniform golden armor, their murderous aura piercing the heavens, formed a colossal golden dragon battle formation, standing atop the void. The chilling aura froze the entire world in its tracks. At the forefront stood a commander whose cultivation had reached the peak of the holy sacrifice realm. Wielding a dragon spear, his voice boomed like thunder. What demonic fiend dares to run amok within the territories of our Tianling Empire? Do you not know that the holy capital is a place protected by our Tianling clan? His rebuke carried an air of supreme authority. This golden armor guard was the Tianling Empire's trump card for intimidating neighboring realms, stationed abroad year-round. Who would have thought they would appear here today? Upon seeing this force, a glimmer of hope flickered across the hunchbacked old man's face, which had been as lifeless as burnt ashes. Yet that glimmer of hope was utterly crushed in the very next instant. Noisy. The ancient crocodile turtle slowly raised its mountain-like head. Its enormous eyes, as vast as the sun, moon, and stars, were filled with savage contempt. A bunch of ants, daring to show disrespect to the Empress? Boom! A colossal imperial might surged from its body, crashing down upon the million golden armored guards. Crack! The impregnable golden dragon battle formation crumbled like paper before this imperial might, instantly riddled with cracks. Tens of thousands of soldiers spat blood and plummeted from the sky. The golden armored commander at the forefront was struck as if by lightning, his entire being numbed. Emperor Realm. A living, breathing emperor-level being. How could such an ancient monster exist in this godforsaken place? Hold your ground. Just as the primordial crocodile turtle prepared to swat these flies to death with a single slap, Ling Canglan's calm voice rang out. He raised his hand. The burning heaven cauldron, which had been suppressing the holy capital, whirled and instantly appeared above the primordial crocodile turtle's head. Hum! A colossal power, far surpassing that of the primordial alligator turtle, crashed down with overwhelming force. The colossal body of the crocodile turtle suddenly sank. The imperial might that had been so arrogant moments before was instantly forced back into its body, leaving it unable to move. For the first time, the emotion known as fear flickered within its enormous eyes. Ling Canglan calculated silently. This golden armor guard unit was well trained, and their battle formations were quite extraordinary. Using them to bolster my disciple's presence would be quite fitting. Making use of what's available, nothing to be ashamed of. He no longer paid attention to the cowed crocodile turtle, instead turning his gaze toward the golden armor guards, who had been utterly terrified into stupor. An indescribable, terrifying will descended. This will was 10,000 times more terrifying than the ancient crocodile turtle's imperial might, enveloping the entire Yuanling domain. Within the domain, countless ancient monsters in seclusion regardless of cultivation level were jolted awake in that instant. They fell to their knees, trembling violently. Ling Canglan's voice echoed to every corner of the Yuanling domain. The celestial spirit dynasty is now a thing of the past. From this day forward, Tianling Shui shall be the new sovereign of the Yuanling domain. Should any of the Tianling clan refuse to submit, they may come to my Lingxiao Holy Sect. Seek justice there. Within 3 days, those who refuse shall face annihilation. The golden armored commander's legs buckled beneath him. Unable to stand any longer, he collapsed to his knees mid-air. Are you kidding me? He raised his hand to subdue an emperor-level beast and with a single command, determined the rise and fall of an entire domain. And now he's specifically demanding the Tuoba dynasty seek justice at the Lingxiao Holy Sect? What a terrifying existence. He had no doubt that if he dared utter a single no, the next instant, this million-strong army along with the Tuoba Empire, millions of miles away would be crushed under a single finger. Your servant Tianling Peak, leading 1,000,000 golden armor guards, pays homage to the empress. He bowed his head deeply, his voice brimming with reverence and submission. We pay homage to the empress. 1,000,000 golden armor guards knelt in unison, their roar like a mountain collapsing and a sea crashing, shaking the heavens. Tianling Xue watched the scene unfold before her heart surging with emotion. This, she realized, was the taste of power. Ling Canglan snapped her fingers. A streak of light pierced Tuoba Feng's forehead. This is the primordial soul curse. Should you harbor a single thought of disloyalty, your true spirit shall be obliterated, condemned to eternal damnation. Tianling Peak's body trembled violently as he felt an inescapable shackle take root deep within his soul. The last shred of hope in his heart shattered completely. Ling Canglan withdrew the burning heaven cauldron, releasing its suppression on the primordial crocodile turtle. The ancient tortoise lay motionless in the deep pit, its shell trembling. It recalled the terror from ages past, when it had been dominated by that peerless empress. Back then, it hadn't yet reached the Emperor Realm and had nearly been captured to be refined into a cauldron of 10-ingredient turtle jelly. Empress, your majesty, this old servant's flesh is sour and unpalatable. A trembling divine thought transmitted into Tianling Xue's sea of consciousness. Tianling Xue froze for a moment, then found herself both amused and exasperated. Ling Canglan chuckled too. Rest assured, she doesn't much care for turtle jelly anymore. You shall be her guardian. When she ascends to rule the world, your rewards will be plentiful. At these words, the primordial alligator turtle's eyes lit up. This was a chance to latch onto a powerful patron. It promptly lowered its mountain-like head, adopting an attitude of utmost reverence. This humble servant obeys. Rest assured, Empress. Before you come into your own, if anyone so much as touches a single hair on your head, this old servant will devour their entire family first. Fearing its sincerity might not be enough, it added. Your Majesty, this old servant still has millions of descendants across the 100 domains of Yen. Should you ever require our service, my entire clan is prepared to fight to the death for you. As it spoke, it voluntarily offered a strand of its life-bound soul light. Please plant your imperial mark upon this servant. I vow to serve you faithfully through countless lifetimes. Chapter 19, Arrangements and Bottlenecks. Ling Canglan confirmed the details. This primordial crocodile turtle at the Emperor Realm, coupled with the golden armor guard and the few magical treasures he had left behind. This core team would be formidable even before the ancient imperial clans of Yan's 100 realms. He gave Tianling Xue a few instructions. Then he dumped all the resources he'd plundered from the Tianling Empire into her hands. With all this done, he swept his hand before him. The void tore apart like fabric. The rest is up to you. With those words, he stepped into the rift, his figure vanishing. He had fully entrusted this land, freshly scarred by blood and fire, to his disciple, and brought Ji Chen along to assist Tianling Xue. Back at the thatched cottage on Jioli Immortal Island. A series of mechanical beeps sounded within Ling Canglan's mind. Ding! Detected host disciple Ji Chen. Slain one supreme realm patriarch of the Tianling Empire. Congratulations to the host on receiving feedback reward, alchemy talent. Ding! Detected host disciple Ji Chen. Slain one peak holy sacrifice realm emperor of the Tianling dynasty. Congratulations, host, on receiving feedback reward, 100 years of cultivation, 10 sacred medicinal plants. Ding! Detected host disciple Ji Chen slaying dozens of generals of the Celestial Spirit Empire. Congratulations to the host for receiving the feedback reward, 1000 sacred herbs. Ding! Detected host's disciple Tianling Xue successfully taking control of a domain Yuanling domain. Task sweeping through the Canglan Great World Progress Update, 3000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the phase task. You have earned a system grand gift package. Would you like to open it? The flurry of notifications put Ling Canglan in a good mood. That kid Ji Chen sure knows how to play dirty. But he liked it. As for Tianling Xue, her progress was even faster than he'd anticipated. Open the gift pack. Ding! Gift package opening. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Extreme Path Insight Fragments X5, Fragment of the Immortal Pill Classic, Creation Pill Chapter. Ling Canglan retrieved both items. 5 fragments, each shrouded in chaotic hues and swirling with profound Taoist principles, exactly what he needed most right now. The other item was a golden page inscribed with the formula for a pill called the Creation Pill. The Immortal Pill Classic. This thing had quite the pedigree. Legend held that merely glimpsing its surface could grant one the pinnacle of immortality. Mastering it completely could even unlock the ultimate path to immortality. He carefully studied the formula for the Creation Pill. This pill could cause cultivators below the sacred sacrifice realm to skyrocket in cultivation without any side effects. Sounds pretty impressive. But it had a fatal flaw. Those who consume it sever their future path of cultivation, forever locking their realm at the peak of true God. Moreover, the alchemist could engrave their divine soul imprint into the pill. The recipient will develop absolute loyalty toward the alchemist. Useless. Ling Canglan delivered his verdict. However, if used at certain critical moments, this thing might just prove surprisingly effective. He tucked away the fragment of the alchemy text and cradled a shard of supreme enlightenment in his palm. His consciousness plunged into it. In an instant, thunder roared and the earth shattered. Ancient chariots of war rolled through the void, endless principles and truths unfolding, colliding, and fading before his eyes. Outside, the aura surrounding him grew ever more profound, like an unfathomable abyss. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. News of the Tianling dynasty's collapse and the Yuanling domain's change of hands had long spread throughout the surrounding Yin territories and 100 realms. An imperial capital 100 times grander than the former sacred capital rose from the earth atop the back of a primordial crocodile turtle. Tianling Shui abolished the imperial title Tianling and established the Sun-Moon Empire. The name signified that all lands illuminated by the sun and moon now belonged to her empire. Now, clad in an embroidered sun-moon robe, she sat regally upon the imperial throne. Her cultivation had already broken through to the void god realm. As her past life memories steadily reconnected, her cultivation progressed at a terrifying pace. 1,000,000 golden armor guards protected the imperial capital, while a primordial crocodile tortoise safeguarded the nation's fortune. 2 holy sacrifice realm elders dispatched by the Lingxiao holy sect stood by to assist her. She had deployed the entire golden armor guard army to the border regions bordering the Xianyu domain. That was the territory of the Ji clan. Yet strangely, over the past half year, not a single stir had come from the Ji family's side in eerie, abnormal silence. Lingxiao holy sect, Jioli Immortal Isle. Beneath an ancient tree in a small courtyard, Ji Chen opened his eyes. After half a year of grueling cultivation, fueled by vast resources and top-tier cultivation techniques, his cultivation had reached the peak of the void god realm. Yet he was stuck. No matter how fiercely he pushed, he could not take that final step into the heavenly god realm. His spiritual energy felt like a mass of insubstantial cotton, vast in appearance, yet lacking any true substance. Merely grinding away at cultivation without the tempering of real combat. No matter how powerful the spiritual energy, it remains nothing but an empty shell. He finally understood. Towering trees cannot grow in a greenhouse. He rose and walked toward Ling Canglan's simple thatched cottage. Disciple Ji Chen pays respects to his master. He bowed respectfully. This disciple wishes to venture forth for training. Inside the hut, Ling Canglan was somewhat taken aback by these words. He pondered for a moment. This young man had been under his wing for too long, which was indeed detrimental to his growth. Real combat was the best way to solidify one's foundation. Outside the hut, Ji Chen stood ramrod straight. He continued. Master, I have made my decision. The path of the Dao demands confrontation, battling heaven, wrestling with earth, and above all, engaging in mortal combat with others. Staying by your side offers stability, but flowers grown in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms. I wish to venture out into the world. The door of the thatched cottage creaked open. Ling Canglan stepped out, sizing up his disciple from head to toe with an expressionless face. Have you come to terms with it? I have. Ji Chen's reply was firm and resolute. Ling Canglan nodded, satisfied with Ji Chen's resolve. Very well. In the Mo Yun domain, a sacred tomb has recently emerged. It's said to be the burial site of a saint's sacrifice realm powerhouse from 10,000 years ago. Every capable young talent across the 3,000 realms will likely flock to join the commotion. It's fitting for you to go there. You can seek opportunities there, see some bloodshed, and temper yourself. Sacred tomb. Ji Chen's breathing grew heavier. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Another face involuntarily surfaced in his mind: Ji Wusheng. The cousin who had extracted his supreme bone and destroyed his entire family. Would he be there too? Ji Chen's fists clenched unconsciously. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Ling Canglan observed his reaction with a calm voice. Hatred is fuel, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Your enemies aren't limited to the Ji family. The 100 domains of Yin territory are but a drop in the ocean of the vast Canglan world. The world beyond is infinitely larger. Ji Chen's heart lurched, and he bowed in acknowledgement. This disciple will remember your teachings, master. Ling Canglan hummed in acknowledgement, satisfied with his attitude. I shall dispatch an elder to secretly protect you. However, he will not intervene unless you face life or death peril. Within the sacred tomb, variables abound. Factions of all kinds mingle like fish and dragons. Even with a protector, nothing is guaranteed. Whether you live or die depends entirely on your own destiny. With that, he snapped his fingers. A smooth jade token flew into Ji Chen's hand. Engraved upon it was a single, ancient character, Ling. Within this jade token lies a fragment of my will. Should you ever find yourself at the end of your rope, crush it. Ji Chen clasped the jade token, feeling a warm current surge through his entire body. The aura emanating from it gave him the illusion of gazing upon an endless starry sky. This thing, even a peak Supreme Realm powerhouse might not withstand a single strike from it. Your stagnation at the peak of the Void God realm stems from unstable foundations. Though your spiritual power is vast, it lacks refinement and depth. Ling Canglan offered a few more words of guidance. On your journey, minimize reliance on pills and engage in combat with others. The day you can compress your spiritual energy to its absolute limit is the day you'll step into the heavenly God realm. He calculated in his mind that once this youngster reached the true God realm, it would be time to take him to the Ji clan and settle that karmic debt once and for all. But now was not the time. Ji Chen committed every word of his master's instruction to memory. Disciple takes his leave. He bowed once more, then transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the mountain gates. Chapter 20, The Bai Family's Envoy. Millions of miles away, in the Fenglan domain. Within an ancient hall of the Bai clan, an ancient imperial lineage, the atmosphere was oppressive. Upon the dais, a man clad in blue robes wore a face heavy with sorrow. Uncles and elders, our patriarch has passed away. Boom! The words struck like thunder from the heavens, reverberating through the hearts of every Bai clan elder present. The hall fell into deathly silence. Every face bore expressions of utter disbelief and despair. The Bai clan had once produced a great emperor of the second step of the ultimate path, whose might had reverberated across the lands of Yen for tens of thousands of years. Yet as 10,000 years passed, even heroes grew old. Without the emperor's presence to anchor them, the imperial clan resembled a true dragon stripped of its scales, instantly becoming prime prey in the eyes of countless jackals, tigers, and beasts. It's over. An elder slumped lifelessly into his chair. With the patriarch gone, our Bai clan is doomed. Those scum from the Nanshan Ji clan have long coveted our clan. Now. The man in blue robes took a deep breath and delivered an even worse piece of news. When it rains, it pours. Scouts from our clan report that an enormous spirit stone vein has been discovered within the borders of our Fenglan domain, with astonishing reserves. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire hall. In the past, this would have been cause for immense celebration. But now, it was a death sentence. The man is innocent, but the treasure brings guilt. East Jiangxi Chu, South Chanji Clan, North Polar Snowjade Sect, West Hezi Sword Sect. With each name uttered by the man in blue, the elder's expressions darkened further. These were the four most powerful hegemons across the 100 realms of Yin territory. The Western Chu Empire has already amassed 1 million troops along the border. Though the Ji clan has been dealing with internal turmoil lately, they won't let this opportunity slip. The Snowjade Sect and Purple Sword Sect are notorious for exploiting chaos. When our patriarch was alive, they dared not act so brazenly. Now. One elder trembled with rage, pounding his fist on the table as bitterness and fury filled his voice. Heaven itself seeks to destroy our Bai clan. Despair spread through the grand hall. Just then, the man in green shifted his tone. Gentlemen, we are not yet at the end of our rope. Our Bai family still has one path left to take. All eyes turned to him. To seek refuge under the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The man in green enunciated each word deliberately. What? Ally with that newly risen sect? An elder voiced his doubt. The Holy Sect may be powerful, but it only dominates the Qingming realm. How could it possibly rival the four great overlords? The man in blue shook his head. Uncles, your information is far too outdated. As far as I know, the Lingxiao Holy Sect recently annihilated the Tianling Empire and single-handedly established the new ruler of the Yuanling domain. Even Ji Chen, the sacred sacrifice realm ancestor of the Ji clan behind the Tianling Empire, perished outside the Sect's gates without uttering a sound. With such power and such tactics, do you truly believe they will stop at the Qingming domain? He paused briefly before continuing his analysis. It's only a matter of time before the Lingxiao Holy Sect sweeps across the 100 realms of Yin territory. Our allegiance now is aid in their hour of need. I propose we surrender 90% of the profits from that spirit stone vein to the Lingxiao Holy Sect and proclaim to all realms that the Bai family henceforth wishes to become a vassal of the Holy Sect. Pass this hot potato to the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect wants resources, we want protection. We each get what we need. Silence once again fell upon the grand hall. This proposal was too audacious. Staking the fate of their clan on an external power. But did they have any other choice? The man in green robes surveyed the wavering crowd, his own resolve wavering. Would the Lingxiao Holy Sect dare take on this mess and risk offending all four great overlords at once? Just then, a clan elder clad in light gray robes, his face etched with wrinkles, rose to his feet. He sighed, his voice aged yet resolute. Let's proceed this way. If we don't decide soon, once those families react, our Bai clan won't even have the right to sit at the negotiating table. Let me go. This old face of mine still carries some weight within the 100 realms. I hope to meet someone from the Holy Sect who truly holds the authority to make decisions. The situation was urgent, and he prepared to depart immediately. Prepare for the worst outcome on this mission. If the Holy Sect refuses, then the Bai family must be prepared to fight to the bitter end. Lingxiao Holy Sect, Jolie Immortal Isle. The figure of Holy Lord Mo Yuan appeared outside the thatched cottage. He adjusted his robes and bowed respectfully. Mo Yuan, seeking an audience with the patriarch. Enter. The door to the thatched cottage swung open without a breeze. Mo Yuan stepped inside and bowed once more before the figure seated cross-legged. Ancestor, 2 urgent matters within the sect require your decision. Ling Canglan did not turn around. Speak. First, the sect's resources are nearing depletion. Mo Yuan's tone carried a hint of worry. The Qingshao domain was barren to begin with. Over the years, our sect has produced generation after generation of prodigies, consuming vast resources. Our own spirit stone veins are nearly depleted. Compounding this, the newly established Yuanling domain is rebuilding from the ground up, with limited resources to spare. At this rate, within half a year at most, the sect will be unable to provide sufficient spirit stones and elixirs for its disciples. Secondly, the term of our disciple's position as Holy Master has reached 900 years and is nearing its end. Should we proceed with the early selection of a Holy Son to designate the next Holy Master? We await the Ancestor's guidance. Ling Canglan had long anticipated the depletion of resources. The Holy Sect's rapid expansion had stretched its resources too thin. This outcome was inevitable. He had considered simply swallowing the Xianyue domain whole, devouring all the Ji family's dozens of domains in one fell swoop. But he quickly dismissed the notion. The Holy Sect's current foundations were insufficient to digest such vast territories as the Ji clans. Forcing such an absorption would only lead to self-destruction. Besides, keeping the Ji clan around provided a convenient training ground for his 2 disciples to gain experience. Regarding the resources, I'll give you my answer in 10 days. Ling Canglan's voice remained calm, betraying not a hint of urgency. As for the succession of the Holy Sovereign, he was even less concerned. Your term still has 100 years left. Why the rush? I have my own plans for the position of Holy Sovereign. Mo Yuan's heart stirred, and he dared not ask further. If the Ancestor said he had plans, then he surely had a foolproof strategy. He bowed respectfully, preparing to withdraw. A gentle force lifted him up, and in the next instant, he found himself outside the 9ly Immortal Isle. Mo Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. The Ancestor was still the same as ever. He turned and returned to his own sacred Lord's Hall. Just as Ling Canglan pondered alone which domain to target first for resources. Outside the mountain gates of the Lingshao Holy Sect, an aged figure emerged from the void. It was none other than Bai Changqing, the late-stage Holy Sacrifice clan elder of the Bai family. He suppressed all traces of his aura and bowed deeply before the majestic gates of the Holy Sect. Bai Changqing, envoy of the Bai clan from the Fenglan domain, seeks an audience with the Holy Lord Mo Yuan. He deliberately adopted a submissive tone, using the term request an audience and referring to himself as an envoy rather than a clan elder. This commotion stunned both the mountain guarding disciples and the patrolling elders. The Bai clan? The ancient imperial clan of the Bai family from the 100 domains of Yin? Did I hear correctly? They actually sent someone, and in this tone? An elder's face twisted with disbelief. The Bai clan's reputation was formidable throughout the 100 realms of Yin. Their foundations were so profound that even colossal clans like the Ji family dared not provoke them lightly. Now, an envoy from an imperial clan was requesting an audience in a tone bordering on that of a subordinate faction. Had the sun risen in the west? Something monumental must have happened within the Bai family. Either their emperor has fallen, or they face annihilation. Nothing else could make them humble themselves like this. The elders murmured among themselves, each piecing together fragments of the puzzle, yet none dared to speak with absolute certainty. Chapter 21, Windfall from Heaven. The news swiftly reached Mo Yuan, who had just returned to the Holy Lord's Hall. An envoy from the Bai family? Mo Yuan was puzzled, but the Bai family was an imperial clan after all. He dared not show disrespect. This matter smacked of peculiarity. It presented a perfect opportunity to probe the other party's true intentions and provide valuable insights for the Patriarch's subsequent decisions. Let him in. Shortly thereafter, Bai Changqing followed behind an inner door disciple as they stepped onto the grounds of Lingshao Holy Sect. Beneath his feet lay the Rainbow Bridge, spanning the sea of clouds. In the distance, immortal islands hung suspended at the edge of the sky. An overwhelmingly dense spiritual energy washed over him, tempting even this veteran at the late stage of the sacred sacrifice realm to inhale deeply a few more times. Jade palaces and crystal towers flickered in and out of view amidst the mist, while sacred cranes cried in unison and auspicious beasts galloped across the landscape. Such a scene belongs only in heaven. How often does one encounter it in the mortal world? Bai Changqing's heart swelled with profound emotion. Compared to this place, his Bai family's ancestral lands were like a rustic outhouse next to a heavenly palace. His conviction only deepened. This Lingshao Holy Sect truly possessed the potential to one day sweep across the 100 realms of Yin territory. Hearing his words, the inner door disciple leading the way unconsciously puffed out his chest, his face beaming with pride. Bai Changqing knew how to handle himself. He reached into his storage ring, pulled out a pigeon egg-sized spirit stone, and slipped it into the disciple's hand. Young friend, a token for your trouble. It's nothing much. The disciple hesitated to refuse, but the smooth texture and overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the stone made him swallow his words. A top-grade spirit stone. This single stone was worth 100 years' worth of his monthly stipend. So this was the old monster from the Imperial clan? His generosity was truly staggering. He tucked away the spirit stone, his demeanor growing even more respectful as he led Bai Chongqing toward the Holy Lord's Hall, the main hall of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Bai Chongqing entered the hall, his heart heavy with the weight of his clan's fate. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply before Mo Yuan seated at the head of the hall, adopting the posture of an envoy from a subordinate faction. Bai Chongqing, envoy of the Bai clan of the Fenglan domain, pays his respects to the Holy Lord. Mo Yuan raised his hand, signaling him to rise. Bai Chongqing straightened and got straight to the point. Holy Sovereign, our family patriarch passed away 3 days ago. At these words, Mo Yuan's heart sank. The demise of an imperial clan emperor was an event capable of unleashing a storm of bloodshed across the 100 realms of Yen. Additionally, our clan has discovered an exceptionally large spirit stone vein within the Fenglan domain. Bai Chongqing delivered the second bombshell. Mo Yuan's breath caught for a moment. A super-sized spirit stone vein? The value of such a treasure was enough to drive an entire immortal imperial clan mad. With the Bai family patriarch just deceased, the emergence of such a deadly treasure, what else could it be but a death warrant? Our Bai family knows we lack the strength to guard this mine. Bai Chongqing's tone brimmed with bitterness and resignation. To ensure our clan's survival, the Bai family pledges allegiance to the Holy Sect, forever serving as its vassals. As a token of our sincerity, we offer 90% of the mining rights to the spirit stone veins within the Fenglan domain, along with that colossal spirit stone vein itself. We only ask that the Holy Sect protect the Bai bloodline from extinction. Mo Yuan's heart gave a violent thud. This offer was too grand. Should it be secured, the Holy Sect would never need to worry about resources for 10,000 years to come. But this tempting offer carried a deadly poison. East, Jiangxi South, Shanji Clan North, Arctic Snowjade Sect West, Heezy Sword Sect. Each of these 4 great powers was ruthless enough to devour their prey whole. With the death of the Bai family patriarch, they've likely been sharpening their blades in anticipation. For the Holy Sect to take on this burden now would mean facing the wrath of all 4 tyrants simultaneously. One misstep, and they'd face annihilation by a united front. This matter far exceeded the scope of what a single holy sovereign could decide. This is a matter of great gravity. You may wait here for now. Mo Yuan dared not delay. He hurriedly left these words behind before his figure vanished from the grand hall. He must seek guidance from the Ancestor. Jolie Immortal Isle. Mo Yuan reported the Bai family's request and conditions to Ling Canglan in the thatched cottage, leaving nothing out. He emphasized the staggering value of that colossal spirit stone vein and highlighted the immense risk posed by the covetous eyes of the 4 great overlords. Inside the hut, Ling Canglan had just been fretting over the sect's resource issues. After hearing Mo Yuan's report, he nearly laughed out loud. It was as if someone had delivered a pillow just as he'd grown drowsy. As for those so-called 4 great overlords? A calm voice echoed directly within Mo Yuan's mind. Agree to him. Mo Yuan froze. That's it? Was the Ancestor not even considering it? Ancestor, this means antagonizing the 4 great overlords. Are we truly to intervene in this matter? He asked, still uneasy. From within the thatched cottage, Ling Canglan's light chuckle echoed. That laughter carried an air of absolute confidence, as if surveying all creation from above. With me here, the sky won't fall. Mo Yuan's body trembled. All hesitation, all worry, vanished like smoke in that single sentence. Indeed. How could he have forgotten that his own ancestor was an unparalleled being capable of determining the rise and fall of an entire realm with a single word? What could a mere handful of imperial clans possibly amount to? Disciple understands. Mo Yuan bowed respectfully toward the thatched cottage, the weight lifting completely from his heart as he turned and returned to the Holy Lord's Hall. He knew that from this day forward, the chessboard of Lingxiao Holy Sect would expand from the Qingming realm to encompass all 100 realms of Yin territory. After Mo Yuan departed, the ninely immortal all fell silent once more. Ling Canglan sat cross-legged within the hut, the 5 chaotic colored fragments suspended before him. He extended a thread of divine sense to touch one of them. Within his sea of consciousness, the heavens and earth inverted, and a grand scroll of the Dao unfolded with a thunderous roar. Countless ancient and obscure Taoist scriptures, like living entities, swirled around his soul, unfolding the ultimate mysteries of birth and death. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the entire Canglan great world trembled faintly. That earth-shattering pressure, powerful enough to shatter stars, appeared for only an instant before being smoothed away by an even more profound force, vanishing without a trace. Within the thatched cottage, Ling Canglan opened his eyes. The aura emanating from his body did not grow stronger, instead, it became increasingly ethereal, as if he had completely merged with this realm. The 5th step of the ultimate path was complete. Within these 10 days, a single piece of news swept across the entire Yin domain. The ancient imperial clan of the Fenglan domain, the Bai family, had unexpectedly submitted to the Lingxiao Holy Sect of the Qingming domain. The news sent shockwaves through all the realms. Did I hear that right? The Bai clan? The very Bai clan that produced an emperor, now bowing down to serve as a subordinate to some newly emerged sect? They've lost their minds. Those old fossils of the Bai clan must be insane. I heard the Bai clan patriarch passed away, but even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. They wouldn't stoop so low, would they? Countless ancient lineages are discussing this matter. The Bai family's maneuver has thoroughly muddied the waters across the 100 realms of Yin territory. Even more critical, another piece of news spread simultaneously. The Bai family had discovered a colossal spirit stone vein with reserves so vast they were terrifying. Now, everyone understood. This wasn't just recklessness, it was courting death. And they were dragging the Lingxiao holy sect down with them. All eyes turned toward the 4 colossal powers dominating the 100 realms of Yin. The show was about to begin. Chapter 22, The Overlords Assemble. Xianyue Domain, Ji Clan. Within an ancient temple suspended deep within the sea of clouds, the atmosphere hung heavy. Ever since the 5th ancestor Ji Chen perished outside the gates of the Lingxiao holy sect, the Ji clan had not felt such profound humiliation. A man clad in a jet-black robe, bearing an ancient sword upon his back, stood before them. He was the 4th ancestor of the Ji clan, a genuine second-step supreme emperor. He broke the silence, his voice cold and sharp. A newly established sect dares to accept an imperial clan vassal? This is a direct affront to our Ji clan. If we do nothing, where is the imperial might of our Ji clan? Several clan elders within the hall, all at the supreme realm, echoed his words. Just then, a hoarse voice cut through the air. The speaker was a blind old woman, leaning on a cane, the 3rd ancestor of the Ji clan. 4th, calm yourself. Our 1st ancestor is on the verge of breaking through to the 5th step of the supreme path. He's just a hair's breadth away. Once the 1st ancestor emerges from seclusion, the Lingxiao holy sect will be annihilated in the blink of an eye. She paused, then dropped an even more astonishing piece of news. Moreover, that child Wushang has been accepted as a true disciple by the 3 Talents Immortal Hall of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. The Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. The 3 Talents Immortal Hall. These were true immortal powers, entities that looked down upon the entire 3,000 realms. The elders within the hall all drew sharp breaths. 3rd ancestor, is this true? Indeed. A sinister smile spread across the blind old crone's face. Within 10,000 years, our Ji clan shall become the sole overlord of the 100 realms within Yin territory. We shall even break free from this barren land. Hearing this, every face in the hall twisted with ecstatic joy. So the clan had such a hidden ace up its sleeve. Why rush then? Let the Lingxiao holy sect make a fuss for a few more days. Once the great ancestor emerges from seclusion, once Ji Wushang completes his training and returns, 100 domains of Yin will be ours to command. Issue the order, observe developments quietly. While the Ji clan chose to hold their ground, the other 3 clans could no longer sit idly by. East River Domain, Western Chu Empire. Arctic Domain, Snow Jade Sect. Shiha Domain, Purple Sword Sect. Within 3 days, the 3 great hegemonic powers simultaneously assembled massive forces along the borders of the Fenglan Domain. Ancient war chariots, drawn by primordial beasts, thundered across the void, obscuring the sky and dimming the sun. Banners fluttered fiercely, dimming the entire sky. Within the Windstorm Domain, countless sects trembled in fear. In the Shiha Domain, the 3rd ancestor of the Purple Sword Sect, a great emperor at the 3rd step of the supreme path, made the first move. Without even descending, he unleashed a sword chi from tens of millions of miles away. That sword energy sliced through the heavens, carrying an apocalyptic pressure that enveloped most of the Fenglan Domain. A cold, ruthless voice echoed throughout every corner of the Qingxiao Domain. This is the order, the Bai family must leave the Fenglan Domain within 3 days. Otherwise, annihilation. Immediately after, the great emperor of the Snow Jade Sect spoke, his voice soft yet menacing. That mineral vein in the Fenglan Domain belongs to our 4 families. The Bai family has no right to lay claim to it. He deliberately emphasized 4 families, implicitly including the Ji clan, which had not yet made its presence known. This was both an attempt to drag the Ji family into the conflict to share the risk and a preemptive division of the spoils. As for the Lingxiao holy sect that had accepted the Bai family's allegiance, who mentioned them? No one. Ignoring them was the ultimate form of contempt. The Fenglan Domain descended into utter chaos. Ordinary factions unaware of the truth only sensed the sky was falling, that imperial clans were about to wage war, and that countless lives would suffer the consequences. The ancient sects privy to the truth were even more restless. Should they follow the Lingxiao holy sect and the Bai clan to confront the 4 great overlords head-on? Or should they quickly distance themselves and become lackeys to the overlords? Choose wrong, and it meant eternal damnation. Windstorm Domain, the Bai family's ancestral lands. Mountain defending arrays had been fully activated, their spiritual light piercing the heavens. On the plaza, 1 million clan members gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. The Bai clan chief, the man in green robes, now glared with bloodshot eyes. Are there any cowards among the sons of the Bai clan? None. 1 million clan members roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Good. Then fight to the death. While rallying the clan for a bloody battle, he secretly arranged for the most gifted youths among them to enter a hidden passage. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood. The Bai lineage must not be extinguished. Having completed these tasks, he raised his head toward the direction of the Qingming realm, his mind consumed by a single thought. Lingxiao Holy Sect. Will you come? Within the main hall of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, dozens of true God and sacred sacrifice realm elders gathered, each wearing a solemn expression. Mo Yuan stood below the dais, bowing deeply as he reported to the Patriarch. Ancestor, the situation in the Fenglan domain has spiraled out of control. 3 factions, the Snow Jade Sect, the Purple Sword Sect, and the Western Chu Empire from the Dongjiang domain, have already descended upon the Windstorm domain's borders. They have ordered the Bai clan to evacuate the entire clan from Fenglan domain within 3 days. Failure to comply will result in the annihilation of the entire clan. The Western Chu Empire has even mobilized a 1,000,000-strong army, personally led by their founding emperor. The Snow Jade Sect and Purple Sword Sect are likewise led by their respective great emperors. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the hall. 3 emperors joining forces. This was a move that threatened to shatter the heavens. Ling Canglan sat cross-legged on his cushion, not turning around. What about the Ji family? He inquired. Ancestor, the Ji family is acting strangely this time. They've made no moves whatsoever, as if they have no intention of participating in the division of this spirit stone vein. Mo Yuan also sensed something amiss about the situation. Understood. Ling Canglan rose to his feet and drew a casual slash before him. A pitch-black fissure tore open in the space, revealing the violent spatial turbulence within. Yet before him, it became as docile as a house cat. You handle the rest yourselves. Before his words had fully faded, he stepped into the fissure, his figure vanishing, leaving behind only the elders, staring at each other in stunned silence. He just left? He's facing 3 great emperors alone? Ancestor. An elder spoke with deep concern. Mo Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. What's the panic about? Our sect is protected by the supreme imperial formation left by the Ancestor, as solid as a fortress. You need only fulfill your respective duties and await the Ancestor's good news. Though he spoke with confidence, his heart was far from assured. Yet the Patriarch's confidence infected him. Hearing this, the others could only suppress their unease and respectfully see the Ancestor off. The Windstorm domain had descended into utter chaos. The edicts of the 3 great overlords spread across the entire domain like a lit fuse igniting a powder keg. The vast majority of factions collapsed within a single day, choosing to submit. They turned their weapons on the Bai family, launching a frenzied plunder of their holdings across the Qingxiao domain. Pill shops, spirit stone mines, treasure halls. In less than a day, the Bai family's legacy, built over 10,000 years, was devoured clean. Ancient factions backed by supreme sovereigns grew even more ambitious, seizing the opportunity to expand their territories and covetously attempt to replace the Bai clan as the new rulers of the Fenglan domain. Countless minor factions took advantage of the chaos, plundering and waging war against one another to seize territory. The entire Fenglan domain was engulfed in war, blood flowing like rivers. As for the imperial decree from the Lingxiao Holy Sect accepting the Bai family as vassals, it had long been dismissed as a joke. Everyone believed the Lingxiao Holy Sect would never risk confronting the 3 great overlords over a fallen house like the Whites. That would be like an old man hanging himself asking for trouble. Chapter 23, Mutual Destruction. Windstorm Domain, Blackrock Ancient City. This ancient city had stood for thousands of years. Last night, it suffered a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Hundreds of soldiers from the Western Chu Empire stormed the city, burning, killing, and plundering, committing every conceivable atrocity. Overnight, the royal family that had ruled the ancient city for a millennium was wiped out. All 50,000 residents met their end. The entire city was reduced to a charred ruin. Amidst the ruins, a youth clad in a brocade robe lay covered in blood. Kneeling on the ground, he used his blood-stained hands to dig through the rubble, carefully burying each dust-covered garment of his clan members in a pit. He gazed upon his homeland, now a desolate wasteland, and upon the charred corpses, familiar yet alien. The youth bowed his head 3 times with great force, facing the direction of the East River domain. I, Wang Tong, swear this oath. If I survive this day, I shall lead an army of millions to crush your Dongjiang domain. I shall sacrifice the head of your Western Chu Emperor to honor the 50,000 souls of Blackrock City. With that, he hoisted a broken iron sword onto his back and strode away without a backward glance from the ruins that had buried everything he once knew. The 3-day deadline arrived in the blink of an eye. Outside the Bai clan's domain, dark clouds hung low over the city. The armies of the 3 great overlords converged here. Chariots drawn by primordial beasts thundered across the void, their wheels grinding through the air with deafening roars. Ships as vast as the sky hovered overhead, their banners fluttering fiercely in the wind. An oppressive aura enveloped the land for millions of miles around. Sacred lands and ancient kingdoms that had once sworn allegiance to the Bai family now defected, joining the dominators' ranks and cheering them on. Countless cultivators converged from all directions, crowding the area so densely that not a drop of water could pass through. They had all come to witness the spectacle. Everyone believed the Bai clan's annihilation was a foregone conclusion. No one believed the Lingxiao Holy Sect would come. In fact, many were eagerly anticipating the chance to witness the great emperor's intervention firsthand. That would be a story they could brag about for the rest of their lives. As for an imperial clan bloodbath, rivers of blood? None of my damn business. Within the Bai clan's domain, the mountain defending formations had long been activated to their utmost, their spiritual light piercing the heavens. An ancient, white-haired elder, nearing the end of his days, emerged from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. He was a living legend of the Bai clan, having lived nearly 10,000 years. His cultivation bordered on the ultimate path, just half a step away from becoming an emperor. Gazing upon the three world-shattering auras approaching the clan's domain, a resolute expression hardened his features. "Burn my withered body to protect my bloodline." He let out a piercing howl to the heavens, and in that instant, every ounce of his vitality and essence ignited in a blazing inferno. His aura surged at an unimaginable speed, briefly reaching the realm of a one-step emperor within mere breaths. Activate the formation. Sacrifice the imperial weapon. At his command, the entire Bai clan territory trembled. A blindingly brilliant light surged from the center of the ancestral lands, coalescing into a dazzling sun. It was an ancient, simple-looking disc, imprinted with the ethereal image of a nine heavenly phoenix, the Bai clan's imperial weapon, the blazing flame disc. Legend held that this disc contained a fragment of the nine heavenly phoenix's true spirit. When unleashed at full power, it possessed the might to incinerate even a supreme peak powerhouse. This earth-shattering upheaval left the countless cultivators watching in stunned silence. Holy crap, the Bai clan has this kind of depth? A pseudo-emperor burning his life force to forcibly activate an imperial weapon? This is going to be a show. The three great overlords might just lose a few teeth over this. The crowd's predictions about the situation began to waver. High above the heavens, the great emperor of the Western Shu Empire gazed upon the blazing sun, a hint of approval flickering across his face. The blazing flame disk is quite the artifact. But he immediately sneered with disdain. What a pity. Your Bai clan's ancient ancestor has perished. How dare a mere pretender to the throne presume to wield an imperial weapon, defying heaven and altering fate? A fool's fantasy. With a flick of his wrist, a warhammer materialized in his hand. It too was an imperial weapon of the ultimate path. The great emperors of Snowjade Sect and Purple Sword Sect each summoned their own imperial weapons, their faces brimming with disdain. Three surges of imperial might stood in distant opposition to the fiery might of the blazing flame disk. The great battle was about to erupt. High above the heavens, the great emperor of the Western Shu Empire. Without a word, he simply raised his hand. A warhammer, entirely pitch black and shrouded in an aura of destruction, materialized out of thin air. Fall. A single word escaped his lips. The warhammer transformed into a pitch-black meteor, tearing through the vast expanse of sky as it slammed down upon the Bai clan's protective formation. Boom! The heavens seemed to collapse, the earth to split. The entire Fenglan domain trembled 3 times. The mountain-defending array, meticulously crafted by the Bai clan over 10,000 years, its layered, interwoven runic light screens, dimmed by 90% in an instant under this single hammer blow. Visible cracks spread like spider webs across the surface. The array was on the verge of shattering. Terrifying imperial might surged like an invisible tidal wave, engulfing every inch of land within 100 million miles. Within the Bai family's domain, the pseudo-emperor elder, whose withered body burned like a torch, spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew he could not hold on any longer. Ha 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 ha. You think you can destroy my Bai clan? Not so easily. The old man roared with laughter, his voice filled with tragic grandeur. He hurled his final, strained roar toward the depths of the ancestral lands. Descendants of the Bai family, never forget the shame of this day. Before the words had fully faded, he transformed into a crimson streak of light, charging headlong out of the collapsing formation. His target was the great emperor of the Western Shu Empire. Even in death, he would take someone down with him. Ancestor. Kneel to see off the clan elder. On the square, 1,000,000 Bai clan members knelt in unison, their mournful cries piercing the heavens. The Bai clan chief, the man in green robes, spoke in a hoarse voice, his eyes red-rimmed. Yet there was nothing he could do. On the other side, a supreme realm elder of the Bai clan watched the ancestor charge forth and made his own decision. The Bai clan breeds no cowards. His spiritual energy surged violently, transforming his entire being into a blazing sun as he charged toward the Purple Sword Sect's emperor. The Purple Sword Sect's emperor merely gave him a contemptuous glance. An ant. The next instant, the supreme of the Bai family detonated violently, exploding 10,000 feet away from his opponent. An energy storm containing the supreme Dao's laws swept across the entire land. Blood-red fireworks bloomed across the heavens. Among the onlookers, those who were too close and too weak were instantly shattered by the shockwave, reduced to mist of blood. A ripple of disturbance rippled through the military formations of the 3 great overlords, but that was all. Their foundations remained unshaken. The Bai clan had lost another supreme. At that very moment, a wolf's howl that shook the heavens echoed from the depths of the Bai family's ancestral lands. A colossal wolf, over 100 zhang in size, its entire body silver white, its paws treading upon chaotic chi, leapt forth from the forbidden grounds. It was the spirit beast tamed by the Bai family's ancient ancestor and also the clan's sacrificial spirit. It could have left, but it did not. At the critical moment of the clan's survival, the aura emanating from its body surged relentlessly. A vague, primordial law began to manifest upon its form. It had broken through. Awah! The colossal wolf roared, charging out of the clan's territory and lunging toward the enemy formation. The great emperor of the Purple Sword Sect, already irritated by a supreme self-detonation, happened to see this beast charging toward him. Overestimating its strength. With a casual wave, he unleashed a vast black net woven from thunderbolts, descending like a coffin lid. The giant wolf thrashed left and right, yet could not break free from the thunder net, a bitter struggle. High above. The elderly pseudo-emperor of the Bai family was now enveloped in thick death energy, his life force spent. He channeled the blazing flame disk, emitting the final radiance of his life. From the heavens above, a clear and resonant phoenix cry echoed. A phantom divine phoenix, formed entirely of flames, soared into the sky. This old man has lived a life worthy of the Bai family. He let out a loud laugh. His body exploded with a thunderous boom. This was his all-or-nothing self-destruction. Alas! A pretender to the throne remains a pretender. He lacked the true mindset and insight of an emperor. As the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, the great emperor of the Western Chu Empire emerged. His robes were slightly torn, his aura slightly disordered, but he had not suffered serious injury. His face burned with the fury of one who had been provoked. You're asking for death. On the other side, the sacrificial spirit wolf, drained of strength by the lightning net, let out a mournful howl before plummeting from the sky, barely clinging to life. In less than a quarter of an hour, every single supreme realm elder of the Bai clan had fallen. In the distance, ancient sects protected by great emperors observed the battlefield through secret arts. What a pity! Had the Bai family not been protected by an emperor's death transcendence, these three clans would have paid a bloody price. Their foundations are indeed profound, but their annihilation is now inevitable. It seems the Lingxiao Holy Sect will not intervene. Within the Bai family's ancestral lands, a deathly silence hung heavy. The clan members suppressed their rage and despair. Though a few young ones trembled in fear, not a single one retreated. The few remaining elders exchanged glances, seeing only resolve in each other's eyes. The Lingxiao Holy Sect did not come. Perhaps they were afraid, or perhaps they deemed it unworthy. The hope for outside aid was utterly extinguished. The clan chief in green robes rose to his feet, wiping the blood and tears from the corners of his eyes. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. All clan members still able to fight, follow me to meet the enemy. Defend the last shred of dignity for our Bai family. Women, children, and the elderly, prepare yourselves. He turned to the last elder at the sacred sacrifice realm and solemnly entrusted him. Once we are all dead, you will activate the clan's great array. Even if our Bai clan is reduced to ashes, not a single brick or tile shall be left for these scum. Mutual destruction. This was the final pride of the Imperial clan. Chapter 24, Slaying the Three Great Emperors. At that very moment, the howling gale that had swept across the heavens and earth suddenly ceased. The thunderous roar of war chariots crushing through the void vanished. The clamor and savage laughter of the million-strong army froze in place. Everything plunged into an eerie standstill. Dong! A distant, drawn-out toll of a bell resounded across the heavens and earth without warning. This chime seemed to originate from primordial chaos, traversing the river of time and space. It penetrated clearly into the ears of every living being present, even reaching the depths of their souls. A figure silently materialized within the void. The figure wore a blue robe, long hair flowing freely, their face shrouded in a layer of chaotic mist, obscuring their features. In his hands, he held an ancient, simple three-legged cauldron. Upon its surface, it seemed as though countless stars were swirling, born and extinguished. Merely standing there, he became the sole presence in this realm. Western Chu, Purple Sword Sect, Snowjade Sect. A calm voice echoed. You have crossed the line. From this day forward, this land belongs to my Lingxiao Holy Sect. These words shattered the deathly silence. The expressions of the three great overlords darkened. The Supreme Emperor of the Western Chu Empire, a third-step Supreme Emperor, gave a cold snort. He could not gauge the depth of the newcomer's power, but as a sovereign, he had his pride. He channeled the laws of the Emperor's way, attempting to peer through the chaotic mist to uncover the truth beyond. Yet the moment his will touched the mist. Put! An indescribable, terrifying force surged back along his will, savagely striking him. The great emperor, standing at the third step of the ultimate path, felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest. He staggered violently, his mouth spewing a stream of blood imbued with imperial might. The spilled blood struck the earth, crushing a towering mountain peak beneath it into a bottomless chasm. This! The Western Chu Emperor paled in horror, the storm raging within him nearly shattering his very form. Merely the backlash of a sliver of will had inflicted significant injury upon him. What level of existence was this? Fourth step of the ultimate path? No, even stronger. The other two emperors, the Sword Emperor of the Purple Sword Sect and the Snow Emperor of the Snow Jade Sect, saw this scene and all color drained from their faces. They were relieved they hadn't acted rashly earlier. Countless onlookers froze in place, their minds going blank. Holy! What did I just witness? A single glance crippling an emperor? What kind of monster is this ancient ancestor of the Lingxiao Holy Sect? This script is all wrong. Didn't they say the Lingxiao Holy Sect wouldn't dare come? Everyone was rendered speechless by this utterly unfathomable spectacle. Ling Canglan drifted down, hovering above the Bai family's grounds. He swept a glance over the devastated Bai clan, showing no trace of pity. Weakness was their original sin. Once matters here were settled, the Fenglan domain could be entrusted to his two disciples to manage a fitting testing ground for them. His plan was to sweep across the entire Canglan Great World. The 100 Realms of Yen was merely the beginning. With this thought, Ling Canglan raised his hand and summoned the burning heaven cauldron. Dawn! The bell tolled once more. The small cauldron grew in the wind, transforming into a colossal vessel that obscured the sky, suspended above the heavens. Its rim tilted downward. No towering flames erupted, nor did any world-shattering divine light appear. Only shimmering, ethereal shadows streamed forth from its depths. They were mountains and rivers, sun and moon, stars and constellations. A vast, shadowy projection of the cosmos, woven from countless cosmic principles, surged down upon the million-strong allied forces of the three great overlords. The spectacle resembled an entire world colliding with the mortal realm. Wherever the illusory shadows passed, those once mighty war chariots instantly crumbled to dust. Those sky-obscuring warships vanished without a sound. Millions of soldiers at the spirit transformation realm exploded without even a chance to scream, their bodies shattering into the purest primordial energy that dissipated into the heavens and earth. Thousands of true God realm generals, hundreds of holy sacrifice realm commanders, dozens of supreme realm patriarchs. Facing that crushing shadow of the world descending upon them, they could not muster even the slightest resistance. Their protective divine light, their life-bound treasures, their Dao law domains. Before that shadow, they were as fragile as paper. In a single breath, the three great hegemonic forces, whose overwhelming might had once dominated a million-mile expanse, gone. Wiped clean. The forces of Qingxiao domain who had betrayed the Bai family to side with the three overlords now stood at a distance. Gazing at the empty sky, each of them felt as though they'd fallen into an ice cave, their bodies shaking like sieves. Regret and fear gnawed at their hearts like venomous snakes. What kind of being had they dared to provoke? The great emperors of the three overlords stood frozen in place, their minds reeling. They were no strangers to grand spectacles. Annihilating a million lives with a wave of their hand was no great feat for them. But to witness something like this, a single thought obliterating a million cultivators, including dozens of supreme beings, with such utter completeness and effortless grace. They could not. In this moment, they truly grasped the meaning of the saying, each step of the 9 steps of the ultimate path ascends to a new heaven. If they were fierce tigers in the mountains, then the figure before them was a celestial dragon. They were not beings of the same dimension. The earlier composure and arrogance had long been replaced by boundless terror. Cold sweat soaked through their imperial robes. Ling Canglan withdrew the star-scorching heaven cauldron. The colossal cauldron shrank back to the size of a palm, settling back into his hand. Seeing this, the three emperors felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was still room for maneuver? The Sword Emperor of the Purple Sword Sect forced down his fear and was about to utter some hollow words of surrender. He managed only a single syllable. Ling Canglan raised his hand. He did not wield the Emperor's weapon again. Instead, he formed his fingers into a sword and made a light slash toward the three. A phantom seal, woven from pure Dao laws, coalesced out of thin air before crashing down with a thunderous roar. The three supreme Dao emperors, along with the void behind them, dissolved into nothingness. From the third step of the supreme path to the first step, 3 emperors who had once ruled the 100 realms of Yin territory with utter impunity. Gone. The entire process took less than an instant. Having accomplished this, Ling Canglan looked as though he had crushed 3 ants underfoot, his expression utterly unruffled. He turned to face the trembling traitors in the distance. The ancient rulers of Qingxiao domain and the masters of sacred lands, sensing that calm gaze, were terrified out of their wits. They immediately knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. Spare us, Ancestor. We were forced into this. We'll serve the holy sect as oxen and horses. Please show mercy, Ancestor. Ling Canglan said nothing. He raised his hand once more. With a gentle press, the pleas for mercy ceased abruptly. Dozens of ancient lineages that had endured for tens of thousands of years within the Fenglan domain, along with their mountain gates and ancestral lands, were utterly obliterated from the earth beneath this single palm. Iron-fisted methods purged the cosmos. Before the Bai clan's ancestral lands, the clan chief in green robes and the surviving members of the clan stared blankly at the scene. Their minds had ceased to function. The threat of clan annihilation. The overwhelming pressure of 3 great emperors. The encirclement by a million-strong army. A scene that would have driven any imperial clan to despair. And yet, it was resolved so casually by a single individual? From utter despair to dazed disbelief, they could scarcely fathom the reality unfolding before their eyes. Only after a long moment did the Qingyi clan chief snap back to reality.
Leading all his clan members behind him, he bowed deeply with every ounce of strength toward the figure standing between heaven and earth.
Chapter 25, Bullying the Weak.
The matter in the Wind Mist domain was thus settled.
Ling Canglan made no further stay in the Bai family's territory.
He tore open the void, stepped through, and vanished into the horizon of the Windstorm domain.
The mess left behind would naturally be cleaned up by Mo Yuan's men.
For instance, taking control of all spirit stone veins across the entire Windstorm domain.
For instance, fully integrating the Bai family into the Holy Sect system.
Such mundane affairs held no interest for him. His mind was now consumed solely with how to expedite the small goal of sweeping across the 100 realms of Yin territory.
Meanwhile, in the distant Moyan domain,
beyond the sacred tomb, the stench of blood filled the air. Ji Chen stood drenched in blood, surrounded by a sea of corpses. Leaning on his sword, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Not far before him, a youth with purple hair and golden eyes stood with hands behind his back, enveloped in crimson flames. The youth radiated a savage aura reminiscent of a primordial beast. The way he regarded Ji Chen was like a dragon looking down upon an ant.
"Open your mind, see. Let me plant the slave mark."
The youth spoke, his tone flat. "Serve me, and I'll spare your life today." Ji Chen ignored him, silently regulating his breath to restore his depleted spiritual energy. Seeing Ji Chen's indifference, the purple-haired youth grew furious.
"Do you know who I am? I am of the ancient royal house of Ji.
Our great ancestor was a great emperor who mastered the 7 steps of the ultimate path. Those so-called overlords of the 100 domains in Yin territory are nothing but worthless dogs and chickens before my royal house." His aura erupted violently, the overwhelming pressure of a peak heavenly god surging like a scorching tidal wave, sealing off the surrounding world.
"I give you 10 breaths. Submit or die."
Ji Chen slowly raised his head, his grip tightening on the long sword. A fierce sword intent shot skyward, tearing a gaping hole through that oppressive aura.
"If you want to fight, fight. Enough of your nonsense. You're asking for death."
The young man of the Wang family was thoroughly enraged. He didn't even bother to strike personally, merely manipulating his fingers in a series of intricate hand seals. Complex runes coalesced before him, a crimson vermilion bird let out a piercing cry, and a black tortoise roared. The ancient primordial creature's divine technique, carrying an aura that crushed all opposition, surged toward Ji Chen. Ji Chen's response was but a single sword strike. That strike seemed to contain the ultimate truth capable of severing the Dao itself. The sword's light flashed. The vermilion bird wailed, the black tortoise shattered. Every illusory form born of the sacred arts was reduced to dust beneath that single strike. A chill of death pressed against the young man of the royal family's face. "What?" The young man from the Wang family was utterly shocked. He never imagined that his treasured treasure technique, which he prided himself on, could be so easily dismantled. In the critical moment, a protective jade pendant at his chest erupted with a brilliant purple light, forming a shield. Crack! The shield shattered. The Wang family youth was sent flying backward by the shockwave, crashing awkwardly to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was utterly stunned. How could a mere early-stage heavenly god cultivator shatter a peak heavenly god like himself, one who possessed the battle saint physique, with a single strike? How could this be possible? How could such a monstrous talent exist in a godforsaken place like the 100 domains of Yin? Just then, the void twisted. A gaunt, black-robed elder stepped out of the void, none other than old Master Kuei, the guardian of the Wang family's young heir. The moment he appeared, his cloudy old eyes locked onto Ji Chen. "So that's how it is." Kuei Lao emitted a sharp, raspy laugh, like two pieces of rusted iron scraping together. "Boy, you possess the bones of the eternal way. The bones of the immortal way." Hearing those 4 words, the young man from the Wang family on the ground froze in shock before his face was consumed by boundless greed. That was the legendary supreme root bone. Possess it, and one might glimpse immortality. Elder Kuei. The Wang family youth leapt to his feet from the ground, his expression bordering on madness. "Subdue him for me. I will extract his bones." The temptation of the eternal life Dao Bone had utterly clouded his mind. "As you command, young master." Kuei Lao let out a sinister chuckle as a withered hand reached out. The laws of the supreme realm wove themselves into an invisible net, sealing off this entire expanse. The immense pressure made it incredibly difficult for Ji Chen to even move a finger. He was about to be seized by that withered hand. Ji Chen steeled his resolve, preparing to crush the life-saving jade token bestowed by his master. But at that very moment, the crushing weight upon him abruptly vanished. An elder clad in the robes of the Lingxiao Holy Sect had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. It was the same supreme pressure, yet far more profound and colossal, effortlessly nullifying Elder Kuei's law-based power. "Old Kuei, at your age, attacking a junior like this, don't you find it shameful?" The newcomer was Elder Li of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, a supreme peak cultivator. Old Kuei's expression changed, and he withdrew his palm. "Li Changfeng? Does your Lingxiao Holy Sect intend to meddle in the affairs of my Wang family?" Elder Li sneered coldly. "To seize opportunity by bullying the weak, your ancient Wang clan truly has some nerve."
Seeing Elder Kuei suppressed, the young man from the Wang family's eyes turned bloodshot as greed completely devoured his reason. He drew a yellowed white talisman from his robe. Li Changfeng, you forced my hand. He roared, frantically channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the talisman. Boom! A world-shattering aura slowly awoke from the talisman. That was the might of an emperor. Though this talisman had been activated multiple times, its power reduced to less than a tenth of its original strength, it still retained a trace of the divine emperor of the seventh step's divine essence. The instant this aura manifested, the entire sacred tomb within the Mayan domain began violently trembling, causing countless rocks and boulders to collapse. All the cultivators present, regardless of their factions, wore expressions of terror as they fled for their lives. Beneath the emperor's might, all were but ants. Elder Li's expression also changed. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he stood unwaveringly before Ji Chen. He knew Ji Chen's status, the direct disciple of the patriarch, the future of the holy sect. Even if he died here today, he would never allow anything to happen to Ji Chen. Remember this, boy. Elder Li spoke in a low voice without turning his head. Should I perish today, return to the sect and inform the patriarch to look after the Li lineage on my behalf. The yellowed talisman, infused with the young Wang clan member's spiritual energy, came fully to life. A terrifying aura awoke from within the talisman, one that made all spirits submit and the Dao itself retreat. The very laws of nature throughout the entire Moyan domain were thrown into chaos. Within the sacred tomb, mountains collapsed and the earth split open. Li Changfeng, weren't you going to protect him? The young man of the Wang family, clutching the imperial talisman, his face contorted, looked like a madman. Today, both of you shall die. Elder Li's expression was beyond mere ugliness. Even a mere 10,000th of the divine essence left behind by the supreme seven-step emperor was far beyond what a peak sovereign like him could withstand. But he did not retreat. Not a single step. He stood before Ji Chen, his spiritual energy burning wildly within him, prepared to take the blow head-on with his very life. Chapter 26, Activating the Protective Jade Order. Boy, run. Elder Li's telepathic voice carried a note of final resolve. My death matters little. You are the future of our holy sect, you must not fall here. Ji Chen gently patted his shoulder. Elder, step back. I can handle this myself. Elder Li froze, turning to stare at this mere heavenly god realm youth, convinced he'd been scared out of his wits. Nonsense. This is beyond your capabilities. Ji Chen offered no further explanation. He simply drew a jade token from his robe. It was the one his master had casually tossed to him upon departing. Then, under the stunned gazes of Elder Li, the young man from the Wang family and old Master Kuei, he gently squeezed it. Snap. The jade token shattered. The terrifying pressure from the Wang family's imperial symbol that had weighed heavily on Elder Li's heart suddenly dissipated. In the void, a figure clad in green robes silently materialized. His back turned to the crowd, his face shrouded in chaotic mist, indistinct to the eye. He did nothing, merely standing there. This entire realm revolved around him. The arrogant, shadowy figure awakened upon the Wang family's imperial symbol, spear in hand and supporting the immortal tower, was about to utter some ceremonial words like an emperor must not be disgraced. Yet when he beheld the figure in green robes, all words choked in his throat. His energy-formed phantom trembled uncontrollably. My seal? Seal the mountains and seas. The figure in green robes spoke, his voice calm yet resonating as if it were the sole law governing the heavens and earth. An ancient, indescribably vast Dao seal materialized out of thin air. Upon that seal, there were no intricate runes, only the purest, most primordial force of the Dao. Then, it crashed down. The arrogant phantom of the Wang clan patriarch, along with the spear tower in his grasp, crumbled before the seal without even a moment's resistance. Like ice under the scorching sun, it melted away without a sound. 1/10,000th of the supreme Dao's seven-step imperial might. Gone. The Dao seal, its momentum unabated, slammed down toward the young Wang family disciple and the guardian elder, Kailao, lying on the ground. No! The young man from the Wang family let out a desperate howl. Kuei Lao didn't even have the thought to resist. He was instantly crushed to his knees by that force, his body shattering inch by inch. Boom! The dust settled. The world knew no more of the third young master of the Wang family, nor of the guardian elder Kuei. Both men, along with the very ground beneath their feet, were utterly erased from existence. The figure in the blue robe also vanished. As if they had never existed. Elder Li stood frozen in place, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. That's it? The bloody battle he had envisioned, the sacrifices he had prepared for, the final arrangements he had made. All turned into a joke. Gazing at Ji Chen, whose expression was complex, only one thought remained in his mind. The direct disciple of the patriarch truly was no ordinary man. Ji Chen composed himself and bowed deeply to Elder Li. Thank you, Elder, for your timely intervention. He did not let his hidden trump card breed arrogance. This debt of gratitude he would remember. Yet deep within, he felt no trace of joy. The ancient royal clan of the Wang family. The supreme power beyond the 100 realms of Yin territory. Today, he had slaughtered their direct heir. This was a mess he'd gotten himself into. He could not drag his sect into this. Ji Chen made a silent vow: once matters here were settled, he would resign from his master and face the Wang clan's wrath alone. Power. Ultimately, it all came down to his own weakness. The distant Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, Cold Moon Domain. This was a true sacred land of immortals, where divine mountains and palaces floated above seas of clouds. Spiritual veins manifested as lush vegetation, and celestial birds and auspicious beasts roamed freely. The Wang family ancestral hall. An elder tasked with guarding the soul lamp was dozing off. Crack. A sharp cracking sound jolted him awake. He looked toward the sound, his entire body struck as if by lightning. At the highest point of the ancestral hall, the soul lamp representing the third son of the family, Wang Tong, had gone out. Not only extinguished, but the entire lampstand had shattered into dust. Oh no! The third young master's soul lamp, it's gone out. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Wang family's sacred grounds. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Wang clan. Atop a sacred mountain, the clan patriarch, deep in seclusion, abruptly opened his eyes. The fury of an Extreme Dao Emperor level being made the entire sky tremble. My son! Who dares harm my Wang family's prodigy? Ancient and formidable auras awoke from every forbidden sanctuary within the Wang clan. The third young master, a battle saint physique, held the promise of attaining immortality in the future. His demise was the most blatant provocation against the Wang clan. Investigate. Use every available resource to uncover the truth for me. Whoever the murderer may be, hunt them down to the ends of the earth and the depths of hell. Crush their bones to dust, burn their souls in eternal torments, and condemn them to eternal damnation. A storm targeting the 100 realms of Yin territory began to brew. Xingming Domain, Lingxiao Holy Sect. Ji Chen did not linger long in the Mayan Domain. After handling the aftermath of the sacred tomb, he rushed back to the sect at top speed. He bypassed all others, heading straight for the small courtyard where Ling Canglan resided. Thud. Ji Chen knelt on the ground. Disciple Ji Chen has caused trouble for the master and has come to beg for forgiveness. He recounted everything that had transpired in the Mo Yun domain in meticulous detail, concealing nothing. After finishing, he bowed his head 3 times with a loud thud toward the small courtyard. His forehead was a bloody mess. Master, this matter is entirely my doing. This disciple is willing to leave the sect immediately, bear all consequences alone, and never bring the slightest harm to the holy sect. His voice trembled slightly, yet it was unwaveringly resolute. This was his responsibility. Silence fell over the small courtyard. After a long pause, Ling Canglan's calm voice finally echoed out. It's merely the royal family of an ancient clan. Kill them, then kill them. Since when must my disciples bow to others' whims? These few words, spoken with such casual indifference, sent a chill through Ji Chen's entire being. He never imagined his master would be so utterly unfazed. As if the one he had slain was not the direct heir of a supreme power, but merely a stray cat or dog by the roadside. Rise. A gentle force lifted Ji Chen to his feet. Having entered my door, you must cultivate a resolute heart for battle. Trivial external forces shall not shake your Dao heart. As for that Wang family, they are nothing to fear. Ling Canglan's voice sounded once more. Go and cultivate diligently. When you reach the true God realm, your master will take you to visit the Ji family. The words had barely left his lips. Before Ji Chen could react, an irresistible force propelled him out of the small courtyard. He stood rooted to the spot, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. His master not only refrained from reprimanding him but was willing to intervene on his behalf with the Ji family? He clenched his fists tightly, a surge of unprecedented motivation welling up within him. Within the small courtyard, Ling Canglan remained seated in meditation. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through boundless void as if beholding the sacred realm of the immortals known as the Cold Moon Domain. The Wang family, huh? Very well. I too wish to see just how deep the waters run in these 3,000 realms. Chapter 27, Cultivating the Path of Alchemy. Deep within the Ji clan's domain in the Xianyu domain, a cave dwelling, liquefied into mist by dense spiritual energy, suddenly trembled violently. The void above the cave warped into a chaotic void, where scenes of star rivers forming and vanishing unfolded. An immense imperial aura, like a bursting flood, swept across the 8 desolate realms in 6 directions. Several aged figures materialized outside the cave dwelling. At the forefront, the Ji clan's 9th ancestor felt the surging aura and his aged face lit up with ecstatic joy. It's done! The great ancestor has stepped into the 5th stage of the ultimate path. Beside him, the grim-faced 3rd ancestor of the Ji clan shook his head. Not quite yet. But piercing that final barrier is merely a matter of time. Within a century at most, the great ancestor will surely achieve the 5th step of the ultimate path. At these words, the breaths of the elders grew heavy. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Excellent indeed! The 9th ancestor of the Ji clan roared with laughter, his voice shaking the heavens. Once the great ancestor achieves perfection, our Ji clan shall reign supreme over all the realms of Yin. What Lingxiao holy sect? What so-called imperial clans? They'll all have to make way for the Ji clan. That colossal spirit stone vein in the Fenglan domain will finally bear a new surname. The greed on their faces was utterly unmasked. The second ancestor of the Ji clan, stroking his long beard, sighed with profound emotion. Think back to the chaotic ancient era. Our Ji clan once ruled an entire great world as an unrivaled power. Even immortal clans bowed before us. Yet now we're cowering in this tiny Yen domain among the 100 realms. How utterly humiliating. His tone shifted abruptly, tinged with pride. But the day when our Ji clan reclaims its former glory is within reach. Do not forget that child, Ji Wushang. He has been accepted as an inner door disciple of the Three Talents Immortal Hall. I hear he is highly regarded by one of the higher-ups, and may even become a successor in the future. If Ji Wushang could truly seize power within such a colossal institution, their entire Ji clan could relocate to the spirit energy-rich Senna domain, finally escaping the barren wasteland of Yan's 100 domains. Ambition blazed like wildfire across the prairie, raging fiercely within their hearts. This earth-shaking imperial might naturally reach the ears of other dominant powers. Western Chu Empire, Imperial Forbidden City. Several ancient monsters, their bodies shrouded in a putrid aura, were roused from slumber and gathered together. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. The old man of the Ji clan is about to break through his realm. The fifth step of the supreme path. This time, the heavens will change. Your Highness, the Emperor of Western Chu stood bowed, his face as pale as paper, his body trembling violently. Summoning his courage, he reported in a trembling voice. Your Excellencies, a great calamity has befallen us. The wind mist domain, we have been defeated. An ancient ancestor, his hair and beard entirely white, opened his cloudy eyes. Defeated? What of fourth brother? The Western Chu Emperor knelt with a thud, not daring to lift his head. The fourth ancestor, he has perished. The million-strong army that marched with him, along with the forces of the Purple Sword Sect and Snowjade Sect, every last one. All lost. Boom! The 10,000-year-old cold jade table before the great ancestor of Western Chu shattered into dust at the sound. A torrent of furious rage made the entire hall hum with resonance. What did you say? Fourth brother is an emperor of the extreme path, third step. Even if he couldn't win, he could have fled at full speed. Who could possibly kill him? The Emperor of Western Chu sweated profusely as he repeated the battle report word for word. When the words reached the hall that the so-called ancestor of the Lingxiao Holy Sect had wiped out a million-strong army with a single strike, then casually slain 3 great emperors, the entire chamber fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. After a long moment, the great ancestor of Western Chu ground out a few words through clenched teeth. The fifth step of the ultimate path, no, even stronger than that. This realization sent a collective chill through every ancestral elder present. The Ji clan, on the verge of a breakthrough, had already made them feel as if facing a formidable enemy. Now, an unfathomably powerful Lingxiao Holy Sect had emerged. When had the 100 domains of Yen become such a den of dragons and tigers? Transmit my command. The voice of the great ancestor of Western Chu was cold and resolute. Effective immediately, suspend all operations targeting the Fenglan domain. Dispatch envoys to summon the decision-makers of the Purple Sword Sect and Snowjade Sect for council. Inform them that unless we unite, we'll all be trampled like ants, one by one. While turmoil raged outside, Lingxiao Holy Sect remained serene. In Ling Canglan's small courtyard, the air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. In the center of the courtyard stood a massive alchemy furnace taller than a man, its base engulfed in a raging spirit flame. Ever since Tian Lingshua's memories had awakened and her cultivation surged, the system had rewarded her with a trove of treasures, including several fragmentary pages of the immortal pill scripture. Ling Canglan understood well that a top-tier alchemist was a valuable asset in any world, capable of greatly enhancing a sect's influence. What was even more critical was his urgent need for pills capable of mass-producing elite fighters. Relying solely on his own might as an emperor to hold the fort was ultimately like trying to prop up a house with a single pillar. To sweep across the 100 domains of Yen and scheme for even greater ambitions, how could he manage without several supreme realm powerhouses under his command? His focus was entirely on the alchemy furnace as he continuously changed hand seals, channeling streams of spiritual energy into it. The elixir within the furnace had reached the final stage of fusion. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. Condense! Ling Canglan barked the command, his palms slamming together. Open the furnace! Yet the anticipated spectacle, aromas of elixirs wafting forth, rays of radiance bursting forth, did not materialize. Puff! A thick, black smoke, mingled with the acrid stench of burning, seeped out from the cracks of the alchemy furnace. The acrid stench was overpowering. The 100th failure. Ling Canglan waved his hand to disperse the black smoke, staring at the charred, unidentifiable mass at the bottom of the furnace as he fell deep in thought. He sighed. This alchemy business is no job for humans. Even with the advantage of the fragmentary alchemy texts, the difficulty of crafting high-grade elixirs far exceeded his expectations. Yet he felt not the slightest discouragement. For the future of the Holy Sect, for the day he could become a comfortable, hands-off owner. He had to keep refining these pills. So what if it burned through money and time? He could afford the cost. In the blink of an eye, 10 years slipped away. To ordinary mortals, this decade would be half a lifetime squandered. For cultivators, it was merely a slightly longer period of seclusion. Within Ling Canglan's small courtyard at the Lingxiao Holy Sect, a massive alchemy furnace hummed steadily. Ling Canglan sat cross-legged before it, hands forming intricate seals as his expression remained utterly focused. His skill had reached perfection. Over the past decade, he had pored over every alchemy text in ancient scripture he could scavenge from all corners. The novice who once blew up his furnace attempting alchemy had undergone a complete transformation. Open! He barked the command, slapping the alchemy furnace. The lid flew off, and over a dozen pills each the size of a longdon, perfectly round and radiating a precious glow shot skyward. On their surfaces, ethereal figures of sages sat cross-legged, chanting sutras amidst a dazzling display of supernatural phenomena. Sacred sacrifice realm pills breaking the saint pills. 15 pills formed in a single furnace, yielding a success rate exceeding 70%. Such skill would earn him the title of Grand Master Alchemist in any alchemical sect outside this realm. Yet Ling Canglan merely casually gathered the pills, his face betraying no trace of joy. According to the classification in the Immortal Pill Classic, his current skill level didn't even qualify as entry level. His goal was to refine supreme divine pills that would make even an emperor envious. Over the past decade, his cultivation had never stagnated. His prodigious disciples, Tian Lingxue and Ji Chen, one with restored memories and the other with rebuilt Dao Bones, advanced at a staggering pace, achieving sudden enlightenment at regular intervals. System rewards poured in relentlessly. Ling Canglan could sense the long stagnant bottleneck at the sixth step of the Supreme Dao finally beginning to shift. Breaking through that final barrier now only required a catalyst. Chapter 28, The Perseverance of Kneeling Vigil. Of course, a decade of alchemy demanded astronomical resources. Nearly all the spirit herbs and materials produced by the entire Fenglan domain's super-large spirit stone veins had been consumed by him alone. Fortunately, his family's wealth was substantial, otherwise, he truly couldn't have afforded it. Over these 10 years, the landscape of the 100 domains of Yen had undergone earth-shattering changes. The Western Shu Empire, the Purple Sword Sect, and the Snow Jade Sect, these three dominant powers, having suffered heavy losses, ultimately joined forces and formed a formal alliance. They understood clearly that neither the unfathomable Lingxiao Holy Sect nor the Ji Clan, whose ancient ancestor was on the verge of breaking through to a new realm, could be challenged by any single faction alone. Banding together for mutual support was their only path forward. Meanwhile, the Ji Clan grew increasingly reclusive, nearly sealing off their mountain gates as clan members seldom ventured out. Everyone knew the Ji Clan was brewing something monumental. Once their great ancestor successfully ascended to the fifth step of the Supreme Path, the entire Yen domain would undergo a massive reshuffle. As for the Lingxiao Holy Sect, though it had not expanded its territory by a single inch, its reputation had long spread throughout the 100 domains. Following Ling Canglan's directive, Mo Yuan conducted another grand ceremony for recruiting disciples across the entire Yin territory and the 100 domains. This selection process proved tenfold more rigorous than that of 10,000 years ago. Billions of prodigies flocked from every corner of the 100 domains, yet only a mere few thousand were ultimately granted entry through the mountain gates. These new disciples surpassed the founding generation in both innate talent and lineage. Within the Holy Sect, a new ironclad rule was also enacted: the Century Verification System. After 100 years of initiation, disciples failing to meet the sect's minimum cultivation standards would be stripped of their status and expelled from the mountain gates. This decree sent shockwaves throughout the entire Holy Sect. The founding disciples, in particular, felt immense pressure. They understood clearly that once expelled from the Holy Sect, cultivation resources outside were monopolized by major factions. For these cast-off disciples, the path ahead would only grow narrower. To avoid elimination, they had no choice but to train relentlessly. At a secluded training ground in the outer sect of Lingxiao Holy Sect, a lean young man stood bare-chested, swinging a heavy black iron sword weighing more than he did over and over again. Sweat had long soaked through his trousers, pooling into puddles at his feet. Each swing drew upon every ounce of his strength, his muscles bulging and veins throbbing. This was Lin Yi. Over a decade ago, he had emerged from an obscure minor clan, crossing tens of thousands of miles of perilous terrain alone before finally gaining admission to the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Alas, his physique was that of a pseudo-spirit body. A trash physique barely superior to that of an ordinary mortal. 10 years had passed. Among his peers who entered the sect at the same time, even the weakest had reached the mid-stage of the pulse condensation realm, and many had successfully advanced to the inner sect. Only he remained stuck at the 9th layer of Qi-gathering realm, struggling desperately to break through. It wasn't that he wasn't trying. He poured out tenfold, even 100-fold, the sweat of others. He tempered his body through the most extreme methods, sleeping only 1 hour each day. The rest of his time was either spent cultivating or traveling to cultivate. Yet the gap in innate talent felt like an insurmountable chasm. I refused to believe it. Lin Yi roared, slamming his heavy black iron sword onto the ground with a thunderous crash. Our ancestor rose from humble beginnings too, why can't I do the same? He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. He refused to accept it. He refused to be trapped by his limitations, doomed to be cast out like a dog from the sect 100 years from now. After barely a moment's rest, he seized the heavy sword once more. In the distance, a blue-robed steward overseeing outer sect affairs witnessed it all. He shook his head and let out a long sigh. For the past decade, he had kept a close watch on this disciple named Lin. In terms of unwavering resolve, none in the outer sect could match him. Even they, the elders and stewards, were sometimes moved by the boy's unwavering resolve. What a pity! A pseudo-spirit body, it was destined that he would never attain the path of immortality in this lifetime. Even the pulse condensation realm was an almost insurmountable hurdle. This child has already pushed himself to his absolute limit. The steward yearned to help him, but his authority was limited. He possessed no treasures capable of defying heaven's will or altering a cultivator's constitution. On the path of cultivation, one misstep leads to a cascade of failures. Sometimes, choice matters more than effort, and talent determines everything. What a pitiable yet admirable fool of a lad. The blue-robed steward could not bear to watch any longer. He glided to a stop before Lin. Training like this is driving yourself to your death. Lin halted his movements, gazing at the steward before him. He said nothing, only stiffening his spine in stubborn defiance. The steward sighed and continued, changing one's fate is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Not everyone possesses the destiny of the ancestor. He paused, then offered a sliver of guidance. Deep within the sect lies a mist-shrouded island known as Geopolitical Immortal Isle. It is the ancestral patriarch's secluded retreat. Near the Immortal Isle lies a desolate floating island, the place closest to the ancestor. Go there and try. Perhaps you might find an opportunity to alter your fate. After speaking, the steward added one more sentence. The patriarch's standards for disciples are exceptionally high. Do not harbor excessive hopes. He said no more. In a flash, his figure vanished, leaving the choice entirely to Lin. Geopolitical Immortal Isle. Ling Canglan did not continue refining elixirs. Instead, he held the few remaining pages of the immortal pill scripture in his hands, studying them intently. Within his sea of consciousness, grand scenes of the Dao unfolded. Using heaven and earth as the furnace, drawing the sun and moon as ingredients, borrowing the passage of time as the dye, he refined the peerless immortal pill. Immortal energies from all directions gathered toward him uncontrollably. In just half a quarter of an hour, his cultivation had advanced slightly. Ling Canglan's heart was suddenly enlightened. This immortal elixir classic contained the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. It was no ordinary alchemical text. If he could obtain the complete alchemy text, he might truly attain enlightenment through alchemy. At this rate, breaking through the sixth step of the supreme path would likely come sooner rather than later. His confidence in reaching the ninth step of the supreme path and achieving eternal life grew stronger. Lin heeded the steward's advice without a moment's hesitation. Shouldering the heavy black iron sword and donning a clean black robe, he arrived at the barren floating island. The floating island was small, less than 20 li in circumference, barren and devoid of any vegetation. This was the closest point to the 9 li immortal island. Without hesitation, he knelt on both knees facing the direction of the immortal island and bowed his head heavily. He firmly believed that the venerable ancestor, with his boundless divine power, would surely detect the commotion here. Kneeling in vigil here was his sole chance to alter his fate. Even if the odds were slim, he was willing to stake everything he had on this gamble. To seek immortality and enlightenment, he spared no cost. Lin's act of kneeling vigil on the floating island soon caught the attention of passing disciples. Who is this guy? What's he kneeling here for? Lin from the outer sect, that pseudo-spirit body. I heard he's been stuck at the Chi gathering realm for 10 years. Has he lost his mind? Does kneeling here make him the ancestor's disciple? What a delusional, unrealistic notion. Several inner door disciples exchanged a few words before shaking their heads and walking away. In the shadows, the Holy Master Mo Yuan and several elders also noticed the commotion. Lin possesses exceptional perseverance and a steadfast Dao Heart, Mo Yuan remarked with a sigh. It's a pity his innate talent is lacking. He did harbor a glimmer of hope. If this youth could truly become the Ancestor's disciple, the Holy Sect might gain another formidable warrior. But the thought flickered and vanished. The odds were too slim. He refrained from further intervention, turning instead to address the backlog of affairs within the sect. The commotion on the floating island naturally did not escape Ling Canglan's notice. He sensed Lin Yi's presence and understood the purpose behind the youngster kneeling there. A thought surfaced in his mind. Taking on an apprentice wouldn't be a bad idea. But he immediately scanned the system for details. The system panel showed Ling Yi's information was unremarkable, triggering no cultivation-related quests. This indicated Lin Yi was not the most suitable candidate for cultivation. Ling Canglan set the idea aside for the moment, deciding to reconsider it later. He immersed his mind in the contemplation of the alchemy scriptures, choosing not to respond immediately to Lin Yi's request for guidance. To cultivators, time was the least valuable commodity. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi remained kneeling on that barren floating island. Years of constant kneeling had left his body utterly emaciated. Beneath his black robes, he was nothing but skin and bones, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. During this time, fellow disciples from his original cohort passed by, now elite inner door practitioners. They urged him to give up. "Linny, just give it up. It's been 20 years. The Ancestor hasn't acknowledged you at all. Kneeling like this is utterly meaningless." Linny raised his head, his lips cracked and parched, his voice hoarse and terrifying. Sincerity moves the heavens. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted, one day he would earn the Patriarch's recognition. This extraordinary persistence made him a peculiar sight near Geopolitical Immortal Island. A misunderstood joke. A pitiable madman. Chapter 29, 70 Years of Perseverance. Another 70 years passed. To cultivators who had lived for ages, 70 years were but the blink of an eye. But for Linny, these 70 years had drained him of everything. He still knelt on that barren floating island, his form withered and emaciated, resembling a piece of rotten wood on the verge of collapse. His once jet-black hair had long turned silver-white, his face etched with deep furrows, weathered by the harsh winds of time. The aura of twilight. A thick, indelible aura of twilight enveloped him layer upon layer. Even more terrifying was the relentless regression of his cultivation within. From the hard-won 9th layer of Chi-gathering realm he once struggled to attain, he had fallen back to the initial stage of Chi-gathering realm. Before long, he would regress entirely to the body-tempering realm, becoming an ordinary mortal. The flame in his eyes had also extinguished. Only endless emptiness and numbness remained. The once unshakable conviction to defy fate and rewrite destiny had long been ground away by the relentless grind of daily despair. Unbidden, scenes from the past flooded his mind. The contemptuous glances of the Lin family members. His father's bitter curses, filled with disappointment. "Useless. How could the Lin family produce a worthless pseudo-spirit like you? Get out. I never had a son like you." It turned out they were all right. Heavens cannot be defied. All that nonsense about conforming to fate makes you ordinary, defying it makes you immortal was nothing but bull. He had lost. Lost utterly and completely. Perhaps death was the only true release. Linny slowly closed his eyes, preparing to meet the end of his fate. Early spring. Several inner door disciples flew by on their swords. They noticed the lifeless figure on the floating island. "Hey, look, that living fossil still kneeling there." A red-robed disciple with a somewhat deformed appearance sneered. "What a fool. Kneeling like that, even if he stays there until death, the old Ancestor won't give him a second glance. 70 years wasted. His cultivation has regressed this much. This life is utterly ruined." Beside him, a short, slender youth sighed. What a pity. Had he channeled that determination into rigorous cultivation, 70 years could have propelled even a pseudo-spirit body to the threshold of the pulse condensation realm. What a waste of the outer sect's resources. After exchanging a few more words, the group shook their heads and rode their flying swords away. Their words pierced Ling Yi's heart like needles. Yet they stirred not even a ripple. Geopolitical Immortal Isle. After completing a batch of elixirs, Ling Canglan leaned back in a wooden chair in the courtyard, his expression serene. He did not cultivate deliberately, merely extending his fingers to trace patterns through the air with casual ease. At his fingertips, myriad Dao runes flickered into existence and vanished. His aura entered a profoundly mysterious state. Within the void, the shadowy form of a terrifying beast beyond description slowly opened its eyes. Within its pupils, the most ancient laws and runes intertwined, erupting with an aura that suppressed the ages and looked down upon heaven and earth. Boom! The aura emanating from Ling Canglan surged violently. The sixth step of the ultimate path. He had made it. His strength had once again undergone a qualitative leap. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough. Unlocked information on the Immortal Realm tier. Above the Emperor Realm lies the Immortal Realm. The Immortal Realm is divided into Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Near Immortal King, and Immortal King. The system's notifications sounded in his mind. Ling Canglan understood perfectly well. It turned out that even the great Emperor had only reached the pinnacle of the mortal path. To become an immortal, one must comprehend a complete Dao. This had nothing to do with innate talent, but solely depended on whether one possessed truly extraordinary genius. Though the path to immortality was exceedingly arduous, he remained confident about the future. I must resolve this petty matter in the 100 domains of Yin territory as soon as possible. He mused. The system quest requires finding 98 more disciples to cultivate. It's time to select a group of registered disciples from the Holy Sect's million disciples. His divine sense spread like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire Lingxiao Holy Sect. Soon, his attention was drawn to that desolate floating island, where Linny lay lifeless. This kid has actually endured 70 years? Ling Canglan was somewhat astonished. Such willpower was indeed rare. Though the system hadn't triggered any quests, this perseverance stirred a flicker of compassion within him. Very well. I shall take you on as a nominal disciple. The very instant this thought crossed Ling Canglan's mind, a sudden upheaval erupted upon the floating island. Linny, who had already resigned himself to death, suddenly snapped his eyes open in his final moment. He raised his head toward the heavens and let out a hoarse roar. My will shall not be broken. My will shall not be extinguished. After battling this bastard fate for a century, I have no regrets. Boom! Above the heavens, the sky suddenly darkened. Blinding bolts of golden lightning tore through the heavens. 10,000 rays of auspicious light descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire floating island. Life and death, reincarnation, destiny. Supreme cosmic laws crystallized into tangible chains, weaving and coiling around his body. This earth-shaking spectacle instantly alarmed the entire Lingxiao holy sect. This is the manifestation of the Dao. Heavens! Someone is achieving sudden enlightenment into the supreme laws. Deep within the sect, secluded supreme masters and holy sacrifice realm elders awoke from their meditations, rushing out of their caves. When they saw the source of the phenomenon was an outer sect disciple kneeling on the floating island, they were all stunned. Yet they quickly snapped out of their shock. Without hesitation, they crossed their legs and sat down, facing the direction of the phenomenon. With profound reverence, they began to comprehend the once-in-a-thousand-years Dao laws. Throughout the sect, countless young disciples sensed their long-stagnant cultivation bottlenecks finally beginning to crack. Quickly sit down and cultivate. This is a colossal opportunity. In an instant, the entire Lingxiao holy sect elders and disciples alike sat down wherever they were, frantically absorbing the Dao essence leaking from the phenomenon. Many even broke through to a new minor realm on the spot. No one could have imagined that this collective enlightenment benefiting the entire sect was triggered by a pseudo-spirit body despised by all. In that moment, the ironclad rule that talent determined everything seemed like a joke. Upon the floating island, Lin Yi remained kneeling in meditation, yet 3 feet above his head, the illusory forms of a great sun and a bright moon materialized. Taiyin and Taiyan, the 2 supreme Dao paths. His cultivation, which had regressed to the early Qi gathering stage, began to surge upward at an astonishing, almost unbelievable speed. Mid-Qi gathering stage. Late Qi gathering stage. Condensing veins realm. True essence realm. Spirit transformation realm. Surging spiritual energy formed a massive vortex, violently rushing into his body. His pseudo-spirit physique remained unchanged. Yet the shackles of innate talent that had bound him, preventing any progress, were utterly shattered by his indomitable will and the Dao Heart ignited in the depths of despair. From this day forward, the pseudo-spirit physique could no longer stand as an obstacle on his path to cultivation. With his barely living body at the very edge of despair, he forged a brand new path. Chapter 30, My Path is Not Lonely. On the 9-Li Immortal Island. Ling Canglan witnessed it all, his heart churning with overwhelming emotion. He was utterly captivated by Lin Yi's unwavering perseverance over 70 years and the Dao Heart forged in the crucible of death. The system does not recognize you. I do. Ling Canglan rose to his feet. With a single step, his figure materialized on the floating island, standing before Lin Yi. From this day forward, you shall be my 3rd disciple, Ling Canglan. The earth-shaking phenomenon did not dissipate with Lin Yi's awakening. Instead, it intensified. Golden thunderbolts and myriad rays of light radiated outward from Lingxiao holy sect, spreading wildly in all directions. Soon, it enveloped the entire Fenglan domain. Within the Qingming domain, countless beings looked skyward, convinced a supreme deity had descended. They knelt in worship. At the very heart of this phenomenon, Lin Yi's cultivation surged like a roller coaster, skyrocketing to unimaginable heights. Peaked Xian realm. Boom! A brilliant golden divine flame blazed fiercely within his Dantian Sea of Qi. Dao Palace realm. Success! But this was merely the beginning. Early Void God realm. Mid-stage Void God realm. Peak Void God realm. His aura shattered every constraint along the way, finally settling firmly at the pinnacle of the Void God realm. The pressure he exuded was now on par with some of the sect's inner disciples. Even more terrifying was the Dao aura emanating from him, which faintly carried a trace of the Extreme Dao Emperor Realm. This left the gathered sovereigns and holy sacrifice realm elders who had come to witness the spectacle utterly dumbfounded. 70 years of kneeling in meditation, 1 moment of sudden enlightenment, and he instantly became a god. Holy moly, this is even more fantastical than anything in the storybooks. The outer sect disciples trembled with excitement. Did you see that? Senior brother Lin Yi did it. Who says average talent means you're doomed to be useless for life? Go with the flow and your mortal defy it and you become immortal. Keep your heart burning and the way will be yours. This is the path we cultivators should walk. Lin Yi's remarkable rise felt like a powerful shot of adrenaline, piercing deep into the hearts of every ordinary disciple. He became the indestructible beacon of hope for all those with mediocre talent. Such a colossal commotion naturally stirred the ancient powers across the 100 realms of Yen Earth. Countless powerful divine senses spanned tens of millions of miles of void, probing toward the direction of the Qingming domain. Has that ancient monster from Lingxiao Holy Sect broken through again? No, this aura is powerful, yet its foundation remains shallow. It feels more like a new great emperor has been born. Deep within the imperial capital of the Western Chu Empire, an old man, shrouded in an aura of decay, suddenly opened his eyes. It was none other than the great ancestor of Western Shu. He snorted coldly. A colossal surge of divine sense coalesced into an invisible spear, piercing through the void as he sought to uncover the truth. However, the moment his divine sense reached the skies above Lingxiao Holy Sect, a faint hum echoed from within the Nine-Li Immortal Island. A seemingly casual sword beam materialized out of thin air, gently slicing toward the divine consciousness of the great ancestor of Western Shu. Put! In the forbidden precincts of the Western Shu imperial capital, billions of miles away, the Western Shu ancestor trembled violently as if struck by lightning. A jet of pitch-black imperial blood gushed forth. His divine soul was severed by more than half under that single strike. Beyond the fifth step of the ultimate path, all color drained from the great ancestor of Western Shu's face, leaving only boundless terror in his heart. He forced down his injuries, allowing no one to detect his distress. Yet he knew deep down that the power of that ancient ancestor from the Lingxiao Holy Sect had already surpassed his comprehension. Issue the order, should the situation change, immediately activate the final reserves of our Western Shu. He made a silent vow, if it truly came down to a desperate, all-or-nothing struggle, he would drag the entire Yin territory and its 100 realms down with him. The strange phenomenon slowly dissipated. Heaven and earth returned to clarity. Ding! Detected a great perseverer meeting cultivation criteria. Host advised to recruit as disciple to unlock subsequent rewards. The long-dormant system notification echoed in Ling Canglan's mind. A faint smile touched his lips. Lin sensed the approaching figure and slowly lifted his head. The moment he saw that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, his entire body froze. Disciple Lin pays respects to the ancestor. He struggled to perform the customary bow. No need for formalities. Ling Canglan's voice was calm. 80 years ago, when you broke through the phantom spirit array, I took notice of you. Those words dissolved every lingering doubt within Ling Yi's heart. So his 70 years of perseverance had not gone unnoticed after all. Your character is worthy of becoming my disciple. Ling Canglan looked at him. From this day forward, you shall be my third disciple, Ling Canglan, and may enter the Nine-Li Immortal Isle for cultivation. Lin Yi's mind went blank. Happiness had come too suddenly. When he finally came to his senses, he bowed his head 3 times with a loud thud before Ling Canglan. Disciple Lin Yi pays respects to his master. Rise. Ling Canglan helped him to his feet. You have an eldest senior brother named Ji Chen, who possesses the bones of immortality. And a second senior sister named Tian Lingxue, who is the reincarnation of the empress of Lingyuan domain. You will meet them in due time. Having spoken, he extended his right hand. Within his palm, a single drop of crimson essence blood, radiating an aura of supreme destruction, slowly coalesced. The instant that drop appeared, the surrounding space began to warp, as if unable to withstand its power. Ling Canglan flicked his finger. The purple essence blood sank into Lin Yi's brow. Instantly, Lin Yi's depleted vitality began to recover at a visible pace. His head of white hair rapidly turned black. The wrinkles etched like knife cuts across his face gradually faded. Even the shackles binding his pseudo-spirit body were utterly shattered by this drop of essence blood, reshaping it into an unprecedented Supreme Dao body. Its foundation was now profoundly thicker than ever before. A complete transformation. Ling Canglan departed the floating island with Lin Yi. This scene was witnessed by countless disciples within the sect. He was truly taken as a direct disciple by the patriarch? The Geopolitical Immortal Island lineage now has 3 successors. Whoa! Does this mean the patriarch's disciples all have a chance to inherit the position of holy sovereign in the future? In an instant, the minds of true disciples and inner sect disciples from all lineages began to stir. Yet more eyes turned toward that barren floating isle where Lin Yi had knelt for 70 years. I get it now. As long as your heart is sincere enough, you can move the ancestor. If senior brother Lin Yi can do it, so can I. Brothers, forget cultivation, let's go kneel on that floating island. In less than half an hour. The barren floating island, barely 20 li in diameter, was swarming with people kneeling. Tens of thousands of disciples, harboring dreams of rags to riches, bowed reverently toward the direction of Geopolitical Immortal Island. It formed a very unique sight. Meanwhile, tensions in the 100 domains of Yin territory were escalating. The Western Shu Empire's vast army of millions remained massed along the Ji family's borders. Powerhouses from the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect, lurking beyond the Lingxiao Holy Sect's sphere of influence, were also stirring restlessly. Chapter 31, The Infernal Rakshasa Realm. Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, Cold Moon Domain. Within a temple suspended high in the heavens above the Wang clan's ancestral lands, the atmosphere was oppressive. Family head Wang Tang sat solemnly upon a throne forged from stellar bones, his expression as still as water. Beneath him, an elder clad in black robes, responsible for intelligence, knelt trembling like a sieve. 80 years. Wang Tang's voice was not loud, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly into the hearts of everyone present. My son has been lost for 80 full years, and only now have you discovered the identity of the murderer? The elder bowed his head even lower, his voice trembling. Please calm your anger, Lord. When the third young master perished, not a single distress signal was transmitted. Even his personal guardian was wiped out in a single strike. The assailant is most likely an emperor at the Extreme Dao Realm, possessing divine-level prowess that erased all traces. This subordinate exhausted countless manpower and resources to barely deduce that the killer hails from that barren land known as Yen to 100 domains. Wang Tang's knuckles turned white as he gripped the throne's armrests. His son was not merely his flesh and blood, but the very hope of their branches rise within the clan of prodigies so highly regarded that even the ancient ancestor, secluded for years, held him in esteem. His son's death had left their branches standing within the clan precariously unstable. Who is responsible? According to the last trace of divine insight captured, it was a sect from the Qingming domain within the Yin Tu Baiyu region. Its name is Lingxiao Holy Sect. Lingxiao Holy Sect? Wang Tang savored the name, his voice tinged with bone-chilling coldness. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the entire temple space to warp. A mere ant from the barbaric wastelands dares to touch the direct line of the Wang clan? Send word to the patriarch. This Lingxiao Holy Sect has no reason to exist any longer. At this moment, the 100 domains of Yan's territory seethed with hidden currents, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The news that the Ji clan's great ancestor was on the verge of breaking through his realm was no longer a secret. A war among the imperial clans, set to engulf the 100 realms, was on the brink of ignition. Countless minor and medium-sized factions were plunged into panic over which side to choose. This was a high-stakes gamble choose wrong, and the consequences would be utterly devastating. The three-way alliance formed by the Western Chu Empire, the Purple Sword Sect, and the Snow Jade Sect may appear formidable, but after suffering such heavy losses in the Wind Mist domain, they're likely all bark and no bite. Then what do you suggest? Should we align with the Ji clan? They are an ancient imperial clan with unfathomable depth. Who knows what hidden cards they hold? Besides, once that great ancestor achieves his goal, the Ji clan will undoubtedly dominate alone. Then, what about the Lingxiao Holy Sect? The moment these words left his mouth, the council chamber fell deathly silent. Are you mad? An elder patriarch whispered, his voice strained. That Lingxiao Holy Sect rose too swiftly, its foundations too shallow like a nouveau riche upstart. And they've offended both the Tri-Alliance and the Ji clan. Anyone who sides with them has no desire to live. No one dared to contradict him. Though the Lingxiao Holy Sect's reputation was formidable, in the eyes of these venerable, time-honored powers, it remained an outsider. In the cultivation world, lineage was the very foundation of everything. Almost all major factions instinctively isolated the Lingxiao Holy Sect, with no one holding out hope for their future. Geopolitical Immortal Isle. A colossal surge of energy erupted from the island's depths, piercing the heavens and stirring the very winds. Ling Canglan, who had been resting with eyes closed in the courtyard, opened his eyes. A faint smile touched his lips. It was that kid Ji Chen. At last, he has broken through to the true God realm. Not bad. Ling Canglan rose to his feet, gazing distantly toward the direction of the Ji family's residence. Now that Ji Chen has broken through, the time to destroy the Ji family is ripe. He calculated silently. Wiping out an ancient imperial clan would surely earn him a generous reward from the system. The plan to annihilate the Ji clan was formally put into motion. Just as Ling Canglan prepared to gather his forces and discuss the assault on the Ji clan, a long-forgotten system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected, outside Geopolitical Immortal Island, a large number of disciples possessing steadfast Dao hearts are kneeling in prayer, seeking opportunities. Total count has reached 100,000. Special cultivation mechanism Great Perseverer has been triggered. Ling Canglan froze for a moment. Those bandwagon jumping fools outside? He'd nearly forgotten about this. He'd assumed the trend would die down quickly after recruiting Lin Yi. But who'd have thought? Not only did they stick around, they started staging some kind of performance art and now there are over 100,000 of them? Are you guys putting on a concert here? Reward, Special Item Purgatory Rakshasa Realm X1. System note, the Azura realm of Purgatory is an independent microcosm and ultimate crucible for tempering one's Dao heart and a treasure trove of opportunities. Those who survive 10 days within this realm qualify as candidate cultivators. Those enduring over 100 days warrant intensive cultivation. Ling Canglan's heart skipped a beat. He had been fretting over where to find so many suitable candidates for cultivation. Currently, his roster barely numbered 3, Ji Chen, Tian Lingxue, and Lin Yi. He was still far from the system's ultimate goal of 3,000 disciples. This Purgatory Rakshasa realm was like a dream come true. A perfect tool for mass screening qualified candidates from among millions of disciples. With a flicker of thought, Ling Canglan summoned a scroll of yellowed, ancient-looking painting into his hand. The scroll appeared utterly ordinary, like an old relic from a mundane scholar's study. This was the vessel for the Purgatory Rakshasa realm. He effortlessly refined it, sending a thread of divine consciousness into its depths. Boom! His consciousness was instantly pulled into a bizarre realm. Here, there were no sun, moon, or stars. The sky was an eternal, nauseating gray-green. An indescribable noise, as if scraping at the soul, emanated from all directions, threatening to shatter one's very being. Beneath his feet lay no solid ground, but a writhing, slick expanse of unidentifiable flesh and blood tissue. In the distance, a colossal, distorted silhouette too vast for words flickered in and out of existence within the void. Merely gazing upon that outline sent a shiver through Ling Canglan's emperor-level divine soul, stirring an impulse toward self-annihilation. Suddenly, the flesh and blood ground beneath his feet split open. Countless hideous venomous insects, each bearing a face contorted in agony, screeched as they burrowed out. Their target was to devour every living thing within this realm. This place was nothing but a meat grinder. Ling Canglan withdrew his divine sense, his face betraying no emotion. Purgatory, it certainly lives up to its name. He knew full well that even the most gifted inner door disciples would struggle to survive 10 days in this hellish place. Here, sheer willpower was useless. You needed brains, cunning, and above all, luck beyond belief. But this, precisely, was what he sought. The Holy Sect today was still far too complacent. He wasn't here to cultivate delicate flowers in a greenhouse. He sought those who could stand by his side as he conquered the heavens and swept through countless realms. True monsters. His gaze pierced through the thick clouds, settling upon that desolate floating island. He could almost see the fervent, hopeful expressions on the faces of those tens of thousands of disciples, each dreaming of becoming the second Lin Yi. Since you all crave opportunity, then this master shall grant you an opportunity of cosmic proportions. It remains to be seen if you have the life left to seize it. Chapter 32, The Ultimate Demon Lord is about to emerge. Ling Canglan held the yellowed ancient scroll in his hands. With a flick of his body, he appeared outside the ninely immortal island. Hovering high above the barren floating isle, he surveyed the sea of kneeling figures below. Tens of thousands of disciples formed a dense, dark mass. Sensing movement above, they all looked up, their faces burning with fervor and anticipation. All seeking opportunity? Ling Canglan's voice rang out clearly, reaching every corner of the holy sect in the ears of 1,000,000 disciples. This one shall grant your wish. He flung the ancient scroll in his hand downward. The scroll unfurled in midair, stretching with the wind until it became a colossal, sky-obscuring curtain suspended above the floating island. Within the canvas unfolded a bizarre, gray-green world, from which emanated a faint, soul-shredding cacophony. This is the Rakshasa realm of purgatory, an independent microcosm. Within, every step is a matter of life and death. Enter this realm to temper your Dao Heart, or to seek the opportunities you desire. Ling Canglan's voice carried no emotion. Now, I grant you an opportunity. All disciples of the Lingshao Holy Sect may enter. Survive 10 days within, and you shall become a registered disciple of my Geopolitical Immortal Isle. Those who survive 100 days or more shall become my direct disciples. The moment these words were spoken, the entire Lingshao Holy Sect 1,000,000 disciples erupted into chaos. Direct disciples. That status equaled that of Ji Chen, Tian Lingxue, and Lin Yi. A leap to the heavens. However, Ling Canglan paused. Once you enter the realm, survival is left to fate. Moreover, you must remain within for at least 10 days before you may depart of your own accord. This rule poured cold water on the fervor of some. Yet for the disciples who had knelt for so long on the floating island, it meant nothing. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. If senior brother Lin Yi could rise from the brink of death, why can't I? What's 10 days? Blink and it'll be over. Before the words had even faded, the 100,000 disciples on the floating island transformed into 100,000 streaks of light, rushing headlong into the vast scroll. Following them, tens of thousands more disciples from across the holy sect. Those who deemed themselves steadfast in spirit gritted their teeth and plunged in after them. One figure after another plunged into the painting. On a stone stele before the mountain gates, a number flashed rapidly. 77,967. This was the final tally of those who entered the infernal Rakshasa realm. Yet before anyone could marvel at this figure, in the span of 10 breaths, the number on the stele began to plummet without warning. 77,967. 175,210. 173,004. Not even a quarter of an hour. That crimson figure had already dipped below 160,000. Each decrease in the number represented the complete demise of a holy sect disciple, their soul and spirit utterly annihilated. Beyond the scroll, deathly silence reigned. Those disciples who had been eager to enter but hesitated, now felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat soaking through their robes. This was no opportunity. This was clearly a blood-soaked grindstone. Ling Canglan watched it all unfold with calm composure. He had long anticipated this outcome. Of the 100,000 outer sect disciples, those who would ultimately emerge alive could likely be counted on one hand. But this was their own choice. To attain what ordinary men cannot, one must pay a price beyond ordinary men's means. The path of cultivation was never a walk in the park. He withdrew his gaze from the scroll and turned to return to Geopolitical Immortal Island. The rest depended on the fate of these individuals. He had more important matters to attend to annihilate the Ji clan. Meanwhile, in the Yuanling domain, billions of miles away, a deep, gloomy canyon known as the abyss of buried demons lay perpetually shrouded in a crimson haze. Lately, the blood mist in this desolate land had grown increasingly dense. An indescribable, bloodthirsty aura seeped out in wisps from the canyon's deepest recesses, blanketing hundreds of miles of land. Any living being that dared approach this region, be it cultivator or demon beast, would instantly dissolve into a pool of pus and blood. All major factions within the Yuanling domain have detected the disturbance here. A white-haired elder at the peak of the sacred sacrifice realm, relying on his profound cultivation, ventured to investigate. Merely brushing against a wisp of the seeping aura at the canyon's edge, he was struck as if by a devastating blow. His soul trembled violently, and the spiritual energy within him began to uncontrollably dissipate. A seal, sealing an unparalleled demonic fiend. The elder was utterly terrified, scrambling to flee as he crawled away. He reported this news to the current ruler of the Yuanling domain, the Empress Tian Lingxue. Within the imperial palace, Tian Lingxue received the urgent report and dared not delay. She personally led the imperial-level crocodile turtle and a contingent of powerful warriors to the demon burial abyss. Standing atop the canyon, gazing down at the churning blood mist below, even she, the Empress, felt a pang of dread. Beside her, the massive imperial-level crocodile turtle's cloudy old eyes were filled with solemn gravity. Your Majesty, beneath this gorge lies a terrifying existence sealed away, one of at least the fourth step of the Extreme Dao Realm or higher. The ancient grand formation below has been eroded by time, its energy nearly depleted. The seal is about to break. The crocodile turtle's words sent a collective gasp of shock through the assembled powerhouses. Fourth step of the ultimate path. What did that even mean? A single breath could obliterate the entire Yuanling domain. A golden armored commander at the level of sacred sacrifice standing nearby paled as a memory surfaced. This subordinate once read a secret account in an ancient text. 70,000 years ago, a peerless demonic fiend emerged across the 100 realms of Yin territory. Its malevolent might was overwhelming, successively annihilating several ancient sections. Even the Ji clan, the ancient imperial family of that era, dared not provoke its fury. Ultimately, it was an unparalleled being from the Taiyu immortal dynasty who intervened and sealed him away. The location of the seal, it seems to be right here. With these two pieces of information aligned, the truth became self-evident. Sealed within this canyon lay that supreme demonic fiend, who had survived for over 70,000 years. Should the seal shatter, the entire Yuanling domain would descend into a living hell, its inhabitants suffering unimaginable torment. Tian Lingxue's expression darkened considerably. She knew all too well that with her true god realm cultivation, she was no different from an ant before an existence of this caliber. Transmit my imperial decree. Mobilize 10 million troops. Encircle the burial abyss of demons within 10,000 li, sealing it off completely. Deploy the ninefold heavenly net formation. Under no circumstances must that demonic fiend break the seal prematurely. She issued her orders decisively, doing everything within her power to stabilize the situation. After completing these tasks, she retrieved a smooth jade talisman from her storage ring. This was a token left to her by her master, Ling Canglan. Without hesitation, she channeled a thread of divine consciousness into it. The survival of the Yuanling domain now rested solely on her master. Chapter 33, The Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. Jioli Immortal Isle. Ling Canglan sat idly, sipping a cup of spirit tea as he watched the rapidly shifting numbers on the stone tablet before the mountain gate. Just then, a smooth jade talisman materialized in his palm before dissolving into dust. Tian Lingxue's distress signal poured into his mind. The demon burial abyss? An ultimate demonic fiend? He set down the teacup, his fingertips tapping lightly on the stone tabletop. An extreme path cultivator beyond the fourth step, 70,000 years ago. This was indeed intriguing. The holy sect had grown vast and powerful, and he needed to prepare for cultivating those 3,000 monsters. Later, he would have to sweep through the vast Canglan world. Truly, he was stretched too thin. It was time to add a few more capable hands to his entourage. This ancient demon who'd lived 70,000 years possessed decent cultivation. Capturing him to serve tea and guard the gates would be a fitting use. He rose to his feet, brushing imaginary dust from his robes. Next, he raised his hand toward the void ahead and tore it apart with a casual flick. Space, like fragile cloth, parted effortlessly, revealing a pitch-black rift. He stepped through, his figure vanishing without a trace. Yuanling Domain, Burial Abyss. A crimson haze churned like boiling water within the bottomless canyon. The ninefold heavenly net formation, deployed by a vast army, now flickered with uncertain light, its foundations groaning under the unbearable strain. Tian Lingxue hovered in midair, her expression grave as she watched below. Beside her, the emperor tier crocodile turtle's massive body trembled, each scale quivering faintly. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the Earth's core. The seemingly indestructible ninefold heavenly net array shattered like paper, collapsing in an instant. The ancient seal at the canyon's depths shattered completely. Yet at that very moment, the blood mist filling the sky rapidly reversed its flow, contracting toward the center of the canyon. A woman's laughter, clear as silver bells, drifted up from below, ringing distinctly in everyone's ears. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The air outside here truly brings back memories. Amidst the laughter, a figure slowly rose into the air. It was a woman clad in an opulent brocade robe, her long skirt trailing behind her as she stood barefoot. A pair of furry fox ears peeked out from her hair, framing a face of otherworldly beauty. Every flicker of her eyes and curve of her lips radiated a soul-stealing allure. With just a single smile, vast swaths of the elite army below her abandoned their armor and weapons, falling into a dazed stupor. The crocodile turtle's cloudy old eyes shrank to pinpricks. The ultimate path. Fifth step. Space is sealed. This demon has locked down this entire realm. The crocodile turtle's voice sent a collective gasp of horror through the assembled powerhouses. It turned its head, its voice thick with despair and resolve. Your Majesty, flee. This old servant fears he cannot carry you away today. By burning my life force, I may tear open a crack for you. The alligator turtle clan, whose bloodline ranked at the very bottom among the imperial realm, faced a terrifying being at the fifth step of the supreme path. They didn't even have the right to flee. The woman who called herself Enchantress examined the massive alligator turtle with keen interest. Little turtle, you do possess some insight. She extended her tongue, licking her crimson lips. Your flesh and blood would make a splendid tonic for alchemy. This sovereign shall accept you graciously. The alligator turtle let out a low growl, resolved to meet its end. Oomph. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. It recognized the woman's lineage. An ancient royal clan, the nine-tailed fox clan. Before the words faded, the alligator turtle's body swelled explosively, growing to a colossal 10,000 li in size, obscuring the sun and sky. Holding nothing back, it pushed its extreme path cultivation to its absolute limit. Its colossal form, radiating an aura that crushed the heavens and earth, slammed violently toward the enchantress. It would sacrifice its own life to create a sliver of hope for the empress. Yet, the enchantress merely sneered with disdain. Overestimating your worth. Behind her, 9 enormous snow-white fox tails unfurled. Each tail was woven with dazzling runes as brilliant as a starry river. The overwhelming pressure of the fifth step of the ultimate path poured down like a celestial river in reverse. The colossal body of the alligator turtle, spanning 10,000 li, seemed mired in quicksand under this pressure, its movements becoming excruciatingly sluggish. It strained every fiber to tear open a fissure in the sealed space. Yet the moment a fissure appeared, it was instantly smoothed over by an even greater force. A creature of admirable loyalty, that one. Ji remarked with a hint of admiration, yet showed no mercy. She raised her jade-like hand, and behind her materialized a towering, sky-piercing phantom of a white fox. The phantom raised its paw, reaching out to grab the crocodile turtle. The killing intent warped the very fabric of space. The crocodile turtle abandoned all resistance and closed its eyes. In its heart remained only guilt and self-reproach for failing to protect the empress. This earth-shattering pressure instantly reverberated across 100 million miles of territory. Xianyue domain, ancestral lands of the Ji clan. An ancient ancestor of formidable aura abruptly opened his eyes, his expression turning pale with shock. Has that elder from Lingxiao holy sect broken through? Yet another elder, shrouded in deathly aura with hair so sparse only a few strands remained, shook his head. No, this aura, it's not human. This great ancestor of the Ji clan was, in fact, a formidable fifth-step extreme Dao cultivator himself. As he sensed the eerie aura emanating from the Yuanling domain, his expression grew profoundly grave. A primordial being has emerged. Its power, even I cannot withstand. The second patriarch of the Ji clan and the others were filled with horror upon hearing this. After deep contemplation, the Ji clan patriarch finally issued his command. Restrain all clan members. None are to venture out in the near future, and above all, do not provoke the Lingxiao holy sect. Whether this primordial being is friend or foe to the Lingxiao holy sect remains unclear. Our Ji clan shall lie low for now. Just as the giant claw of the white fox was about to crush the alligator turtle, Tian Lingxue, who had remained silent all along, moved. A torrent of fury and murderous intent surged from her depths. Her previously solemn face now bore only icy indifference. How dare you touch it? Her voice carried an unyielding resolve. I shall make the entire nine-tailed fox clan pay with their lives for it. Sword in hand, she advanced step by step toward the demonic fiend Meiji, who stood at the pinnacle of the fifth step of the extreme path. Her cultivation level was clearly only at the true god realm. Yet in this moment, her form slowly merged with the solitary, peerless aura of a legendary figure who had once slaughtered countless races. A solitary, invincible aura radiated from her. The moment Tian Lingxue spoke these words, the entire demon burial abyss fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The vast army, the emperor-level crocodile turtle, and even the fifth-step extreme path demonic fiend, Meiji, all froze for an instant at her words. To declare, with true god realm cultivation, that an ancient being at the fifth step of the extreme path should see their entire clan buried alive? Madness. This empress was absolutely insane. Meiji froze for a moment before bursting into a fit of laughter, as if she'd heard the most absurd joke in the world. Little girl, you certainly have a big mouth. I shall see what you have to offer to make my clan pay the price. The smile vanished from her face, replaced by bone-chilling murderous intent. The overwhelming pressure of the extreme path fifth step unleashed its full fury, crushing down upon Tian Lingxue. Chapter 34, Who Dares Touch Her? Space itself shattered inch by inch under this crushing pressure, dissolving into pitch-black nothingness. The nine-tailed fox clan intended to crush this arrogant human empress soul and all into the most fundamental particles. But at that very moment, Tian Lingxue moved. The solitary, invincible will within her body fully awakened. Slash. A single word escaped her lips. A sword beam of utmost purity. Like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, it bore a terrifying momentum capable of annihilating all existence and shattering the cycle of rebirth. It met the world-shattering pressure head-on. The two collided. Meiji's protective aura, powerful enough to shatter an entire domain, shattered silently like a mirage. A shudder originating from the depths of her soul made Meiji, a demonic fiend who had lived for 70,000 years, feel the threat of death for the very first time. Her soul stung, and she was forced back half a step by the sword's aftereffects. Snap! The long sword in Tian Lingxue's hand emitted a mournful wail before shattering into a sky-filling dust. She herself grunted softly, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. To shake the fifth step of the ultimate path with her true god realm power came at a heavy cost. Yet the shock this scene brought to everyone present was beyond measure. Especially for Meiji. After the initial shock came boundless fury. She had actually been intimidated by an ant at the true god realm? What utter disgrace! You're asking for death. Meiji shrieked, poised to strike without regard for cost, intent on utterly annihilating Tian Lingxue. A voice, calm yet radiating supreme authority, echoed across the heavens without warning. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my disciple? As the words fell, a rift tore open in the space above the demon burial abyss. A figure clad in green robes stepped out slowly. The figure was none other than Ling Canglan. The moment Tian Lingxue saw that figure, the overwhelming aura of solitary grandeur that had radiated from her vanished in an instant. All her strength, all her ruthlessness, all her imperial majesty dissolved into vulnerability and dependence. She tucked away the shattered sword hilt and bowed respectfully toward the figure. Master! The Imperial Realm alligator turtle, its shell already cracked and covered in fissures as it was tightly bound by 9 foxtails, mustered its last ounce of strength at that moment to utter a weak cry. Ancestor, save me! Ling Canglan's arrival completely reversed the tide of battle. Ignoring the enraged fox princess, he merely swept his sleeve. An irresistible force swept across the battlefield. Put! 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 Blood spattered everywhere. The 9 massive foxtails, coiled around the crocodile turtle and shimmering with runes, were severed clean at the base. Multicolored blood sprayed into the sky, each droplet containing terrifying energy that pounded deep craters into the mountains below. The enchantress let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony midair. Ling Canglan rescued the alligator turtle and flicked his finger. A golden pill radiating potent dragon energy flew into the turtle's mouth. For protecting your master, this is your reward. The alligator turtle swallowed the golden pill whole, its aged face etched with utter disbelief. A Dragon Clan golden pill. This was the inner of the ancient imperial clan, a priceless treasure worth a fortune, an ultimate treasure capable of driving even emperor-level powerhouses mad. The pill dissolved the moment it touched its tongue, unleashing a torrent of colossal life essence and true dragon power that surged through its entire body. Its shattered carapace and ruptured internal organs began healing at a visible pace. Even the bottleneck of the ultimate Dao step, which had trapped it for tens of thousands of years, showed signs of loosening. This was no mere reward, it was a gift of rebirth. Meanwhile, the tail-severed enchantress ignored her pain, her gaze fixed intently on the crocodile tortoise. Her demonic features twisted with greed and envy. Though she belonged to the ancient royal lineage, she still fell short compared to the Dragon Clan's imperial bloodline. This Dragon Clan golden core could save her 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. Roar! Agony and humiliation drove the enchantress into a frenzy once more. From the wound where her tail had been severed, flesh writhed and shifted. Within mere breaths, 9 brand new foxtails had regrown. What of the 6 steps of the ultimate path? I bear the way of vitality, a single drop of my blood can rebirth me. Unless you can annihilate me in one strike, not even a 7th step supreme being can hold me back. She retreated 10,000 miles away, her voice dripping with venom and arrogance. Very well. I remember all of you. The shame inflicted upon me today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. With that, the enchantress turned and fled. Ling Canglan listened to her rant, his expression utterly unruffled. The sliver of the way of vitality you've grasped is still woefully inadequate. The words had barely left his lips. His figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he materialized 10,000 miles away, behind Meiji. He did nothing, merely allowing his aura to spread unreservedly. Snap, snap. The arrogance on Meiji's face froze solid. She felt as though an entire upper-tier great world had crushed down upon her. Her bones shattered inch by inch, multicolored blood seeping from her skin, her Dao foundation teetering on the brink of collapse. Her prideful cultivation at the 5th step of the Extreme Dao was completely sealed in this instant, unable to muster even a shred of spiritual energy. This was utter and complete annihilation. A tidal wave of terror surged through Meiji's heart. The ancient Taoist from the Taiyu immortal dynasty who had sealed her away 70,000 years ago possessed the cultivation of the sixth step of the Extreme Dao. Though formidable, he could never have achieved this level of power. The man before her was 10 times more terrifying than that ancient cultivator. Regret and panic replaced all her venom and arrogance. She had hit a brick wall, one powerful enough to shatter her into dust. Ling Canglan looked down upon the nine-tailed fox demon, who could not even stand under his aura and could only slump limply in the void. He delivered his final ultimatum. You have two choices. 1. Open your consciousness sea and allow this sovereign to plant a slave mark within you, binding you as my eternal servant. 2. In 10 breaths, you will turn to a pile of rotten flesh. Let's see if your so-called path of vitality can grant you reincarnation. Meanwhile, in the distant Xianyu domain, deep within the ancestral lands of the Ji clan, several ancient patriarchs, living fossils of their era, were once again roused by the commotion emanating from the Yuanling domain. It is the aura of that ancient primordial being. Such a colossal vitality Dao. No, wait, why is this aura suddenly fading? The ancient patriarch of the Ji clan, his cloudy old eyes piercing through endless void, witnessed everything unfolding at the burial abyss. He sensed the life force path that Mei Ji prided herself on, and even more keenly, the terrifying power of Ling Canglan, a force capable of crushing all, beyond comprehension. Transmit my command. Seal the mountain gates. All members of the Ji clan are forbidden to set foot outside the ancestral lands for 1,000 years. The Lingshao holy sect must not be provoked. In the voice of this mightiest being of the Ji clan, a tremor ran one even he himself failed to notice. Chapter 35, Paying Homage to the Master. Ling Canglan's voice held not a hint of emotion. Yet each word struck like an ancient divine mountain, crashing down upon Meiji's soul. The first breath. The protective demonic light enveloping her body shattered like fragile glass at the sound. Second breath. The luxurious brocade gown she wore was torn open by an invisible force, revealing vast swaths of snow-white skin. The third breath. Her bones crackled and snapped, countless fractures echoing throughout her body. Fourth breath. Her solid foundation of the extreme path 5 steps cracked like a spiderweb, teetering on the brink of collapse. The shadow of death had never felt so real. Meiji was terrified. The pride of an ancient royal lineage meant nothing in the face of absolute death. I consent. She forced the 3 words from her throat with every ounce of strength. Release your consciousness, see. Ling Canglan's tone remained as calm as ever. Meiji dared not resist in the slightest, completely opening the source of her divine soul. Ling Canglan raised his hand, his fingertip coalescing into an intricate golden rune. With a flick of his finger, the rune sank into Meiji's brow, searing itself deep into the core of her soul. From that moment onward, her life and death, her very existence, lay entirely within Ling Canglan's single thought. The moment the slave mark was imprinted, the terrifying pressure capable of crushing the heavens vanished without a trace. Meiji collapsed limp in the void, gasping for breath. Her demonic features bore both the relief of having survived a catastrophe and a humiliation seared deep into her bones. She, a peerless powerhouse of the nine-tailed fox clan, had become another's servant. She stole glances at the man in the blue robe, searching his features for a trace of possessiveness or any other emotion. But she was disappointed. His expression was as still as a millennia-old well untouched by waves, as if he had subdued not a fifth-step supreme demon lord, but merely an insignificant stray cat by the roadside. Meiji. That's a fitting name. Ling Canglan remarked casually. He tossed a pill her way. The pill emanated the aura of a primordial beast, suffused with imperial might. Take it. It will heal your wounds. Though inferior to the Dragon Clan golden pill given to the alligator turtle, it remained a treasure coveted by countless cultivators. Meiji took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. She could sense that this pill's grade was slightly inferior to the one bestowed upon that ancient turtle. This left a bitter taste in her mouth. She, a 5th-step Extreme Dao cultivator, held less status than a 1st-step Extreme Dao old turtle? Follow me. Ling Canglan turned, tore open a spatial rift, and stepped through. Meiji suppressed all her thoughts and followed obediently. Geopolitical Immortal Isle. Ling Canglan led Meiji back to his simple courtyard. From now on, you will reside here on Geopolitical Immortal Island. Find a suitable spot to build your own courtyard. Your daily duty will be to guard the gates. After Ling Canglan finished speaking, he waved his hand. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. With that, the gate to the small courtyard slammed shut. Meiji stood frozen outside the courtyard, her hair whipped wildly by the wind. Was that it? No imprisonment? No torture? Not even a single extra order? Was she, a 5th-step extreme path powerhouse, to guard the gate here? Her chest was tight with humiliation and resentment, neither fully expressed nor fully suppressed. Well, since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. She suppressed the complex emotions churning within her and began to survey this so-called ninely immortal isle. The sight left her utterly speechless. The island was shrouded in mist, every breath of air saturated with an indescribably potent spiritual energy. She walked to the edge of a lake and casually sensed its depths. At the lake's bottom, a complete lower-grade immortal vein lay coiled. An immortal vein. That was a foundation only immortal forces could possess. Even in the ancestral lands of her nine-tailed fox clan, only 3 low-grade divine veins existed, and those were reserved exclusively for the seclusion retreats of the supreme ancestors. And here, it was just casually tossed into a lake to raise fish? Wasn't the Yen domain of the 100 Realms supposed to be that barren wasteland of depleted spiritual energy from legend? When did it become so rich? She wandered further and discovered that the island was dotted with exotic flowers and rare herbs, many of which were sacred medicines long extinct in the outside world. Even a simple stepping stone by the path was a damn 10,000-year-old warm jade. Ji felt her worldview shattered like never before. She had thought she was merely a dragon swimming in shallow waters, but it turned out she was a country bumpkin in the city. Her thoughts drifted back to Ling Canglan. That man possessed a detached, world-transcending serenity. Such an aura she had only ever witnessed in her own immortal ancestor, a supreme elder who had lived hundreds of thousands of years and long since transcended worldly attachments. Perhaps following such a master might not be a humiliation but an extraordinary stroke of luck? The moment this thought arose, the lingering resentment and humiliation in her heart instantly faded considerably. Ji pays respects to the master. She bowed respectfully toward Ling Canglan's small courtyard, lowering herself to the utmost. So be it. Guarding the gate. Guarding the gate for an existence of this caliber was no disgrace. At the same time, in the frozen moon realm, countless billions of miles away from the azure sky realm, 10 colossal warships, each stretching 3,000 zhang in length, plowed through the void with a brute force, racing toward the direction of the Fonlan domain. Banners fluttered atop the vessels, bearing an ancient character 4 king that radiated a blood-curdling aura of slaughter. On the deck of the lead vessel stood an emaciated old man clad in golden robes. A pitch-black ancient sword hung at his back, and Dao laws swirled around him. His aura matched that of the enchantress who had just submitted. This was none other than Wan Kuan, the supreme 5th-step emperor of the ancient Wan clan from the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. Behind him stood 100,000 warriors of the Wang clan, the weakest among them possessing at least the heavenly god realm cultivation. Among them were dozens at the supreme sovereign realm and over 100 at the sacred sacrifice realm. This force alone was sufficient to effortlessly slaughter any top-tier sect across the 100 realms of Yin territory. Ancestor, we are nearing the Qingming domain, reported a supreme realm commander at the peak of his power. Wang Kuan remained silent, yet the killing intent in his aged eyes grew ever more fierce. Whoever dared to kill a direct descendant of the Wang clan would pay with the blood of their entire sect. A mere sect from the Qingming domain isn't worth the ancestor's personal intervention. Truly, it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Exactly. I hear that in the 100 domains of Yin soil, even true gods are rare. For an emerging holy sect to have an emperor at the step of the ultimate Dao presiding over it? That's like their ancestral graves sprouting green smoke, pure luck. In my opinion, I alone with my sword could flatten that so-called Lingxiao holy sect. The Wang clan's elite warriors aboard the warship spoke with arrogance and contempt. Hailing from ancient clans of the central great domain, they held no regard for sects from this remote frontier. To them, this expedition was nothing more than an armed parade. That so-called Lingxiao holy sect was nothing more than a stinking insect in a gutter, easily crushed with a flick of the finger. Little did they know what kind of den of dragons and tigers they were eagerly charging toward. Chapter 36, The Wang clan's generous gift. Transmit my orders. Wang Kuan's hoarse voice rang out. This mission is solely to annihilate the Lingxiao holy sect. Not a single blade of grass or tree in the Qingming realm is to be harmed. All must conceal their presence. No arrogance or recklessness, no provoking trouble. Those who disobey shall be executed. His voice carried an air of authority, suppressing all the simmering killing intent aboard the warship. Many members of the Wang clan looked puzzled, yet none dared to voice their doubts. Wang Kuan had survived countless battles and seas of blood throughout his life precisely because of this caution ingrained in his very bones. He knew the Yin domain better than anyone. In the ancient era, it had been the most dazzling cultivation sanctuary in the vast Canglan world. Who knew what ancient monsters might lurk here? Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it gives its all. This was the principle Wang Kuan lived by. At the rear of the warship, 2 elders of the sacred sacrifice realm, their auras thick and profound, murmured quietly. One of them, a short, stout elder, curled his lip. The patriarch is being far too cautious. What depth could a newly emerged minor sect possibly possess? Sending us here is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The other, tall and thin, agreed. Exactly. I thought we'd get to lord it over this godforsaken backwater, feed our egos a bit. Instead, we're sneaking around like thieves. What a drag. I heard the clan promises rewards if we pull this off. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Relax, with the patriarch here, we're just going through the motions watching the show, nothing more than bystanders. Their words revealed utter disdain for the Lingxiao holy sect. To these prodigies from the central great domain, the sects of Yan's 100 realms were mere mudskippers in a gutter capable of stirring no significant waves. Half an hour later, the fleet of warships breached the domain barrier, formally entering the airspace of the Qingming domain. Wang Kuan gazed toward the distant Lingxiao Holy Sect, a vague unease rising in his heart. This feeling was utterly without cause, yet it caused the ancient sword at his back to emit a faint hum. He considered dispatching scouts to investigate, but the words died on his lips. As the venerable patriarch of the Wang clan, leading an army to the border, sending scouts ahead? If word got out, wouldn't those old fools in the central domain laugh their teeth out? Well, he'd just have to grit his teeth and push forward. For safety's sake, he retrieved a palm-sized purple scroll from his storage ring. The scroll was simple and unadorned, yet it emanated an aura so potent it made even his heart tremble. He had obtained it long ago from an ancient ruin. Within it was sealed the will of a supreme being at the 9th step of the extreme path, powerful enough to crush any existence below the 7th step. It was his ultimate trump card, his last line of defense. Clutching the scroll, Wang Kuan's unease finally began to subside. He silently prayed he would never need to use it. But when his divine sense swept over the Lingxiao Holy Sect like a tidal wave, he froze solid. What was that? A protective sect formation enveloping mountain ranges spanning millions of li. The terrifying aura of the formation and the intricate complexity of its Dao principles were in no way inferior to the protective formation of his own Wang family. Could this possibly be the work of a newly established sect? Wang Kuan's heart skipped a beat. He realized his understanding of the Lingxiao Holy Sect had been gravely flawed. This was no muddy ditch loach, it was a prehistoric giant crocodile lurking in shallow waters. Within a small courtyard on Geopolitical Immortal Island, Ling Canglan set down his teacup. He had long since detected the movements of the Wang family's army. His divine sense swept over the 10 imposing warships, yet instead of feeling the slightest tension, he felt a surge of delight. Each of these 10 warships was forged from rare divine metal, engraved with imperial-grade array patterns. They were ultimate-grade imperial weapons of war. The Lingxiao Holy Sect, with its vast resources and grand ambitions, was precisely in need of such impressive vessels to command the field. The Wang family truly was a blessing in disguise. Mei Ji. He spoke softly. Outside the courtyard gate, a figure materialized from the void. Mei Ji had changed into a simple white dress, toning down her otherworldly aura for a touch of innocence while accentuating her mature, alluring figure. "What are your orders, master?" She bowed respectfully. "Some guests have arrived outside. Go attend to them for me," Ling Canglan instructed casually. "Yes, master." Mei Ji acknowledged the command, turned, and stepped out, her figure vanishing from the spot. Her heart burned with fervor. This was the first task her master had ever given her, a test of her loyalty and competence. If she failed, she would never be able to hold her head high before her master again. Succeed, and that old turtle's position would be hers to claim. The next instant, Meiji's figure appeared before the Wang family's fleet of warships. She hovered in the void, her white dress billowing, radiating peerless beauty. A terrifying aura erupted from her body without restraint. Nourished by Ling Canglan's elixir, her aura now approached the 6th step of the extreme path. As a descendant of the ancient nine-tailed fox clan, her bloodline traced back to immortal kings, granting her foundations in combat prowess far surpassing those of her peers. This aura swept out like a storm, causing the skies of the entire Fenglan domain to darken. The powerful figures of the Wang clan aboard the 10 warships felt like fragile boats tossed in a raging storm beneath this overwhelming pressure, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Those below the sacred sacrifice realm were crushed beneath the weight, gasping for breath, their faces drained of color. "You've come to my Lingxiao Holy Sect with such fanfare, could it be you're looking for trouble?" Mei Ji's voice rang out, cold and clear, echoing across the wilderness. She was utterly unafraid. If they could win, they would fight. If not, their master stood behind them. This time, the advantage was hers. On the lead warship, the moment Wang Kuan sensed that aura, his mind went blank. His eyes locked onto the figure in the white dress, his throat parched. Extreme path, 5th step. Peak. And that bloodline aura, no mistake, it belonged to the ancient royal clan, the nine-tailed fox clan. His mind buzzed with a single, echoing thought. The intelligence was wrong. The intelligence was wrong. Which damn fool gathered the intelligence claiming Lingxiao Holy Sect had only one extreme path step 1 ancestor? He wanted to storm back to his clan and beat the intelligence officer to death with his bare hands. A sect protected by a primordial royal clan powerhouse, what did that even mean? This was a secluded great sect that even their own Wang family's powerful backer, the super Dao tradition of the central great domain, the netherworld King's Hall, dared not provoke lightly. What the hell was his Wang family compared to that? Revenge? Slaughter the Lingxiao Holy Sect? A chill ran down Wang Kuan's spine, cold sweat instantly soaking through his golden robe. His fleeting thoughts of annihilating the Lingxiao Holy Sect vanished into thin air at that moment. Only endless regret and terror remained. It's over. This time, he truly hit a brick wall. The muscles on Wang Kuan's face twitched stiffly. He tried to force a friendly smile, but it looked worse than a grimace. "Fellow Daoist, it's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." His voice was dry, trembling in a way he hadn't even noticed himself. "My Wang family was merely passing through this region. Hearing that the Lingxiao Holy Sect is the newly established sacred land of the Qingning domain, we came to pay our respects. We harbored no ill intent whatsoever. Even he didn't believe his own words. What kind of pilgrimage to a sacred site arrives with 10 warships radiating murderous intent, carrying 100,000 troops? Chapter 37, Compensation. Mei Ji hung motionless in the air, silent, her white gown fluttering wildly in the turbulent void currents. Though silent, the overwhelming pressure radiating from her peak fifth step of the supreme path felt like an invisible millstone grinding down the nerves of every member of the royal family present. Wang Kuan inwardly cursed his misfortune. All he wanted now was to flee this cursed place with his clan, the farther the better. Now that we've paid our respects, we shan't disturb your sect's seclusion any longer. We shall take our leave. Wang Kuan bowed deeply to the enchantress, his posture utterly submissive, then turned to order his retreat. Yet, in the very instant he turned, a voice, utterly ordinary in tone, echoed from the depths of Jioli Immortal Island, clear and distinct in every ear. You come and go as you please? What do you take the Lingxiao Holy Sect for? The instant the words fell, a pressure tenfold more terrifying than Meiji's aura descended from the heavens. This was not deliberately released killing intent, but the natural suppression exerted by a higher-level life form upon a lower one. It felt as though the very laws of heaven and earth were being overturned. Crack crack. 10 sturdy extreme path warships groaned under the unbearable strain. The imperial great array patterns on their hulls flickered erratically, on the verge of collapse at any moment. The 100,000 royal clan warriors aboard felt their very souls being crushed by this overwhelming pressure. Those with weaker cultivation began bleeding from their noses and mouths, collapsing unconscious. Wang Kuan stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. The extreme path laws within him raced frantically, barely allowing him to steady himself under the crushing pressure. Yet his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The sixth step of the ultimate path. This aura belonged to none other than a Supreme Dao sixth step powerhouse. A peak fifth step of the ultimate path ancient royal clan member guarding the entrance. A terrifying being at least at the extreme path 6 steps level presided over the depths of the sect. This Lingxiao Holy Sect, just what level of den of dragons and tigers was this place? Wang Kuan's mind completely shut down. The purple scroll clenched tightly in his palm now seemed utterly laughable. The will of a ninth step extreme path cultivator? In the face of such a secluded, world-shaking sect, activating this thing would likely be not a life-saving trump card, but a death warrant. Heaven only knew what would happen if he angered this 6th step powerhouse. Wouldn't another 7th step, 8th step, or even an immortal level old monster emerge from their sect? The Wang clan? Not someone to mess with. And Wang Kuan himself? Even more untouchable. Destroy the Lingxiao Holy Sect? Avenge Wang Tang? To hell with revenge. That little bastard Wang Tang? He probably brought his own death upon himself out there. And now the entire Wang clan, with its 100,000 elite troops, must pay for his stupidity? Wang Kuan's heart bled with regret so deep it turned his guts green. As his mind reeled in agony, clouds gathered in the sky above. Endless runic laws coalesced into a colossal golden hand, vast enough to obscure the sun, hovering over the Wang family fleet. A murderous aura pulsed from the palm, poised to strike at any moment. Should it strike, not a single one of these 10 warships or the 100,000 clan members aboard would survive. Ling Canglan's voice rang out again, tinged with impatience. Without a satisfactory explanation, this place will become your graves. The threat of death hung palpably in the air. Wang Kuan, however, let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of you making demands, he feared you'd start killing without a word. As long as we can talk, that's good. He hesitated not a moment longer, nor did he care about the dignity of the ancient royal house. Could prestige put food on the table? Could it save his life? With a thud, Wang Kuan, the ancient patriarch of the Wang clan who had lived for over 100,000 years, knelt down decisively in the direction of Jioli Immortal Island before the eyes of 10,000 clan members. Honored elder, please calm your anger. This matter is entirely the fault of our Wang clan. We, the Wang clan, failed to recognize the mountain before us and offended your majesty. We beg for your magnanimity to spare our lives. Whatever conditions you demand, our Wang clan will gladly accept, if only you would relent. His act of kneeling left every member of the Wang clan behind him utterly dumbfounded. The patriarch, kneeling? What had they come here for? They had come for vengeance. To slaughter the enemy sect. And now, not only had they failed to exact vengeance, but their own patriarch had knelt before the enemy? This turn of events left them utterly bewildered. Many hot-blooded young clan members felt a wave of humiliation surge through them, their faces flushing crimson. But when they saw that golden giant hand in the sky, capable of crushing everything, and felt that overwhelming pressure that made their very souls tremble, all their resentment and humiliation dissolved into primal fear. Not a single voice dared to speak. The entire scene fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Within the Ninely Immortal Island, Ling Canglan was somewhat surprised. He had expected the old man to at least struggle for the family's honor, to utter a few defiant words. But he'd back down so quickly, so completely. What a talent! In that case, Ling Canglan's voice echoed slowly. Leave these 10 warships behind, and compensate us with 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Then pack up your people and get out. The words were blunt and brutal, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing these terms, Wang Kuan's heart lurched violently. 10 supreme-grade warships. These were the 17 warships the Wang family had forged at the cost of countless resources. Each one was comparable to a mobile supreme imperial weapon. And 100,000 top-grade spirit stones that was no small sum either. This demand would cripple the Wang family, dealing a devastating blow to their very foundations. His heart ached intensely, as if a large chunk of flesh had been carved out with a knife. Yet he struggled for less than a breath. Sacrifice wealth or sacrifice life? This choice was not difficult at all. Battleships could be rebuilt. Spirit stones could be earned again. But if life was lost, then nothing remained. And besides, a thought began to take root in Wang Kuan's mind. This might not be a humiliating compensation, but a once-in-a-lifetime investment. Exchanging 10 warships and 100,000 spirit stones for the chance to forge a favorable connection with such a secluded, powerful sect. If he could secure this connection, sending 1 or 2 prodigies from his clan here to cultivate and learn even fragments of the ancient immortal arts, wouldn't the Wang family soar to new heights? Might they even one day vie for the status of an immortal lineage? Compared to that, a mere 10 warships and 100,000 spirit stones? They're nothing. Once this realization dawned on him, the pang of regret in Wang Kuan's heart vanished instantly. He lifted his head, his face bearing not a trace of humiliation, but rather a hint of sincerity and relief. Thank you for your generosity, senior. Your conditions, senior, my Wang family accepts them in full. After the compensation was settled, Wang Kuan led the remaining cultivators of the Wang family, piloting their spirit boat as they fled the Qingming domain in disarray. The atmosphere aboard the spirit vessel was oppressive. Every member of the Wang family bore expressions of humiliation and bewilderment. They couldn't fathom why their ancestor had knelt so readily. This was the Wang family, after all, a venerable ancient clan holding sway in the central Great Domain. Today, they had lost face in the remote backwater of Yan's 100 domains. Ancestor. An elder at the sacred sacrifice realm could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, his voice rough with emotion. The honor of our Wang family. Chapter 38, Expanding Horizons. Wang Kuan whipped his head around, his hoarse voice crackling with unchecked fury. Honor? Can honor put food on the table? Can it lift this mountain off our Wang family's shoulders? He pointed toward the heavens. The elder froze, unable to grasp the patriarch's meaning. Wang Kuan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, his voice growing icy. Do you think our Wang family is so glorious in the central Great Domain? Above us looms the Hall of the Nether King, and above that, the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. We're like dogs kept by others. When they're pleased, they toss us a bone. When they're displeased, they can slaughter us for meat at any moment. These words poured like a bucket of cold water over the hearts of every member of the Wang clan. They had never considered such realities. In their eyes, the Wang family was the sky itself. You've all heard of Emo Ming from the Cold Moon domain, right? A powerhouse at the 9th step of the extreme path. Impressive enough, huh? Wang Kuan sneered coldly. With a single word from the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, he was killed without so much as a whimper. How does our Wang family compare to him, Emo Ming? No one answered. The answer was obvious. Today, we lost 10 warships and paid 100,000 spirit stones in compensation. But what did we gain in return? Wang Kuan's voice carried an inexplicable thrill. What we gained was a path to survival. A path that will allow our Wang family to truly stand tall. Do you truly believe that Lingxiao Holy Sect is just some fledgling minor sect? Their gatekeeper alone is a 9-tailed fox from the Primordial Royal clan, standing at the peak of the 5th step of the Supreme Path. The sect is guarded by a 6th step powerhouse who could crush us with a single flick of the wrist. This is a goddamn hidden sect. An existence even the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty dares not provoke lightly. Wang Kuan grew more and more animated as he spoke, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. What we're doing today isn't compensation, it's an investment. We're trading 10 dilapidated ships to secure an alliance with a future patron. That fool Wang Tong? He deserved to die. He died well. If he hadn't died, how would we have discovered such a golden opportunity? From this day forward, anyone who dares utter the word revenge again, I'll tear them apart with my own hands. Mark my words, Lingxiao Holy Sect is now the Wang family's most honored ally. From now on, we'll spare no effort to send our most gifted young disciples there for cultivation. If we can learn even a fraction of their true teachings, the Wang clan will have a chance to become an immortal lineage in the future. When he finished speaking, the entire spirit vessel fell deathly silent. Every member of the Wang clan was utterly stunned by their ancestor's profound declaration. So, that's how it could be interpreted? Upon reflection, it seemed, damn right, that was precisely the logic. Sacrificing one Wang Tang for the entire clan's chance at ascension. This move wasn't a bad deal at all. For many young clan members, the sense of humiliation faded, replaced by an inexplicable surge of excitement. Their horizons suddenly broadened. Lingxiao Holy Sect, Main Peak Hall. All elders and stewards of the sect gathered together. Yet the atmosphere within the Grand Hall stood in stark contrast to the exhilaration aboard the Wang family's spirit vessel. Dead silence reigned. Every head was bowed, their faces devoid of any triumphant joy. Instead, they bore a look of lingering dread and profound heaviness. The sovereign Mo Yuan stood in the center of the Grand Hall, surveying the crowd. "What are you all thinking?" he spoke, breaking the silence. "Are you all rejoicing that the Wang clan's 100,000 troops were driven back by a single word from the patriarch? That our Lingxiao holy sect has once again made a name for itself in the Qingming realm?" No one answered. Mo Yuan's voice suddenly rose sharply. "Let me tell you this, if the patriarch hadn't been here today, not only would we be dead, but this entire hall, the very gates of Lingxiao holy sect, would have been reduced to rubble by the Wang clan's 10 warships. Every single one of us here would have perished. Your vaunted cultivation, your mountain defending array you deemed impregnable before them, it's nothing but a joke." Every word cut to the bone. The elders present, each a prominent figure in the Qingming domain, now stood flushed with shame, heads bowed even lower. The truth was undeniable. Everything they held dear crumbled before the might of true extraterritorial foes. The sect's strength rested entirely on the shoulders of a single ancestor. This realization was deeply humiliating. "Holy Lord, we acknowledge our error." The most senior Grand Elder stepped forward, his voice hoarse. "Yet our cultivation advancement is not achieved overnight, and the Supreme Realm remains a distant dream. We are willing but powerless." His words echoed the thoughts of every present disciple. It wasn't that they didn't want to grow stronger, it was simply too difficult. That threshold called Supreme Sovereign had stalled 99% of the peak Holy Sacrifice Realm cultivators in the Qingming domain. "Ancestor, I have long prepared an alternative path for you." Mo Yuan waved his hand. Dozens of jade bottles materialized out of thin air, hovering mid-air in the Grand Hall. Each emitted a soothing fragrance of elixirs, with Dao principles swirling upon their surfaces. "These are the breakthrough pills freshly refined by the patriarch." Mo Yuan's voice carried a mesmerizing power. "Each elder at the peak of holy sacrifice or true god realm shall receive one. Whether you seize this opportunity to break through that final barrier depends entirely on your own destiny." All the elders' breathing grew heavy. Their entire focus was drawn to those jade bottles. Pills personally refined by the patriarch. These were divine treasures capable of shattering the bottlenecks even of ancient royal clans. The Wang family is merely the beginning. Mo Yuan's voice rang out once more, pouring another spoonful of oil onto the flames. "The Ji family, along with the alliance formed by the three great powers, are all eyeing us greedily. The imperial clan's war across the 100 domains of Yen will soon commence. Those who wish to survive, those who wish to prevent their sects from crumbling to dust, train with your lives on the line. We've given you elixirs. We've given you resources. If you still fail to break through, you will be the scourge of the Lingxiao holy sect." Within the Grand Hall, the blood of every elder boiled with fury. A sense of crisis, coupled with tangible resource incentives. The race is on. They had to push themselves to the limit. Jolie Immortal Isle. Linny stood outside Ling Canglan's small courtyard, his expression solemn. The aura within him had grown several times more powerful than before, firmly establishing him at the pinnacle of the heavenly god realm. "Come in." Ling Canglan's voice drifted from within the courtyard. Linny stepped into the courtyard and bowed respectfully to Ling Canglan, who was reclining in a rocking chair. "Master. What is it?" Ling Canglan did not open his eyes, merely asking casually. "This disciple wishes to return home." Lin Yi's voice was calm, yet it carried an unwavering resolve. The Lin family, where this disciple once belonged, located in the Tianyun domain, suffered a profound humiliation. This is an obsession in this disciple's heart. Unless severed, the Great Way cannot be attained. He paused before adding, "This journey is not merely for vengeance. I wish to establish a foothold in the Tianyun domain for our sect, for the Lingxiao holy sect to plant our banner there. When the day comes for you, my master, to sweep across the cosmos, I shall be your vanguard." Ling Canglan opened his eyes. He surveyed the disciple before him, deeply satisfied. Revenge for wrongs, settling grievances, only with such clear-minded resolve can one's Dao heart be perfected. What was even more rare was that this young man didn't just think about his own little patch of land, but also about expanding the sect's territory. A true talent. "Your thinking is excellent." Ling Canglan sat up. A storage ring flew toward Lin Yi. "What lies within should be enough for you to establish a foothold in the Tianyun domain." Lin Yi probed with his divine sense and was utterly stunned. The mountains of spirit stones, divine weapons, elixirs, and cultivation techniques piled inside were sufficient to arm an entire sacred realm level power. "Go." Ling Canglan waved his hand dismissively and reclined once more. "You are my disciple. Once you step outside these doors, you represent the honor of Lingxiao holy sect. Don't disgrace us. As for that land in Tianyun domain, go all out. For your master, seize it completely. Whoever dares to stop you, beat them to death. If you can't handle them, just mention my name." These few simple words sent Lin Yi's blood boiling. This was his master. This was his rock. "Disciple will not fail your trust, master." Lin bowed deeply, then turned and strode away. His retreating figure radiated an unwavering resolve. Chapter 39, Preparing for Battle. Outside Jioli Immortal Island, the scroll titled The Realm of Infernal Rakshasas twisted violently. The number in one corner of the scroll, which had started in the hundreds of thousands, now flashed at 700. Of the 10-day deadline, only half a day remained. Suddenly, the vortex at the scroll's center convulsed violently. A figure was flung out in a disheveled state, stumbling a few steps before plopping down onto the ground. Then a second, a third. Before long, 10 disciples emerged one after another from the scroll. Their robes were now ragged strips of cloth, their bodies covered in gruesome wounds. Some were missing limbs, their vitality drained to the extreme. Yet each face bore an ecstatic joy, as if they had survived a catastrophe. I survived. One burst into laughter, only to dissolve into sobs mid-laugh. Ling Canglan's divine sense enveloped the entire area, taking everything in. These 10 individuals had possessed only average willpower when they first entered the sect, and some were even quite weak. Yet in this extreme environment, their latent potential had been forcibly squeezed out. Indeed, they seemed like solid steel. To survive that hellhole, unwavering resolve, unyielding perseverance, and a dash of sheer luck were all indispensable. Meiji. Ling Canglan's voice echoed within Meiji's mind. Take them down and see they're properly settled. No need for them to come before me. Yes, master. Meiji's figure silently materialized, carrying away the 10 exhausted disciples. Ling Canglan's divine sense remained fixed upon the scroll. He analyzed the data collected over the past 10 days. On the first day, the most stubborn disciples swarmed in en masse. On the second day, their numbers dwindled sharply. By the fourth and fifth days, not a single disciple dared to step inside. The numbers on the scroll had dropped below 600 and were continuing to fall. If we can get 20 more out in the last half day, it'll be a success. Ling Canglan calculated silently. The time to sweep across the 100 realms of Yin territory was drawing near. He needed a cohort of formidable cultivators to take charge of the conquered territories. Whether establishing branches of the Lingxiao Holy Sect or supporting a new empire, someone had to do the work. The future Holy Sovereign would also be chosen from among these men. Even if their strength was currently lacking, it didn't matter. With him, the Patriarch, present, he could forcibly suppress any rebellious factions, buying these juniors ample time to grow. Everything was for the sake of the system's mission objectives. Ling Canglan's thoughts did not linger on the small lands of Yin. His vision stretched far beyond. The future journey lay across the entire vast Canglan world. Within that vast world, some prosperous realms possessed a scale that dwarfed the entire Yin 100 domains. He could not personally attend to every detail, acting as a full-time caretaker. Once matters in the 100 domains of Yin were resolved, the screening process would only grow more rigorous. He must ensure every individual cultivated possessed the capability to independently govern a major domain. Otherwise, spreading themselves too thin with insufficient follow-through would become a laughingstock. Meanwhile, at the border of the Wind Mist domain, beyond a million mountain ranges, a small city had descended into utter chaos. Within its walls, cultivators hurried about, their faces etched with terror. Huge chariots drawn by ferocious beasts clogged the once wide streets, their deafening roars echoing through the air. The taverns and teahouses, once bustling with voices, now stood shuttered and deserted. The Imperial Clan War was about to begin. The Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect had mustered nearly 10 million elite warriors, pressing forward toward this very place. This small city lay precisely on the edge of the conflict zone between the two factions. Once the fighting commenced, it was only a matter of time before the city was razed to the ground. Most of the weaker cultivators within the city remained stuck at the body-tempering realm, incapable even of flying through the air. They could only flee for their lives by horse or carriage. Whether they survive depends entirely on fate. Beside a crude horse-drawn carriage, a burly man anxiously pleaded with a white-haired elder. "Third uncle, please come with us. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." The old man shook his head, his cloudy eyes reflecting a calm resignation to life and death. "I'm not going. My old bones won't last much longer. I can't keep up." He reached out a withered hand and touched the city wall behind him. "Born here, raised here, dying here, it's like a fallen leaf returning to its roots." The old man sighed, a hint of bitterness on his face. Back in the day, when the Lingxiao Holy Sect crushed those three great factions, our Fenglan domain enjoyed nearly a century of peace. Who could have imagined this peaceful era would vanish so suddenly? The burly man was sweating profusely with anxiety. "Third uncle. Now is not the time for this. Saving our lives is paramount." "Life?" The old man gave a bitter, self-mocking laugh. "In this world, our lives are worth less than ants. Wherever we flee, it'll be the same." He waved his hand dismissively, saying no more. The burly man stamped his foot, then reluctantly climbed into the cart. Slowly, it rolled away with the stream of refugees, disappearing into the distance. The ripples stirred by the clash of the powerful were enough to crush everything belonging to the weak. Their homes, their lives, even their faint hopes of escape. Within the Holy Sect, Ling Canglan was sifting through the future sparks of life for the great era to come. Outside the Holy Sect, the cruelty of this new era had already begun to reveal its fangs. Across the 100 realms of Yin territory, all awaited a cataclysmic upheaval. Along the borders of the Wind Mist domain, the sky was stained rust red. Countless warships and chariots swarmed like locusts, obscuring the sky. The piercing cries of primordial divine birds intertwined with the ferocious roars of savage beasts, coalescing into a wave of destruction that shook the earth to its core. At the heart of the Allied forces, atop a purple gold warship drawn by 9 dragon-like serpents, stood several figures radiating profound auras. At the forefront stood an elder clad in grey robes, his body swirling with runic patterns, none other than Ji Chen, the second patriarch of the Purple Sword Sect. He stepped forward, his voice quiet yet carrying throughout the entire army. 100 years ago, the Lingxiao Holy Sect seized our 3 clans' colossal spirit veins and slaughtered our mighty warriors. This blood debt shall be repaid 100-fold today. Zishuan's voice carried a bone-deep hatred. A nouveau riche sect with less than 1,000,000 years of heritage dares to run rampant across the 100 domains of Yen? Today, we shall level the Windstorm domain, slaughter the Lingxiao sect, and show the world what true heritage means. The intent to kill was blatant, utterly unmasked. Behind him, Xuezong, the great ancestor of the Snowjade sect, sat aloof upon an ice crystal throne, his expression impassive. Enough talk. Xuezong waved his hand, issuing the command for the full assault. Charge directly into the Windstorm domain, then swiftly annihilate the Lingxiao Holy Sect. After that, we shall aid the Western Chu Empire in annihilating the Ji clan. His plans extended far beyond this. This battle will also serve as a purge. We'll use this opportunity to weaken the power of the other imperial clans and sacred domains across the 100 realms of Yen. After the war, the entire Yin domain will be ruled by our 3 families alone. What immense ambition, what venomous scheming. Second Patriarch, my brother and I volunteer to lead the vanguard. 2 figures cloaked in black mist stepped forward, none other than the 7th Patriarch, Purple Shadow, and the 8th Patriarch, Purple Ink, of the Purple Sword Sect. Their hooded cloaks concealed their features. Zishuan Song agreed. He understood that while these brothers were nominally vanguards, their true role was to oversee the battle to force the subordinate factions into serving as cannon fodder. He also knew that the 2 practiced a secret ancient zither technique together. When they joined forces, they could fight against an extreme path 3rd step cultivator. This was a hidden card the Purple Sword Sect held a potential headache should future troubles arise. Purple Shadow and Purple Ink accepted the order. Their figures flickered, and they appeared at the very front of the Allied forces. Before them stood dozens of forcibly conscripted members from imperial clans and sacred lands. Chapter 40, Whetstone. All subordinate forces, attack immediately. Zi Ying's voice carried no emotion. Below, the faces of the powerful figures from the subordinate factions turned ashen. Resistance? Just days ago, several disobedient imperial clans had been uprooted by the combined forces of the 3 major houses, leaving no survivors. Charge? Facing the Fenglan domain, with the colossal Lingxiao Holy Sect looming behind them, this was a suicide mission, pure and simple, nothing more than cannon fodder. This was a dead end. After a brief, deathly silence, an ancient ancestor of the imperial clan let out a roar filled with grief and fury. We're doomed either way, might as well fight. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. Men, follow me. Let's unleash our fury upon those scum of the Qingxiao domain. The will to survive overpowered their fear. Rather than die in humiliation at the hands of one's own people, it is better to die gloriously in battle on the battlefield. Charge! Charge! A torrent of 10,000 cultivators surged like a burst dam, madly flooding into the borders of the Qingxiao domain. Beasts roared, war chariots crushed the air. Border cities crumbled to ruins in an instant under their savage onslaught. Countless cultivators and civilians, unable to flee in time, were torn to shreds by the torrent of war. Plunder, slaughter, destruction. The brutal reality of the imperial clan's internecine war was laid bare in that moment. The weak possessed no power over their own fate, reduced to mere pawns on the chessboard of the powerful. Windstorm domain, sacred land of heavenly fire. This ancient power within the Windstorm domain had endured for millions of years. Within its walls, alarm bells rang incessantly. An elderly man clad in black robes stood before the mountain gates, gazing at the dark clouds gathering on the horizon with a grave expression. He was the supreme elder of the Heavenly Fire Sanctuary, a powerhouse at the mid-stage of the sacred sacrifice realm. Activate the mountain defense array. Engage all killing formations. His voice echoed throughout the entire sanctuary. Hum. Layer upon layer of luminous barriers rose, enveloping the entire Heavenly Fire Sanctuary. Yet the old man felt no sense of security. The enemies were too numerous. The Purple Sword Sect and Snowjade Sect each controlled over 50 major realms. The number of cultivators they could mobilize was well beyond 10 million. The sheer force of their momentum alone was causing their mountain defending array to tremble on the verge of collapse. Quick! Send a blood-colored emergency talisman to the Lingxiao Holy Sect for reinforcements. The elder bellowed at the disciples beside him. Senior Patriarch, activate the teleportation array. Evacuate every single core disciple, not a single one left behind. He made his final decision. We old bones will stay behind. For the sect, for the children, we'll buy every last moment we can. He turned, sword in hand, and strode toward the mountain gate. Behind him lay an ancient teleportation array engulfed in flames. Before him lay enemies capable of devouring everything. In mere days, half of Canglan domain lay scorched and barren. The air thickened with a sickening, acrid stench, a strange blend of scorched earth and blood. Ancient sects that had stood for 10,000 years were uprooted, reduced to ruins. The subordinate forces, forcibly conscripted into the fray, had descended into utter savagery. At first, they still harbored some reluctance. After all, they shared the same yen soil and 100 realms, constantly crossing paths. But when the shadow of death descended, when their own warships were blown to pieces, when fellow disciples beside them turned into mist of blood, that pitiful shred of compassion was crushed to dust by the raw will to survive. If we don't plunder, who will compensate for our losses? If we don't slaughter them all, once they recover, we'll be the ones dying. Once such madness took root, it could never be contained. The slaughter spread from cultivators to commoners. Plunder extended from spirit stone veins to the granaries of mortal kingdoms. The high-ranking elders of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect merely watched coldly. To these ancient, time-honored sects, the lives of billions were no different from those of ants. What did it matter if an entire domain became a wasteland? Within 20 years, new fresh fodder would sprout anew. The Canglan domain had become a veritable hell on earth. Within a sacred sanctuary known as Wind-Hearing Valley, the last holdouts were driven to the summit of the main peak. The mountain-defending array had long since shattered. The surviving cultivators stood back to back, their faces etched with despair and fury. A blood-soaked elder, his chi and blood churning, hurled his final defiance at the dark mass of allied forces below. Our wind-listening valley sought no conflict with the world. Why must you exterminate us to the last soul? His voice brimmed with defiance. The only response was an even more ferocious assault. Sacred Sacrifice Realm cultivators, even Supreme Sovereign Realm powerhouses, joined the fray. Blinding bursts of divine power engulfed the last remaining hilltop of Listening Wind Valley. An ancient kingdom's sovereign had contemplated surrender. But the envoy he dispatched was torn to shreds by the bloodthirsty cannon fodder forces before he could utter a single word. The path was utterly blocked. The Windstorm domain is finished. This thought spread through the minds of every survivor. Lingxiao Holy Sect, Main Peak Hall. Mo Yuan strode into the hall and bowed deeply before Ling Canglan seated at the head. His expression was more grave than ever before. Ancestor, the situation in the Canglan domain is critical. Most of its territory has already fallen. Over a dozen factions that sought our aid, including the Heavenly Fire Sanctuary and Listening Wind Valley, have lost contact. At the Allied forces' current advance rate, our super-large spirit stone vein in the Wind Misty domain can hold out for 2 days at most. Mo Yuan's voice was strained. That vein was one of the lifelines of the entire sect. A supreme elder stepped forward to add. Ancestor, the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect have spared no expense this time, mobilizing forces from 50 major realms under their command. The number of cultivators at the Void God realm and above alone exceeds tens of millions. Their objective is clear, to annihilate our sect once and for all in this decisive battle. Simultaneously, the Western Chu Empire has assembled tens of millions of troops, launching a fierce assault on the Ji clan within the Yuanling domain. The Ji clan is now completely isolated. Yesterday, they sent envoys to our sect, seeking an alliance. Mo Yuan took up the thread, snorting coldly. The Ji clan's schemes are transparent. They aim to drag us into conflict to buy themselves breathing room. Once we're locked in a mutually destructive battle with the Western Chu Empire, they'll likely be the first to emerge and stab us in the back. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall grew oppressively heavy. The frontline battle in the Canglan domain. The latent threat from the Ji clan. These twin crises weighed upon everyone like two immense mountains. Ling Canglan sat upon the throne, his expression utterly unreadable. Only after everyone had spoken did he slowly open his mouth. We have our own plans for dealing with the Windstorm domain. The assembly froze. A way? What way? Ling Canglan offered no explanation. He rose to his feet and paced a few steps. The council need only keep a close watch on the Ji family's movements. This turmoil is the finest whetstone. Transmit my decree, all disciples who pass the Purgatory Rakshasa realm trial, along with every disciple within the sect who has reached a bottleneck, are to venture forth into the world for training. Mo Yuan's heart jolted as he pondered the patriarch's words. A whetstone? He instantly understood. This disciple obeys. Mo Yuan immediately issued the orders. All disciples receiving this decree are to proceed immediately to the Yuanling realm. This command puzzled many elders, yet none dared to question it. By avoiding the Windstorm domain, that grinding mill of flesh and blood, they would open a second front in the Yuanling domain. This move not only shielded disciples from the deadliest frontal assault but also leveraged the chaos engulfing 100 realms to sift out the sect's true backbone. Mo Yuan understood clearly, whether it was the Ji clan or the Western Shu Empire, whichever emerged victorious from the chaos in the Yuanling realm would never tolerate the colossal Lingxiao holy sect lurking on the sidelines. A clash was inevitable. Better to enter the fray proactively than react passively. He hoped the patriarch could once again work miracles, leading the Lingxiao holy sect to truly stand atop the 100 realms of Yin. Chapter 41, The Legion of Death. Deep within the boundless mountains of the Azure Void Realm. This is the forbidden territory of the Lingxiao holy sect, shrouded by an ancient formation impervious to outsiders. At Mo Yuan's command, the formation slowly opened, revealing the scene within. It was no heavenly paradise, but a vast city radiating an aura of iron-blooded severity and grimness. On the city square, 1,000,000 cultivators clad in uniform black armor had already assembled. Each radiated a murderous aura, silent and still, like gods of slaughter crawling from hell itself. Hovering above them, 10 colossal warships, each 3,000 zhang in length, remained suspended in stillness. The ships were entirely black, their hulls engraved with intricate array patterns. Hanging from their prows were the banners of the Lingxiao holy sect. These were Ling Canglan's secret trump cards, forged at immense cost. This force served as both a contingency against the Fenglan domain coalition and a reserve for the disciples soon to embark on their trials in the Yuanling domain. Upon a lofty platform within a mighty fortress nestled among the mountains, Ling Canglan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, the figure of Meiji stood silently. Below the platform lay a sea of black. 1,000,000 cultivators, clad in uniform dark gray battle armor and wielding standardized weapons, formed a silent and oppressive formation. No battle cries. No clamor. Only the rhythmic, synchronized breathing of the masses, gathering into a storm that seemed to halt the very clouds in the sky. That killing intent, condensed to its absolute peak, sent a faint pang of dread through Meiji, a fifth-step Extreme Dao powerhouse. Nearly a century and countless creation pills were expended to forge this army. Ling Canglan spoke, his voice matter-of-fact, clear as it reached Meiji's ears. They are all orphans I salvaged from ruins, or those deemed irredeemable by their sect's failures destined never to establish a foundation. Each creation pill possesses enough power to transform an ordinary mortal beyond recognition, granting them the potential to break through to the true God realm. I gave them new life, and they pledged their lives to me. He did not turn around, but Meiji could feel the weight of his words. This 1,000,000-strong army was composed entirely of true God realm peak cultivators. Moreover, the cultivation techniques and battle formations they practiced all originated from Ling Canglan. Their chi was interconnected, forming a seamless whole. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of cultivators at the same level by several fold. Resources are limited. 1,000,000 is already the absolute limit. But it will suffice. This formation is called Slaying Immortals. With 1,000,000 soldiers combining their strength, it is sufficient to crush an ordinary sovereign. Meiji's breath halted for an instant. Slaying a supreme being. These 4 words represented a terrifying level of combat power. The Purple Sword Sect and Snowjade Sect claimed to control 50 realms, commanding thousands of sacred sacrifices, 10,000 true gods, and tens of millions of heavenly gods and void gods. Quite intimidating. Too bad. No matter how many they have, they're still just a rabble. His original plan was to treat these two factions as high-level experience packs, saving them for the newly emerged disciples to grind through on their future journeys. But the situation in the Windstorm domain can't wait that long. Since they're so eager to meet their end, I'll grant them their wish. Ling Canglan turned to face Meiji. I'll go personally and slaughter those 2 old fools at the 4th step of the extreme path. The rest is yours. With this 1,000,000-strong army of the dead, can you crush their allied forces to pieces? Meiji bowed deeply. She felt the fervent, pure loyalty of the 1,000,000 death servants below that resolute determination to live and die for one master alone. Combined with her own 5th step of the extreme path strength. The 2 strongest opponents across the field had been singled out and taken away by the patriarch. What could the remaining bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp possibly do against her? Master. Meiji's voice carried absolute certainty. 3 days. Within 3 days, the allied forces of the 2 major factions will cease to exist. Very well. Ling Canglan had granted her authority to command this legion of death servants. In this battle, of the 1,000,000 dead soldiers, no more than 10% will survive. Ling Canglan's words were cold and icy. But it matters not. People, this world has no shortage of them. Dead servants can always be retrained. When I offered them the transformation pills, the choice was theirs. Without me, survival itself would be a luxury for them. What he sought had never been the gain or loss of a single city or territory. He intended to use this war to thoroughly stir up the stagnant waters of Yan's 100 domains, shattering every old vessel and jar. Then, he would let those registered disciples who crawled out of the infernal Rakshasa realm establish a brand new order belonging to the Lingxiao holy sect upon this ruin. To lay the first cornerstone for future domination of the 100 realms and expansion into the vast Canglan world. Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, Cold Moon Domain. Deep within the Wang clan's ancestral lands, in a temple so ancient it seemed poised to crumble to dust at any moment. Wang Kuan, the five-step supreme ancestor renowned beyond these lands, knelt reverently upon a meditation cushion. Before him sat a figure. That figure was withered like a piece of rotten wood, hair ashen and lifeless, the entire being radiating a thick aura of death, like a corpse sitting in meditation. Yet, strangely, an arcane and profound aura of the Dao swirled around him, making it impossible to look directly at him. He was the most ancient existence of the Wang clan, the supreme ancestor, Wang Yuan. Ancestor, the investigation into the Lingxiao holy sect has yielded results. Wang Kuan's voice carried a lingering fear. That sect's mountain defending formation is a top-tier emperor-grade killing array. Merely sensing it from afar nearly shattered my mind. The woman commanding the sect is of pure-blooded ancient royal lineage. Most crucially, within that domain, I detected a trace of immortal vein fluctuations. A deathly silence fell over the ancestral hall. Wang Yuan's mummified-like body stirred slightly. Dust that had accumulated on his shoulders for untold years fell in a steady stream. Ancient royal lineage. Immortal vein. Wang Yuan's voice was hoarse and dry, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. It can't be wrong. Only the legendary immortal lineage worthy of the immortal vein could attract beings like the ancient royal clan to willingly follow. He reached a revolutionary conclusion. What bull about a new rising power? That damn thing was an immortal lineage, hidden from the world, fishing for followers. Wang Yuan slowly raised his head. His gaunt face bore two sunken eye sockets, dark and terrifying. Every member of Wang Tang's lineage shall have their cultivation stripped and be banished from Cold Moon Domain, never to set foot here again. His decision was ruthless to the extreme. Sacrificing an entire lineage's future to secure an immortal lineage's non-pursuit in his eyes, this bargain was a steal. Additionally, issue the order, the clan must withdraw all forces stationed abroad. A note of gravity crept into Wang Yuan's voice. The imperial house of the Taiyu immortal dynasty is nearing its end. That mud-legged peasant from the north has been acting suspiciously lately, fearful he may rebel. Keep the young ones sharp. Above all, prioritize the family legacy. This was both a warning to Wang Kuan and a blueprint for the Wang clan's future. He must appease the Lingxiao holy sect while confronting the celestial dynasty's internal turmoil. Both tasks demanded equal attention and resolve. For the family's continued existence, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Chapter 42, Counterattack. Windstorm Domain, Guyang City. Bloodstains stained the city walls and shattered banners littered the ground. Outside the walls, a vast, dark army stretched endlessly. The banners of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect fluttered fiercely amidst the murderous aura emanating from the countless cultivators gathered there. Surrounded by tens of millions of cultivators, this ancient city resembled an isolated island battered by raging waves. Within the city walls, at the Minamoto residence, the atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone is present. Seated at the head of the hall, an elder clad in a black robe surveyed the clan's core members below. He was the pillar of the Minamoto clan, Minamoto no Amakagami. The situation outside requires no further explanation from me. The methods of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect are well known to all. They accept no surrender and leave no survivors. Surrender is impossible, and escape is laughable. Therefore, there is nothing left to discuss. He rose to his feet, his gaunt frame radiating an astonishing aura. Sons of the Yuan family, only ghosts die in battle, never cowards on their knees. Transmit my order, open the clan treasury. Distribute all resources without exception. Every enemy slain is a victory gained. Even if our Minamoto clan perishes today, we shall tear a piece of flesh from their bodies. Roar! Every member of the Minamoto clan roared within the great hall. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. When cornered, even a rabbit will bite. Boom! Outside the city walls, the allied forces launched their assault. Multicolored magical spells rained down relentlessly upon Guyang City's protective barrier. The entire formation shook violently, cracks spreading like a spider web across the light barrier. The array's energy core, a mountain of spirit stones, was visibly depleting at a rapid pace. Upon the city walls, nearly 10 million cultivators from various factions across the Fonlan domain gripped their weapons tightly. They were prepared. Once the array shattered, it would be time to engage the enemy in close combat with their own flesh and blood. On the other side of the Fonlan domain, countless sects and noble families were undertaking a great migration. Families in tow, they piloted flying vessels and magical artifacts, fleeing in panic from the land that had nurtured them. Faced with the combined forces of the two great overlords, they lacked even the courage to resist. Within the Bai family's domain, chaos reigned. Hurry! Load everything we can carry. Spirit stones, elixirs, cultivation manuals, not a single thing must be left behind. Bai Xinshan, the clan chief of the Bai family, paced back and forth in the council hall, his face twisted into a bitter expression. Ever since the Supreme Patriarch's demise and the clan's spirit stone veins being handed over to the Lingxiao holy sect, the Bai clan had utterly fallen to third-rate status. He had received word that the vanguard of the allied forces would reach his doorstep within half a day at most. Clan chief, must we truly leave? An elder asked anxiously. Stay? Stay and wait for death? Bai Xinshan snapped impatiently. But hasn't the Lingxiao Holy Sect become the ruler of the Fonlan domain? Won't they just stand by and watch? The Lingxiao Holy Sect? Uncertainty colored by Jinshan's tone. They are powerful, but do you think the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect are pushovers? Those are ancient lineages passed down for countless millennia, with depths unfathomable. The Lingxiao Holy Sect rose too quickly. Their foundations are ultimately a bit shallow. The outcome of this battle is anyone's guess. He had already prepared for the worst. If the Lingxiao Holy Sect couldn't hold out, he would take his clan far away, becoming a stray dog beyond the domain. At least he could save his own life. Just as the Bai clan lived in constant dread. The heavens shifted. Boom! A thunderous rumble, deep and deafening, rolled in from the horizon's edge. The sound grew closer and louder, as if some primordial beast were stomping through the heavens itself. Bai Jinshan burst out of the main hall and looked up. 10 enormous rifts tore open the sky above Fonlan domain. 10 colossal warships, entirely pitch black and radiating a bone-chilling aura, slowly emerged from the spatial rifts. Each vessel stretched 3,000 zhang in length, its hull engraved with intricate, arcane array patterns. An overwhelming aura of supreme imperial weapons engulfed the heavens. Banners hung from their prows, fluttering wildly in the gale force winds. Upon them, the 4 characters Lingxiao Holy Sect were written in bold, sweeping strokes, radiating an air of supreme arrogance that seemed to look down upon the world. This is... Bai Jinshan's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow an egg, his entire being frozen in utter bewilderment. What the hell was this thing? An imperial warship? 10 of them. You've got to be kidding me. A war machine of this scale. Not only had he never seen one, but even the 4 most powerful sovereign-level factions in the 100 domains of Yin Earth might not be able to field such a thing. The fleeing sects and noble houses halted in their tracks, each staring skyward in stunned silence. Was the Lingxiao Holy Sect's foundation truly this terrifying? Under countless stunned gazes, the 10 warships formed a line and rolled forward toward Gaiyang City. Simultaneously, a majestic and resounding voice echoed from the warships, reverberating throughout the entire Fonlan domain. Edict of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect, you have committed heinous crimes, slaughtering innocent lives. Your punishment shall be execution. That voice seemed imbued with a certain magic, striking precisely at the heartstrings of every cultivator in the Fonlan domain. All ancient kingdoms, noble houses, sacred lands, and sects within the Fonlan domain must cease their flight immediately. Take up your weapons and join our holy sect in vanquishing the invaders. Avenge our fallen brothers and sisters. Avenge our destroyed homelands. This battle is to uphold heaven's will. The edict's words were filled with incitement. It offered no grand rhetoric, merely igniting the most primal hatred and desperate will to survive within every cultivator of the Windstorm domain. After a brief silence, an elderly man clad in black robes halted his flying vessel amidst the fleeing ranks. 3 days prior, his entire clan had been slaughtered by the Allied forces' cannon fodder troops. He alone had narrowly escaped. No more running. The old man clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood. I refuse to go on. I will have my revenge. His voice was hoarse, yet tinged with a hysterical madness. You're right. Damn it, what the hell are we afraid of? From another direction, a 2-meter-tall, muscle-bound brute slammed his massive axe into the ground, leaving a deep crater. My entire family was slaughtered by those bastards from the Purple Sword Sect. I've been itching to fight them for ages. We never had the chance before, but now that the Lingxiao Holy Sect is leading the charge, count me in. Count me in too. Out of 3,000 in my sect, I'm the only one left alive. Let's fight our way back. Let's take them on. Once ignited, the flames of vengeance spread like wildfire. The 10 imperial warships of the Lingxiao Holy Sect gave them the courage to seek vengeance. The Lingxiao Holy Sect's domineering decree provided them with a reason for vengeance. In an instant, the entire Fonlan domain was swept into a whirlwind of turmoil. Countless cultivators who had been fleeing now turned back. Fear and confusion vanished from their faces, replaced by a shared fury and resolve. Scattered forces began converging toward a single destination. Their target was singular. Gaiyang City. Chapter 43, Reckoning. Windstorm Domain, a boundless expanse of plains. 2 armies clashed upon this land. One side comprised 1,000,000 death servants led by the Enchantress, their jet-black armor forming a solid sea, silent as mountains. The other was the vanguard of the combined forces of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect. Though touted as 2 million strong, they were in truth a hastily assembled rabble clad in mismatched attire, clamoring and chaotic. Form ranks. Meiji's voice echoed through the dead servants' communication array, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. Charge. No war drums. No trumpets. 1,000,000 death servants moved. In groups of 3, forming 10-man formations, countless miniature killing arrays instantly interlocked into a single entity. Transforming into an indestructible black blade, they plunged straight into the chaotic sea of humanity. Meiji herself vanished from her position a moment before. Within the Allied forces' ranks, the 2 Supreme Realm cultivators with the strongest auras stood commanding the battlefield, brimming with confidence. The next instant, Their heads shot skyward without warning. Blood spurted high into the air. 2 headless corpses fell straight to the ground. Until their final breath, they never knew how they had died. Kill. The Deadpool Legion crashed into the enemy formation. Their 3-man formation, bound by shared energy, united in offense and defense. A single charge could easily tear apart a Saint Sacrifice Realm cultivator. The allied cultivators were utterly stunned. Their prized treasure techniques struck the enemy's armor, only managing to spatter a few insignificant sparks. Yet a single casual slash from the enemy could claim multiple lives. This was no contest between equals. After just one wave of assault, the 2 million-strong formation crumbled like a house of cards. Cries of terror and pleas for mercy pierced the heavens. Countless cultivators discarded their armor and fled in panic. Hovering high above, the enchantress remained utterly unmoved by this one-sided slaughter. She was merely an executor. At her command, the Legion of the Dead commenced their methodical pursuit and harvest. In the end, only a mere handful of thousands managed to escape this hellish battlefield. They continued advancing toward Guyong City. Meiji encountered the main force of the allied armies. It was an even vaster ocean of tens of millions of cultivators. Within this force were numerous small and medium-sized factions from other regions of Yan's 100 domains. Initially swept along by the Purple Sword Sect and Snowjade Sect, they harbored resentment toward this war. But now, their faces were etched with greed and fervor. Hu family, how much did you score this time? Haha, not much, just snatched 3 spirit stone veins and captured the holy maiden of the Ye sect. That little minx is a real treat. Ha ha ha. We've made a decent haul too, got our hands on a fragment of the true spirit scripture. Back home, we'll study it carefully. Who knows? Maybe it'll help our old ancestor advance even further. The Hu family, a minor clan without even a single true god. At this moment, the Hu family's white-haired patriarch sat aboard a magnificent flying vessel, his face glowing with satisfaction. Before him lay heaps of various elixirs and jade slips inscribed with cultivation techniques. We've struck gold. This time, we've truly struck gold. Once we return to the clan and assimilate these treasures, the Hu family will surely soar to new heights and become a formidable power in this region. He raised a cup of spirit wine, downed it in one gulp, and laughed heartily. War profits so easy to reap. They had transformed from passive participants into war parasites, utterly consumed by the thrill of plunder. Just as this group reveled in their triumph, an indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The entire world fell silent. Every movement froze. Tens of millions of cultivators felt their very souls gripped by an invisible hand, where even breathing became a luxury. Meiji's figure appeared high above the heavens. Her voice echoed across every corner of the battlefield. By decree of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, execute all who dare to defy. As the words fell, she merely raised her hand lightly, pressing it gently toward the densest crowd below. An invisible energy rippled outward like water waves. In that area, nearly 1 million cultivators before they could even utter a scream were reduced to primordial ash. The wind scattered them away. A vast, startlingly empty void appeared on the battlefield. Kill! The enchantress commanded once more. 1 million death servants formed a killing formation, surging like a black tide toward the allied forces, now frozen in terror. No. Extreme Path 5 Steps. It's an Extreme Path 5 Steps powerhouse. An elderly man clad in an opulent imperial robe let out a shrill scream, his voice warped by terror. He was the sole supreme emperor within this coalition, his cultivation at the first step realm. Upon sensing Meiji's unfathomable aura, all his fighting spirit and greed were instantly replaced by terror. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his kin and his entire army. Igniting his primordial essence, he transformed into a streak of light, poised to tear through space and flee. Thinking of leaving? Meiji didn't even spare him a glance. She snapped her fingers. A slender jet of black light spanned endless space, precisely catching up to the streak of light. Pop. A soft pop. The Extreme Dao Emperor, burning his very essence to flee desperately, exploded mid-air. Multicolored imperial blood, as dazzling as fireworks, scattered across the sky. This scene shattered the allied forces' last psychological defense. The patriarch has fallen. The heavens have fallen. Our sect is finished. An elderly man in white collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. He knew all too well what losing the protection of the Supreme Emperor meant. Even if they managed to escape this place and return to their homeland, what awaited them would be the frenzied counterattacks and annexation attempts from surrounding powers. Their foundation was gone. Panic spread like a plague through the tens of millions of allied forces. The plunderers who had boasted of their might moments before now scattered like frightened birds. The entire battle situation collapsed completely. Just as the allied forces disintegrated into a rout, fleeing in all directions. Across the plain, dust billowed into the air. Countless banners appeared on the horizon. The Wu clan is here. By the imperial decree of the Holy Sect, we shall annihilate the invading foe. Tang clan descendants, follow me into battle. Avenge our kin slaughtered by these invaders. All of you in Ye Sect, we will fight to the death against these bastards who destroyed our homeland. The native forces of the Fenglan domain had arrived. Their warships all flew the banners of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Their faces bore a murderous intent and hatred more frenzied than that of the death servants. These days, they had been suppressed for far too long. Our homeland was destroyed, our loved ones slaughtered. Now, the chance for vengeance had arrived. Like sharks sensing blood, their cheeks flushed crimson, they charged at the retreating allied forces. The Deadpool Legion launched a frontal assault. Local forces pursued and encircled them from the flanks and rear. A vast net woven from hatred and slaughter completely enveloped the plain. The allied forces were trapped, unable to escape. Chapter 44, The Aces Played. Windstorm Domain, Main Battlefield. Hundreds of colossal, ancient warships hovered in the void, thousands of miles away. Here lay the true core of the allied forces. The banners of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect fluttered silently amidst the chaotic void currents. On the upper deck of a purple gold vessel, several elders with profound auras watched the battle on the plains through a massive water mirror. Within the mirror, the enchantress pressed her hand down, and a million allied soldiers turned to ash. The air within the towering vessel froze. "Is that a primordial being?" a Snow Jade Sect elder's voice cracked. And one at the fifth step of the supreme path, Ji Chen, clad in purple imperial robes, spoke slowly. "Our intelligence was flawed. One Ling Canglan was already troublesome enough, and now another primordial being at the fifth step of the ultimate path had emerged. Just how many secrets did the Lingxiao Holy Sect harbor?" In the water mirror, the great emperor at the first step of the ultimate path, the one they had pinned their hopes upon, burned his primordial essence to flee, only to be effortlessly incinerated by a streak of black light. The dazzling imperial blood seemed to mock their ignorance. "Retreat!" An elder of the Snow Jade Sect broke the silence first. "We can't fight anymore. If we persist, even if we win, both our sects will be crippled and fall to second-rate status." "I agree. Lingxiao Holy Sect's rise is too bizarre, their foundations are terrifyingly deep. We must return and deliberate carefully." "Precisely. Only by uniting with the Western Shu Imperial Court and the Ji clan can we ensure absolute certainty." The voices echoed in agreement. Once the thought of retreat took hold, it could no longer be suppressed. None wished to squander their clan's accumulated strength here. Zitsang and Shuishuan, the grand ancestor of the Snow Jade Sect, exchanged glances, each seeing the same resolve to retreat in the other's eyes. "Transmit the order." Zitsang's voice echoed through the entire fleet via the formation. "All forces, withdraw to the sect." He showed not a shred of hesitation. As for the tens of millions of affiliated cultivators on the plains, used as cannon fodder? Who cared? Their purpose was to wear down the enemy. Now that their mission was complete, their survival or demise was of no concern to the Purple Sword Sect. Preserving their core combat strength was paramount. Such was the survival law of the Primordial Dao tradition, cold, ruthless, and utterly pragmatic. The array cores of hundreds of warships activated, their massive hulls trembling slightly as they prepared to tear through space for long-distance teleportation. At that very moment, a voice resounded without warning within everyone's divine consciousness. "You're already here, why the rush to leave?" Zitsang and Shuixian felt their scalps tingle. The next instant, a sword beam streaked across the heavens, descending from an unknown origin to cleave down upon them. The blade's length was beyond measure, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Wherever its icy glint touched, the void shattered like fragile glass, cracking inch by inch. An aura of annihilation enveloped the entire fleet of warships. "No! Defense is up!" Zitsang roared, channeling every ounce of his imperial power into the purple gold tower ship beneath his feet. Boom! The sword beam descended. Over half of the battle fleet, the pride of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect, was reduced to cosmic dust by that single strike. The cultivators aboard, along with their divine souls, were utterly obliterated. Among them were countless pillars of strength, the future hopes of both sects, cultivated at immense cost. This single strike severed the fortunes of both sects for tens of thousands of years to come. Chaos reigned on the surviving warships. A figure stepped forth from the void. Ling Canglan. Ling Canglan. Zitsang stared at the empty void around him, at the remains of his clan reduced to dust, a surge of bloodlust rising to his head. "Do you truly intend to wage an unending war against our two ancient lineages until one is destroyed?" He roared the accusation, though he himself failed to notice the faint tremor in his voice. The true intent of death contained within that sword strike had made even him, an Extreme Dao Emperor, feel a deadly threat. Ling Canglan paid no heed to his ranting. He merely extended a finger and lightly traced it across the surviving warship. Whoosh! 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 Stronger, more condensed sword energy shot forth. With each flash, another warship was pierced through, its cultivators torn into blood mist by the Dao laws infused within the sword energy. It was a one-sided slaughter. "Stop!" Shuixian, the Grand Patriarch of the Snow Jade Sect, his beard and hair standing on end, shouted urgently, "Ling Canglan, stop this at once. If you continue killing, we will go down with you." He was truly terrified. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before every core disciple they brought with them was slaughtered. Even if they managed to return alive, their sect would be nothing but a hollow shell. Ling Canglan showed no sign of stopping. He never showed mercy to his enemies. He raised his other hand. An ancient, ornate bell materialized in his palm, swelling in the wind until it grew as vast as a mountain range. Upon its surface, patterns of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and vegetation swirled, emanating an aura of primordial chaos. Chaos bell. Clang. Ling Canglan flicked his finger lightly against the bell's surface. A long, resonant toll transformed into visible ripples, spreading out in all directions. Crack. Crack. All surviving warships, struck by this chime like porcelain hit by a giant hammer, instantly cracked and shattered into pieces. Weaker cultivators caught in the shockwave had their souls shattered on the spot, blood gushing from their 7 orifices as they died. Even supreme emperors like Ji Chen and Ye Chen felt their skulls threatening to explode, their chi and blood surging violently. Put. Both men spat out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies flew backward uncontrollably. The entire battlefield fell completely under the control of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Madman. You madman. Zitsong steadied himself, hair disheveled, every trace of an emperor's dignity gone. He knew conventional methods were useless against the man before him. The time for desperate measures had come. You've pushed me to this point. Today, I'll show you the true foundation of the Purple Sword Sect. He roared, drawing a purple token covered in cracks from his robe. I humbly invoke the will of the ancient ancestor to descend. Zitsong spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the token. Instead of healing, the cracks on the token shattered even more violently. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing the Extreme Dao Realm, erupted violently from the token. On the other side, Ye Chen wiped the blood from her lips, her face hardening with resolve. Her hands formed seals as she chanted incantations, hurling a palm-sized array flag into the air. Ah! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. From within the formation flags, a colossal phantom snow dragon, formed from endless blizzards, burst forth. The snow dragon coiled in the void, its head held high, emanating an aura that surpassed even the extreme path's 7th step. 2 utterly distinct, terrifying forces manifested simultaneously. The void itself erupted into chaos. Ling Canglan halted all movement. He felt the pressure. But he was not surprised. An ancient lineage passed down through countless millennia would be strange indeed if it didn't possess some hidden, life-saving tricks up its sleeve. The battlefield fell into a brief standoff. On one side stood the revived will of the ancient progenitor and the colossal phantom of the snow dragon. On the other, Ling Canglan stood holding the bell, his presence alone commanding the entire field. Chapter 45, Annihilating 2 Great Factions. The void seethed. The towering purple specter, bearing power beyond this realm, exerted a pressure as overwhelming as the heavens collapsing. The colossal dragon, formed from wind and snow, coiled within the starry river. With each blink of its dragon eyes, all existence froze. Both forces locked onto Ling Canglan. Zitsong and Shueishuan, along with the few surviving elders, poured every ounce of their imperial power into the assault, their faces twisted with a sickening madness. This was a strike staking the sect's eternal destiny. Ling Canglan, to fall beneath the ultimate foundations of our 2 sects, you die with dignity. Zitsong's voice was hoarse, yet tinged with the satisfaction of certain victory. Ling Canglan stood beneath the chaos bell, his robes unmoving. He looked up at the 2 colossal figures and let out a soft sigh. Such an elaborate display. A thought flashed through his mind. Deep within his consciousness, a long-forgotten card quietly surfaced. This was his ultimate reserve, the final card among the 10 power-enhancing cards gifted by the system. For 10,000 years, he had never brought himself to use it. Today, it seemed he had no choice but to use it. Shatter. A single thought. The card shattered, transforming into an indescribably vast surge of energy that washed over his limbs and bones, surging into the sea of his soul. Boom! An aura 100 times more terrifying than the combined power of the previous 2 surged forth from Ling Canglan. His cultivation, having been at the 6th step of the extreme path, shattered that barrier and soared to an entirely new, unimaginable level. The pinnacle of the 7th step of the ultimate path. The watershed between the divine and the mortal. The void beneath his feet began to collapse in vast swathes. The mountains and rivers of the Qingming domain trembled for 10,000 miles, while countless living beings prostrated themselves on the ground, worshipping this direction in terror. The chaos bell in his hand emitted a joyful hum as its body swelled. The patterns of sun, moon, and stars etched upon it seemed to come alive, flowing with primordial chaos energy. This feeling. Ling Canglan clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him, nearly overflowing. He had a premonition that once the 10-minute amplification period ended, armed with the insights gained from this experience, he would finally take that crucial step forward. Across from him, Zitsong's fanatical grin froze. Shueishuan's resolute face was now etched with utter disbelief. No, this can't be. His aura, how could this be? A suppression emanating from the very core of existence made their very souls tremble. Ling Canglan gave them little time to recover from their shock. He raised his hand, bent his finger, and with a light flick, struck the chaos bell, now as vast as a mountain. Clang! A single toll of the bell. The sound was not jarring, yet it echoed with a timeless depth, as if carried from the dawn of creation itself. Where the sound waves passed, time became chaotic and space-twisted. The arrogant, ancient ancestor's will, a mere phantom, could not even struggle. Within the bell's resonance, it dissolved inch by inch, reverting to the most primordial energy particles. The purple token in Ji Chen's hand shattered into dust with a sharp crack. Put! He spat out a jet of blood, his aura instantly withering. With the ancient ancestor's will obliterated, his very foundations suffered permanent, catastrophic damage. On the other side, the roaring snow dragon wailed within the bell's resonance. Its massive form shifted from solid to translucent as the endless snow and wind runes composing the formation flickered out one by one. Finally, with a last, unwilling dragon's roar, it completely dissipated. The array flag in Xue Xian's hand dimmed, its light fading as it fell into the void. The ultimate trump cards that both ancient lineages had prided themselves on proved as fragile as a joke before that single toll of the bell. The tide of battle turned once more. Ji Chen was stunned. Staring at the empty void, then shifting his gaze to Ling Canglan, whose aura was unfathomably deep, a chill shot up his spine from the base of his skull to the crown of his head. Run! That single thought consumed his entire mind. He couldn't win. He simply couldn't win. Without a moment's hesitation, he bit down hard on his tongue, igniting his very essence of life. Explode! His entire body transformed into a blinding purple light, forcibly tearing open a spatial fissure as he prepared to flee. He couldn't even spare a thought for the others of his sect. Survival mattered above all else. Xue Xian hadn't yet recovered from the shock of his trump card being shattered. He saw Ji Chen's escape. He wanted to flee too. But Ling Canglan didn't give him that chance. For this man who sought only to destroy him, Ling Canglan felt not a shred of pity. Ling Canglan merely raised a finger and pointed it toward Xue Xian from afar. Countless Dao Law runes gathered at his fingertip, forming an ancient and intricate divine technique of slaughter. A brilliant beam of light spanned the distance. Xue Xian's body, along with his divine soul, was disintegrated, obliterated, and utterly erased from this world within that beam of light. The great ancestor of the Snow Jade sect had fallen. Only after completing this did Ling Canglan glance towards Ji Chen. Ji Chen's escape light, forged from the burning of his primordial essence, had already torn open space, half his body already plunging into it. He turned his head to look back. In that single glance, he witnessed Xue Xian being dissolved into nothingness by the radiant beam. The chill emanating from the depths of his soul made his escape even faster. As long as he could return, as long as he could survive. Did I give you permission to leave? A flat voice echoed directly within his soul. Ji Chen's movements froze. He watched as Ling Canglan raised his hand, fingers splayed, and slowly lowered it toward his position. A great seal, woven from countless cosmic runes, coalesced out of thin air. Upon the seal lay the patterns of mountains and rivers, the profound mysteries of the primordial creation. It sealed off time and space. It suppressed everything. No! Ji Chen let out a desperate roar. Boom! The great seal descended. The violet escape light, along with the spatial fissure, was crushed into oblivion. The grand ancestor of the Purple Sword Sect, the supreme emperor who had terrorized the 100 realms of Yen for hundreds of thousands of years, did not even leave behind a handful of ashes. The surviving elders of the two sects were utterly dumbfounded. Thud! The ninth patriarch of the Snow Jade sect was the first to kneel, desperately kowtowing toward Ling Canglan. Ancestor, spare our lives. We pledge allegiance. We shall serve as servants of the Lingxiao Holy Sect for life, with unwavering loyalty. We too submit. The others snapped out of their shock and scrambled to kneel, begging for mercy. What dignity of ancient lineages! Before death, it was worthless. A bunch of spineless cowards. A blood-soaked elder of the Purple Sword Sect, standing at the second step of the Supreme Dao Realm, pointed at the kneeling crowd and cursed them out. You've lived hundreds of thousands of years, yet willingly become slaves. There are no cowards in the Purple Sword Sect. With that, he ignited his imperial source and charged toward Ling Canglan. Ling Canglan didn't even glance at him. Keeping you alive is nothing but a burden. He snapped his fingers. A gale force wind spread out. Whether charging forward or kneeling to beg for mercy, all were reduced to nothingness within that gale. Across the entire battlefield, not a single soul remained alive except for those of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. From this day forward, the 100 realms of Yen territory shall know no trace of the Purple Sword Sect or the Snow Jade Sect. Ling Canglan's voice pierced the void, echoing across dozens of surrounding realms. Chapter 46, The Rise of the Holy Sect. The news spread across the entire Yen domain at an unimaginable speed. At first, no one believed it. What kind of joke was this? These were the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect Dao traditions inherited from the primordial era, with foundations as deep as the abyss. You say they're gone? And wiped out within mere days? Even a storyteller wouldn't make this up. Yet as more reports poured in from the front lines, they had no choice but to believe. The Purple Sword Sect's mountain gates lay deserted, their protective array dim and lifeless. At the Snow Jade Sect's 10,000-li snow mountains, the sect's forbidden territory had been razed to the ground by an overwhelmingly domineering sword intent. Two great powers gone. Within the council chambers of countless ancient factions, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. The Lingxiao Holy Sect. They intend to dominate alone, unifying the 100 realms. Too fast. Their rise has been too swift, too ruthless. Quickly, prepare lavish gifts and send envoys to the Qingming domain. No, I shall go personally. We must express our goodwill to the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Everyone realized the heavens over the 100 realms of Yin Earth had changed. An unprecedented colossus had risen, announcing its arrival with the blood of 2 ancient lineages. Those who submit shall prosper, those who resist shall perish. Xianyue Domain, Ji Clan. As one of the most prominent imperial clans across the 100 realms of Yen, the atmosphere within the Ji clan was now thick with tension. Deep within the ancestral lands, in an ancient hall, Ji Yuan, the great ancestor of the Ji clan, paced back and forth, his face edged with anxiety. He had only recently broken through to the 5th step of the extreme path, believing the Ji clan was poised for another glorious era. Yet the news of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect's annihilation felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him from head to toe. How could this happen? Ji Yuan muttered to himself. He knew full well that even if the combined strength of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect surpassed that of the Ji clan, it was only marginally so. Yet these two colossal entities had collapsed before the Lingxiao Holy Sect in mere days. This battle had shattered his understanding of the world. Eldest brother. The second patriarch of the Ji clan strode into the hall, his expression equally grim. The reports are confirmed. Zitsang and Shuexian, along with every Extreme Dao Emperor they brought, are all gone. Ji Yuan halted abruptly, his body swaying slightly. Brother, do not forget our Ji clan and that Lingxiao Holy Sect share old grudges. Ji Heng's voice sent a chill through the hall. That traitor Ji Chen is now Ling Canglan's direct disciple. This is a ready-made excuse for war. In the past, wars between imperial clans would drag on for centuries, even millennia, even after a victory emerged. But this time? In mere days, the core fighting forces of 2 imperial clans have been wiped out. The true strength of the Lingxiao Holy Sect is utterly beyond estimation. The more Ji Heng spoke, the deeper his fear grew. Ji Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew this was no time for panic. Send word to the Western Chu Empire. Ji Yuan's voice was hoarse. Tell the Emperor of Western Chu that he should understand the principle of mutual dependence. Cease all hostilities between us immediately. Unite and confront the Lingxiao Holy Sect together. Is this the only way? Ji Heng asked. No, it is merely one of them. A resolute gleam flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. You. Depart immediately for the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. The Taiyu Immortal Dynasty? Ji Heng froze. Go find Wushang. Ji Yuan spoke of Ji Wushang, the Ji clan's once-in-a-millennium prodigy, a peerless talent. Spotting his potential early on, Ji Yuan had sent him to cultivate at the 3 Talents Immortal Hall within the Taiyu Immortal Court. It was said he now held a high position within the 3 Talents Immortal Hall. The 3 Talents Immortal Hall? That immortal power stands above even us imperial clans. Rumor has it true immortals reside there. Ji Yuan's tone carried a hint of reverence and a thread of hope. Go seek Wushang and relay everything that has transpired here. Should the 3 Talents Immortal Hall intervene, the Lingxiao Holy Sect can be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Ji Heng's breathing quickened. Right. They still had this option. I understand. Brother, I'll depart immediately. Ji Heng accepted the order and turned to leave. Wait. Ji Yuan called him back. He stepped closer to Ji Heng and spoke in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. If the elders of the 3 Talents Immortal Hall truly wish to intervene. A hint of ruthlessness, unbecoming of his status, flickered across Ji Yuan's face. Then it won't just be the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Even the Western Chu Empire will be wiped from existence. By then, across the 100 realms of Yin territory, only our Ji clan shall reign supreme. Ji Heng's heart trembled, and a colossal ambition surged from the depths of his being. He nodded firmly, saying no more, and vanished into the sky as a streak of light. The post-battle landscape of the Wind Mist domain resembled a living hell. The earth lay torn apart, gaping holes in the sky refusing to close. The bones of tens of millions of cultivators piled into mountains, while shattered fragments of magical artifacts littered every inch of scorched earth like discarded trash. The thick stench of blood mingled with a tangled mass of resentment, forming a gray-black haze that shrouded the land now reduced to ruins. It was clear that without 1,000 years, the vitality here would struggle to return. Lingxiao Holy Sect, Jiuli Immortal Island. Ling Canglan's figure materialized silently outside the grand hall. The enchantress in the white gown had been waiting for quite some time. She stepped forward briskly and bowed respectfully. Ancestor. She presented a jade slip inscribed with the battle casualties. Ling Canglan took it and scanned it with her divine sense. The cold numbers etched upon it laid bare the brutality of war. 1 million soldiers sent to battle, less than 30% returned. Mei Ji's voice was hoarse. Among them, another 100,000 suffered severe injuries that damaged their foundations. Without decades of recuperation, they may never regain their combat strength. She paused before adding. However, every enemy who invaded the Fenglan domain has been utterly annihilated. Not a single one survived. Ling Canglan's expression remained calm as he crushed the jade slip into dust. The powder trickled through his fingers. Battlefields claim lives and inflict wounds, an immutable truth since time immemorial. He had long been prepared for this. Yet this wave of losses still left him deeply unsettled. Where had he gone wrong? He didn't need to ponder long. It wasn't that the mercenaries he'd personally trained lacked courage. Ultimately, it boiled down to a severe shortage of elite combatants. The entire Deadpool Legion couldn't even field a single Saint Sacrifice Realm cultivator, let alone a Supreme Realm one. Against legions of cultivators at the same level, they could gain an advantage through sheer reckless bravery. But when confronting true Emperor-level powerhouses, they could only rely on sacrificing lives. This approach was far too costly. A thought crystallized in his mind. It was time to pull out that immortal pill classic and study it thoroughly. He must concoct even more formidable alchemical elixirs. He needed to give his loyal death servants a collective upgrade. Sacred Sacrifice Realm, Supreme Sovereign Realm, both must be arranged. His gaze extended even further. In the future, he would forge an army of loyal servants composed of great emperors and even immortal realm powerhouses. Otherwise, what would he use to conquer the vast Canglan Great World? A mere 3,000 realms could never contain his ambitions. Chapter 47, Laying the Groundwork Across 100 Realms. Ancestor, there is one more matter. Mei Ji's voice snapped Ling Canglan out of his reverie. According to intelligence, the Ji clan and the Western Chu Empire have ceased hostilities. It appears the two factions have forged some sort of alliance, and their sights are now set upon our Lingxiao holy sect. A palpable worry tinged Mei Ji's tone. The pressure from these two major powers joining forces was incomparable to anything they had faced before. Ling Canglan remained silent. Standing before the hall with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed down at the churning sea of clouds below. He knew full well that his trump cards could not be played lightly. This time, he had caught them off guard and delivered a decisive blow. But what about next time? The ancient monsters of the Ji clan and the Western Chu Empire, who had lived for untold ages, would not stand idly by, granting him 10 minutes to put on a show. Ultimately, the Lingxiao holy sect's rise had been too rapid. Like a skyscraper erected at breakneck speed, it was magnificent, yet its foundations remained unstable. He needed to play it safe. Now is not the time to clash head-on with those two houses. To repel external threats, one must first secure the interior. Ling Canglan uttered these 6 words, setting the tone for the holy sect's upcoming strategy. First, consolidate our forces and cultivate our own people. Before the words had fully faded, his figure vanished from the main peak. In the next breath, he stood at the very center of Geopolitical Immortal Island. Here lay a vast expanse of leveled ground, paved with white jade stretching endlessly before the eye. Ling Canglan spread his divine sense, beginning to take stock of his current holdings. The Fenglan domain, the Qingxiao domain, plus the vast territories left behind after the destruction of the Zhejiang sect and the Shuiyu sect. All told, they amounted to 53 great domains. Nominally, this vast expanse of land now fell under the governance of the Lingxiao holy sect. Yet in reality, the only domains he truly held in his grasp were the Yuanling domain, guarded by Tian Lingxue, and the Tianyun domain, which Lin Yi was currently taking over. The remaining 50-plus major domains all required trustworthy individuals to establish a presence. The Fenglan domain had just endured a major conflict, with everything in disarray and the remnant factions too weak to pose a threat. In the territories of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect, 99% of the cultivators above the Void God realm had been slaughtered by him, creating a vast power vacuum. Such places didn't even require an emperor's personal intervention. Sending a disciple of sufficient strength would be more than enough to suppress any petty troublemakers. This plan is feasible. Moreover, it must be executed immediately. A single thought rippled out from Ling Canglan, spreading to every corner of the Geopolitical Immortal Islands. Before long, 77 youthful figures transformed into streaks of light from across the island, converging here. They landed upon the white jade expanse, each radiating an indelible aura of iron-hard resolve and murderous intent. These were the sole survivors of that brutal trial in the infernal realm of the Azura realm. They were also the only 97 registered disciples currently under Ling Canglan. Disciples pay homage to our master. All 97 knelt on one knee in perfect unison, their voices merging into a torrent that shook the clouds in the sky. Ling Canglan surveyed the young faces before him. These were the core forces he planned to wield to control the 100 domains of Yin territory. Before fully securing the 100 domains, he had no intention of taking on any more registered disciples. Steel must be tempered for the blade. Resources must be concentrated to achieve maximum effectiveness. Though these 97 were merely nominal disciples, the cultivation techniques and resources he bestowed upon them were unquestionably the finest within the 3,000 realms. For they represented the prestige of the Geopolitical Immortal Island lineage. Within the Holy Sect, factions vied for dominance, and the rivalry between lineages never ceased. His lineage of Geopolitical Immortal Island must be, and can only be, the strongest of them all. Rise! Ling Canglan commanded. 97 figures rose in unison, standing rigidly upright as they awaited their master's instructions. I have summoned you here today to announce a matter of great importance. Ling Canglan's opening was direct, without any preamble. The Ji clan and the Western Chu Empire have joined forces. Their target is us. They fear the rise of the Holy Sect and seek to crush us before we can fully spread our wings. Now, only two paths lie before us. Either we sweep across the 100 realms and establish an unrivaled hegemony, or we are annihilated by their combined forces, vanishing into the annals of history. Ling Canglan's words struck each disciple like a heavy hammer, causing their breath to catch in their throats. You are disciples of the ninely immortal isle, students of this master. From the moment you set foot on this island, your destinies were destined to be extraordinary. The glory of the Holy Sect rests upon your shoulders to uphold and defend. His gaze swept over every young, resolute face below. Now, I have a task to entrust to you. You must take my place and govern a great domain. Across the 100 realms of Yin territory, our people from Geopolitical Immortal all must stand at the pinnacle of every domain. This mission, do you dare accept it? The moment these words were spoken, the vast white jade plaza fell into a deathly silence. To rule a domain? To become the supreme ruler of a domain? The news was too staggering, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. They heard an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to ascend to the heavens and rise above all others. Yet they also sensed the challenge. It meant subjugating billions of beings across a vast domain with one's own strength, suppressing countless factions large and small. The mere thought of it sent shivers down their spines. Could they truly do it? A complex mix of excitement, longing, and self-doubt spread through the crowd. Amidst this deathly silence, a somewhat abrupt voice rang out. Disciple has a question and seeks guidance from the master. A youth clad in plain hemp robe stepped forward from the crowd. His frame was rather slight, his features merely delicate, utterly unremarkable among the crowd. His name was Ji Chen. Ling Canglan remained silent, merely observing him calmly and gesturing for him to continue. Receiving the silent approval, Ji Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the nervousness in his heart. Dare I ask, Master, is the Holy Sect's goal to conquer all the realms of Yin territory and use this as a stepping stone to conquer even broader lands? The question was bold. Indeed, it bordered on presumption. Many disciples held their breath, fearing the master's wrath. Yet Ling Canglan's face betrayed no hint of emotion. Yes. He uttered only a single word. Receiving this affirmation, Ji Chen's courage grew. In that case, this disciple has some immature thoughts he wishes to report to the master. Speak. Ji Chen bowed respectfully, then strode directly to the edge of the square. He lifted a 1,000-pound fragment of white jade and moved it to the center of the square. With a dull thud, the fragment served as his desk. Next, he drew from his robe an ancient parchment scroll, its edges worn and yellowed from countless years of transmission. He unrolled it upon the jade tabletop. In vermilion and ink, it depicted a detailed map. It was the distribution map of the 100 domains within Yin territory. Chapter 48, The Saintly Sovereign's Presence. This display left the other 96 disciples utterly dumbfounded. This fellow came prepared? Master, please look. Ji Chen pointed to the central region on the map. Our Holy Sect's Qingming domain, along with the newly acquired territories of the Purple Sword Sect and Snowjade Sect, lie at the very heart of the 100 domains of Yin. This central location, with its unparalleled connectivity, grants us an absolute strategic advantage in geography. Simply sending forces to seize those major domains and collect spirit stone veins holds little strategic value. The barrenness of the 100 domains of Yin is a widely acknowledged fact. These meager resources would scarcely sustain our cultivation, let alone enable the Holy Sect to contend with the immortal lineages beyond our borders. Therefore, this disciple believes our current task transcends mere domination. Ji Chen's voice suddenly rose several octaves. But control. Complete and utter control. To squeeze every last drop of potential from each and every major domain. Not just spirit stone veins, but people too. We can gather all the young cultivators across our territories and screen them. The most gifted among them shall be sent to our Holy Sect to become disciples. Those of lesser talent can be organized into mystic armor guards to garrison the regions and uphold our rule. In this way, both manpower and resources will be entirely at our disposal. At this point, he paused, as if gathering his thoughts. But that alone is insufficient. To truly unite the 100 realms as one, we require a more comprehensive system. In my humble opinion, we should emulate the true immortal realms and establish a Lingxiao branch sect in every major domain. Branch sect. The mere utterance of these two words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. Even Ling Canglan, who had maintained a composed expression throughout, fell into an unusual silence. Ji Chen paid no heed to the astonishment around him, continuing his explanation unabated. These branches would serve as bases for talent selection, continuously supplying fresh blood to the main sect. It will also spread the Holy Sect's prestige and teachings to every corner of the 100 realms, achieving true, deep penetration. When every soul within the 100 realms takes pride in joining the Lingxiao Holy Sect, when every soul cultivates our sect's arts, only then will this land truly belong to the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Having spoken his piece, Ji Chen bowed once more. My thoughts are still crude, and there must be many oversights. I humbly request your guidance, Master. Silence still hung over the square. Yet this silence was entirely different from before. The grand vision Ji Chen had painted echoed relentlessly within every disciple's mind. They had assumed their master's task was to turn them into domain lords who would seize mountains and establish their own kingdoms. But after hearing Ji Chen vision, they realized their ambitions had been far too small. Ling Canglan remained silent. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back. No one knew what he was thinking. Time ticked by, moment by moment. Ji Chen bowed his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't know whether his heartfelt confession would earn his master's praise or provoke the dragon's wrath. Finally, Ling Canglan spoke. His voice was calm. What is your name? This question stunned everyone present. The master had summoned all 97 of them, yet had never once asked any of their names. This was the first time. Ji Chen's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly answered. Master, this disciple is Ji Chen. Ji Chen. Ling Canglan repeated the name. He looked at the youth before him, whose face still bore traces of youthfulness and who wore simple clothing. This youngster possessed the bearing of a future holy sovereign. His original plan had indeed been merely to send men to take control of the territory and stabilize the situation. As for the subsequent management, he hadn't had time to think it through. But Ji Chen's words had laid out a crystal clear, broad path for the Holy Sect's future. This vision held immense potential. In fact, it proved even more comprehensive and far-reaching than his own original vision. He needed to focus on cultivation, tackle the system's tasks, and confront even more formidable foes ahead. He couldn't personally handle every aspect of the Holy Sect's daily operations. He needed a disciple capable of commanding the entire sect, anchoring its destiny. A future candidate for the position of Holy Sect Master. Until today, he had never considered this matter. But now, he had his choice. Ji Chen. Ling Canglan spoke again. Step forward. Ji Chen complied, stepping to the very front of the line. Then, Ling Canglan's finger pointed successively at the remaining individuals in the crowd. You. And you. You. He selected 52 individuals in succession. These 52 individuals were all the most outstanding disciples from the previous trials, possessing both exceptional character and formidable strength. Those whose names were called stepped out of their ranks, each feeling a mix of excitement and bewilderment as they joined Ji Chen. You 53 shall form a separate squad from this day forward. Ling Canglan's voice echoed across the entire Geopolitical Immortal Island. For the coming period, I shall personally instruct you. Not only cultivation, but also military strategy, tactics, and the art of governing as a sovereign. When you have mastered these arts, you shall take my place and rule over the 100 realms. The plan for establishing separate sects proposed by Ji Chen will also be carried out by your own hands. Boom! These words sent shockwaves through the assembly. Not only the 52 chosen disciples, but even the 40+ who had been passed over, erupted in uproar. Master had actually adopted Ji Chen's proposal. And he would personally instruct them. What an honor! The 53 disciples stood tall, heads held high, their faces flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, the rejected disciples clenched their fists one by one. Their emotions were complex, a mix of envy and jealousy. But above all, they were filled with an unyielding spirit. They understood. On the ninely immortal island, to rise above the rest, cultivation alone was insufficient. One must also possess intellect. One must have vision. Ji Chen had taught them all a lesson. As for you, Ling Canglan turned his gaze to the remaining individuals. Don't just stand around. I shall open the Geopolitical treasure vault. You may each select 3 divine abilities and 3 magical artifacts. You have 3 months to advance your cultivation by at least 1 minor realm. After 3 months, you shall serve as the first commanders of the Xuanjie guards, accompanying them as they deploy across the realms. Your mission is to clear all obstacles for them. Understood? Disciples obey. 97 men, selected or not, roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The earlier traces of confusion and self-doubt had long been replaced by soaring heroism and battle fervor. A storm was brewing across the 100 realms of Yin territory. And stirring these winds and clouds were precisely these young men before them, about to step forth from the Immortal Isle. Chapter 49, Winds Stirring in the Heavenly Clouds. Half a year later, outside Chongtai City in the Tianyun domain. A vast, dark army of cultivators descended like a cloud of crows, besieging the city walls. A palpable aura of grim determination hung thick in the air. At the forefront stood a figure clad in pitch-black battle armor, wielding a sword as broad as a door panel. Lin Yi himself. He now bore a new title, Marquis of Jingyang. Assault the city. Lin Yi's voice echoed throughout the entire formation. The first to breach the city walls shall be rewarded with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The words had barely left his lips when the breathing of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators behind him grew heavier. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were enough for an ordinary cultivator to squander over several years. Where there's a hefty reward, there will be brave souls. Kill! The battle cry pierced the heavens. Lin did not move. He merely raised the heavy sword in his hand. A wisp of divine flame ignited upon the blade's edge. At first, it was no larger than a pea, yet in an instant, it transformed into a raging inferno. The protective array of heavy iron city hummed with energy, reputed to withstand the full force of an ordinary saint's sacrifice realm expert's strike. Lin swung his sword down. Boom! The divine flame, like a raging dragon, collided with the array's luminous barrier. The seemingly impenetrable barrier shattered like thin paper, instantly torn apart, incinerated, and vaporized. The defenders atop the city walls trembled in terror. It's the Marquis of Jingyang. The devil! That devil is here! Run! Over the past half-year, the name of Marquis Jingyang, Lin, had spread far and wide across the eastern territories of the Tianyong domain. Wherever his armies marched, those who submitted prospered, while those who resisted perished. Any faction daring to resist was utterly uprooted, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. His fearsome reputation was built upon mountains of white bones. The city fell. The psychological defenses of the garrison crumbled along with it. Countless soldiers discarded their armor and fled in disarray, utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Lay down your weapons. Kneel and surrender, and you shall live. Lin Yi's army surged into the city, bellowing the slogan they had rehearsed countless times. Slaughter was not the goal. Control was. Heavy Iron City, the strategic stronghold in the eastern Tianyong domain, fell without resistance. Within the grand hall of the city lord's residence, Lin Yi sat with great authority in the seat of honor. Below him stood dozens of clan heads from Zhongtia City's major and minor clans. Each of them stood frozen in fear, not daring to breathe a word. From this day forward, all spirit stone mines, pill shops, and treasure pavilions within the city shall come under my direct control. Lin Yi's voice was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Does anyone here object? A deathly silence filled the hall. A portly clan chieftain opened his mouth as if to speak. Beside Lin Yi, a burly man clad in black armor stepped forward. The overwhelming pressure of a saint's sacrifice realm cultivator descended like a mountain. Hundreds of personal guards brought by Lin Yi released their true god realm aura in unison. The clan chief knelt with a thud, trembling like a sieve. We have absolutely no objections. We submit entirely to the decisions of the Marquis of Jingyang. Seeing this, the other clan chiefs swiftly knelt as well, scrambling to declare their allegiance. Who was kidding themselves? With such a glaring disparity in strength, anyone daring to object would be courting death. Very well. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with this outcome. He was not Ling Canglan, lacking his master's confidence to reduce enemy ships to ashes with a casual smile. All he could do was execute his master's will through the most direct, brutal means possible. All assets will be inventoried and catalogued by my men. Moving forward, you may continue to participate in the business operations, but I shall take half of the profits. The remaining half will be distributed according to your contributions and loyalty. Whoever contributes more will receive more. These words left the kneeling clan chiefs stunned. They had expected to be squeezed dry of every last drop. Yet this ruthless Marquis of Jingyang had left them a bowl of soup to drink. Moreover, he had even granted them the chance to earn that soup through their own abilities. This maneuver was beyond their comprehension. But one thing was clear, under this new master, if they worked diligently, their lives might not be worse than before. Iron-fisted tactics combined with the bonds of mutual interest. Lin Yi used this combination punch to swiftly establish a solid reign over the territory he had seized. Half a year after leaving Lingxiao Holy Sect, he had already seized 1/5 of Canglan Domain's territory. Heavy Iron City marked another milestone in his campaign. Standing atop the city's highest point, Lin Yi gazed into the distance. In that direction lay the ancestral home of the ancient Lin clan. The clan that had cast him aside as a discarded pawn, abandoning him without mercy. My master's mission is to seize control of the entire Tianyong domain. My goal is to begin with the Lin clan. He murmured to himself. At the same time, in the Qingning domain, Lingxiao Holy Sect. On the Ninely Immortal Isle, a serene atmosphere prevailed. Over the past half-year, the Holy Sect's strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. The annihilation of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect yielded mountains of resources and cultivation manuals, so vast that the elders overseeing the sect's treasury couldn't stop grinning. Bolstered by these vast resources, the cultivation progress of the Holy Sect's disciples advanced by leaps and bounds. This was especially true for the 52 core disciples personally selected by Ling Canglan. They had already forged extraordinary resilience and fortitude beyond ordinary men through their trials in the infernal Rakshasa realm. Now, with Ling Canglan personally imparting supreme cultivation techniques and an unstinting supply of resources. Within a mere half-year, all 52 had broken through to the heavenly god realm. Such cultivation speed, if revealed, would be enough to shake the entire Yen Earth 100 domains. At this moment, they stood upon the Jade Plaza of Geopolitical Immortal Isle, awaiting Ling Canglan's final inspection. Each had undergone a complete transformation, radiating a solemn and imposing presence, all traces of their former inexperience vanished. Now, any one of them could be sent out to dominate a region. After all, the strongholds of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect had long been purged of their powerful cultivators by Ling Canglan. What remained were mere minnows and shrimp. A single heavenly god realm cultivator could crush them with ease. Are you all ready? Ling Canglan's voice echoed. Reporting to the master, your disciples are ready. Ji Chen stepped forward as the representative, bowing as he answered. His transformation was the most striking. Half a year ago, he had been a slightly insecure youth clad in coarse hemp robes. Now, clad in a moon-white robe, every gesture carried the steady composure of one commanding the entire situation. Over these 6 months, Ling Canglan had taught them far more than mere cultivation. More than that, it was military strategy, cunning tactics, and the art of imperial governance. Go! Ling Canglan wasted no words. Plant the banners of the Lingxiao Holy Sect in every corner of Yan's 100 domains. Disciples obey. 53 figures transformed into 53 streaks of light, soaring away from the ninely immortal isle. They would become sparks, igniting this land that had lain dormant far too long. Ling Canglan stood atop the main peak, watching them fade into the distance. His plan was unfolding with meticulous precision. Externally, Lin Yi and these 53 disciples were expanding the territory. Internally, the Holy Sect's strength was rapidly expanding. Everything was moving in a favorable direction. Yet within his heart, there was not a shred of complacency. The Gu family, Western Chu Empire. These two colossal entities had remained unusually quiet over the past half year. They had not launched any form of attack against the Lingxiao Holy Sect, nor had there even been minor skirmishes. Unusual calm often heralds impending danger. Ling Canglan understood well that this calm before the storm was the most dangerous. Both factions must be secretly gathering strength and consolidating resources. They were waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. The decisive battle was drawing near. Chapter 50, The Holy Lord Candidate. Ji Chen has returned. He did not return empty-handed. Before him, a scroll of parchment tens of thousands of words long slowly unfolded. The ink was still wet, carrying a distinct aura of intense focus. This was no longer a mere verbal concept, but an execution plan detailed down to every step. From selecting locations for branch sects to personnel allocation. From resource integration to appeasing and disciplining local factions. Even the future promotion system and reward punishment regulations for the Mystic Armor Guard were laid out with crystal clarity. Ling Canglan read the entire scroll without uttering a word. Ji Chen stood by with hands at his sides, his heart pounding. He had written down everything conceivable and inconceivable, staying awake for 3 days and nights to complete it. This was both his answer to his master and a gamble staking his entire future. The Yuanling domain. Ling Canglan finally spoke, his finger tapping a spot on the map. This domain is neither too large nor too small, teeming with sects perfect for making a start. I grant you 3 months to turn your plan into reality within the Yuanling domain. He drew a golden edict from his sleeve and tossed it to Ji Chen. This is the Holy Sovereign's edict. To see this edict is to see the Holy Sovereign himself. You have full authority to execute the plan without needing to report to anyone. Ling Canglan's voice was icy. Remember, your future position is that of the Holy Sovereign. The Holy Sovereign requires no mercy, only results. Those who resist, those who pay lip service while harboring dissent, those who secretly sabotage. Execute them without mercy. Ji Chen held the warm golden edict in his hands, feeling his own breath catch in his throat. This edict granted him absolute authority over life and death, elevating him above all his peers. He was exhilarated, his blood surging through his veins. Yet he was also terrified. This trust and authority weighed on him like a crushing burden. He knew full well that none of the true prodigies within the sect would ever accept him. How could a man who had risen by making empty promises now lord over them? To secure his position and ensure his plans succeeded, he must wield iron-fisted methods and establish formidable authority. This disciple accepts the command. Ji Chen bowed deeply, his voice hoarse yet tinged with the resolve of one who had burned his bridges. At that very moment. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from the depths of Geopolitical Immortal Island. The entire Immortal Island shook violently. Without warning, the sky darkened. Endless dark clouds gathered from all directions, thick and heavy, as if a corner of the sky had collapsed. Within the clouds, purple lightning danced wildly. Thunder dragons as thick as mountains roared and churned, radiating an aura potent enough to obliterate everything. Vast energy fluctuations surged like a tsunami, engulfing the entire Lingxiao Holy Sect. Countless elders in seclusion were startled awake, breaking through their meditative barriers one after another. Is this the heavenly tribulation? What terrifying might! Who is undergoing the tribulation? Could an elder be breaking through to the Emperor Realm? No, though this aura is colossal, its cultivation level matches that of a saint's sacrifice realm tribulation. An elderly man with dry, brittle hair sucked in a sharp breath. A heavenly tribulation of the sacred sacrifice realm? It can summon thunder across 10,000 miles and darken the skies like a sea of clouds? When this old man broke through to the supreme sovereign realm, the commotion wasn't even a tenth of this. Who the hell is that freak undergoing the tribulation? Millions of holy sect disciples halted their tasks, staring in horror toward the center of the thunderclouds. They could feel an oppressive force emanating from there, one that made their very souls tremble. Ling Canglan stood atop the main peak, his expression unchanged. He knew exactly who it was. Ji Chen. His eldest disciple, the one bearing the bones of the Dao of Immortality. After returning from his trials and secluding himself for centuries, he was finally poised to take that crucial step. The sacred sacrifice realm marked a transformative leap in a cultivator's life force, hailed as a rebirth through blood, achieving immortality and indestructibility. The calamity it summoned from the heavens and earth far surpassed anything faced at ordinary realms. But for Ji Chen, it posed little concern. Bearing the bones of immortality, he faced no cultivation bottlenecks until achieving the Supreme Dao Emperor Realm. Moreover, this lad possessed profound destiny. Having narrowly escaped peril within the sacred tomb last time, a mere thunder tribulation was nothing more than a tickle to him. Go take a look. Ling Canglan said to Ji Chen beside him. Witness the grandeur of your senior brother. This also serves as a reminder, power must be underpinned by strength. Otherwise, it's nothing but a castle in the air. Ji Chen's heart trembled and he nodded solemnly. Deep within the sacred sect, in a valley shrouded in misty spiritual energy, a purple-haired youth sat cross-legged upon a green stone slab. Divine light swirled around him, his aura powerful and formidable. He had clearly reached the peak of the true God realm, needing only one final push to break through to the heavenly God realm. His name was Ye Chen, a descendant of the holy sovereign Mo Yuan's lineage. Possessing the rare bloodline of an ancient emperor, his talent was unmatched among his peers. Now, he lifted his head to gaze at the terrifying phenomenon unfolding in the sky. His handsome features were etched with defiance. Ji Chen again. Why did he have to make such a huge splash the moment he emerged from seclusion? In terms of innate talent, his primordial emperor's bloodline was no less formidable than Ji Chen's immortal bone. In terms of background, he was a pure-blooded descendant of the Holy Lord's lineage. Why must he monopolize all the glory within the sect? Now there's this Ji Chen, who's become a future Holy Lord candidate just by talking his way into it. He refused to accept it. Master. Behind Ye Chen, a phantom figure materialized, none other than the Holy Sovereign, Mo Yuan. Your heart is troubled, Mo Yuan's voice carried a hint of sigh. This disciple refuses to accept it. Ye Chen rose to his feet, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Whether it's the title of the sect's foremost prodigy or the position of future Holy Sovereign, this disciple will fight for both. Once I reach the sacred sacrifice realm, I will face Ji Chen in battle and settle this once and for all. Mo Yuan fell silent. He wanted to tell his disciple what Ji Chen's eternal life Dao Bone truly signified. He also wanted to tell him that Ji Chen's plan had already gained the approval of all the sect's high-ranking elders. The tide had turned irrevocably. But gazing into Ye Chen's eyes, burning with fiery resolve, he swallowed his words. It was good for a young man to possess pride. Revealing the truth now would only shatter his resolve. It's but an empty title, why cling to it? Mo Yuan finally uttered only these words. This is no empty title. Ye Chen retorted. This is my path. I've cultivated within the sect for centuries, reaching a bottleneck. No matter how hard I train, I'll make little progress. This disciple wishes to venture forth into the world. He turned and bowed deeply to Mo Yuan. Please grant me permission, Master, to venture into the outside world for training. When I return, I shall make the entire sect take notice. With my strength, I will reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Mo Yuan gazed at him for a long moment before slowly nodding. Go. The world beyond these mountains is both wondrous and perilous. Exercise utmost caution in all matters. Ye Chen bowed once more, then transformed into a streak of purple light. Without a trace of lingering, he soared beyond the gates of Lingxiao Holy Sect. Mo Yuan's figure faded into the wind, leaving only a faint, almost inaudible sigh. Young eagles must eventually leave the nest. Yet who could say whether his journey would lead to a dragon returning to the sea, or a broken spear sinking into the sand? Chapter 51, Ji Clan, Here I Come. Jolly Immortal Isle, a secluded courtyard. Before Ling Canglan stood a young man whose aura surged with energy. Ji Chen. He had solidified his cultivation at the sacred sacrifice realm, the Dao laws swirling around him now 100-fold more condensed than half a year ago. I once said that once you reach the true God realm, I would take you to the Ji Clan to settle our karmic debt. Ling Canglan's voice was calm. You are now at the holy sacrifice realm. Ji Chen's body stiffened. The Ji Clan. That place both familiar and foreign to him, filled with both resentment and dread. He had longed to return in his dreams, not to claim his ancestral lineage, but to seek justice. Yet now that the day had come, an indescribable dread welled up within him. Master, the Ji family possesses profound foundations and is guarded by several supreme Dao emperors. Ji Chen's words trailed off. Ling Canglan offered no explanation of the fates of the Purple Sword Sect and Snow Jade Sect, nor did he flaunt his current power. None of that was necessary. The matter with the Ji family must come to an end. He reached out and placed his hand on Ji Chen's shoulder. The void ahead rippled like water, then tore open by an invisible force, revealing a gaping black fissure. Chaotic spatial turbulence raged violently within the fissure, yet dared not approach the two men. Ling Canglan stepped through the rift, Ji Chen in tow. Ji Clan Estate. The atmosphere within the grand hall was oppressive. All clan elders above the sacred sacrifice realm were present. Seated at the head of the hall, Ji Clan Patriarch Ji Yuan sat impassive, yet his fingers drummed rhythmically on the armrest, betraying his inner agitation. Ji Hong had gone to the Three Talents Immortal Hall to seek aid, yet there had been no word from him. The Western Shu Empire had retreated faster than anyone, their armies long withdrawn to their homeland, adopting a defensive posture. Worse still, the armies of the Lingxiao Holy Sect had already assembled in the Yuanling domain, glaring menacingly. Ancestor, the Lingxiao Holy Sect has pushed us too far. What are we to do? A white-haired elder's voice trembled. Panic spread through the hall like a plague. What's the panic for? Ji Yuan barked, his voice carrying a hollow sternness. Wushang has already become an inner disciple of the Three Talents Immortal Hall. Ji Heng's mission is to request Yuenga's intervention, compelling the great powers of the Immortal Hall to intervene. The Hall of the Three Talents. These 4 words struck like a shot of adrenaline, surging through the hearts of every clan elder. That's right. We have the Three Talents Immortal Hall as our backing. That's an immortal powerhouse. With just a flick of their little finger, they could crush the Lingxiao Holy Sect into dust. No matter how powerful Ling Canglan is, how dare he challenge the Immortal Hall? The elders' spirits soared, as if the hall's mighty beings would descend at any moment to sweep away all obstacles for them. Only Ji Yuan and several other Emperor Realm elders bore undiminished worry between their brows. They understood better than anyone that distant water could not quench an immediate thirst. At that very moment, a figure shrouded in black mist materialized in the center of the hall. Report! The armies of the Sun Moon Empire from the Yuanling domain have crossed our borders and invaded our Shenyue domain. 3 outer cities of the Ji clan have fallen within half an hour. What? The entire hall erupted in chaos. The Sun Moon Empire? That insignificant little nation dares to challenge our Ji clan? Have they lost their minds? Did the messenger get it wrong? The figure shrouded in black mist spoke without a flicker of emotion. The Sun Moon Empire is fighting under the banner of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. That single sentence silenced all the clamoring clan elders. Ji Yuan's face turned the color of liver. What utter disgrace! The mighty Ji clan had been attacked by a vassal state. Yet he dared not order a counterattack. Because of that name, Lingxiao Holy Sect. Ancestor, we can't endure this any longer. Attack! Fight? With what? Declare war on the Lingxiao Holy Sect? Ji Yuan roared. An elder, leaning on his cane, spoke softly. Send an envoy. Negotiate peace. Negotiate? The clan elders exchanged glances, their faces burning with embarrassment. Negotiate with the insignificant Sun Moon Empire? If word got out, what would become of the Ji family's reputation? I'll go. A clan elder at the initial stage of holy sacrifice stepped forward, his face twisted with grief and indignation. I'll be the villain. Ji Yuan closed his eyes and waved his hand weakly. Before the elder could exit the hall, another messenger scrambled in, stumbling and crawling. Ancestor. It's terrible. Urgent news from Tianyun domain. A force calling itself the Jingyang County Kingdom is ruthlessly plundering all our Ji family's holdings in Tianyun domain. Shops, spirit stone mines, they've seized everything. They've declared that all assets belonging to the Ji clan and the Western Shu Empire will be confiscated. Those who refuse to comply will be slaughtered without mercy. An elder trembled with rage. Jingyang County? What kind of upstart is this? Do they really think our Ji clan is a soft target, easy for anyone to pick on? The messenger swallowed hard and managed to speak. The ruler of Jingyang Commandery is named Lin Yi. He claims he acts under the Lingxiao Holy Sect's orders to expand its territories. The Lingxiao Holy Sect again. A deathly silence fell over the grand hall. The rage boiling within everyone was instantly extinguished by those 4 words, replaced only by a bone-chilling coldness. Ji Yuan's body swayed. After a long moment, he ground out a few words through clenched teeth. The Tianyun domain has been abandoned. Issue the order, all clan members are to consolidate their forces and withdraw entirely to the Xianyu domain. Endure until reinforcements from the Immortal Hall arrive. That single word, endure, encapsulated endless frustration and humiliation. For the first time in its countless millennia of existence, the Ji clan and ancient imperial lineage had been driven to this desperate pass. All their hopes now rested upon the distant Three Talents Immortal Hall. Suddenly, a purple light tore through space, hovering in the center of the grand hall. It was a communication jade talisman, engraved with the unique emblem of the Three Talents Immortal Hall. Ji Heng's message. Everyone's breath caught in their throats as their bodies instinctively leaned forward. This was their last hope. Ji Yuan beckoned with a wave of his hand, and the jade talisman fell into his palm. His divine sense probed within. The next instant, the blood drained from his ancient, unflinching face. Snap.
The armrest of the throne beneath him, forged from 10,000-year-old mystical ironwood, was crushed to dust in his grip.
Great Ancestor? A trembling elder of the clan asked. Ji Yuan did not respond. He rose slowly, his movement stiff as a marionette. News from the Immortal Hall reports that Wu Shang is in seclusion, pushing through a crucial breakthrough. No one may disturb him for the time being. A murmur rippled through the Grand Hall. Without Divine Sun Wushang's recommendation, those ancient monsters at the Three Talents Immortal Hall refused to see Ji Hang.
They say, this is a private feud between our Ji clan and the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The Immortal Hall finds it inconvenient to intervene.
Not appropriate to intervene?
An elder of the clan abruptly stood, trembling with rage.
When Wushang joined the Immortal Hall, how many resources did our Ji family send over? Now they say they can't get involved? It's over. It's all over.
Despair spread like a plague. Their earlier arrogance now turned to utter disgrace. All that talk of immortal factions as their backing, of crushing the Lingxiao Holy Sect, it all became a colossal joke.
They never took you seriously at all. Chapter 52, All-Out War. Silence. All of you. Ji Yuan's furious roar finally silenced the chaos. His gaze swept over the panicked faces below, his chest heaving with fury. Transmit my command. All Ji clan members outside the ancestral lands must return within 3 days, by any means necessary. Activate the clan defense array. The family enters maximum alert status.
From this moment onward, no one is to leave without authorization.
No further complications are to arise.
He issued several orders in rapid succession. The clan elders exchanged glances, sensing a sense of desperation in the patriarch's words. The virtue of endurance was no longer sufficient. Now, they must rely on the ancestral legacy left behind and prepare to defend to the death.
Xianyue domain border.
The royal capital of the ancient Great Jin Kingdom, once a vassal of the Ji clan, now bore a changed banner atop its walls. The Sun Moon Empire's warships darkened the sky, their black banners fluttering in the wind, bearing a golden sun that radiated arrogance and tyranny. Within the city walls, countless cultivators trembled in fear. They dared not resist, yet could only silently pray in their hearts that the Ji clan would send reinforcements. But day after day passed, bringing only news of more Ji family outposts being swept away, nothing else. Everyone knew it as clearly as a mirror, the Ji family might not hold out this time. Just then, a streak of golden light streaked across the horizon. It was a golden chariot drawn by 9 strange beasts, its banner of the Ji clan fluttering fiercely in the wind.
It's an envoy from the Ji clan, cried someone in the city.
A glimmer of hope flickered in many hearts. Perhaps there was still a chance for a turnaround? The golden chariot halted before the fleet of the Sun Moon Empire. A Ji clan elder clad in brocade robes descended from the chariot. Possessing cultivation at the initial stage of sacred sacrifice, he was a prominent figure within the clan. Yet now, he had no choice but to lower his stature. He adjusted his robes, preparing to offer some ceremonial words. But before he could utter a word,
from the flagship of the Sun Moon Empire, a figure shot skyward, enveloped in the terrifying aura of a supreme realm cultivator. Scum of the Ji clan.
The Supreme Realm powerhouse, eyes bloodshot and raging like a madman, unleashed a palm strike without a word.
Boom!
The magnificent golden chariot, along with the 9-headed beast, exploded mid-air into a dazzling burst of fireworks.
The Ji family banner was torn to shreds by the palm strike's force, reduced to ashes. The envoy elder was hurled backward by the shockwave, landing covered in dust and dirt, utterly disheveled. He was utterly stunned. What was this? In warfare, envoys are not to be harmed. Wasn't that the most basic rule? You won't even let me speak a word?
General Zhao, ceasefire. A cool, feminine voice rang out from the flagship. The supreme warrior finally halted his attack, yet his aura, thick with murderous intent, remained locked onto the Ji clan elder. The envoy elder looked up to see a woman clad in a black dragon robe and crowned with an imperial diadem standing at the bow, gazing down at him.
Empress Tian Lingshui of the Sun Moon Empire. I command you to speak. Speak. Tian Lingshui's voice held not a shred of warmth.
The envoy elder suppressed the humiliation and terror surging within him, forcing a smile uglier than tears.
Your Majesty, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us.
My Ji clan is willing to negotiate peace with your nation and resolve hostilities. His posture was utterly submissive, bearing not a shred of the ancient imperial clan's former majesty. After hearing this, Tian Lingshu suddenly smiled.
Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding.
From this day forward, the Sun Moon Empire formally declares war upon the Ji clan.
Either submit or face annihilation. I have delivered the message. The envoy's body trembled.
He could sense that the other party was not joking. His divine sense swept over the enemy fleet, causing his heart to skip a beat. Among those he could sense alone, there were 4 supreme sovereigns. At least 20 powerhouses at the sacred sacrifice realm. Deep within the flagship, he even caught a faint, almost imperceptible trace of an imperial aura that made his very soul tremble. He dared not utter another word.
Turning, he transformed into a streak of light and fled for his life toward the Ji clan's territory. This news must be delivered immediately. Tian Lingshua's declaration of war, delivered without the slightest concealment, echoed throughout the entire royal city. The cultivators within the city erupted in uproar. They finally grasped the harsh truth. The Lingxiao holy sect was determined to annihilate the Ji clan this time, leaving them not even the last shred of dignity. Some of the Ji family's affiliated factions, who had been sitting on the fence, began to stir. A wise bird chooses its perch. The Ji family's sinking ship was clearly about to go down. Those who didn't jump ship now would be doomed to go down with it. East River Domain, Imperial Palace of the Western Chu Empire. Shu Yi, clad in a black dragon robe, sat upon the throne, his entire being radiating a sense of despondency. He understood better than anyone that once the Ji clan fell, the Western Chu Empire would be next. Yet those lofty patriarchs remained resolutely intent on watching the fire burn from afar. Your Majesty, the Ji clan's foundations far surpass those of the Purple Sword sect. The Lingxiao Holy Sect is undertaking a distant campaign, and the Ji clan's protective formation will surely inflict heavy losses upon them. An elder clad in a crane-patterned robe bowed and said, his words filled with reassurance. Shu Yi sneered inwardly. Seriously weakened? Once the Lingxiao Holy Sect devours the Ji clan, they will only grow stronger. What will we have left to defend ourselves with then? The principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold is understood even by a 3-year-old child. Yet these ancient monsters, who had lived for 10,000 years, seemed utterly oblivious. He knew his words were useless. This empire was not his to command. Just then, a black-robed cultivator materialized in the hall like a ghostly apparition. Your Majesty, the Lingxiao Holy Sect has formally declared war on the Ji family. Clang. The jade cup slipped from Chu Ye's hand, shattering into pieces upon the golden tiles. He slowly closed his eyes, his face ashen. Heaven seeks to destroy Western Chu. This is not a defeat in battle. At the same moment, in the Tianyun domain. Above the boundless plains, the vast banner bearing the characters Jing Yang obscured the sky. Lin Yi stood at the bow of a massive warship, surveying the ancient city ahead. The ancient Lin clan. His former clan. In recent days, he had swept across the Tianyun domain with his army, brutally suppressing all resistance while swiftly incorporating those who submitted. His master's words remained etched in his mind. A ruler must wield thunderous force to strike fear into the hearts of the wicked. Your lordship, the Lin family refuses to surrender, a commander reported. Then attack. Lin Yi's voice remained flat. Issue the order. Before sunset, I want to see the Jingyang banner flying atop the Lin family's city gate. He had no time to waste here. The Holy Sect had already declared war on the Ji family, and his second senior sister, Tian Lingxue, had even charged into the Xianyu domain. As the third disciple, he couldn't afford to hold them back. Seize the Lin family. The Jingyang commandery shall be renamed the Jingyang Empire immediately. I, Lin Yi, shall rule this domain on behalf of the Holy Sect. His voice rang out clearly across the entire fleet. The army marched forth, its killing intent piercing the heavens. Behind the advancing forces, countless commoners knelt on the ground. The plaid in rags and gaunt with emaciation, they all shouted in unison. Long live the Emperor of Gingyang! Emperor Jingyang, grant us justice! Lin Yi's army brought not only slaughter but also a new order. The cultivating clans who had long oppressed the common folk were uprooted by him. To the billions of souls upon this land, he was their savior. Chapter 53, A Single Sword Breaks the Formation. Above the Xianyu domain, 10 colossal warships sailed steadily through the sea of clouds. Ling Canglan leaned back in a wide wooden chair, sipping hot tea with evident contentment. This journey had seen him disperse 52 disciples to stir up trouble across the 3,000 domains, and his gains were substantial. The colossal power within his body had surged to an entirely new peak. The pinnacle of the 7th step of the ultimate path. The 8th step is now just a thin veil away. Dealing with a mere 5th step extreme path ancestor of the Ji clan? This was a sure thing. Even if that so-called 3 talents immortal hall dared to intervene, he wouldn't mind showing them why the flowers bloom so red. At the other end of the warship, Ji Chen stood leaning against the railing, his body rigid as he gazed at the distant mountain ranges, a landscape both familiar and alien. His mind was filled with images of rivers of blood from years past. His father's furious roar, his mother's desperate pleas, the agonized screams of his clan. And his own cowardly retreat, fleeing like a dog. He had returned to that place. The flames of vengeance burned within his chest, yet the closer he drew, the more an inexplicable emotion churned within him. After all, it was his homeland. He must sever all ties with it himself. Xianyue domain, the ancestral lands of the Ji clan. The news of the Lingxiao Holy Sect's declaration of war crashed like a boulder into the tranquil lake, sending towering waves crashing through the Ji family. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere was so thick it could be squeezed dry. The elder patriarchs of the Ji clan sat restless, their faces dark and grim. Ancestor. Has Wushang responded yet? The third patriarch broke the silence first, his voice thick with unmasked anxiety. If we keep waiting like this, Ling Canglan will likely be at our doorstep before we know it. What will we use to defend ourselves then? Defend? Why defend? The fiercest of the 9 ancestors, Ji Lai, slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet. The Lingxiao Holy Sect has pushed us too far. Do they truly think the Ji clan is a soft target? So be it, let's meet them head on. Not a single member of the Ji clan is a coward. Seated at the head of the table, the Grand Ancestor Ji Yuan frowned deeply. Head-on confrontation? That's the way of the foolhardy. He too yearned for a show of strength, but reason told him it was the most foolish choice. I've already sent the 6th Elder to sound out the Western Chu Empire. We share a common faith they won't stand idly by. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure stumbled into the grand hall. It was Ji Luzu. His face was deathly pale, his lips trembling. Ancestor. The Western Chu Empire refuses to send troops. They say, this is a private feud between the Ji clan and the Lingxiao Holy Sect. They cannot intervene. Ji Yuan's body swayed. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the news still sent his heart plummeting to the depths. The Ji clan now stood utterly alone. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood in his chest. Send word to the second brother again. Tell him to urge Wushang to hurry, no matter what. 10,000 miles away from the Ji family's ancestral lands. Ling Canglan's warship cleaved through the sea of clouds. Wherever it passed, the sacred sects that had initially hoped to watch the spectacle closed their mountain passes to protect themselves, fearing collateral damage. At the bow, Ling Canglan set down his teacup and turned to Ji Chen beside him. You cultivate the way of the sword? Ji Chen paused, then answered respectfully. Yes, master. When my supreme bone was forcibly extracted, my cultivation foundation shattered, severing my path to immortality. Later, I encountered a passage in an ancient text, the way of the sword requires no innate talent, only a steadfast heart. That is how I resumed my cultivation journey. Ling Canglan nodded. The way of the sword knows no ultimate limit. Remember this, when the sword in your hand grows strong enough, even a common blade of grass can cleave the sun, moon, and stars. A blade of grass, severing the stars. Ji Chen's body convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning. He sensed that the impenetrable bottleneck on his cultivation path had, under this statement, finally cracked. A supreme truth of the sword's way began to linger in his heart. The warship came to a halt. Ahead lay the domain of the Ji clan. Ling Canglan stepped out of the warship, standing with his hands behind his back in midair. With a flick of his wrist, a rusty, ordinary iron sword appeared in his hand. This sword, he had casually taken from the Sect storeroom, a blade so commonplace that even if discarded by the roadside, no one would give it a second glance. Watch closely. This sword shall aid your enlightenment. With that, he swung it lightly toward the distant Ji clan's territory. Cut. One word, and the law followed his command. The unremarkable iron blade erupted with countless divine sparks. Countless mystical runes intertwined and swirled across its blade, like ignited sparks of starlight. The void ahead collapsed inch by inch, the earth sinking into ruin. An indescribable sword energy pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping forward with overwhelming force. Crack crack. At the outer perimeter of the Ji clan's domain, the clan's protective array said to have consumed eons of effort and capable of trapping and slaying even a 6th-step Extreme Dao powerhouse shattered layer by layer like paper. The earth shook violently, and the light barrier shattered. Ji Chen stood utterly transfixed. He was utterly immersed in the splendor of that single strike, his mind consumed by a single thought. So decay could truly be transformed into something miraculous. Indeed, a sword could truly annihilate all things. Within the Ji clan's domain, wails of despair filled the air. The formation. The clan's protective array has been shattered. Impossible. One sword. Just one sword? Has heaven forsaken our Ji clan? Endless terror gripped the heart of every Ji clan member. Please, Ancestor, intervene. Please, Ancestor, intervene. The cries of supplication, like a mountain roaring and the sea raging, echoed to the heavens. Within the grand hall, the faces of the Ji clan's elders were paler than death itself. They stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene outside, their hearts filled with nothing but endless despair. The formation was their greatest reliance. Their original plan had been to rely on the grand formation to slowly wear down Ling Canglan to death. But now, that fantasy had shattered. The 7th step of the ultimate path. His strength far surpasses the 6th step. He might even be at the peak of the 7th step. The voice of the 3rd ancestor, Ji Ro, trembled. How can we possibly fight him now? Ji Lai, the 9th ancestor, had lost all his earlier bravado. Cough. The 1st ancestor Ji Yuan forced himself to steady his composure. He knew that if he didn't step forward now, morale would collapse entirely. His figure flickered, appearing midair to confront the godlike, demon-like man. Master Ling, the Ji clan bears you no grudge. Why have you trespassed upon our territory today? Everything must have a reason, right? He sought to stall for time with reason, salvaging a shred of dignity. Yet Ling Canglan didn't even deign to glance at him. He raised the iron sword in his hand once more. Your Ji family's formations aren't worth 3 swings of my blade. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the second strike was unleashed. Rolling sword intent surged like an ocean, sweeping across the 8 desolate realms. The blinding sword light darkening the sky made all living beings within 100 million miles feel a wave of suffocation. Ji Yuan, bearing the brunt of the attack, felt death itself clutching his throat, his very breath halted. This strike not only obliterated the Ji clan's remnant formations but also shattered the last shred of hope within every member's heart. Ji Yuan finally grasped the harsh truth. The chasm between their strengths was as vast as the heavens themselves. Any resistance was nothing but futile struggle. The catastrophe had already descended. The end of the Ji family has arrived. Meanwhile, Ji Chen closed his eyes. Ling Canglan's 2 strikes had opened a new door for him. The obsession within his heart was being replaced by something purer. That was the way. His own path of the sword. Chapter 54, The Ancient Ancestor's Corpse Refinement. Ji Yuan felt his very soul tremble. He tried to speak but found his throat felt as if it were filled with lead, unable to utter a single word. Ling Canglan withdrew the rust-stained iron sword. He did not strike a third blow. Instead, he raised his hand and clenched it lightly toward the ancestral lands of the Ji clan. 10,000 swords, come forth. The voice was faint, yet it echoed like an imperial decree, reverberating to every corner of the Xianyu domain. Across the Xianyue domain, countless swords, whether treasured blades sheathed in scabbards, decorative ornaments hung upon walls, or even broken fragments buried deep within the earth, began to vibrate violently. In the next instant, countless streaks of sword light shot skyward. They coalesced into a torrent piercing heaven and earth, surging toward the Ji clan's ancestral lands. The sight was enough to make any cultivator's scalp tingle. No! Ji Yuan let out a desperate howl. He recognized it, the Ji clan's final trump card, a supreme killing formation left behind from the primordial era. Formless and intangible, it revealed its monstrous nature only when triggered. Yet now, this highly anticipated killing array, under the relentless onslaught of the torrent of 10,000 swords, failed to even create a ripple. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the Ji family's ancestral grounds. The earth shook violently, and countless palaces and towers collapsed in waves. Invisible restraints materialized in the air, only to vanish like illusions, as ephemeral as reflections in water. The residual might of the sword energy torrent swept toward the direction of the Grand Hall. Form the array! Ji Yuan roared, joining forces with the other 5 Emperor-level elders to raise a protective light barrier. Puff! The light barrier shattered instantly. All 6 Emperor-level ancestors spat out mouthfuls of multicolored imperial blood, their bodies flung backward to crash awkwardly into the ruins. The color drained from the face of the 3rd ancestor, Ji Ro. Her hand, hidden within her sleeve, had already grasped a jade talisman engraved with intricate runes. It was her last-ditch life-saving card, acquired at the cost of half her fortune, always ready for escape. The Ji clan's final line of defense was gone. Ling Canglan's figure materialized above the ancestral grounds of the Ji clan. He descended step by step, treading through the void as if walking upon the hearts of every Ji clan member. The spiritual energy here is quite dense, I must say. He surveyed the surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled upon Ji Yuan. I give your Ji family 2 choices. 1. Hand over Ji Ro and that boy named Ji Wushang. 2. Every member of the Ji clan leaves the Xianyu domain and never sets foot here again. The entire Ji family estate fell into deathly silence. Every surviving Ji clan member stared at Ling Canglan as if he were a madman. Ling Canglan! Don't push your luck. The 3rd ancestor Ji Ro shrieked, her spiritual energy surging violently as she prepared to activate the jade talisman in her hand. Ji Yuan struggled to his feet, desperately trying to steady himself, yet the tremor in his voice was impossible to conceal. Master Ling, this condition, the Ji clan cannot comply. Oh? Ling Canglan's response was a single word. He raised his hand and casually struck out toward Ji Ro. The madness frozen on Ji Ro's face. The life-saving jade talisman in her hand, along with her arm, turned to dust. An unmatched force surged into her body, violently disrupting the very foundations of her cultivation. Her cultivation receded like a retreating tide. In the past, your Ji clan wronged my disciple. Today, I shall wrong your Ji family. Dare to defy me? Ling Canglan vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he materialized before several other Emperor Realm elders. Thud! 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 After several muffled thuds, the once lofty Ji family patriarchs. Colorful imperial blood splattered across the ground. The Ji family disciples were utterly dumbfounded. The great imperial ancestors they had revered as gods crumbled before this man, as fragile as ants. Their last shred of resistance crumbled to dust. Ling Canglan returned before Ji Chen, dragging 2 half-dead bodies. They were the 3rd ancestor Ji Ro and the 9th ancestor Ji Lai. He tossed them onto the ground like 2 dead dogs. Your enemies are yours to deal with. Ji Chen's body stiffened rigidly. The veins on his sword gripping hand bulged. No, don't kill me. Ji Ro, stripped of her cultivation, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. It's all Ji Wushang's fault. He's the one blinded by greed, the one who wanted to strip you of your essence. I had nothing to do with it. Spit! You spineless coward! Ji Lai spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Ji Chen. The victor writes history. There's nothing more to say. Don't gloat, boy. When the divine son Wushang returns, he'll slaughter every last member of your Lingxiao holy sect. Ji Chen ignored their pathetic spectacle. He merely asked coldly the question that had troubled him for years. You dug out my supreme bone. I can accept that as being for the sake of the clan. Why did you also seek to exterminate my parents? Ji Lai grinned, his blood-stained teeth gleaming with a chilling ferocity. To uproot the weeds, one must eliminate the roots. This answer extinguished the last shred of kinship in Ji Chen's heart. He drew his sword. A flash of steel. Two heads rolled to the ground. The hatred he had carried for years was finally laid to rest in that moment. His mind felt clearer than ever before. At that very moment, Ji Yuan, hidden amidst the distant ruins, seized the moment when no one was watching and vanished into the distance. He pulled a simple wooden token from his robe. A sickening madness twisted his face as he knelt on the ground, raising the token high. Ancestors of the Ji clan, hear my plea. Your unworthy descendant, Ji Yuan, today uses blood as a conduit to sacrifice clan members, humbly beseeching the ancient ancestors to awaken. His voice echoed throughout the entire clan territory. An intangible force of law enveloped the surviving Ji clan members below. No! Great ancestor! Please don't! I don't want to die. Millions of clan members above the Dao Palace realm were propelled uncontrollably into the sky. Despairing terror were etched across their faces, yet they could offer no resistance. Amidst their horrified screams, a colossal bronze coffin slowly rose from the deepest recesses of the Ji family's ancestral grounds. Black mist poured forth from the coffin, engulfing and dissolving each of the million clan members one by one. Sacrificing 2/3 of the population for the survival of the clan, this bargain was well worth it. A cruel smile spread across Ji Yuan's face. Ling Canglan watched this scene unfold, his brow furrowing for the first time. This move was kinda twisted. As the million tribesmen were sacrificed, the iron chains binding the bronze coffin began to fall away one by one. A terrifying aura slowly awoke from within the coffin. The 6th step of the ultimate path. The 7th step of the ultimate path. Still climbing. Finally, that pressure halted at the pinnacle of the 7th step of the ultimate path. Malevolent energy sealed off a million-mile expanse, the sky shrouded in blood-red clouds as thunder roared. Corpse refinement? Ling Canglan felt his scalp tingle. The lifespan of an extreme path emperor was finite. It was impossible for one to have lived from the primordial age until now. The only explanation was that whatever lay within this ancient coffin was not a living being at all. Chapter 55, The Ancient Ancestor emerges from the coffin. Boom! The bronze coffin suspended above the Ji family ancestral hall suddenly burst open. A withered hand, shriveled like a chicken's claw, reached out from within and gripped the coffin's edge. Endless black mist surged forth from within, like ink droplets staining clear water, swiftly darkening the entire sky. A terrifying, suffocating aura surged upward, shattering the shackles of the 7th step of the ultimate path in an instant and settling firmly at an unimaginable level. 8th step of the ultimate path. It's the ancient ancestor. The ancient ancestor has awakened. Ji Yuan, the great ancestor of the Ji clan, roared with maniacal laughter, his voice tinged with a sickening excitement. Ling Canglan, you're as good as dead. He roared like a madman, already envisioning Ling Canglan being torn to shreds by the ancient ancestor. The Ji clan's hope, their trump card, had finally been revealed. Yet Ling Canglan, standing above the void, didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Behind him, Ji Chen's body trembled uncontrollably, a deep-seated suppression and fear emanating from the very depths of his bloodline. Master. Ji Chen's voice was dry and strained. Just a sham. Ling Canglan's voice was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He flipped his palm, revealing a palm-sized jade grinding stone in his hand. The millstone was simple and unadorned, yet natural Dao patterns swirled slowly across its surface, emanating an aura that seemed to transcend all other Dao energies. Go! He uttered the single word softly. The jade disc shot from his hand, swelling as it met the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal mountain, towering skyward and blocking out the sun. It hovered directly above the corpse refining entity that had just crawled out of the coffin. Hum! Thousands of bolts of lightning cascaded from the grinding stone, coalescing into thick chains of divine order that clattered and rattled. Lightning intertwined, runes flickered. The corpse, radiating the terrifying pressure of the ultimate path 8 steps, hadn't even managed to stand upright before it was bound tightly by those chains of divine order. Ha, ha! The corpse emitted incomprehensible growls from its throat, struggling desperately yet unable to move even a finger. That so-called supreme path 8 steps pressure proved as fragile as a joke before the jade disc. Ji Yuan's laughter abruptly halted. His expression shifted as if struck by an invisible hand, from ecstatic joy to stunned blankness, then to disbelieving terror. This can't be possible. Ling Canglan paid no heed to his disarray. With a flick of his finger, a golden ball of divine fire shot forth, landing precisely upon the corpse. His hands flashed through intricate seals as countless mystical runes poured into the corpse like a relentless tide. What is he doing? Refining. He's refining an artifact. He's using the ancient ancestor as material. A Ji clan elder let out a blood-curdling scream of horror. Every member of the Ji clan felt their worldview utterly shattered. Under their horrified gaze, the towering black chi enveloping the corpse was completely refined away by golden divine flames. In its place emerged a layer of dazzling, golden shackles deeply imprinted into the bones. The entire process took no more than a quarter of an hour. A puppet with a subdued aura and vacant eyes, yet more stable than before, now floated silently in midair. Ling Canglan beckoned, and the puppet flew to his side. Without a second glance, he casually tossed it to Ji Chen beside him. "It's yours. This thing can slay ordinary extreme path 7th-step experts, though it does consume a lot of spirit stones." Ji Chen instinctively caught the puppet crafted by his own ancestor, his entire body numb, his mind going blank. "No!" Ji Yuan let out a shrill, despairing howl as his Dao Heart shattered completely. He turned and fled, crimson flames igniting upon his body a sign of burning his very life essence. He unleashed a punch that tore open a pitch-black spatial fissure, plunging into it without a second thought. The patriarchs escaped. He abandoned us. Witnessing this, the last shred of hope shattered for the Ji clan. Ling Canglan didn't even bother to pursue him. Instead, from across the vast void, he raised his hand and pressed it lightly against the spatial fissure. Pop! Ji Yuan, who had just half-entered the spatial fissure, stiffened violently. Then, like an overinflated balloon, he exploded with a thunderous boom. A sky filled with imperial blood transformed into a dazzling crimson mist, staining that entire expanse of space red. The ancestral lands of the Ji clan descended into utter chaos. Ji Yuan! You shameless old dog! Spare us, divine being! Spare us, Lord Ji Chen! We had nothing to do with what happened back then. Some cursed viciously, others knelt begging for mercy. Some elders, unable to bear the blow, their eyes glazed over, detonated their divine souls and killed themselves on the spot. Worse still, some raised slaughtering blades against their own kin in the desperate scramble for a life-saving artifact. The dignity of the primordial imperial clan vanished in that instant. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the horizon. Black warships obscured the sky, while colossal beasts trampled through the clouds. The Sun Moon Empire's army, led by Tian Lingxue, pressed forward from the west. On the other flank, tens of thousands of war chariots gleaming with metallic coldness crushed through the void, their vital energy raging. Lin Yi's army of the Jingyang Empire closed in from the east. Before the battle lines, the two bowed respectfully toward Ling Canglan from afar. Disciple Tian Lingxue Lin Yi pays respects to the master. Simultaneously, 300,000 black-clad, expressionless death servants emerged from the shadows in all directions, sealing off every inch of ground. Caught between an inner and outer assault, escape was impossible. The Ji clan was now fish on the chopping block. In that moment of utter despair, an aged figure emerged from the void, leaning on a jet-black walking stick. With each step, swirling currents of black and white chi danced beneath his feet. This was GMO, the 7th patriarch of the Ji clan, a powerhouse at the 3rd step of the extreme path. He surveyed the ravaged ancestral lands, then glanced up at Ling Canglan in the sky, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Where mercy can be shown, show mercy. Divine being, among these millions of clan members, there must be innocence. His voice reached every ear. After speaking, he turned to Ji Chen, his cloudy old eyes filled with complexity and remorse. What happened back then was because we old fools were blinded by greed and ambition. To pave the way for that child, Wushang, and for the so-called future of the Ji family, we committed an unforgivable sin. As the words fell, under the stunned gazes of all present, the 7th patriarch of the Ji clan, who had lived for countless millennia, suddenly buckled at the knees. He knelt straight down before Ji Chen. He bowed his head heavily to the ground. The Ji family has wronged you. This old man has failed you. After a brief, deathly silence, a deafening roar of pleas for mercy erupted, shaking the heavens. Countless members of the Ji clan, regardless of age or gender, knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves toward Ji Chen. Ji Chen gazed upon the sea of kneeling figures before him, upon those faces both familiar and strange. His hand gripping the sword began to tremble slightly. A flicker of wavering emerged within his heart, once filled with nothing but hatred. "Senior brother, what are you hesitating about?" Tian Lingshue's icy voice, like winter's frost, rang in his ears. "A blood debt must be repaid in blood to be cleansed. If you don't uproot the weeds, the spring breeze will make them grow again." She gave Ji Chen no time to ponder further, issuing her command directly. "Transmit my military order, annihilate the Ji clan. Leave not a single soul alive." The Sun Moon Empire's army erupted with a murderous aura that pierced the heavens, their cold blades locking onto every member of the Ji clan below. Chapter 56, The Dust Settles. Ji Chen's breathing suddenly grew ragged. Kill? Or not? A single thought raged within his mind, threatening to tear his very soul apart. On one side stood his senior sister's cold command, on the other, the dark mass of clan members kneeling before him. Among them were his childhood playmates, the kind aunt who had once been gentle to him, and countless other faces he couldn't even name. Must this blood debt be repaid with another sea of blood? His hand gripping the sword trembled violently, the blade's hum carrying an indescribable sorrow. "Senior brother, what are you thinking?" Tian Lingshua's voice held not a shred of warmth. Among them are the old and the young, women and children. Do you consider them innocent? A hint of mockery crept into Tian Lingshua's voice. When your parents were hunted down, did they ever utter a word in your defense? When your bones were being torn out, did they show you even a shred of pity? No. They revel in the glory your supreme bone brings to their family, basking in it with a clear conscience. They were silent accomplices, fertile ground for evil. If we spare them today, new Ji Yuans and new Ji Lies will emerge from their ranks. They will come seeking trouble for our Lingxiao holy sect, cloaked in the banner of avenging you. What then will you do? Every word from Tian Lingxue struck Ji Chen's heart like a heavy hammer blow. Meanwhile, Lin Yi spoke in his deep, resonant voice. Senior brother, don't be foolish. These people are nothing but ungrateful dogs that can never be tamed. If you spare them today, they won't feel gratitude, only that you're weak and easy to bully. Showing mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. Do we really need to teach you such a simple truth? Ling Canglan said nothing. He merely hovered silently in midair, leaving this entire stage, this very world entirely to his disciple. This was Ji Chen's trial, and also his path. Others could guide him, but no one could make his choice for him. Ji Chen closed his eyes. In his mind, the bitter resentment and despair of his parents at death's door intertwined with the agony of having his bones torn from his living body, all mingling with the tear-streaked faces before him. He snapped his eyes open. The heart torn between hatred and confusion finally found its anchor. I understand. His voice no longer trembled, growing unusually calm. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping past the 7th Ancestor GMO kneeling at the forefront to take in the millions of clan members below. All Ji clan members above the Dao Palace realm. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed through every corner of the ruins. End your own lives. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The expressions on the faces of the Ji clan members who had been kneeling in supplication shifted from pleading to shock, then to rage and venomous hatred. Ji Chen! You wretched monster! May you die a horrible death. We've all knelt before you, begging for mercy, yet you still seek to exterminate us all. You're even more vicious than Ji Yuan. Curses rang out in waves. Ji Chen paid them no heed. His gaze settled once more upon the old man kneeling before him. 7th Ancestor. The title sent a jolt through Ji Mo's body. Back then, you were one of the few in the clan who opposed digging up my bones. And the only one who secretly delivered elixirs to my parents. Ji Chen's voice was soft. I remember that kindness. 2 streams of cloudy tears rolled down Ji Mo's aged face. His lips trembled, yet no sound emerged. But Ji Chen's tone suddenly sharpened. In the end, you chose the clan. You chose silence. Today, as a disciple of the Lingxiao holy sect, I cannot and will not leave any hidden dangers for the sect. He bowed deeply to GMO. I implore you, 7th Ancestor, to sever all unwarranted attachments within the Ji clan, and to honor this bond of kinship. I shall take my own life to atone before the heavens. The entire world fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Ji Chen's words. The 7th Ancestor GMO stood frozen for a long moment. He slowly raised his head, gazing at this familiar yet unfamiliar younger generation before him. The young face bore no trace of vengeful satisfaction, only a resolve beyond his years. Suddenly, he smiled a smile of utter freedom. Well said. To take one's own life to atone before the world. My Ji clan is not wronged at all, to have produced a figure like you. He rose shakily to his feet, surveying the devastated clan lands around him, then glanced at the clan members glaring at him with fury. He let out a long, heavy sigh. You fools, disperse. As the words fell, the aura of an extreme path third-step powerhouse within him erupted without warning. A destructive force erupted from his body. I, GMO, shall repay the debt owed by the Ji clan today. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose from the center of the Ji family's ancestral grounds. A terrifying energy storm swept over everything. Cultivators above the Dao Palace realm didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes by this force. As for the lowly clan members, they had long since been terrified out of their wits by this apocalyptic scene, scattering in all directions as their wails shook the heavens. The armies under Tian Lingxue and Lin Yi did not pursue the commoners. A clan that has lost all its elite combat strength and severed its lineage is no longer a threat. The dust had settled. Ji Chen stared blankly at the ancestral lands reduced to rubble, at the scorched earth beneath his feet. He had won. Revenge was served. Yet why did his heart feel hollow, as if a piece had been forcibly torn away? He spread his palms. These very hands had just ended the bloodline he had carried on for hundreds of thousands of years. When did I become so cold-blooded? A thought surfaced in his mind, sending a chill through his entire body. Senior brother. Tian Lingshue's figure appeared beside him. The struggle for immortality has always been this way. Her voice remained cool and detached, yet it no longer carried the utter lack of emotion it had before. This is not your fault. The Ji clan brought this upon themselves. Your decision today is not bloodlust, but the resolve a true powerhouse a ruler must possess. You are no longer Ji Chen, who lived only for vengeance. You are a disciple of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, destined to rule over a star domain in the future. Your heart must hold the interests of the sect and the future order. Tian Lingshua's words flowed like a clear spring, washing away Ji Chen's nearly shattered state of mind. He turned his head, looking at Tian Lingxua, then at Linny standing solemnly in the distance, and finally at his master, who remained as serene as ever. Yes. He was no longer alone. Behind him stood the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The confusion and self-doubt within his heart slowly receded, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. The path of vengeance had reached its end. But the journey for Ji Chen, the true disciple of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, had only just begun. Chapter 57, The Great Shift in Spiritual Energy. Dongjiang Domain, Western Shu Empire. A deathly silence hung over the imperial palace hall. Xu Yi, clad in a black dragon robe, slumped in his throne. Before him, memorials piled high like mountains, all secret reports detailing the Lingxiao Holy Sect's expansion of influence within the Dongjiang Domain. The empire's territory was being gradually eroded. A figure cloaked in black appeared silently at the center of the hall. Your Majesty, the ancestral elders have issued a verbal decree, the black-robed envoy stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Xu Ye's body trembled slightly, but he did not look up. Speak. Within 10 days, all forces of the Western Shu Empire are to withdraw from the 100 domains of Yin territory. What? Xu Yi sprang to his feet, his fists clenched white beneath his dragon robe. This is an order, the black-robed envoy repeated. Why? Our Western Shu Empire, this realm forged through the blood and sacrifice of generations of kings, why should we surrender it? Xu Ye's voice cracked. Because Ling Canglan of the Lingxiao Holy Sect can crush the 7 ancestral founders of the Ji clan with a single palm strike. The black-robed envoy's words poured like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Xu Ye's heart. You wouldn't want to witness the Ji clan's fate repeated, would you, Your Majesty? Xu Yi staggered, then collapsed heavily back into his seat. He thought of the Ji clan, that ancient noble house that once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Western Shu Empire, vanished into dust overnight. Power. In the face of such overwhelming disparity in strength, all resentment and fury were nothing but a joke. I understand. After a long silence, Xu Ye's voice echoed from the throne, heavy with exhaustion and bitterness. Draft an edict. Summon all princes and ministers. Withdrawal shall commence in 10 days. News of the Western Shu Empire's withdrawal from the 100 domains of Yin swept across every inch of land. Those factions that had long since chosen to submit to the Lingxiao Holy Sect collectively fell silent, yet inwardly rejoiced at their decision. The heavens had truly shifted. Within the Lingxiao Holy Sect, however, a different scene unfolded. Countless disciples ran to spread the news, their cheers echoing across the heavens. Did you hear? Those cowards from the Western Shu Empire are packing their bags. Long live the sect. Our patriarch is invincible. From now on, the 100 domains of Yin will be ruled solely by our Lingxiao Holy Sect. Our cultivation resources are bound to double. Within the Holy Master's Hall, several elders with snow-white hair and beards wept tears of joy. To think our Lingxiao Holy Sect has risen from a second-rate sect to this day, this old man has no regrets in life, no regrets at all. The current Holy Master, a stern-faced middle-aged man, gazed toward the golden dragon symbolizing the sect's destiny, his eyes brimming with tears. He drew a deep breath and made a decision. Issue my Holy Sovereign's decree. In the name of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, issue invitations far and wide. Summon all rulers of True God Realm and above from the 100 realms of Yin Earth to pay homage at our Holy Sect in 6 months' time. Before stepping down, I shall host a grand ceremony where 10,000 sects pay homage, so the world may witness the majesty of the Immortal Gate. The Holy Sovereign's command was swiftly carried out. Countless disciples were mobilized to begin preparations on the floating island spanning 10,000 li outside the sect's borders. Mountains were shifted, rivers diverted. Emerald forests and celestial lakes, jade palaces and crystal towers took shape at a pace visible to the naked eye. Rich spiritual energy was gathered by intricate formations, transforming into everlasting immortal mists that swirled around the island. Simultaneously, golden invitations bearing the seal of the Lingxiao Holy Sect were dispatched to every corner of the 100 domains of Yin. The leaders of major factions who received these invitations all felt a tightening in their hearts. In a secluded chamber, an elder dressed as a sect master clutched an invitation, his palms drenched in sweat. This is demanding tribute and pledges of loyalty. If our tribute is insufficient, it may incur the Holy Sect's displeasure. But our sect's resources are so meager. We'll sell everything we own to assemble a substantial offering. The old man gritted his teeth, his resolve set. This is no longer a matter of whether we go or not, it's a matter of survival. Similar scenes unfolded across the 100 domains of Yin territory. No one dared refuse, nor did anyone dare show the slightest negligence. The authority of the Lingxiao Holy Sect was etched deep into everyone's bones through this single invitation. Amidst the tumultuous upheavals outside, Ling Canglan's response was a single, measured Seated in the deepest seclusion chamber of the Holy Sect, he held not the slightest interest in the so-called gathering of 10,000 sects. His focus lay on matters of far greater depth. Lately, he could sense the spiritual energy throughout the 100 realms of Yan's lands growing denser at a slow yet steady pace. Beneath the earth, something was stirring. He leafed through the ancient texts stored within his mind.
In distant ages, the 100 realms of Yan's land were once one of the sacred cultivation grounds of the entire Canglan world. Later, due to a great calamity, the immortal veins were severed, and it descended into a barren wilderness.
This resurgence of spiritual energy, could it mean the divine vein is reconnecting? This was not good news. A barren land would draw no one's attention. But a cultivation treasure trove on the verge of regaining its former glory? That would draw countless hungry wolves. With Ling Xiao Holy Sect's current strength, it could still lord over the 100 domains of Yen.
But when viewed across the entire Canglan world, or even the broader Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, it was still insignificant.
The time left for me is running out.
Ling Canglan understood clearly that the 100 domains of Yen was merely a training ground for beginners. The true battlefield lay within the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. There, the wealth of 10 realms equaled that of 100 Yen Earth 100 realms. It was home to immortal clans, undying lineages, and even true immortals who held sway. Ji Wushan, the enemy of my own disciple, resides within the 3 Talents Immortal Hall of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. That 3 Talents Immortal Hall ruled over the Senna domain, backed by the Heavenly Immortal Patriarch. The Holy Sect and the 3 Talents Immortal Hall have already become sworn enemies over the Ji family affair. A clash is inevitable in the future. It was time to make preparations. With a flicker of his thoughts, a thread of his will span the void, descending directly upon Ji Changkong's cave residence.
Changkong.
Ji Changkong, who had been meditating, jolted awake and immediately rose to pay his respects.
Your disciple is here. Reopen the infernal Rakshasa realm.
Ling Canglan's voice was calm and unruffled. The Holy Sect is to recruit another batch of nominal disciples.
Ji Changkong froze, puzzled.
These individuals need not remain within this sect.
After their assessments, send them directly to the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. Have them take root there and lie low. I want every inch of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty to have the eyes of my Ling Xiao Holy Sect watching over it. Ji Changkong's heart gave a violent thud. Was the Patriarch preparing to take action against the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty?
Suppressing his shock, he respectfully acknowledged the order. This disciple obeys.
He understood his unique status as a descendant of the Jioli Immortal Isle lineage.
To earn such trust from the Patriarch was an immense honor.
Soon, a proclamation bearing Ji Changkong's name spread across the entire Yen domain. The Ling Xiao Holy Sect is once again opening its doors to recruit disciples. The testing ground, the Inferno Rakshasa realm. The announcement sent shockwaves across the realm. The Inferno Rakshasa realm was a place with a terrifyingly high mortality rate.
Those who emerged alive from its depths were invariably prodigies.
More crucially, this was an opportunity to become a disciple of the Ling Xiao Holy Sect.
Even the status of a provisional disciple was enough to drive countless individuals into a frenzy. Within the Holy Sect, as preparations for the Grand Assembly of 10,000 sects and the revival of the recruitment plan progressed, Ji Changkong's standing rose accordingly. Though not the Holy Sovereign himself, he wielded the will of the ancestral patriarch, directly overseeing these 2 pivotal matters concerning the sect's future. His authority had already subtly surpassed that of the current Holy Master, let alone candidates like Ye Chen. Those within the sect with discernment understood that the next Holy Sovereign's position had likely already been internally decided. This was the Ancestor paving the way for the future succession of power within the Holy Sect.
Chapter 58, Tribute from 10,000 Sects. The half-year deadline arrived in the blink of an eye. Outside the gates of the Ling Xiao Holy Sect, the newly constructed floating island had become the focal point of the entire Yen territory today. The term sea of people scarcely sufficed to describe the scene before them. The sky above was densely packed with all manner of flying magical treasures. Ancient divine birds with wingspans stretching 1,000 zhang pulled ornately carved and painted treasure carriages. Ancient war chariots, cast entirely from divine metals, thundered through the void.
Smaller sects and minor schools commanded flying swords or towering ships, navigating cautiously among these colossal vessels to find a place to land. A rough estimate placed the gathered cultivators well beyond 10 billion. An elderly man clad in black, hunchbacked and trembling, gazed up at the sacred mountain gate of the Holy Sect suspended above the clouds. He was a true God realm patriarch, an absolute authority in his own realm. Yet here, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust.
Goodness gracious, is this the drawing power of a top-tier immortal sect?
Just the attendees here number several hundred saint-body prodigies. A saint sacrifice realm powerhouse clad in yellow robes murmured to his companion in hushed tones. He could sense that the concentration of spiritual energy on this floating island was at least 100 times denser than outside. A single breath here equaled a day of his arduous cultivation.
Stop staring. Find a place to land quickly. The Holy Lord is about to emerge.
His companion tugged at him, his face etched with reverence. The sole overlord of the 100 realms of Yen.
This realization was etched even deeper into his mind in this very moment. Just then, a melodious chime echoed through the air. Ding!
The chime seemed to carry a magical power, instantly silencing the clamor of 100 billion cultivators. A magnificent chariot drawn by 9 dragon-like beasts slowly emerged from the gates of the Holy Sect.
Seated atop the carriage, a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe sat with an imposing countenance, none other than Mo Yuan, the holy master of Lingxiao Holy Sect. He emitted no aura of authority, yet a mountain of pressure seemed to settle upon everyone's hearts. Hail the holy master! The cry erupted from an unknown voice, followed by a thunderous chorus of homage that shook the heavens and earth. Billions of cultivators bowed in unison, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. Seated upon the chariot, Mo Yuan's expression remained serene, yet his heart burned with fervor. Who could not love this feeling of commanding the heavens and earth, with all sects paying homage? He raised his hand, and his voice, calm and measured, carried across the entire gathering. Everyone, please take your seats. Tens of thousands of Lingxiao Holy Sect disciples, dressed uniformly in their standard robes, had been waiting for this moment. They began guiding cultivators from various factions to their designated areas. The so-called taking their seats was, in truth, the tribute offering ceremony. Minor factions handed over their pre-prepared tributes to the disciples in charge of registration. Meanwhile, major sects with supreme sovereigns presiding or ancient imperial clans were personally received by the holy sect's elders and ushered into more central areas. The hierarchy was strict, the order impeccable. A portly man dressed as a sect master wiped sweat from his brow as he respectfully handed a storage pouch to a holy sect disciple. Honorable Immortal Master, this is a token of our sect's sincerity. We humbly request the holy sect's gracious acceptance. The disciple merely nodded, accepted the storage pouch, scanned it with his divine sense, and recorded the details on a jade slip, all without a flicker of emotion. The fat sect leader exhaled deeply, feeling as though he'd just narrowly escaped death. He had feared his tribute might be too meager to please the immortal sect. In this place, even a supreme being would have to bow their head obediently, let alone someone at his level of sacred sacrifice realm. To act presumptuously here would be courting death. Just as the tribute ceremony proceeded in orderly fashion, a deep, rumbling roar suddenly echoed from the horizon. The sound resembled 1,000 armies charging forward, yet it also echoed like thunder roaring. All eyes were drawn to the sudden commotion, and heads turned skyward. A vast shadow emerged on the western horizon. It was a vast fleet, with a banner bearing the intertwined sun and moon fluttering atop the lead warship. It's the Sun Moon Empire. The overlord of the Yuanling domain. Someone cried out in shock. On the deck of the flagship stood a woman of peerless beauty, clad in a phoenix-embroidered robe, radiating an aura of command without a trace of anger. She was none other than Tian Lingxue, one of the disciples of the venerable Lingxiao. Behind her lay a giant turtle as large as a small mountain, its aura radiating the power of an emperor-level being. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, from another direction, another fleet of warships, vast enough to obscure the sky, approached, their banners of the Jingyang Empire fluttering in the wind. Lin Yi, clad in imperial robes, stood at the bow, flanked by the terrifying aura of his Iron Blood army. Shortly after, Ji Chen of the Great Wei Empire also arrived. The three direct disciples of the ancient patriarchs, as if by prior arrangement, simultaneously led their vast respective factions back to their ancestral sects. The overwhelming pressure that rolled in left every faction leader present feeling a wave of suffocation. The disciples of the Holy Sect, however, stood tall and proud, basking in the glory. Senior sister Tianling has returned. And senior brother Lin and senior brother Ji too. My goodness, this display is absolutely top-notch. The various factions that had come to pay homage were utterly thrown into panic. Only now did they realize the true extent of Lingxiao Holy Sect's power far beyond what they had ever imagined. The clans represented by these three disciples alone were enough to sweep through any major sect across the 100 realms of Yen. This wasn't a gathering of 10,000 sects paying homage, it was a pure display of muscle. Pay homage to the Empress. We pay homage to Emperor Jingyang. For a moment, greetings rose and fell in waves, even more fervent than when they had paid homage to the Holy Sovereign Mo Yuan moments before. Many ancient imperial clan elders felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Yi bowed his hands to the crowd and spoke gently, "Gentlemen, no need for such formalities. We've merely returned to the sect to observe the ceremony." His words brought relief to many. But Tian Lingxue, standing nearby, spoke coldly. Anyone foolish enough to attempt underhanded maneuvers on the Holy Sect's territory regardless of their faction will be executed without mercy. Her words felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over everyone's heads. No one present was unaware of the fearsome reputation of this god of death. Her methods were far more ruthless than even the Holy Sect's usual conduct. A flicker of unease crossed the face of the Holy Lord, Mo Yuan. The spotlight had been completely stolen by a few juniors. Ji Chen proved quick-witted. He bowed respectfully toward Mo Yuan from afar and declared in a clear voice, "We returned late. We humbly request the Holy Lord to continue presiding over the ceremony." Tian Lingxue and Lin Yi promptly reined in their auras and bowed to Mo Yuan. Only then did Mo Yuan's expression ease. Clearing his throat, he resumed presiding over the grand ceremony. This minor incident made it clear to everyone present just how exalted the status of the Patriarch's direct disciples was within the Lingxiao Holy Sect. In an inconspicuous corner of the ceremony grounds, the Lan family contingent remained quietly in place. This was an ancient lineage whose heritage even surpassed that of the Ji family. Yet, having never produced an emperor, they had remained hidden from the limelight. Lan Jin, a youth with scholarly features, paid no attention to the clashes among the great figures. His attention was drawn to a peculiar area shrouded in an array formation not far away. Chapter 59, Lan Jin's All-or-Nothing Gambit. Malevolent energy surged skyward from that spot, faint wails of ghosts and howls of spirits drifting out. He stopped a passing inner door disciple of the holy sect and asked curiously, "Senior brother, what is that place?" The disciple glanced at him and explained, "That is the infernal Rakshasa realm, a trial ground personally established by the Patriarch. Whoever emerges alive from within regardless of talent or cultivation will become the Patriarch's registered disciple. But mind you, the failure rate is terrifyingly high. And once you enter, there's no turning back. Don't go doing anything rash." With that, the disciple walked away. Lan Jin's body trembled slightly. An apprentice of the Patriarch. His cultivation foundation had been shattered in the clan's internal strife, his path severed, his future dark and bleak. The young master of the Lan family? Nothing but a joke, a sacrificial pawn to be discarded at any moment. Yet now, an opportunity to shatter the chains of fate lay before him. A flame called ambition burned fiercely within his chest. He sought out that inner door disciple once more and bowed deeply. "Please escort me to the front lines, senior brother." The inner door disciple froze, pleading, "Are you mad? You're walking into certain death. Life or death either is better than having my fate decided like a dog's." Lan Jin lifted his head, his face bearing a resolute calm. Overwhelmed by his aura, the disciple fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Very well. You have guts." He summoned a long sword, its blade expanding to lift Lan Jin as they soared toward the crimson formation. Within the Lan family's ranks, several elders witnessed the scene, yet none spoke to stop it. They were only too glad to see this useless young master die outside, sparing them the embarrassment of his return. At that very moment, a thunderous bell tolled, and outside the gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, a colossal formation shrouding the heavens and earth roared into activation. The disciple selection trial begins. The announcement echoed across the floating island. Among the hundreds of billions of cultivators, countless young faces surged toward the array's luminous screen. Their purposes varied. Ordinary youths brimmed with hope, yearning to join the holy sect and bring glory to their families. There were prodigies of extraordinary lineage, seeking to advance further and glimpse the mysteries of the void god and Dao Palace realms. And countless others, of mediocre talent, viewed this place as their sole gamble, a wager where they staked their lives for a chance at a path to the heavens. Immortality, fame, desire, and obsession intertwined here, weaving a vivid tableau of the mortal world. Just as the trials commenced and the pilgrimage of 10,000 sects reached its climax. Within Ling Canglan's secluded courtyard on Geopolitical Immortal Isle, an indescribable aura stirred to life within the courtyard. Within mere breaths, the skies across the 100 realms of Yin territory darkened from daylight to gloom. A terrifying pressure emanating from the very essence of life enveloped the vast landscape for thousands of miles. Upon the floating island, 100 billion cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized their hearts, making breathing difficult. The leaders of the major factions who had come to pay homage turned ashen-faced. Several supreme emperors from ancient imperial clans found their bodies bending involuntarily, their bones groaning under the unbearable strain, nearly forcing them to prostrate themselves on the spot. What terrifying power this was! Within the small courtyard, Ling Canglan opened his eyes. After half a year of seclusion, aided by that fragment of Supreme Dao insight, he had successfully broken through to the 8th step of the Supreme Dao. He was satisfied with his progress, yet remained humble. Such strength was still insignificant before a colossus like the Three Talents Immortal Hall. He must advance faster. He must surge toward the peak of the 9th step of the extreme path, and even attempt to touch the elusive realm of immortality. At the very moment he concealed his aura, 3 massive armies appeared on the horizon. Rumble! Giant beast-drawn chariots crushed through the void, their countless armored guards radiating murderous intent that pierced the heavens. Tian Lingxue, Lin Yi, and Ji Chen, 3 direct disciples of the ancient patriarchs, led their respective terrifying forces. 96 registered disciples followed closely behind, each accompanied by their own elite forces. We humbly welcome our revered master from seclusion. May the sect endure for 10,000 ages. May the master endure for 10,000 ages. The armies under Tian Lingxue and Lin Yi roared in unison, their voices shaking the cosmos. The aura of iron and blood, mingled with the scent of slaughter, coalesced into a rolling dark cloud, pressing down upon the heads of all the worshippers. Millions of true gods, tens of thousands of sacred sacrifices, hundreds of supreme beings. What did this signify? The ancient imperial clan patriarchs present felt their minds buzzing. This power alone could sweep across the 100 realms of Yin territory 10 times over. The depth of Lingxiao Holy Sect's foundations had surpassed the limits of their imagination. Standing atop his chariot, the holy sovereign Ji Chen surveyed this awe-inspiring spectacle. Any lingering displeasure had long since dissipated, replaced by boundless pride. This was his Lingxiao Holy Sect. The conclusion of the 10,000 sects homage became a natural outcome amidst this ultimate display of martial might. Leaders of all factions, stripped of any lingering hope, completed their homage with utmost reverence before departing in trepidation with their clans. Through this day, the Lingxiao Holy Sect's hegemony was permanently etched into every inch of Yan's 100 realms. As the crowd dispersed, the Lan family's entourage boarded their flying vessel for the return journey. A clan member rushed in with urgent news. Elder, the young master is missing. A white-haired elder did not turn around, his voice cold and detached. No need to search. I saw him enter the infernal realm of Azura with my own eyes. Upon our return, announced to the outside world that Lan Jin met an unfortunate demise. Erect a symbolic grave for him. Understood. The flying vessel launched, leaving the youth named Lan Jin utterly behind. For the Lan family, this internal conflict concluded with the discarded pawn's self-sacrifice. In the distant Senya domain, at the Three Talents Immortal Hall. Within a cave dwelling shrouded in celestial mist, Ji Wushang emerged from seclusion. His aura surged dramatically, marking his ascent to the pinnacle of the sacred sacrifice realm. He now stood but a single step away from the position of true disciple. Second Patriarch? Stepping out of the cave, he saw Ji Hong, the second patriarch of the Ji clan, who had been waiting outside for many days. Ji Hang's face bore the marks of profound exhaustion. The moment he laid eyes on Ji Wushang, this mighty emperor-level cultivator broke down in tears, collapsing to his knees on the spot. No more sorrow. My Ji clan is gone. Ji Yuanjej's heart sank. Second Ancestor, what do you mean by that? It was the Lingxiao Holy Sect. That barbarian sect from the 100 domains of Yen. Ji Hang's voice was hoarse, filled with blood, tears, and hatred. They slaughtered millions of my Ji clan kin. The first ancestor, the third ancestor, the fourth ancestor, all fell in battle. All because of that traitor, Ji Chen. Boom! Ji Wushang's mind exploded. A savage killing intent erupted from his body, shredding the immortal flowers and spiritual herbs before his cave dwelling into dust. Lingxiao Holy Sect. He ground out each word through clenched teeth, his voice sounding as if it had been wrung from the depths of hell. I will slaughter every last member of the Lingxiao Holy Sect to honor the souls of my fallen Ji clan. He lifted Ji Hong to his feet, his face twisted into a savage grimace that belied his cultivation level. Rest assured, second ancestor. I now stand at the peak of the sacred sacrifice realm and am a candidate for the true disciple position. I shall seek an audience with the great powers in the hall at once. Those lowly natives of the 100 domains of Yen dare to touch my Ji family? I will destroy their sect and wipe out every last one of them, leaving not a soul standing. He held the so-called Lingxiao Holy Sect in utter contempt. In his eyes, as long as the Immortal Hall intervened, crushing his sect from an inferior domain would be no harder than squashing an ant. Thus, the fuse was lit for a storm that would engulf both great immortal realms. Chapter 60, Betrayal. 3 Talents Immortal Hall, Elder's Chamber. Only true disciples were permitted entry. Ji Wushang, radiating the aura of a peak holy sacrifice cultivator, passed through unimpeded. He knelt before a swirling void. Before him, the void itself wove into a robe of Dao laws, its chaotic energy obscuring its features. This was one of the 3 Talents Immortal Hall's most ancient beings, Elder Zilia, 9th step of the ultimate Dao, standing but a hair's breadth from immortality. What is it? Disciple Ji Wushang seeks the Elder's judgment. Ji Wushang bowed his head heavily. You have reached the peak of the sacred sacrifice realm with solid foundations. Well done. Zili's voice carried a hint of approval. Effective immediately, you shall become the 9th true disciple of our 3 Talents Immortal Hall. Furthermore, I currently have no disciples under my tutelage. Are you willing to take me as your master? At these words, several concealed powerful auras in the vicinity stirred. Ji Wushang's heart pounded wildly, yet he hesitated not a moment. Disciple Ji Wushang pays respects to his master. He knew that by aligning himself with this powerful figure, he would walk tall within the 3 Talents Immortal Hall. Speak. What do you require this master to decide for you? Zili's voice held a hint of warmth. I humbly report, master. My clan, the Ji family, hailing from the 100 domains of Yen, was exterminated by a barbarian sect called the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Ji Wushang's voice carried the seething hatred of blood and fire. I implore you, master, to intervene and seek justice for the souls of my clan's million fallen. Zili fell silent. I am currently breaking through the bottleneck of immortality. For 1,000 years, I cannot walk among the mortal world. Ji Wushang's heart sank. However, your matter is my matter. Before the words had fully faded, a booming voice echoed from the depths of the Elder's Hall. Fellow Taoist Zili, why trouble yourself with mere natives of a lowly domain? This old man will gladly take your place and accompany younger brother Wushang on his journey. A bald, muscular man clad in crimson robes emerged. His body was a mass of coiled muscles, each step causing the very fabric of space to tremble. 8th step of the ultimate path, Elder Qigong. One of the top 20 powerhouses in the Elder's Hall. Qigong bowed respectfully to Zili, his demeanor clearly one of obligation. Zili did not refuse. A jade token, radiating chaotic energy, floated toward Ji Wushang. This object contains a fragment of my power. It shall protect you. Go now. Ji Wushang accepted the jade token and bowed deeply once more to Zili and Qigong. Thank you, master. Thank you, Uncle Qigong. He rose to his feet, his face contorted with uncontrollable ferocity. Lingxiao Holy Sect, your doom is upon you. An ancient warship ablaze with crimson flames, carrying Qigong and Ji Wushang, tore through the void, grinding toward the direction of Yen Earth's 100 domains. Meanwhile, at the Lingxiao Holy Sect, the 6-month recruitment drive for new disciples finally drew to a close. Hundreds of millions of cultivators flooded the examination grounds, yet fewer than 200,000 ultimately passed. This pass rate was shockingly low. Yet every outer disciple who passed possessed strength rivaling that of inner disciples from second-rate external sects. The entire sect was satisfied with this outcome. The Holy Sect's future path lay in cultivating elites, not relying on sheer numbers. As for the infernal realm of Azura, personally established by the Patriarch, it remained a forbidden domain. Few dared to venture in, and those who emerged alive were 1 in 10,000. Within Ji Changkong's palace, however, the halls were now filled with distinguished guests. Several influential elders of the Holy Sect had relocated their residences adjacent to his palace, ensuring they could consult with him at any moment. Changkong, we old codgers have studied that resource management idea you proposed last time. It's absolutely brilliant. One elder stroked his beard, his face beaming with admiration. Though the 100 domains of Yen are vast, if we follow your method dividing them into countless small grids and stationing personnel to monitor resource production and faction movements within a decade, the entire 100 domains will be thoroughly assimilated under our control, as easy as moving our own limbs. Ji Changkong smiled modestly. You elders flatter me. These are merely immature ideas. Immature? This is vision, another elder exclaimed, slapping his thigh. We old fogies only know how to fight and kill. When it comes to governing the sect and managing territories, we're nowhere near your level. These elders, whose cultivation far surpassed Ji Changkong's, now looked to him for guidance. They understood well why the Patriarch valued Ji Changkong. It was not without reason. This young man possessed foresight and skill they themselves lacked. Within the Holy Sovereign's hall, the current Holy Sovereign, Mo Yuan, observed the bustling scene unfolding at Ji Changkong's location through the water mirror, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He harbored little attachment to power. The path of cultivation was his true pursuit. To witness the sect reach unprecedented heights before his retirement was his greatest fortune. After the sect's grand competition, he would hand over the position of Holy Master to Ji Changkong with complete peace of mind. Within Ji Changkong's palace, the atmosphere was electric. Changkong, establishing 99 branch academies across the 100 realms is a commendable idea, but where will we find enough powerful cultivators to guard them all? An elder voiced the question that weighed on everyone's mind. The Holy Sect's foundations were strong, but they couldn't withstand such a massive diversion of resources. Therefore, Ji Changkong spoke, my proposal is to postpone the establishment of the branch academies. Postpone? Yes. Let us focus on fortifying the cities first. Ji Changkong tapped the sand table before him. Establishing a branch academy requires an Extreme Dao Emperor to preside over it, or at the very least a Supreme Peak cultivator. We simply don't have the manpower. But fortifying a city only requires one powerful figure to oversee it, supported by thousands of cultivators on patrol. Leveraging the prestige of our holy sect, we can govern this region. Our first step is to build a Lingxiao holy city in the Qingming domain. This city must accommodate billions of beings. Its core principle is nothing less than absolute security. If we guarantee safety within its walls, major merchant guilds, independent cultivators, and clans will flock here in droves. By levying only the most basic spirit stone taxes, we shall open an inexhaustible source of wealth for our sect. More crucially, using this city as our foundation, we can suppress the native sacred lands across all realms, grasping the very lifeline of the entire Yen continent's 100 realms. Silence fell over the chamber. Several elders who had lived tens of thousands of years struggled to process the implications. Could it be done this way? Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! An elder slapped his thigh so hard his beard quivered. We second that motion. This matter must be reported to the Holy Sovereign without delay. The news swiftly reached Peach Blossom Immortal Isle via communication jade tablets. The current Holy Sovereign, Mo Yuan, sat beneath a peach tree savoring fresh tea. After reading the jade slip's contents, he exhaled deeply, a relieved smile spreading across his face. The new generation surpasses the old. He murmured to himself. This old body of mine should make way for the younger generation. With Ji Changkong in place, the sect's internal affairs remained as stable as a mountain. Yet storms always brew from without. Just as Ji Changkong's plan was unanimously approved, and the entire Lingxiao Holy Sect was immersed in blueprints for rapid development, the skies of the Qingming domain suddenly split open without warning. A colossal spatial fissure, spanning 10,000 li, appeared across the heavens. An ancient warship, engulfed in crimson flames, slowly emerged. Beneath the warship lurked a 10,000 zhang long silver-armored centipede. Its densely packed segments gleamed with metallic coldness, and the malevolent aura of this ancient relic cast a shadow over the mountains and rivers below. On the warship's deck, Elder Qigong stood, muscles bulging, arms crossed over his chest, surveying the barren land below. Ji Wushang stood beside him, his face contorted, bloodshot eyes filled with fury. He had returned. Bearing the wrath of the three talents immortal hall, he had returned for vengeance. A surviving cultivator of the Ji clan, at the early stage of true godhood, stepped forward upon receiving the signal. Gathering his divine power, his voice echoed across the wilderness. Listen, you lowly ants of the inferior realm. Ancestor of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, emerge from your mountain gates at once and kneel to greet Elder Qigong of the Three Talents Immortal Hall. The voice was utterly arrogant, dripping with the contempt of a higher being toward a lesser creature. In the next instant, a colossal palm of energy, dark enough to block out the sun, emerged from the depths of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Without a single unnecessary movement, it gently tapped the true god cultivator who had issued the challenge. Put. Like swatting a fly. The true god cultivator, along with the void beneath his feet, dissolved into nothingness. A cold voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Outside the holy sect's gates, the noisy shall die. At the same moment, beyond the 100 realms of Yin territory, within the long-abandoned wreckage of a star domain, dozens of warships, black as ink, floated silently in the frigid cosmos, their hulls engraved with eerie flame totems. The Black Flame Sect. A colossal entity rivaling the Taiyu immortal dynasty, another immortal power with true immortals at its helm. Within the grand hall of the lead warship, a gaunt man sat cross-legged upon a throne. Enveloped entirely in a black cloak, his form shrouded in deathly aura, he was none other than the Blackfire Sect's Xianxia Elder, a genuine ninth-step extreme path powerhouse. Before him, one figure knelt. Ji Chen. A disciple of Mo Yuan, once a formidable contender for the position of Holy Sovereign, he ultimately fell to Ji Changkong, a descendant of the Ninely Immortal Isles lineage. The Lingxiao Holy Sect has overthrown all the old rulers across the 100 realms of Yin territory. That ancient ancestor possessed cultivation at least at the 7th step of the extreme path, and might even have been at the 8th step. Ji Chen's voice carried a sickly excitement and venomous resentment. Moreover, their sect-defending formation is immensely powerful. A direct assault is by no means the optimal strategy. Elder Xianxia emitted a hoarse chuckle. Continue. Half a year later, the Lingxiao Holy Sect held its grand sect competition. At that time, I will be able to enter the core area as a disciple and sabotage a crucial array point for the elders. Once a breach appears in the formation, the Black Flame Sect's forces will sweep through unimpeded, deciding the fate of the realm in a single battle. Elder Xianxia's withered fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. Good. Very good. Upon your success, the 100 realms of Yin territory shall be your fiefdom. Thank you, Elder. Ji Chen bowed deeply, his face radiating uncontrollable elation. Xianxia observed her, a silent curve playing at the corners of his mouth beneath the black robes. A pawn to be discarded once its purpose is served. One who could betray even their own sect. Keeping her around would only soil one's hands. Chapter 61, The gap in cultivation is an insurmountable chasm. Outside the Holy Sect's mountain gates, deathly silence reigned. On the deck of the warship, Ji Wushang's face drained of all color. Beside him, Elder Qigong's bronze-hued face had turned the color of liver. Rage exploded within his chest. He, a powerhouse at the 8th step of the extreme path, an elder of the Three Talents Immortal Hall, had been publicly humiliated in a lower-tier domain. Good. Very good. Qigong's rage twisted into a bitter laugh, his voice thick with unchecked murderous intent. I'll see just how long your turtle shell can protect you. He took a single step forward, and the overwhelming pressure of the Supreme Path 8th step surged like a river in reverse, crushing down fiercely upon the mountain gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The protective barrier's light screen shook violently. Within the formation, the figure of the enchantress appeared. Her expression grave, she channeled the full force of her extreme path 6th step aura, barely sustaining the array's stability. With just you? Qigong raised his palm upward, swiftly condensing the heaven-altering seal. The seal glowed golden, its runes swirling and Dao laws intertwining, emanating an ancient, primordial aura. From this day forward, the Lingxiao Holy Sect shall cease to exist. The golden seal shot from his hand, swelling in the wind until it became a mountain that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth, crashing down upon the mountain guarding formation. Its apocalyptic might send shivers down the spines of every cultivator gathered on the floating island to witness the spectacle. Meiji activated the array, feeling as though she were battling the entire cosmos itself. Even before the seal struck, its residual might cause the Supreme Emperor-level killing array to emit a strained hum, unable to bear the burden. The gap in cultivation was an unbridgeable chasm. Within the sect, countless disciples clenched their fists in nervous tension, yet they held unwavering faith in their venerable ancestor. Several elders, however, were ashen-faced, preparing to burn their very essence to perish alongside their sect. At that very moment, on Jioli Immortal Island, within that small courtyard, Ling Canglan opened his eyes. He glanced up, his attention settling on the 10,000 zhang long silver-armored centipede. A primordial relic of the 2nd step of the ultimate path. Not bad, excellent material for forging artifacts. He withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the golden treasure seal descending from the heavens. Cut. A single, matter-of-fact word escaped his lips. No earth-shattering divine form, no world-ending aura. Only a sliver of icy light shot skyward from the small courtyard. At first, the cold light was no larger than a needle's point, yet as it ascended, it tore through space, defying distance. Put! A faint sound. The golden treasure seal, bearing the might to destroy worlds, cracked open along its center. Immediately, the crack spread like a spider web. The dazzling runes that formed the seal vanished inch by inch. The interwoven laws of the Dao snapped one by one. Boom! The golden seal exploded in midair, showering the sky with a cascade of light. Put! Ji Chen was struck as if by lightning, violently spewing a mouthful of blood as his body flew backward, crashing into the warship behind him and tearing a massive hole in its hull. How could this be? Disbelief spread across his face. A figure appeared silently before the warship. Ling Canglan stood suspended in the void, gripping a pitch-black halberd. The long spear was shrouded in demonic energy, with black flames dancing along its blade. In the distance, the roars of ancient gods and demons could faintly be heard. A mid-grade immortal artifact, the ancient demon spear. The moment he appeared, the entire spacetime froze. Ji Chen wanted to flee. Every cell in his body screamed, urging him to flee this place. Yet his body remained utterly immobilized, unable to move even a finger. He was frozen in place. Ling Canglan wasted no words. Raising the ancient demon spear, he swung it lightly toward Ji Chen. No sound. No light. Elder Ji Chen, this mighty cultivator of the 8th step of the ultimate path, disintegrated into the tiniest particles and dissipated into the heavens and earth. All traces of his existence were utterly erased. Below the immortal realm, I am invincible. This was no empty boast. Ji Wushang stood frozen in place, trembling like a sieve. Elder Ji Chen, gone? One move? Is this the true power of the Lingxiao Holy Sect's patriarch? Ling Canglan's body swayed, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He swallowed a precious pill he had prepared long ago, finally suppressing that wave of exhaustion. This ancient demon spear, he wielded it for the first time. Merely unleashing 1/1,000,000th of its power had drained him of most of his strength. A mid-grade immortal artifact truly couldn't compare to an ultimate imperial weapon. No matter how profound the three talents' immortal hall's foundations, at best they possessed one or two low-grade immortal artifacts to anchor their destiny. He turned his gaze to Ji Wushang, who had been frightened into a stupor. He could sense a familiar aura within Ji Wushang. The supreme bone belonging to Ji Chen. Very well. Today, this karmic debt would be settled once and for all. With a flick of his thoughts, he reached out into the distant void and made a light grasping motion. In the Xianyu domain, Ji Chen, who was handling affairs of state, suddenly felt the space around him tighten. In the next instant, he appeared outside the mountain gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Master? Ji Chen stared at Ling Canglan before him, still somewhat dazed. Your enemy is right there. Ling Canglan pointed toward Ji Wushang, who stood not far away. Today, all karmic debts shall be settled. Ji Chen's body trembled as he followed his master's gaze. The moment he saw Ji Wushang's face, a torrent of hatred surged from the depths of his being. The aura of a peak holy sacrifice realm cultivator erupted uncontrollably. Ji Wushang. Ji Chen's voice was bone-chillingly cold. I ask you but one thing, taking my supreme bone was one thing, but why did you seek to exterminate my entire lineage? Ji Wushang snapped out of his terror, his eyes locking onto Ji Chen. Stunned for a moment, he then broke into a savage grin. Bastard, you're still alive. Ha 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 ha. So what if I exterminated them? A bunch of useless trash. Keeping them alive was just a waste of food. He felt utterly unchallenged. In his eyes, even if Ji Chen survived, he was merely at the holy sacrifice realm. And behind him stood the second ancestor of the Ji clan. Second ancestor. Save me. Ji Wushang bellowed into the void. An aged figure stepped out of the void, none other than Ji Hong, the second patriarch of the Ji clan. Seeing where Elder Ji Chen had vanished, his heart sank to the depths. It was over. But he couldn't let the Ji clan's last hope perish with him. He violently ignited his life essence, his aura surging as he transformed into a crimson beam of light. Instead of attacking Ling Canglan, he lunged toward Ji Chen, who was mere inches away. Capture this bastard, and he could be used as a hostage. You're asking for death. Mei Ji snorted coldly, about to intervene, but Ling Canglan stopped her. Let him settle his own grudges. Ling Canglan merely flicked his finger lightly. The blood-red light hurtling toward Ji Chen abruptly halted. Ji Hong realized with horror that the power he had gained by burning his very essence was rapidly draining away. His Dao foundation was utterly destroyed by an irresistible force. His vitality gushed away like floodwaters released from a dam. No! Gu Hong let out a desperate howl. He glared at Ji Chen with venomous hatred. You bastard! Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Ji Chen remained expressionless. He stepped before Ji Hong, drawing the long sword from its scabbard. The undead of my lineage require the blood of their enemies as tribute. A flash of steel. A head flew skyward. Having done this, Ji Chen turned and walked toward the trembling Ji Wushang. The sword intent within him erupted completely the moment he severed his enemy's head. The cultivation bottleneck that had long plagued him finally began to shift. Chapter 62, Perfection of the Dao Heart. Ji Chen trembled violently, like a flickering candle swaying in the wind. He watched Ji Chen approach step by step the bastard whose supreme bone he had extracted, who should have died in some corner. Now, the sword intent emanating from this bastard made him feel the threat of death. "No, you can't kill me!" Ji Chen shrieked, his voice piercing with terror. "I am a candidate for the true disciple of the Three Talents Immortal Hall. My master is Elder Zili. Dare to touch me, and the Three Talents Immortal Hall will flatten every domain of Yen." He roared, his words brimming with bluster and cowardice, attempting to intimidate with his background. Ji Chen remained silent. His sword hummed, resonating with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Flashbacks of the past raced through his mind. The bloodbath of his clan, his parents' death throes, the excruciating agony of being pinned to the ground while his supreme bone was ripped out alive. And the endless darkness and despair. It was his master who pulled him from the mire and granted him a new life. The sect had given him a home, something he could protect. Hatred had been the poison fueling his relentless drive. But now, he understood. His sword was not forged solely for vengeance. "My sword shall guard the sect and subdue the 8 desolate realms." Ji Chen spoke softly, his voice resonating like the ringing of metal and stone. Boom! The moment his words fell, the heavens and earth shifted. The boundless spiritual energy of the 100 realms of Yen formed a colossal vortex, surging madly into Ji Chen's body. Behind him, the void revealed a sword shadow that pierced through heaven and earth. Upon that sword's silhouette, 2 utterly distinct Dao essences, that of slaughter and that of protection, intertwined and merged, harmonizing into a single, seamless whole. Crack! The bottleneck within his body shattered in response. Supreme Realm! He had made it! In the instant before slaying his sworn enemy, in the moment his Dao heart reached perfection, Ji Chen took that step. No! No! Ji Chen completely collapsed. He watched helplessly as Ji Chen broke through, the overwhelming pressure of his newly attained supreme power leaving him unable to stand steady. In utter despair, he crushed a purple jade token in his palm. "Master, save me!" The moment the jade token shattered, a terrifying aura surpassing the 8th step of the supreme path erupted with a thunderous roar. Purple thunder runes surged from the void, weaving into a colossal palm that slammed toward Ji Chen. That was the power of a 9th step Extreme Dao Master. Merely a trace of this aura's leakage caused the distant enchantress to stiffen, sensing the imminent peril of her demise. This was power far beyond what a Supreme Realm cultivator could withstand. Ji Chen also sensed that devastating pressure, yet he did not retreat. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of him. It was Ling Canglan. Gripping the ancient demon halberd, he calmly thrust the long spear forward to meet the colossal purple thunder hand capable of flattening mountains. The spearhead touched the palm of the colossal purple hand. The thunder runes, formed from the 9 steps of the ultimate Dao, seemed to encounter their nemesis. Starting from the point of contact, they dissolved inch by inch, scattering into nothingness. The entire process unfolded in an eerie silence. Within a few breaths, the colossal hand, once brimming with overwhelming might, vanished into thin air. Ling Canglan's body swayed slightly. Without flinching, he swallowed a pill, suppressing the backlash from the impact. Ji Chen's last shred of hope shattered. He collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Ji Chen stepped out from behind his master and approached Ji Chen. "It's over." He raised the long sword in his hand. No. The sword's edge descended. Ji Chen's head flew off. The runes within his proud double pupils rapidly dimmed, finally extinguishing completely. His corpse burst into flames, swiftly reduced to ashes. The last bloodline of the Ji clan was severed. Ding! Host disciple Ji Chen has slain Ji Hong, the second patriarch of the Ji clan. Reward, 500 years of cultivation advancement, Extreme Dao Insight Fragment X1. Ding! Host disciple Ji Chen has slain Ji Chen, the former chosen one of the Ji clan. Reward, complete edition of the Art of Refining Dao Scripture. The Art of Refining Artifacts compiles all methods for crafting magical treasures from mundane to immortal grade artifacts. Perfect comprehension enables one to attain the Dao through artifacts and achieve immortality. The ultimate mastery leads to supreme enlightenment. Ding! Host's disciple Ji Chen has perfected his Dao Heart, breaking through to the Supreme Realm. Additional reward, Complete Enlightenment Stone X1. Complete Enlightenment Stone contains a thread of the complete Fire Dao's primordial essence. Upon fusion, it aids the host in charging toward the immortality realm and attaining the heavenly immortal rank. A series of system notifications echoed within Ling Canglan's mind. Even Ling Canglan couldn't help but feel a ripple of astonishment. Wow! 500 years of cultivation and fragments of insight would allow him to advance toward the 9th step of the supreme path much faster. And the art of refining Dao scriptures was nothing short of a timely blessing. What the sect lacked most right now were top-tier imperial weapons for equipping its loyal servants. With this, the shortage of magical treasures would be resolved in no time. But the most precious treasure was undoubtedly the Enlightenment Stone. Ling Canglan gathered his thoughts. Beyond the 100 domains of Yen, the Black Flame sect had been unusually active lately. Though their target was the declining Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, the 100 domains of Yen, caught in between, risked becoming an unwilling shield. The Blackfire sect's main force remained distant, posing no immediate threat. Yet that branch alone was a colossal entity rivaling ordinary immortal sects, ultimately proving troublesome. Moreover, with the revival of the immortal veins in the 100 domains of Yen, more hungry wolves would inevitably set their sights on this juicy target. Hiding away and developing quietly was no longer an option. They must rapidly elevate their sect's strength. Strength begets strength. Only by becoming the thickest pillar ourselves could we secure a stable existence. Ji Chen slayed Ji Wushang, and the weight lifted from his shoulders felt like 1,000 pounds had been cast off. He bowed deeply toward the direction of the Xianyu domain. Father, mother, my clan, I have avenged you. From this day forward, your son shall no longer live for vengeance. Turning, he knelt before Ling Canglan. Disciple vows to guard the Xianyu domain for our sect, forever without regret. Ling Canglan made no move to help him up. With a wave of his hand, he subdued the colossal silver-armored centipede suspended in midair, shrinking it to the size of a palm before storing it away. This was a primordial relic of the second step of the ultimate path. Perfect for testing the effects of the Art of Refinement Sutra. With that done, his figure flickered and he returned to his small courtyard on Jioli Immortal Island. As for Ji Chen, he would have to walk his own path. In the distant Senya domain, within the Three Talents Immortal Hall. Within an ancient hall suspended amidst the primordial chaos, a purple life tablet shattered with a sharp crack. Ah! A roar filled with fury erupted from the depths of the hall, causing the entire chaos to surge violently. Wushang! Elder Zili materialized, her aura chaotic and turbulent. The overwhelming presence of a Supreme Dao Ninth Step cultivator radiated from her, her face twisted with madness and murderous intent. Who dares kill my disciple? I shall slaughter every domain of Yan's lands to bury my child. She regarded Ji Wushang as her own flesh and blood, the very hope for transcending mortality. Now, that hope was gone. Chapter 63, The Fourth True Disciple. Just as Zili prepared to rally her forces and march upon the 100 domains of Yen, a golden light blocked her path. Sister Zili, calm yourself. A figure enveloped in golden light spoke, none other than the Golden Staff Elder, another ninth step of the ultimate path from the Elder's Hall. Get out of my way. Zili snapped fiercely. The one who slew Qigong must be at least a ninth step Extreme Dao cultivator. The Golden Staff Elder's voice remained steady. Rushing in recklessly will bring no benefit to our Three Talents Immortal Hall. It could even put both of us at risk of perishing. So what? My disciple's vengeance must be exacted. Revenge must be sought. The Golden Staff Elder's tone remained unchanged, but not now. This matter requires careful deliberation. Zili's chest heaved violently, but she finally forced her rage back down. Her gaze turned venomous toward the direction of Yen Tu Baiyu. Lingxiao Holy Sect. I will make you pay the price. At that moment, an elder with snow-white hair and beard stepped out of the void. The living fossil of the Three Talents Immortal Hall, the Heavenly Immortal Realm's Xuanqiong Ancestor. Ancestor. Zili and the Golden Staff Elder bowed simultaneously, their deference reaching its peak. The true Immortal Emperor of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty has been missing for far too long. The dynasty's governance has collapsed. Within, the commoner king wields his own forces. Without, hungry wolves lurk. The 10 domains face the peril of disintegration. Our Three Talents Immortal Hall must seek autonomy amidst this upheaval, rather than squander our energies on a sect of uncertain foundation. He turned his gaze towards Zili. That Lingxiao Holy Sect noted for now. Once the situation stabilizes, whether they are friend or foe will become clear. Zili trembled, then bowed her head. We shall obey the Ancestor's decree. A full-scale war against the Lingxiao Holy Sect, on the brink of erupting, was forcibly suppressed. Months passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the Ninely Immortal Isles, the Lingxiao Holy Sect was teeming with people. The infernal Rakshasa realm. This was the trial array personally laid out by the Patriarch. It was said to form its own realm within, fraught with unimaginable peril. At this moment, dozens of disciples emerged from the array's luminous barrier. Each bore wounds and looked exhausted, yet their faces bore the relief of survivors. Ji Changkong stood nearby and announced loudly, those who survive 10 days well done. All may enter our Jioli Immortal Island and become registered disciples of the Patriarch. Just then, the array's light barrier rippled once more. A figure stumbled and tumbled out from within. The figure's clothes were in tatters, barely more than rags, and the body was covered in dried blood. He was emaciated beyond recognition, yet his eyes alone shone with an astonishing brilliance. Lan Jin? Those who recognized him gasped aloud. Isn't that the young master of the Lan family whose cultivation base was destroyed? He's not a disciple of the Holy Sect, so how did he get in? And by the looks of it, he's been alive for quite some time. Lan Jin struggled to his feet, flashing a wide grin at Ji Changkong, the recorder, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Disciple Lan Jin survived 108 days within the array. The entire hall fell silent. 108 days. He actually endured over 100 days. What sent chills down everyone's spine was the knowledge that Lan Jin's Dao Foundation had long been destroyed. When he entered, he was merely at the body-tempering realm. A forging body realm cultivator survived 108 days in the Inferno Rakshasa realm? What the hell kind of joke was this? Ji Chen froze, his hands trembling as he repeatedly checked the records on the array jade disc. The records were crystal clear. Lan Jin, 108 days, verified as genuine. An aura emanated from Lan Jin, not the essence of any spirit energy, but instead carrying a hint of the netherworld's savagery and slaughter. This was the gift of the Hell Rakshasa realm. Surviving within the array for over 100 days earned recognition from the realm's primordial essence. From now on, whenever Lan Jin entered this realm again, even if he died, his soul would be safely transported out. This was akin to possessing a golden ticket to immunity from death. While the others were still reeling in shock, a figure materialized without warning before the array. Ling Canglan. He merely gazed calmly at Lan Jin. You are not a disciple of our sect, and your cultivation foundation has been destroyed. Lan Jin's heart leapt to his throat. Summoning every ounce of strength, he dropped to one knee. This disciple begs to join the holy sect. I shall lead the ancestral horse and tend to its stirrups, even if it costs me my life. He expected the other to reject him as a worthless cripple. A mere foundation? Destroyed? So be it. It can be rebuilt. Ling Canglan's words were flat and matter-of-fact. He extended a single finger, touching Lan Buhui's dantian. A torrent of life force surged in. Lan Buhui felt his parched dantian like a drought-stricken land receiving long-awaited rain. The shattered Dao Foundation was reshaping at an astonishing speed, emerging even more resilient and perfect than before. A body forged to endure 100 days in purgatory. Your resolve and fortitude are 1 in 10,000. From this day forward, you shall be my fourth true disciple under Ling Canglan. Lan Jin's mind buzzed, utterly stunned. Ecstatic joy washed over him like a tidal wave. Was this a dream? Disciple Lan Jin pays respects to his master. He bowed his head 3 times with such force that blood trickled from his forehead. Ling Canglan waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted him up. In the next instant, the two vanished from their spot. Only jaws dropped and astonishment remained behind. Holy crap! He actually got the true transmission? A plump female disciple blared with envy and resentment. A useless, what kind of bull luck is that? A senior brother beside her shot her a withering look. Lucky? Junior sister, why don't you try spending a day in there? That Lan Jin survived over 100 days inside thanks to unimaginable perseverance and unwavering devotion. It had little to do with cultivation. Exactly. This is what he earned. You can't envy it. Despite this, Lan Jin's stunning reversal still stirred many. Several inner door disciples who considered themselves gifted exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and plunged headfirst into the Inferno Rakshasa realm. They believed they could do it too. Yet, barely a stick of incense had burned since their entry. The numbers outside the formation plummeted rapidly, a sign that their lives had been forever lost within. This scene poured a bucket of cold water over all those who had harbored hopes of luck. Yet among them were a handful of disciples who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, convinced they would never break through in this lifetime. Upon catching sight of Lan Jin, they seemed to find a new direction. Without hesitation, they resolutely stepped into the formation that represented both death and opportunity. Jolly Immortal Island, a small courtyard. Lan Jin followed behind Ling Canglan, his entire being still caught in a surreal daze. From a discarded whose cultivation base had been utterly destroyed by his clan, he had transformed into the fourth direct disciple of the venerable ancestor of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Tell me your story. Ling Canglan's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Lan Jin's heart tightened. Daring not to conceal anything, he recounted the Lan family's internal strife, how he had been stripped of his cultivation, and how he had gambled everything to break into the infernal realm of Azura. Chapter 64, The Primordial Demon Source. Lan Jin added no embellishments, nor did he play the victim for sympathy. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, such as the law of this world. As a disciple, I was outmatched. There is nothing to resent. My clan is now but a memory. My sole desire is to follow you, master, and defy fate itself. Lan Jin finished speaking and bowed deeply. He was utterly sincere, for he understood that before an existence like the Patriarch, any hidden agenda would be like showing off one's skills before a master. Ling Canglan stood with his back to him, silent. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Lan Jin's heart sank. Had his master changed his mind? Did he now find him troublesome? Just as his mind raced with wild thoughts, Ling Canglan turned around. He opened his palm, and a gray mist materialized in his hand. The instant it appeared, an indescribably eerie aura spread through the air. Flowers and plants withered visibly before his eyes. Above, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbling faintly beneath them as if some forbidden object had angered the heavens. This object, Ling Canglan said, is called the Primordial Demon Source. Ling Canglan's voice seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld. A strand of primordial demonic energy from the dawn of chaos. It suits your nature well. Fuse with it, and you may forge the ultimate primordial demon body. Ascending to the supreme path in the future, or even achieving immortality, all becomes possible. Lan Jin's breathing grew ragged, his entire body tensing. The ultimate physique. Immortality. Wasn't this precisely what he had longed for in his wildest dreams? But Ling Canglan's tone shifted. The risks are no less than surviving 100 days in the infernal Rakshasa realm. The demonic source will backfire upon your divine soul. One misstep and you'll be lost forever, your true spirit obliterated. Not even an immortal king could save you. Do you dare to try? Lan Jin stared intently at the grey mist. He could sense the terrifying power within it, a force that made his very soul tremble. It was a destructive force potent enough to tear him to shreds. Yet simultaneously, he sensed the boundless vitality concealed behind that very force. Risk? As a worthless whose very foundation had been shattered, he feared nothing more than risk. After over 100 days in the infernal Rakshasa realm, he had long since grown indifferent to life and death. Rather than fade away in mediocrity, he would burn brightly in his most glorious moment. Disciple dares. Lan Jin hesitated not a moment, his voice hoarse yet resolute. He bowed deeply once more before Ling Canglan. Thank you, Master, for granting me the gift of rebirth. With that, he reached out, his hand resolutely touching the primordial demonic source. Boom! The instant his fingertips touched the grey mist, a purple bolt of thunder ripped through the clouds above, crashing down upon the ninely immortal island. Divine retribution. This entity is utterly intolerable to heaven and earth. With a mere flick of Ling Canglan's wrist, a corner of the mountain defending array enveloping the entire Lingxiao holy sect was lifted. The barrel-thick purple lightning bolt struck the small courtyard with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, 3 feet above Lan Jin's head, it was halted by an invisible layer of Dao Law energy, dissipating into nothingness. This is the heavenly punishment for the demon body, occurring once every 900 years. Only upon attaining the rank of celestial immortal will you be exempted. Each divine punishment is a forging, strengthening your demonic body. Ling Canglan's voice echoed in Lan Jin's ears. At that moment, Lan Jin could no longer hear a single word. The instant the demonic source entered his body, he felt as though he'd been hurled into molten lava only to be dragged into the frozen depths of hell. His skin cracked inch by inch, veins bulging like coiled dragons. A pure will of destruction violently assaulted his mind, seeking to erase his consciousness entirely. Ah! Lan Jin let out a howl as his body repeatedly collapsed and reassembled, his face contorted into a hideous grimace of extreme agony. Yet he clung desperately to the last shred of clarity in his mind. He could not lose. Defeat meant losing everything. A supremely powerful aura, far surpassing anything before, slowly revived within his shattered body. News of the sect's grand competition had already spread throughout the entire Lingxiao holy sect. Ji Chen sat in the Holy Master's hall, processing mountains of sect affairs, yet his heart was filled with restlessness. As the quasi-Holy Master personally designated by the Patriarch, with the support of most of the sect's elders, his position should have been as solid as a mountain. The problem was, his cultivation couldn't keep pace. Devoting excessive mental energy to managing the sect's affairs had severely hampered his cultivation progress, leaving him still only at the early stage of the true God realm. For this grand competition, prodigies and demonic geniuses from every branch who had been in seclusion for years had suddenly emerged, each brimming with energy. The weakest among them were at the true God realm, and several possessed supreme physiques. They were openly declaring their intent to crush him, the quasi-Holy Master, in the competition and seize the position of Holy Master. In the Immortal Path world, power ultimately reigns supreme. If he lost, he wouldn't just be disgracing himself, he'd be disgracing the Patriarch. When that happened, the hearts of the disciples would grow restless, the cohesion of the sect would weaken. How could he possibly explain this to the Patriarch? Worse still, his own Dao Heart might crack from this defeat, leaving him shattered and irreparable. No. This could not continue. Ji Chen set down the jade slip in his hand and rose, flying toward the direction of Geopolitical Immortal Island. He must seek guidance from his master. Yet when he reached the courtyard, the sight before him halted him in his tracks. In the courtyard, his newly accepted 4th junior disciple, Lan Jin, sat cross-legged. He was enveloped in thick demonic energy, his face twisted into a terrifying grimace. The aura emanating from him made even Ji Chen, a true God realm cultivator, feel a pang of dread. What on earth was happening? Had he lost control and fallen into demonic possession? Come in. Ling Canglan's voice echoed. Ji Chen steadied himself and steeled his nerves before stepping into the small courtyard. Master, he's fusing with the primordial demon source to forge a demonic body, Ling Canglan explained casually. Ji Chen sucked in a sharp breath. The primordial demon source? Though he'd never seen it, the name alone signaled a heaven-defying opportunity. Envy and bitterness churned within him. Comparing oneself to others was truly soul-crushing. Master, Ji Chen bowed deeply, laying bare his predicament. This disciple is dull-witted. I humbly seek your guidance on how to rapidly enhance my strength, so I may solidify my position as holy sovereign in the grand competition. He hoped for his master's aid, even if it meant forcing growth. Ling Canglan glanced at him, his voice as calm as ever. There are no shortcuts in cultivating the immortal way. So-called shortcuts either demand a price you cannot bear, or they are simply a wrong turn. Ji Chen's body trembled. His impatient, results-driven mindset was doused with cold water by his master's simple words, instantly cooling his fervor. Yes, he had been too impatient. He watched Lan Jin struggling in agony yet refusing to give up in the courtyard, then reflected on himself. As a senior disciple and a quasi-saint, his resolve was weaker than that of a novice junior. This disciple knows he was wrong. Ji Chen bowed his head in shame. Chapter 65. Things are heating up. Ling Canglan said no more, merely turning and striding toward the depths of the small courtyard. Follow me. Ji Chen dared not delay and followed closely behind. They traversed a bamboo grove and arrived before a deep pool sealed by layers of intricate formations. The water was as black as ink, yet golden divine radiance swirled on its surface, emanating an ancient, vast, and utterly domineering aura. This is the blood essence of a primordial divine demon. I obtained it during my travels long ago, after slaying a divine demon from beyond our realms. Its blood essence is supremely fierce and supremely yang, possessing unmatched dominance. Ling Canglan's voice echoed in Ji Chen's ears. Refining it will not only allow you to break through your cultivation bottleneck in a short time, but also reshape your physique. But this is no ordinary object. The divine demons will within has not been completely extinguished. One misstep could cost you everything at best, your cultivation would be destroyed at worst, you would die and your path would be lost. Ji Chen's heart pounded violently. He could sense the terrifying energy lurking within that deep pool. It was an opportunity powerful enough to transform him completely. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Ling Canglan and bowed his head heavily. The path of immortality defies heaven itself. This disciple fears nothing. I humbly beseech you, Master, to grant me this favor. Ling Canglan offered no response, merely waving his hand dismissively. The formation shrouding the deep pool split open, revealing a passage. Ji Chen rose to his feet, adjusted his robes, and stepped into the opening. The pool's waters engulfed his body. They were neither as icy nor as scorching as he had imagined, yet an irresistible, tearing force threatened to crush his very soul. Ling Canglan stood at the pool's edge, hands clasped behind his back, motionless. Risk? There was risk, naturally, but nowhere near as exaggerated as he made it out to be. With him as guardian, Ji Chen would at worst suffer severe injuries and fall unconscious. What he wanted to see was Ji Chen's own willpower. If he couldn't endure even this much pain, then the position of Holy Sovereign wasn't worth sitting on. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Scripture Hall. A youth clad in purple robes sat cross-legged on the topmost level. A torrent of demonic energy surged around him, yet it was bound within a 3-foot radius by a peculiar Taoist aura, not a trace escaping. It was Lan Jin. Over these 3 months, he had fully integrated the primordial demon source, forging a primordial demon body of unprecedented rarity throughout the ages. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the Dao Palace realm. He was but a step away from igniting the divine flame and ascending to the void god realm. Yet he deliberately suppressed the pace of his breakthrough. Each day, he tempered his flesh with the essence blood of various ferocious beasts, refining his foundation until it was flawlessly seamless. He sought not a sudden ascent to the heavens, but a step-by-step advance, forging a path to supreme power unprecedented in history. Several days later. Boom! Lan Jin unleashed a fist strike, causing the void ahead to groan under the strain. A spatial fissure silently appeared before rapidly sealing itself. He rose, flexing his limbs until his entire body crackled with audible pops. With my early void god cultivation paired with the primordial demon body, I should be able to go toe-to-toe with a peak heaven god-level beast. As he spoke to himself, a figure materialized behind him. It was an inner sect elder from the scripture hall, an old man standing at the threshold of the ultimate path, held in high esteem within the sect. You're quite the freak, kid. The elder scrutinized Lan Jin from head to toe, murmuring in astonishment. Thank you for your praise, elder. Lan Jin bowed respectfully. The sect's grand competition is about to begin. The elder cut straight to the point. This competition will determine the future successor to the Holy Sovereign's throne. The prodigies from every branch have emerged from seclusion. Word has it several possess supreme physiques, each determined to knock your senior brother flat on his back. Lan Jin raised an eyebrow at the words. Our jolly immortal island lineage can't afford to be a laughingstock. The elder patted his shoulder meaningfully. This disciple understands. Lan Jin grinned. Perfect. I'm eager to see just how much these so-called prodigies are worth. He would make the entire Lingxiao holy sect understand that the patriarch taking him as a disciple wasn't some stroke of luck, it was because he, Lan Jin, deserved this honor. Outside the mountain gates of Lingxiao holy sect, a figure appeared silently. Ye Chen. He gazed upon the celestial mountain and jade pavilions suspended above the sea of clouds, feeling not a shred of nostalgia, only searing resentment. Why the hell should he? Why should that hypocrite Ji Chen become the quasi-saint ruler? Why did the patriarch turn a blind eye to his own innate talent? Joining the Black Flame sect and earning the demon lord's favor, that was his true destiny, destined to rise above all others. The Lingxiao holy sect was nothing but a stepping stone on his path to ascension. Senior brother Ji Chen? A crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a young girl in a pale yellow gown running toward him with delight. She was the daughter of the current Holy Sovereign, Mo Yuan, and also his childhood sweetheart. Junior's sister. Xiao Muyu suppressed the anger welling up inside him and forced a gentle smile. Senior brother, you're finally back. I thought you might not make it in time for the competition. The girl's face was innocent. I'm waiting here for senior brother Ji Chen. He sent word that he'd return today to watch the competition. Ji Chen. At the mention of that name, Ji Chen's fist clenched unconsciously within his sleeve. Another one of the patriarch's favored disciples. Is that so? Well then, I'll wait for him too. He agreed with his words, but his mind was already scheming how to use this grand competition to turn the Lingxiao Holy Sect upside down. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. Gigantic warships, each resembling a towering floating palace, tore through the clouds, their banners fluttering majestically. At the forefront of the fleet sat a dragon-drawn carriage, pulled by 9 mighty dragons. Seated upon the dragon carriage, a woman clad in a golden gown and crowned with an imperial diadem sat with majestic bearing, her nobility beyond measure. The empress of the Sun Moon Empire, Tian Lingxue. She had returned. Her appearance sent the entire mountain gate into an uproar. Tens of thousands of elite armored guards landed in perfect formation on the plaza before the mountain gates. Their iron-blooded aura of lethality made many disciples tremble in their boots. Tian Lingxue descended from the imperial carriage. Her memories had fully returned, and her cultivation had surged to the pinnacle of Supreme Sovereign. The profound legacy of 9 lifetimes as an emperor had imbued her with an indescribable majesty. Her return served 2 purposes: to observe the grand competition and to see her master. For reasons unknown, the vague figure she had waited for throughout her 9 lifetimes increasingly overlapped with Ling Canglan, his white robes, his eyes that seemed to hold the heavens and earth, the sun and moon. She needed an answer. Just as she prepared to depart for the 9th Immortal Island, a fleeting glance revealed a hostile gaze fixed upon her. It was Ji Chen. He stared at her blankly, his eyes brimming with unhidden greed and possessiveness. Beside Tian Lingxue stood a burly man who had taken human form, the ancient crocodile turtle of the Emperor Realm. The giant growled lowly, unleashing a terrifying imperial aura that pressed down upon Xiao Muyu. Put. Ji Chen was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He nearly collapsed to his knees, his face as pale as paper. He withdrew his gaze in terror, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Yet within his heart, a more vicious thought took root. Once the Holy Sect was destroyed, he would capture both Tian Lingxue and that little junior sister and humiliate them thoroughly. Your Majesty, that youth's aura is peculiar. He doesn't seem like a righteous cultivator. The alligator turtle transmitted telepathically. A mere true god realm nobody. He won't stir up much trouble. Wu Qingxian said this, but she remained vigilant. She resolved to inform her master of this matter. Any potential threat must be nipped in the bud. Chapter 66, Storm Clouds Gathering. Above the mountain range where the Yin territories bordered the Canglan domain, hundreds of pitch-black warships obscured the sky, their hulls engraved with eerie flame totems. An aura of malevolence radiated from the vessels, causing the vegetation on the surrounding mountain ranges below to wither and turn to ash at a visible pace. Another half-year to wait? My bones are rusting away. A one-eyed, scarred elder on the deck of the lead warship emitted a raspy laugh. Flagmaster, Ji Chen has relayed word he has successfully infiltrated the Lingxiao Holy Sect. A gaunt man beside him bowed in response, his voice tinged with fervor. He will deploy the 72 array-breaking flags across the sect's vital locations during the grand competition. Then, with our inside-outside coordination, Lingxiao Holy Sect's mountain defending array will be nothing but a joke. The one-eyed elder licked his parched lips, his soul eye brimming with greed. Destroying the Lingxiao Holy Sect and seizing control of the 100 domains of Yen is merely the first step. Using this as a springboard, we'll march into the Senna domain, set our sights on the Cold Moon domain, and ultimately turn all 10 domains of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, those oil-rich lands, into pastures for our sect. The gaunt man listened, his blood boiling with excitement. Conquering just one domain of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty will earn me the High Bishop's personal investiture, a feat worthy of ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Though he resented having to wait a few more months, the vision of that glorious future silenced all his discontent. At the Lingxiao Holy Sect, an atmosphere of festive harmony prevailed. With the sect's grand competition approaching, disciples from every peak and lineage were itching to compete. In a secluded corner of a floating immortal island, Ji Chen slipped away unnoticed. From his storage ring, he retrieved a small gray flag, barely larger than a palm. Runes swirled across the banner, emanating an ominous aura. He executed a series of hand seals, and the small flag transformed into a streak of light, burrowing into the ground and vanishing without a trace. 72 array-breaking flags. This is the first. A twisted smile spread across Ji Chen's lips. Ji Changkon, Ling Canglan. Your days of ease are numbered. Once the Holy Sect is destroyed, I shall be the sole master of all the realms within Yin territory. Surveying the bustling scene of disciples preparing for the sect's grand competition, he saw them as nothing more than a swarm of doomed ants. Within the sect, at an open-air marketplace, disciples had even openly set up betting stalls. Place your bets. Place your bets. Near Saint Master Ji Chen versus Thunder Punishment Body Wang Tang, even money. I'm betting on senior brother Wang Tang. He's been in seclusion for 100 years. Rumor has it he's already touched the threshold of the heavenly god realm. Bull. Senior brother Ji Chen has the guidance of the Ancestor. He's a sure win. I'm betting 30,000 spirit stones on senior brother Ji Chen. Amidst the roaring crowd, no one noticed the vast net capable of overturning the entire sect quietly tightening. Geopolitical Immortal Island. Tian Lingxue shed her imperial robes, donning simple sect disciple attire as she entered Ling Canglan's small courtyard. Here, she was not the Sun Moon Empress who commanded awe across the land, but merely a disciple who felt lost. She bowed respectfully toward the bamboo hut. Disciple Tian Lingxue pays respects to her master. Enter. Ling Canglan's voice echoed. Tian Lingxue stepped into the bamboo hut. As she gazed upon that familiar figure clad in white, the accumulated confusion and weariness of 9 lifetimes surged to the surface. Master, this disciple has a question that remains unresolved. Speak. I have lived through 9 lifetimes, ascending to the imperial throne in each one, yet I have never been able to take that final step to attain immortality. I can feel it. I've been waiting for someone all along. Yet my memories of that person grow fainter with each passing life. Now, I'm not even certain if the person I am today is still the original me. Her words carried a hint of vulnerability she hadn't even noticed herself. Ling Canglan turned to face her, his gaze steady and unflinching. 9 lifetimes are now the past. From the moment you took me as your master, it became your 10th life, a new beginning. You are not the continuation of anyone else. You are Tian Lingxue. Yes. The obsessions of 9 lifetimes, the waiting of 9 lifetimes, all had become fleeting clouds. She is now Ling Canglan's disciple, Tian Lingxue. Snap. An invisible barrier within her shattered at the sound. The extreme constraints that had bound her for countless years loosened. Disciple understands now. Tian Lingxue bowed deeply to Ling Canglan. This time, she was not bowing to the blurred figure in her memories, but to the master standing before her. This disciple vows to attain the Dao and become an immortal in this lifetime, to ease the burdens of our sect and to sweep away all enemies for my master. Her voice resonated with an unparalleled resolve. At the same moment, in the pitch-black depths of the pond at the far end of the small courtyard, Ji Chen's body was covered in cracks, golden blood seeping from his wounds only to be healed by the pool's overpowering energy. His divine soul teetered on the brink of collapse under the assault of the ancient divine demon's lingering will. Too violent. This force was far too violent to be refined. If this continued, death was his only fate. Give up? No. As the quasi-saint master designated by the patriarch, how could he retreat now? If he couldn't even overcome this minor obstacle, how could he ever hope to govern the sect or bring glory to the great master's door? Ji Chen roared. He abandoned his cautious refinement, instead opening his body and mind to frantically draw every ounce of that tyrannical primordial divine demon blood essence into himself. Either he would endure it and undergo a complete transformation, or explode from the pressure, soul and body destroyed. There was no third path. Inside the bamboo hut, Ling Canglan lifted his teacup and blew on the steam. He sensed Tian Lingxue's sudden enlightenment, Ji Chen's desperate gamble, and the spies Ye Chen had planted throughout the sect. He knew everything. Yet he did nothing. Towering trees cannot grow in a greenhouse. This storm was the test he had prepared for his disciples. As for those clowns, he took a sip of tea. Let them prance about a little longer. Lingxiao Holy Sect, Main Peak Immortal Island Plaza. A sea of people filled the square, their clamor piercing the heavens. Millions of disciples gathered here, heads craned in anticipation. Outer sect elders and stewards hovered in the air, struggling to maintain order. This sect competition was no ordinary affair. The victor would directly influence the succession of the next holy sovereign. Look! It's senior brother Cun Yuan. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Across the sky, a pure white, sacred beast pulled a jade carriage through the clouds, radiating dazzling light and exuding supreme elegance. Seated within the carriage, Cun Yuan wore a pure white robe, his features noble and handsome. As the direct descendant of a revered elder within the sect, he possessed a naturally gifted divine spirit constitution and had reached the pinnacle of true god cultivation. He stood as a formidable contender for the position of Holy Sovereign. Senior brother Cun Yuan is forever the god. This spectacle, this bearing the position of Holy Sovereign, is undoubtedly his. Many female disciples began to scream. Before the words faded, a thunderous tiger roar drowned out all sound. Roar! A tiger engulfed in raging flames leapt from the direction of North Mountain, landing on the high platform at the square's center. A savage aura swept across the surroundings. Upon its back, a burly, dark-skinned youth grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. The Black Tiger of North Mountain, heir to the ancient bloodline, had grown up alongside a sacred sacrifice realm tiger named Zhangde. His own cultivation had also reached the sacred sacrifice realm. His appearance sent the crowd into a frenzy. Immediately after, a sword chi piercing the heavens descended from the sky, striking another elevated platform. As the sword light dispersed, Wei Lingren's figure emerged. He stood alone with his sword, without any unnecessary pomp, yet the soaring sword intent made the surrounding disciples dare not look directly at him. Sword demon Wei Ling ran another powerhouse at the sacred sacrifice realm. One renowned prodigy after another took the stage, pushing the square's atmosphere to its peak. At that moment, the figure of the current holy sovereign, Mo Yuan, appeared on the highest dais. Having just broken through to the supreme realm, his aura was as deep and profound as the ocean. The grand competition begins. Mo Yuan's voice echoed throughout the venue. The rules remain unchanged, but the rewards are doubled. All who rank within the top 100 shall receive generous rewards. The top 10 shall additionally receive a supreme protective artifact personally forged by the Patriarch. The top 3 may select any cultivation technique from the highest level of the scripture hall and receive an additional supreme artifact. Boom! The entire crowd erupted. A protective artifact personally forged by the Patriarch? Martial arts manuals from the top floor of the scripture hall? That place holds the legacies of great emperors and even immortals. Every prodigy's breathing grew heavy. This grand competition, they had to win it. Chapter 67, Sect Competition. In stark contrast to the frenzied chaos outside, the blood pool deep within Jioli Immortal Island lay shrouded in deathly silence. Ji Chen had reached his limit. He had successfully pushed his cultivation to the mid-stage of the holy sacrifice realm, but the price was that the blood essence of the primordial divine demons had spiraled completely out of control. The tyrannical power raged unchecked within his body, his flesh covered in spiderweb like cracks from which golden blood seeped continuously. Soon, this force would tear his body apart. Should he give up? Dissipating his cultivation would save his life. But then he would become a useless shell. A worthless shell, incapable of seizing even the opportunity bestowed by the ancient ancestor. No! Ji Chen would never accept his fate. In a flash, an ancient legend flashed through his mind. In the primordial age, there had been a prodigiously gifted demonic genius. When advancement became impossible, he resolutely severed his cultivation, using his body as a crucible to reforge his foundations. Ultimately, through destruction came rebirth, and he embarked upon the path of invincibility. Seeking life through death. Ji Chen's resolve grew utterly frenzied. Do it! He roared with fury, no longer holding back. Instead, he actively reversed all his spiritual energy, slamming it violently into his Dao Palace. Shatter! Now! Crack! His cultivation plummeted instantly. Mid-stage holy sacrifice. Early stage holy sacrifice. Peak true God. Agonizing pain surged like a tidal wave, 100 times more intense than the torment of blood energy backlash. This was self-destruction of his very foundation. The slightest misstep would mean eternal damnation. Yet he had no choice. Just as his cultivation was about to plummet to its lowest point, and his consciousness was on the verge of being swallowed by the boundless agony, a figure clad in white appeared silently by the pond's edge. Ling Canglan flicked his finger. A single drop of liquid, emerald green as jade, slipped silently into Ji Chen's brow. That was the sacred elixir of vitality. A single drop could extend an emperor's lifespan by 10,000 years. Calm your spirit, embrace the primordial, and guard the one. A calm voice echoed within Ji Chen's soul. The sacred elixir of vitality dissolved within him, unleashing a torrent of life force that instantly surged through his entire being. It repaired his nearly shattered physical form and suppressed his raging blood energy. Ji Chen's spirit surged. He swiftly gathered his focus, following Ling Canglan's guidance to slowly fuse the scattered remnants of his cultivation power with the overbearing primordial divine demon blood energy. Using the cultivation he had severed as the foundation and the blood essence of gods and demons as bricks, he forged an unprecedentedly sturdy Dao Palace. His aura ceased its decline and began to rebound at an even more terrifying speed. Mid-stage true God. Late-stage true God. Peak true God. Boom! The bottleneck shattered. Early holy sacrifice. Mid-stage sacred sacrifice. Late holy sacrifice. The pond water churned violently, golden light surged skyward, and an aura of power far surpassing anything before erupted from Ji Chen's body. He had succeeded. Ji Chen opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, overcome with excitement. He stepped out of the deep pool and knelt before Ling Canglan's figure, bowing his head to the ground. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new lease on life. Ling Canglan turned to face his disciple, now transformed beyond recognition. Go! If you can suppress all your peers in this grand competition and seize the position of Holy Sovereign, I shall accept you as the 5th true disciple of Jioli Immortal Island. Ji Chen's body trembled. A true disciple. That signified supreme honor and vast resources, and more importantly, it meant he would receive personal cultivation from the Patriarch himself. Disciple shall not disappoint the Master's high expectations. He bowed deeply, then transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the main peak plaza. Ji's figure appeared silently, kneeling on one knee. Ancestor, Lin Yi has sent a confidential report. Her voice carried a hint of urgency. A branch of the Black Flame Sect's fifth lineage has gathered at the Canglan domain border and may attack at any moment. Their leader is an elder at the ninth step of the extreme path. And there's that array-breaking banner Ji Chen planted. Go eliminate them.
Ling Canglan set down the scissors and wiped his hands with a damp cloth nearby.
As for the Blackfire sect, if they dare come, they won't be returning.
I wield a mid-grade immortal artifact. Any who come below the rank of immortal shall die, no matter how many.
May Ji's heart trembled violently. Understood. There is one more matter I entrust to you.
Ling Canglan handed her a jade stone, entirely jet black.
I want you to establish an intelligence network.
Mei Ji took the jade and probed it with her divine sense. Within it lay a vast, boundless star map whose scope exceeded her wildest imagination. Beginning with the 100 realms of Yen, we will spread our spies across the entire Canglan Great World. Ling Canglan's voice continued.
The sect is too crowded and full of prying eyes, it's inconvenient to operate there.
There exists a secret base I established years ago in the rear mountains of the sect.
Within it lie millions of loyal servants I have cultivated. Use this as your foundation. Go.
Mei Ji held the jade stone, feeling its weight as heavy as mountains.
Establishing an intelligence network spanning the entire world? What a monumental vision. Yet she hesitated not a moment. Meiji, I accept the command.
She bowed her head heavily, then her form dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished.
Main Peak Plaza.
The sect's grand competition had reached its most intense phase. After several rounds of elimination, fewer than 1,000 disciples remained.
Holy Master Mo Yuan announced the new rules. The next round will be a tournament-style battle. Those who lose 3 consecutive matches will be eliminated. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. This meant every single match was now critical.
Soon, the matchups appeared on the light screen above the plaza.
Second arena, Ji Chen vs Cun Yuan.
The moment this matchup was announced, the entire crowd erupted.
Holy, starting with a royal flush? Senior brother Cun Yuan is a true disciple with a peak true god-tier Holy Spirit body.
I heard he'd been secluded in the deep pool on the back mountain.
Just emerged, right? Amidst the buzzing chatter, Cun Yuan had already glided onto the stage.
His snow-white robes and graceful bearing captivated countless female disciples. Moments later, Ji Chen also stepped onto the stage.
His aura was subdued, clad in ordinary disciple robes. Compared to the radiant Cun Yuan, he appeared utterly unremarkable.
Cun Yuan appraised him from head to toe, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
You are the new nominal disciple the patriarch has taken in? Very well.
For the old ancestor's sake, I'll give you 10 moves.
Just so no one can say I bully newcomers.
The moment these words left his mouth, Cun Yuan's supporters below the stage erupted in thunderous cheers.
Senior brother Cun Yuan is so magnanimous. 10 moves? I bet you won't even last one. Ji Chen remained silent.
He merely raised his hand calmly.
Hum.
A terrifying aura erupted from his body with a thunderous roar. The power of late-stage sacred sacrifice Dao laws instantly engulfed the entire arena.
The smile froze on Cun Yuan's face.
He felt as though a divine mountain had crashed down upon him, making even breathing difficult. What kind of power is this?
Ji Chen unleashed a single punch.
Where the fist's wind passed, space itself groaned under the unbearable strain.
Boom!
The protective holy light enveloping Cun Yuan shattered instantly. He flew backward like a crashing heavily onto the plaza outside the ring, unconscious.
One move. Just one move. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned. What had just happened? A peak true god-tier Holy Spirit body prodigy, instantly killed with a single punch?
On the dais, an outer sect elder rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had witnessed. His voice trembling, he probed with his divine sense.
Late holy sacrifice stage. Ji Chen's cultivation is at least late holy sacrifice stage.
The gasps that erupted across the crowd merged into a storm of shock.
Whoa! Late saint sacrifice stage? How old is he? Are all those from Jolie Immortal Island this monstrous? And he's only a nominal disciple. How powerful must the true disciples be?
On the stage, Ji Chen withdrew his fist, his aura returning to calmness as if that earth-shattering punch had never been delivered by him.
He didn't even glance at Cun Yuan below.
Meanwhile, Cun Yuan, who had been smashed into the ground, struggled to his feet. His face bore no trace of anger or resentment, only shame and utter defeat. He bowed deeply in Ji Chen's direction. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I was narrow-minded and obsessed with empty fame, nearly straying from the path. With that, he turned abruptly and bowed toward the elder steward. Disciple Cun Yuan voluntarily withdraws from this grand competition. From this moment onward, I shall enter seclusion for rigorous cultivation. Unless I attain immortality, I swear I shall not emerge. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and flew away without looking back. This scene left the crowd stunned once more.
Ji Chen, however, paid it no mind. Defeating 1 Yuan meant nothing to him. His sights were set on those standing at the very pinnacle. Sword Demon Wei Lingran, the Black Tiger of Beishan. Only by crushing them all beneath his feet could he secure his position as the quasi-holy sovereign. The inner sect elders' seating area erupted in commotion. This youth is destined to be the holy sovereign. Indeed. With his late-stage holy sacrifice cultivation and the vision and magnanimity he displayed before the mountain gates, Ji Chen as holy sovereign would be a blessing for our sect. The tide of public opinion began to shift decisively in Ji Chen's favor. In a corner of the crowd, Ye Chen's face paled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. He simply watched the figure on the arena in silence, his thoughts hidden from all who observed him. Geopolitical Immortal Isle. Inside the bamboo cottage. After handling all affairs, Ling Canglan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The Black Flame Sect's threat, the sect's development, the disciples' trials, everything was unfolding according to his plan. Now, it was time to advance his own cultivation. He flipped his hand, retrieving a crystal fragment shrouded in chaotic energy. A fragment of the ultimate Dao's insight. The Black Flame Sect was merely the beginning. The enemies he would face in the future would grow increasingly formidable. Only by becoming stronger himself could he weather any storm. Closing his eyes, he plunged his divine sense into the fragment, beginning his assault on the legendary realm of the 9 steps of the ultimate path. Chapter 68, Clash of the Celestial Prodigies. The subsequent matches grew rather tedious. Any disciple facing Ji Chen either conceded defeat with a wry smile before the match began or was sent crashing off the thunder platform with a single punch utterly predictable. He stood like an insurmountable wall, towering over every competitor. Next match, Ji Chen vs Beishan Black Tiger. The moment this matchup was announced, the entire arena erupted once more. Here it comes. The real showdown was here. Beishan Black Tiger, heir to the ancient bloodline, a physical powerhouse at the sacred sacrifice realm. Who would emerge with the harder punch, he or Ji Chen? Roar! Beishan Black Tiger let out a roar, leaping directly from the seating area onto the arena. The entire square shook 3 times in response. His bare chest revealed bronze-toned skin covered in intricate, mystical tattoos. His muscles bulged with explosive power. Ji Chen. He bared his teeth, his fighting spirit soaring. I hear your fists pack a punch. Well, mine do too. Ji Chen opened his eyes, took a single step forward, and appeared on the stage. No unnecessary words were exchanged. Their eyes locked, and they moved simultaneously. No flashy martial arts techniques. No divine powers filling the sky. Only the most primal, most pure clash of fists and feet. Thud. 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 Each impact echoed with a thunderous, drum-like roar. Violent shockwaves radiated outward from the center of the ring. Disciples with weaker cultivation were knocked back by the force, their blood surging violently. Holy, are these 2 monsters fighting? Is this really the kind of commotion Saints Sacrifice Realm fighters produce? It feels like even a Supreme would only manage this much. Beishan Black Tiger grew increasingly alarmed as the battle raged on. His fists were powerful enough to shatter mountains. Yet when they struck Ji Chen, it felt like pounding against divine iron, sending a numbing shock through his own knuckles. In contrast, Ji Chen remained calm, his breathing steady. Each punch landed heavier than the last, faster than the previous one. What kind of physique do you possess? Beishan Black Tiger, driven back step by step, roared in frustration. Ji Chen offered no reply. He seized an opening, slashing his hand blade across Beishan Black Tiger's throat. Thud! Beishan Heihu's mountainous frame collapsed straight backward, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. The entire arena fell silent once more. Even Beishan Black Tiger had been defeated. And he had been defeated in the very physical combat he prided himself on most. Who else could stand? Who could possibly stand in Ji Chen's way? All eyes turned simultaneously toward the other 2 elevated platforms. Sword Demon Wei Lingran. And Ye Chen, the direct disciple of the Holy Sovereign Mo Yuan. Wei Lingran remained as aloof as ever, his sword cradled in his arms, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Ye Chen, however, turned toward Ji Chen and offered a gentle smile. Dressed in azure robes, his face as fair as jade, and radiating scholarly elegance, he was the dream lover of countless female disciples within the sect. Junior brother Ji, your prowess is extraordinary. Ye Chen is deeply impressed. His voice, carried by spiritual energy, echoed clearly throughout the entire venue. But I wonder, would you dare to spar with me beforehand? Whoosh! The crowd erupted in commotion. Ye Chen challenging Ji Chen ahead of schedule? This defied the established rules. But no one found it objectionable. Everyone wanted to witness this fierce battle. The Holy Sovereign Mo Yuan frowned slightly but made no move to stop it. He too wished to witness whether his most favored disciple or the one chosen by the Ancestor would prove superior. Why should I hesitate? Ji Chen's voice was calm, yet radiated confidence. With a swift movement, he landed directly on the largest central stage. Ye Chen also drifted over. Standing 100 feet apart, they faced each other across the distance. A showdown that would determine the future saint ruler unfolded ahead of schedule. Ji Chen's cultivation has also reached the late stage of the holy sacrifice realm. From the dais, Mo Yuan's voice carried a hint of pride. Ji Chen was the disciple he had personally cultivated, the most perfect heir in his eyes. Moreover, Mu Yu has already cultivated our sect's supreme technique, the 9 questions of Ling Xiao, to the 8th question. He is but a step away from mastery. The elders present were all visibly moved upon hearing this. The 9 questions of Ling Xiao was an emperor-level cultivation technique extremely difficult to master, let alone achieve profound mastery. That Xiao Muyu had reached the 8th inquiry spoke volumes about his extraordinary talent. Though Ji Changkong possesses formidable physical prowess, he would likely be at a disadvantage against Muyu. Indeed. The 9 questions of Ling Xiao places utmost importance on the essence and spirit of the Dao. Each question is a world unto itself, unpredictable and ever-changing, specifically designed to counter brute force. The tide of public opinion shifted once more. On the arena stage, Ji Chen bowed politely to Ji Changkong. "Junior brother Ji, please." The moment the words left his lips, his entire demeanor abruptly transformed. A vast, mist-like aura of Taoist essence surged from his body. "First question, what is the origin of heaven and earth?" He spoke softly, extending a single finger. The space atop the platform began to warp and shift. It felt as though they had returned to the dawn of creation, where primordial chaos churned in earth, fire, water, and wind raged unchecked. Ji Changkong found everything around him vanishing, leaving only endless chaotic currents. Each strand of these currents weighed as heavily as mountains, powerful enough to crush a true god with ease. He was trapped within a miniature world. Is this the 9 questions of Ling Xiao? Ji Changkong felt the pressure closing in, yet his expression betrayed not a hint of panic. He merely clenched his fist. Then, he unleashed a punch. Without a target. He struck out fiercely into the very chaos itself. Force can shatter all laws. Boom! A deafening roar. The miniature world created by Ji Chen shook violently, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Below the arena, the crowd could only see Ji Chen forming a single-handed seal, while Ji Changkong stood rooted to the spot, seemingly pinned down. Did you see that? That is the power of Taoist arts. Ji Changkong possesses nothing but brute strength, yet he cannot even come close to senior brother Zi. Yet, the very next second. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed. The warped space on the stage shattered like a mirror, piece by piece. Ji Changkong's figure reappeared before the crowd. He took a single stride, ignoring the spatial distance, and materialized directly before Ji Chen. Another punch. Simple, direct, brutal. Ji Chen's expression shifted slightly as he drifted backward, simultaneously forming seals with both hands. Second question, what defines the names of all beings? An intangible mental shock surged toward Ji Changkong's sea of consciousness. This was a soul attack. Had it struck anyone else even a peer of equal strength, they would have suffered soul damage and fallen into stupor without warning. But Ji Changkong's soul, tempered by the will of ancient gods and demons, had long been forged as solid as divine metal. Such an attack was no more than a tickle to him. His fist showed no sign of hesitation. Boom! The protective aura hastily deployed by Ji Chen shattered instantly. He was sent flying backward, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The entire crowd gasped in shock. 2 moves. Just 2 moves. Ji Chen, hailed as the foremost young cultivator of Taoist arts, was injured? On the dais, the expression on the holy sovereign Mo Yuan's face darkened. Ji Chen pulled nothing back. He couldn't help but transmit his voice. On the stage, Ji Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The gentle smile on his face slowly faded. In its place emerged a bone-chilling coldness. Ji Changkong, you are formidable. Strong enough to make me unleash my true power. Strands of black flame began to rise from his body. The flames carried an aura of ill omen and destruction. A single glance felt like a piercing stab to the soul, as if one were being dragged into an endless hell. What kind of technique is this? An elder gasped in shock. Our sect's scriptures contain no record of such a perverse flame. Mo Yuan was stunned. He had never witnessed Ji Chen wield such power before. Ji Changkong watched the black flames, his brow furrowing slightly. From within the flames, he sensed an aura somewhat akin to the primordial divine demon blood essence within the deep pool, yet far more wicked, far more foul. This is my true self. Ji Chen's voice grew hoarse, black flames flickering within his pupils. Now, how many more blows can you take? Chapter 69, Black Fire Consumes the Body. On the stage, black flames burned silently, casting Ji Chen's figure like a ghostly apparition. Below the stage, disciples of lesser cultivation felt a tightness in their chests and unease in their souls. What the hell is that thing? That flame is downright unnatural. I feel like my spiritual energy is being corrupted. Senior brother Ji Chen, how could he use such a technique? The elders on the dais could no longer remain seated. One by one, they rose to their feet, their expressions grave. This fire is ominous. It is absolutely not a righteous technique of our Ling Xiao holy sect. Mo Yuan. Are you aware of this? A fiery-tempered law enforcement elder confronted the Holy Master Mo Yuan directly. Mo Yuan froze completely. He stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar disciple on the stage, his mind going blank. His pride and joy, the heir he had designated to succeed him, how could this be? Ji Chen, you can still admit defeat now. Ye Chen's voice grew dry and raspy, like two pieces of sandpaper grinding against each other, stripped of all its former warmth and refinement. Otherwise, if you die beneath my heaven-burning demon flame, your very soul will be scorched to ashes, condemned to eternal torment without rebirth. Ji Chen remained silent. He merely summoned the power within his body. Golden blood energy surged behind him, faintly forming the shadowy silhouette of a primordial god or demon, gazing down upon this insignificant arena. Playing tricks. Ye Chen snorted coldly, spreading his fingers as black flames coiled into 5 vicious serpents. They tore through the air, lunging toward Ji Chen. Ji Chen neither dodged nor retreated, unleashing a punch of his own. His fist carried no magical arts, only the purest, most concentrated golden blood energy. Boom! Fist and black flame serpents collided with brutal force. Sizzle! A piercing sound echoed, like boiling oil splashing onto ice. The black flames began to corrode Ji Chen's protective blood aura. That foul, malevolent force sought to burrow into his body, contaminating his foundational cultivation. Useless, Ye Chen's face twisted into a sickly, savage grin. My burning heaven demon flame specifically counters all physical cultivators. No matter how strong your blood chi is, it will eventually be corrupted and become my nourishment. Clapping his hands together, more black flames surged from his body, coalescing midair into a colossal skull. Its pitch-black maw opened wide, lunging toward Ji Chen to devour him. The sheer force of this strike caused the protective array shielding the arena to emit a strained hum, struggling under the immense pressure. Below the stage, disciples recoiled in terror, terrified of being touched even by a speck of that black flame. Ji Chen watched the devouring skull approach, his expression unchanged. Your power is borrowed. But my power, every punch and kick, is forged by my own hands. What is borrowed is ultimately illusory. With that, he ceased suppressing the primordial divine demon bloodline within him. Roar! A primal roar, echoing from the dawn of time, seemed to traverse the ages, reverberating deep within the souls of all present. The shadowy form of the divine demon behind Ji Chen grew more tangible. His entire skin glowed with a dark golden luster, ancient patterns igniting across his surface. An overbearing, brutal, and utterly crushing aura surged skyward. Break! He swung his fist once more. The seemingly ordinary punch seemed to channel the very momentum of heaven and earth. A golden fist aura shot forth from his hand, transforming into a divine beam that pierced through heaven and earth, colliding directly with the massive black skull. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The instant the golden light touched the black flames, the flames melted and disintegrated at a visible speed, as if encountering ice and snow meeting their nemesis. The hideous skull disintegrated into a swirling cloud of black specks without even a wail. The golden fist aura, unabated in its momentum, charged straight towards Ye Chen. Impossible. The savage grin froze on Ye Chen's face, replaced by incomprehensible terror. His burning heaven demon flame was his ultimate trump card, the supreme demonic art bestowed upon him by the Black Flame Sect. How could it be shattered so easily? He tried to dodge, but the fist aura had locked onto his vital energy, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the devastating golden light drew ever closer. Boom! The fist aura slammed squarely into Ye Chen's chest. The protective treasures shielding his body shattered layer by layer, reduced to dust. His entire body was struck as if by lightning, sending him flying backward violently as a mouthful of black blood sprayed into the sky. The outcome was decided. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this lightning-fast, earth-shattering reversal. Ye Chen, who had radiated overwhelming might just a moment ago, was defeated in the next? Defeated so decisively, so utterly. Cough, cough, cough. Ye Chen struggled to his feet, his chest caved in, his breath weak and faltering. Yet his gaze didn't fall on Ji Chen. Instead, he stared fixedly at his own hands. Flames of black, uncontrollable, erupted wildly from his 7 orifices and wounds. These flames no longer obeyed his will. Instead, they began to burn his flesh, his meridians, and his very soul with unbridled fury. A piercing scream echoed across the entire square. Ye Chen writhed in agony on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames consuming him, but to no avail. The black flames clung to him like flesh-eating maggots, burning ever brighter. Is this a backlash from the cultivation technique? An elder on the dais spoke uncertainly. No. Another grand elder, well versed in such matters, stared intently at the bizarre patterns seared into Ye Chen's skin by the black flames and exclaimed in horror. This isn't cultivation backlash, it's a curse. The Black Flame Sect's soul-burning blood curse. Blackfire Sect. The mere utterance of these 3 words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. That was the notoriously evil cult organization of the Canglan World, known for its ruthless deeds and utter depravity, the sworn enemy of all righteous sects. The Holy Lord's own disciple, the future heir of the sect, had he actually cultivated the Blackfire cult's heretical arts and been cursed? This was an absolute scandal. Ji Chen. Holy Master Mo Yuan let out a heart-wrenching cry, abandoning all decorum as he flashed onto the stage, desperate to save his disciple. But the moment his hand touched Ji Chen, a surge of black flames spread up his arm, forcing him to withdraw his hand in a flustered retreat. Master! Master! Save me! Ji Chen convulsed on the ground as the black flames rapidly devoured his flesh and blood, his entire body shriveling away. His eyes were filled with pleading and regret. Ji Chen stood calmly at the opposite end of the arena, observing the scene. He offered no mercy, nor did he kick a man when he was down. The path was his own choice. The moment he chose to ally with the demonic forces, he should have foreseen this day. Suddenly, an even more terrifying fluctuation rippled in from the distant borders of the Canglan domain. It was a malevolent intent of the utmost viciousness, traversing billions of miles of space to descend precisely upon Ji Chen. Ji Chen's agonized screams abruptly ceased. His body swelled like a balloon inflated to its absolute limit. Cracks spread across his skin. Destructive power gathered within him. Retreat! Mo Yuan's expression darkened as he summoned an ancient seal to shield himself, bellowing the warning. But it was all too late. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Ji Chen had self-detonated. Black blood mist, intertwined with the malevolent power of the soul-burning blood curse, formed a mushroom cloud that shot skyward. The entire main peak plaza shook violently from the force of the explosion. Chapter 70, A Fierce Enemy Knocks at the Gate. A devastating energy storm swept across the entire main peak plaza. Solid white jade tiles were torn from their foundations, reduced to dust. The protective mountain array's light barrier flickered violently, its surface covered in dense cracks, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Disciples near the arena were thrown into chaos by the shockwave. Those with weaker cultivation immediately coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Chaos reigned. Everyone stood stunned, staring blankly at the massive crater blasted into the center of the arena, their minds going completely blank. The Holy Master's direct disciple, the future leader of the sect, gone like that? And in the most brutal, most humiliating way possible? Ji Chen. Holy Master Mo Yuan let out a heart-wrenching cry as he staggered to the edge of the crater, only to see nothing but charred remains. Not a single bone was left intact. Why? Mo Yuan collapsed to his knees, utterly devastated. This man who had presided over the holy sect for centuries now resembled a helpless old man. He couldn't comprehend it. Why had his disciple, whom he regarded as his own son, the heir he had poured countless efforts into nurturing, chosen this path to destruction? Had he failed in his teachings? Or had he never truly understood him at all? Mo Yuan. The law enforcement elder flew over, his face ashen, his voice strained with suppressed fury. You must give the sect an explanation. Your direct disciple colluded with the Black Flame sect and cultivated demonic arts. If this matter leaks out, the 10,000-year reputation of our Lingxiao holy sect will be destroyed in an instant. Surrounding elders closed in, each wearing a grim expression. Mo Yuan staggered, unable to utter a word. Account? What explanation could he possibly offer? Even his own resolve was beginning to waver. Perhaps he truly was unfit to be the holy sovereign. He lifted his head, gazing toward the direction of the Geopolitical Immortal Isle, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. After this matter was settled, he would go to the Ancestor to confess his sins and relinquish the position of holy sovereign. Ji Chen was indeed more suited than himself to lead the sect. Just as chaos and recriminations engulfed the sect, the sky suddenly darkened. Rumble. The earth began to tremble. The million-mile mountain gates of the Lingxiao holy sect trembled under this overwhelming pressure. What is that? A terrified disciple pointed toward the horizon. On the distant horizon, hundreds of massive warships entirely pitch black and shrouded in ominous black flames ripped through the clouds, bearing down on the Lingxiao holy sect. Each vessel was packed with black-robed cultivators radiating malevolent auras. At the forefront, on the deck of the lead warship, stood an emaciated old man whose face resembled the bark of a withered tree. He stood there silently, yet a terrifying aura of the ninth step of the supreme path poured forth like a river flowing backwards from the heavens. Put! Put! On the plaza, countless disciples below the true God realm could barely stand under this overwhelming pressure. They were forced to their knees, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Blackfire sect. The Blackfire sect is attacking. Panic spread like a plague. The gaunt elder swept his gaze across the chaotic square below, his brow furrowing. The situation seemed different from what he had anticipated. He snapped his fingers in calculation, his expression darkening. The array-breaking flags Ji Chen had planted, had they failed? Useless. He snorted coldly, yet did not dwell on it. Just a pawn. If it's useless, so be it. Transmit my orders. His hoarse voice echoed throughout the fleet. Force your way through the formation. Today, we shall crush the Lingxiao holy sect. Kill. The battle cry shook the heavens. The gaunt elder slowly raised one hand. Within his palm, crimson light and black flames intertwined, coalescing into an ethereal and intricate Dao seal. Blood bone? Annihilation. He brought his palm crashing down. The Dao seal grew in the wind, instantly swelling to the size of a mountain. Trailing a tail of flame that threatened to destroy everything in its path, it slammed viciously toward the mountain-defending array of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Boom! The entire Qingming domain seemed to tremble in unison. Across countless miles, the earth shook violently. Countless mountain ranges collapsed in the shockwave, rivers reversed their flow. The mountain-defending array of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, that supreme killing formation of the Supreme Elders, faded to utter darkness, on the verge of shattering. Within the sect, an apocalyptic scene unfolded. It's over. The face of the Holy Lord, Mo Yuan, turned ashen. A powerhouse of the ninth step of the Supreme Dao had arrived in person. What could possibly withstand such might? Yet, in that very moment of despair, a golden streak shot skyward. It was Ji Chen. Hovering mid-air, he unleashed his full late-stage sacred sacrifice vitality without reservation. He managed to withstand that crushing pressure, forcibly creating a small pocket of space for the disciples below. Where are the disciples of Lingxiao Holy Sect? His voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating across the heavens. Fight! A furious roar erupted from the southern guest section. Empress Ji Chen of the Xianyu domain, clad in battle armor, led thousands of armored guards as they surged skyward. Those who dare offend my sect shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Fight until the last drop of blood. Well said. Another crisp, cold female voice echoed. Empress Tian Lingshui of the Sun Moon Realm, mounted upon the black armor crocodile sovereign, followed by a squadron of golden armored guards, formed ranks in the sky. A mere heretical sect dares to defy my sect? Show no mercy. Immediately after, shadows rose from every corner of the plaza. The Black Tiger of North Mountain roared as he transformed into his true form, his mountain-like body radiating overwhelming pressure. Sword Demon Wei Lingran stood silent, sword clasped, yet the towering sword intent radiating from him declared his stance. They coalesced around Ji Chen like a torrent of steel, united in advance and retreat, sharing glory and disgrace. This resolute fighting spirit infected the once terrified disciples of the Holy Sect. Damn it! What the hell are we afraid of? Let's fight them to the death. Our patriarch is still in the sect, what have we to fear? In that moment, their resolve became one. Tens of thousands of disciples soared into the sky, gathering beneath the mountain-defending array, ready to fight to the death. The gaunt elder in the sky watched this scene unfold, a sneer of contempt curling his withered lips. A bunch of ants, daring to shake the tree? How laughable. He raised his hand once more, poised to deliver the final blow to these reckless insects. But at that very moment, deep within the 9-li Immortal Isle, within the bamboo hut, Ling Canglan, seated cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. His aura, seamless and flawless, had already entered the brand new realm of the ninth step of the ultimate path. He sensed the outer array was about to collapse, yet his expression remained utterly unruffled. He merely raised his hand. Then, casually, he swung a fist toward the direction outside the sect. This punch carried no earth-shattering spectacle, no world-ending divine light. It was just an ordinary punch. Yet, when the force of that punch pierced through the barriers of space and materialized above the sect, the entire cosmos instantly drained of all color, leaving only stark black and white. The blood bone? Annihilation Dao seal, powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers, shattered upon contact with this fist's force like a fragile bubble. Pop. A soft pop. Shattered. It transformed into a shower of light, vanishing into thin air. The peril to the mountain's protective array was instantly averted. Chapter 71, Ascending to the Throne. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. On the lead warship, the gaunt elder Xian Sha was utterly dumbfounded. That strike of his could have sunk not just a holy sect, but an entire minor domain. How could it vanish? You're playing tricks. Suppressing his shock and doubt, Elder Xiansha's face twisted into a hideous grimace. I'll see just how long you can hide, you cowardly turtle. He opened his mouth and spat forth a black pagoda the size of a palm. The pagoda grew as it met the wind, instantly reaching 10,000 zhang in height. Engraved upon its walls were countless faces twisted in agony and wailing. A malevolent aura 100 times more intense than before surged skyward. The counterfeit divine artifact, the Tower of 10,000 Souls. A supreme elder on the dais gasped in horror, his voice trembling. Quick! Activate all foundational arrays. Mo Yuan snapped back to his senses, roaring the order. But it was already too late. Elder Xiansha spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the Tower of 10,000 Souls. His already withered face aged several more years. Blood rain, descend! He roared hoarsely. Whoa! The wails of countless wronged souls echoed across the heavens and earth. A crimson rain began to fall from the sky. Each raindrop carried a resentment potent enough to corrode divine souls. The protective barrier's light screen crackled under the blood rain, its radiance fading visibly before their eyes. Some disciples of lesser cultivation were shattered by the wails alone, clutching their heads as they rolled on the ground. The apocalypse descended. A swarm of ants. Beneath this once 10,000 souls tower, you shall all be reduced to ashes. Elder Xian Sha cackled maniacally, reveling in this feast of destruction. But his laughter lasted but half a breath. Deep within the 9-li immortal isle, before the bamboo hut, a figure materialized without a sound. It was Ling Canglan. He didn't even glance at the tower of 10,000 souls in the sky. Instead, he raised his hand, palm facing upward. A simple, ancient black halberd slowly materialized. Evil runes swirled along its shaft as if an ancient demon god slumbered within. A mid-grade immortal artifact, the ancient demon spear. Ling Canglan grasped the spear and casually thrust it toward the sky. He employed no Dao laws whatsoever, not even mustering 1/millionth of the power within him. It was a simple, straightforward thrust. This thrust pierced the void. This thrust froze time. The blood rain falling across the heavens froze mid-air. The wails of countless wronged souls abruptly ceased. The maniacal laughter of Elder Xiansha froze on his face. He beheld a spear light beyond description. That spear light pierced through everything, striking directly upon his tower of 10,000 souls. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. A minute crack appeared on the surface of the indestructible pseudo-immortal artifact, the 10,000 souls tower. Then, like a spider's web, the crack spread across the entire tower in an instant. Boom! The 10,000 souls tower exploded. It exploded into a sky filled with black mist of resentment. Put! Elder Xiansha was struck as if by lightning, his entire body hurled backward by an irresistible force, his primal essence severely damaged. A single thought raced through his mind. Flee! The farther, the better. He burned his last remaining years of life, transforming into a streak of bloodlight, ready to vanish into the void. Yet the spear's glow, after shattering the 10,000 souls tower, did not dissipate. It merely made a light swipe. The crimson light along with the Xiansha elder within it was utterly obliterated. From this world, they were utterly erased. Not a single trace remained. Heaven and earth regained their clarity. The blood rain vanished and the wails of the wronged souls faded away. Only the hundreds of black flame sect warships remained, suspended in the sky, utterly alone. The 10,000 cultists aboard were utterly silent. They watched as their seventh elder, along with the tower of 10,000 souls, vanished into thin air. Each of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. On the lead warship, Koro, a gaunt, scarred, one-eyed elder, collapsed to his knees on the deck. He was the second in command of this Blackfire sect branch. Spare me, elder! Koro screamed with every ounce of strength left in him. We failed to recognize your greatness. We are willing to surrender everything. His words trailed off. From the direction of Joli Immortal Island, that ancient black demon spear stirred once more. This time, it swept across the sky. A million zhang long, pitch-black cold light, like a dividing line that had existed since the dawn of creation, sliced across the entire sky. The hundreds of imperial warships, forged from countless celestial treasures and earthen ores. The 100,000 ruthless black flame sect cultivators aboard them. In the instant that icy beams swept past, all were reduced to the most insignificant dust in the cosmos. A gust of wind swept through. Nothing remained. The sky was as clear and blue as ever, as if the fleet that had obscured the heavens moments before had never existed. On the main peak plaza, Ji Chen, Mo Yuan, all the elders, all the disciples, they all remained frozen with their heads tilted upward, turned into statues of clay. Is this the end? A ninth-step Extreme Dao cultivator, a pseudo-immortal artifact, hundreds of warships, and 100,000 demon cultivators. And that was it? After a long silence, an elder finally swallowed hard. What a waste of those warships. Before he could finish, a fellow disciple beside him shot him a fierce glare. With their lives hanging by a thread, they still thought about looting spoils? Mo Yuan's body swayed. He gazed at the empty sky, then looked at Ji Chen standing amidst the ruins, straight as a spear. A bitter smile touched his lips. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. I have failed the holy sect. I have failed our ancestors. From this day forward, I, Mo Yuan, relinquish my position as holy master of the Lingxiao holy sect. He bowed deeply toward the direction of the Joli Immortal Isle. We humbly beseech the Patriarch to grant permission for Ji Chen to ascend to the throne of the Holy Sovereign. The words had barely left his lips when the entire assembly erupted in uproar. Yet not a single voice raised in opposition. Having witnessed Ji Chen's resolve and combat prowess, and having seen the ancestors' godlike abilities, everyone understood. Ji Chen was indeed the most suitable candidate. Granted. Ji Chen, come to the Joli Immortal Island to see me. Ji Chen drew a deep breath and bowed deeply toward the direction of the Immortal Island. Yes. His form shifted, transforming into a golden rainbow. Before the bamboo hut, Ling Canglan had already sheathed the ancient demon halberd, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Ji Chen landed and bowed respectfully. Disciple Ji Chen pays respects to his master. No need for formalities. Ling Canglan appraised him with a nod. From this day forward, you shall be my fifth direct disciple. This item serves as your welcome gift. With a flick of his finger, an ancient-looking small bell flew toward Ji Chen. The bell appeared unremarkable, yet the moment Ji Chen touched it, his entire body recoiled as if struck by a mountain. He stumbled backwards several steps, his chi and blood surging violently within him. So heavy. The weight contained within this bell was beyond imagination. This is the Chaos Bell, a supreme imperial weapon of the highest order that I once wielded. With your current cultivation, refining it will be difficult, but with your physical foundation, you might barely manage to suppress it. Ling Canglan's voice remained calm. Yet within Ji Chan's heart, a tidal wave of shock surged. A weapon wielded by the Ancestor. This meeting gift was far too precious. He showed no affectation, solemnly accepting the Chaos Bell and bowing once more. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this treasure. Ling Canglan responded with a single syllable, saying no more. His mind had already plunged into the system interface. Ding! Detected that the host's disciple, Ji Chen, has shaken the 100 realms with his might and taken control of the holy sect, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mid-grade Immortal Tier Grand Formation, 9-Bend Yellow River Formation. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the mysterious gift pack, obtaining 1. Complete Enlightenment Stones 3 containing the primordial essences of the Sword Dao, Void Dao, and Wind Dao. 2. Near Immortal King Technique, Great Thousand Sword Array. 3. Divine Soul Technique, the Chaos Contemplation Diagram. A series of notification chimes sent ripples through Ling Canglan's composure. It came at the perfect moment. What had just been annihilated was merely a branch force of the Black Flame Sect's 5th lineage. That Xiansha was merely the 7th elder of that branch. The true storm was yet to come. With the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty on the brink of collapse, the entire Canglan Great World would plunge into an unprecedented era of chaos. To protect his sect through this great turmoil, he must break through to the Immortal Realm as swiftly as possible. These rewards would serve as the very foundation for his journey toward immortality and even for challenging higher realms. Chapter 72, A Millennium Shift. After Ji Chen departed, Ling Canglan remained motionless before the bamboo hut. With a flick of his wrist, an intricate and profound array disc materialized from his palm. It then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing deep into the earth veins of Jioli Immortal Island. An invisible ripple spread outward from the Lingxiao Holy Sect, radiating in all directions. Silent and imperceptible, yet imbued with earth-shaking power. Merging with the void, permeating every inch of land and river, it enveloped the entire sect's million-mile domain in absolute protection. The 9-Bend Yellow River Array, a mid-grade Immortal Tier formation. Once activated, not even a true immortal could easily shatter this turtle shell. Having completed all this, Ling Canglan turned and walked back to the bamboo hut. He sat cross-legged, a crimson stone now in his hand, radiating a lava-like aura of Dao essence. A stone of enlightenment, imbued with the Dao of fire. Ling Canglan closed his eyes, his entire aura fading into nothingness, as if he had severed all ties with this world. At the same time, in the distant Xionghuan realm, within a pitch-black palace suspended above a sea of crimson magma. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. A man clad in a crimson robe, his handsome features tinged with a hint of malevolence, smashed the jade throne before him into dust with a single palm strike. He was Bloodwing, the leader of the 5th branch of the Blackfire cult, a terrifying being at the peak of the 9th step of the extreme path. Below the palace, dozens of Blackfire sect elders fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. Xiansha's soul lamp was extinguished. Along with it, the entire fleet dispatched 100,000 cultists was extinguished. An entire fleet annihilated. A mere indigenous sect from the 100 domains of Yen Earth who gave them the audacity. Bloodwing's voice brimmed with unchecked murderous intent. Please calm your anger, master. A short, dwarf-like old man stepped forward. He was the 3rd elder of the 5th branch. This matter is suspicious. I know Xiansha's strength. Even if he was defeated, he wouldn't have been unable to send back a single message. In my humble opinion, there must be a force behind the Lingxiao Holy Sect that we cannot afford to provoke. Bloodwing sneered coldly. Unfathomable? In these 3,000 realms, aside from those few immortal lineages, is there truly anything beyond the Black Flame Sect's reach? 3rd Elder, have you grown timid with age? The 3rd Elder showed no anger, merely analyzing the situation with measured calm. Master, do not forget our standoff with the Eastern Raider Empire over that celestial gold vein has lasted centuries. This is the critical moment in the struggle. If we divert our main forces to invade the 100 domains of Yen, what if the Eastern Raider Empire seizes the opportunity to strike? The consequences. He left the sentence unfinished, but everyone present understood. The choice between squabbling with a local sect whose strength was unknown and securing a premier mineral vein vital to future expansion was clear. Bloodwing's chest heaved violently, his inner conflict raging. After a long pause, he ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Transmit my orders, full retreat. Concentrate all forces. Within 1 month, the celestial gold vein must be secured. As for that Lingxiao Holy Sect, his crimson tongue licked his lips and a cruel smile spread across his face. Let them live a few more years. Once I've dealt with the Eastern Empire, I'll personally see to it that they along with every last soul in Yan's 100 realms are forged into new souls for my 10,000 souls tower. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Black Flame sect never came. Under the rule of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, the entire Yin territory and its 100 realms entered an unprecedented golden age of development. Throughout this millennium, Ji Chen demonstrated astonishing governing prowess. He ordered the construction of majestic cities in the core regions of the 100 domains of Yin, each directly administered by the Holy Sect. Simultaneously, branch academies of the Holy Sect were established within each city. The branch academies had only one criterion for admission: innate talent. Whether born to poverty or nobility, anyone who passed the assessment could enroll. The most outstanding individuals from the branch schools have the opportunity to be selected for the main headquarters of the Holy Sect, becoming true inner door disciples, or even inner door disciples of the highest order. This initiative completely shattered the rigid class structure of the past. Countless prodigies rose from humble beginnings, infusing the Holy Sect with an unending stream of fresh talent. The cities under the Holy Sect's control attracted countless cross-domain merchant guilds, clans, and ancient kingdoms due to their absolute security and fairness. The 100 realms of Yan's lands were thoroughly revitalized. On this day, outside Wangxian City, the Holy Sect's first direct-controlled city in the Shenyue domain, dozens of massive warships, their banners fluttering proudly, tore through the clouds and descended slowly. The character Tang, written in elegant calligraphy, adorned the halls, revealing their origin. At the fleet's forefront stood an elder with snow-white eyebrows cascading over his shoulders, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura, alongside a maiden clad in a flowing white gown, her presence as ethereal as a celestial being. Fifth Ancestor, is this the city of gazing at immortals? The spiritual energy here is so thick. Tang Yiro gazed curiously at the vast city below, bathed in the glow of protective arrays. Within its walls, carriages and people bustled like a teeming river, the clamor of voices filling the air. The white-browed elder, the fifth patriarch of the Tang clan, wore a solemn expression. Yiru, put away your childish curiosity. The spiritual energy concentration here rivals even the 10 divine realms at the heart of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. That Lingxiao Holy Sect is no ordinary force. We're merely passing through to conduct business. Remember, do not cause trouble. Understand? Tang Yiro stuck out her tongue. Got it, fifth ancestor. You're such a nag. Shenyue Domain, a mountain range once desolate and uninhabited. Now, it was sealed off by the heavy forces of the Great Wei Empire. Not even a fly could slip through. Ji Chen, clad in imperial dragon robes, stood before an excavated mountainside, his brow furrowed. Having ruled Shenyue Domain for over a millennium, he had long shed his youthful inexperience. Every gesture radiated the decisive, imperial authority of a ruler. Your Majesty, we have the details. An elder dispatched by the Holy Sect to assist him hurried over, lowering his voice. His tone carried uncontrollable excitement and a hint of fear. It's not a super-sized spirit stone vein. It's immortal stone. Though small in scale, its quality is exceptional. Preliminary estimates suggest at least 3,000 low-grade immortal stones can be mined. Ji Chen's body froze. Immortal stones. That's something only great cultivators at the immortal realm need for their cultivation. A single low-grade immortal stone is worth enough to purchase 10 top-tier Supreme Dao Spirit stone veins. 3,000? If word of this got out, it wouldn't just shake the Black Flame sect, it would likely stir even the immortal lineages of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. What would the Lingxiao Holy Sect have left to defend itself with then? Though the patriarch is formidable, he remains but one man. Ji Chen's mind raced, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Moments later, a ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Transmit my orders. All non-sect cultivators involved in the exploration who know the truth of this matter, all of them, be dealt with. Not a single word of this news must leak out. Chapter 73, Charging Toward Immortality. The elder's heart skipped a beat, yet he hesitated not a moment. Bowing low, he accepted the order. Understood. Ji Chen turned, gazing at the mine entrance shimmering with ethereal light, as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This overwhelming fortune was also a death sentence. He must safeguard this colossal opportunity for the Holy Sect and his master before calamity struck. Lingxiao Holy Sect, Hall of the Holy Sovereign. After hearing the report from the Jade Slip, Ji Chen froze rigidly upon his throne. Joy. Ecstasy. Then came pressure as overwhelming as a collapsing mountain. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. What did that even mean? Enough to multiply the Holy Sect's overall strength by dozens within a century. Enough to establish trade routes with the top powers of the 3,000 domains, securing countless coveted resources. Cold sweat beaded on Ji Chen's forehead as he paced back and forth in the Grand Hall. The Black Flame Sect's fifth branch was no threat. They were locked in a bitter struggle with the Eastern Raider Empire over that celestial gold vein, their heads nearly colliding in the fray. They simply lacked the capacity to turn their attention eastward anytime soon. The true threat lay with the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. That immortal celestial dynasty, which had ruled over 10 surrounding realms for 1,000,000 years, was now teetering on the brink of collapse. When a colossus teeters on collapse, how frenzied do its internal factions become? Like sharks sensing blood, they would tear apart and plunder every resource within sight, heedless of consequence. A single ownerless immortal stone vein was enough to drive the immortal clans and immortal lineages utterly mad. Ji Chen even entertained an absurd notion. What if he simply surrendered the Xianyu domain? Trade a piece of territory for the Holy Sect's safety. The thought flickered for an instant before he crushed it. He shook his head, his face etched with bitterness. Matters of such vital importance to the sect's very survival were no longer something a single holy sovereign could decide. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of Geopolitical Immortal Island. I must seek guidance from the Grandmaster. Before a bamboo hut on Geopolitical Immortal Island, Ling Canglan sat cross-legged, a pale golden sapling no taller than 3 inches suspended before him. This sapling had been gifted by the system long ago. For 10,000 years, it had shown no signs of life, indistinguishable from a piece of rotten wood. Yet yesterday, it sprouted. Though diminutive, the sapling seemed to embody the convergence of the Dao of heaven and earth. Countless profound runes flickered and swirled among its branches and leaves, while threads of Taoist principles intertwined and circled around it. Merely sitting before the sapling, Ling Canglan felt his comprehension of the Dao accelerate by several fold. At that moment, Ji Chen's figure appeared before the bamboo hut. Master. He reported everything about the spirit stone vein and his concerns in full detail. With Ji Chen's methods, he can suppress the news for no more than 3 months. After 3 months, the divine essence will inevitably leak out. At that time, the entire Xianyu domain will become the epicenter of a storm. Ling Canglan remained serene after hearing this. Yet his mind had latched onto a crucial detail. The timing of the golden sapling sprouting nearly perfectly coincided with the discovery of the spirit stone vein. Was there some connection between the two? He temporarily suppressed this thought. With crisis at hand, now was not the time for deep inquiry. Surrender the Xianyu domain? Ling Canglan's voice rang out. In the dictionary of our Lingxiao holy sect, there is no such word as retreat without a fight. Ji Chen's body trembled and he bowed his head in shame. This disciple has become attached to appearances. You need not concern yourself with this matter further. Ling Canglan rose to his feet and an immense, invisible aura surged forth, causing the entire Geopolitical Immortal Island to tremble. A mere Taiyu immortal dynasty holds no standing to force the Lingxiao holy sect to retreat. 3 months, huh? Ling Canglan's tone radiated overwhelming confidence. It is sufficient. With a flick of his wrist, the enlightenment stone containing the complete fire Dao manifested in his palm. The blazing aura of the Dao caused the surrounding void to begin warping. I shall enter seclusion for 3 months to break through to the realm of immortality. During this time, all affairs of the sect shall be under your command. Additionally, send word to Ji Chen, instructing him to Xianyu domain. Rumors of rare treasures emerging in the Xianyu domain began spreading like wildfire. At first, no one took it seriously. But as the domain's blockade tightened so tight not even a bird could fly in, various factions began sensing something amiss. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Faced with this surging tide of public opinion, Ji Chen not only refrained from issuing orders to quell it but instead stoked the flames. Thus, a deluge of rumors, some true, some false, began to circulate. Have you heard? The Great Wei Empire unearthed a colossal spirit stone vein in the Xianyu domain, enough to buy half the domain. Spirit stone vein? That's too small-minded. My great-uncle's cousin's classmate is on the exploration team. He says it's the cave dwelling of an ancient powerhouse, filled with mountains of immortal artifacts. Stop spreading nonsense. I got inside info, it's actually an ancient battlefield ruin. All they're digging up are shattered imperial weapons. Lingxiao Holy Sect is secretly restoring them. The truth is, the dragon vein of Great Wei lies there. Ji Chen plans to hold some kind of heaven-sacrificing ritual there. He wants to ascend to immortality. All these versions of the story spread with such vivid detail that the outside world was utterly baffled. Is this scandal even worth believing? Amidst the swirling mix of truth and fiction, the real story behind the immortal stone vein was buried beneath a mountain of rumors. Through this tactic, Ji Chen successfully bought Ling Canglan more time. Meanwhile, the Three Talents Immortal Hall in Distant Senna Domain and the Lord of the Underworld Hall in Cold Moon Domain both received rumors about Xianyu Domain. Both of these major powers were immortal lineages secretly supported by the Taiyu immortal dynasty, possessing profound foundations. Within the Grand Hall of the Three Talents Immortal Hall, a white-haired hall master merely twirled his beard after hearing his subordinate's report. The Lingxiao Holy Sect, that reclusive sect capable of wiping out an entire Black Flame sect fleet in 2 moves? This is a ruse. What sort of treasure could possibly emerge from a backwater like the Xianyu domain? I'd wager 80% chance this is a deliberate smokescreen by the Lingxiao Holy Sect, baiting us out of hiding. Issue the order, observe developments quietly. Don't be the first to stick your neck out. A similar scene unfolded within the gloom-shrouded hall of the Nether King. The Lord of the Underworld was even more cautious. A sect capable of cultivating a 9th-step Extreme Dao powerhouse would be so careless as to leak information? I don't buy it. Wait. Let those impatient second-rate factions go first to test the waters and see just how deep the Lingxiao Holy Sect's influence truly runs. The observation and self-serving cleverness of these immortal factions granted the Lingxiao Holy Sect 3 precious months of respite. None were willing to pay the price first, all sought to reap the rewards without effort. They didn't realize what a heaven-defying opportunity they were missing. Nor did they realize that 3 months later, a truly immortal being would emerge from that barren land they had scorned, shaking the entire 3,000 realms to its core. Chapter 74, The Celestial Immortal's Demise. The essence of celestial spirits could not be concealed forever. When that faint, ethereal aura drifted along the Earth's veins and escaped the borders of the Xianyu domain, the entire southern region of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty erupted in chaos. Now, this Xianyu land that the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty had looked down upon had confirmed the emergence of a divine stone vein. Though modest in scale, celestial stones were celestial stones, hard currency coveted even by immortal realm powerhouses. In an instant, the winds of change swept through the realm. The Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, the Shi clan. As one of the 5 great immortal clans of the Immortal Dynasty, the Shi family's ancestors were formidable figures who once vied for the throne against the founding emperor of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. The atmosphere in the family council chamber was grim and tense. A burly middle-aged man, radiating the heat of a furnace, slammed his palm onto the black iron table before him. What are we waiting for? Shirbadian, a prodigy at the peak of the 9th step of the extreme path, was the Shi family's most promising candidate to break through to the immortal realm in this generation. While the other clans are still hesitating, we should march our forces and wipe out the entire Xianyu domain. With a spirit stone vein in our hands, what great undertaking could possibly fail? He advocated striking while the iron was hot. At the head seat, a clan elder with snow-white hair and beard, yet possessing an aura as deep as the ocean, opened his cloudy eyes. Po Xianchen, you're too hasty. That Lingxiao Holy Sect, they annihilated an entire Blackfire sect fleet without a trace. Their foundations are far from ordinary. If we hit a brick wall, our Shi clan's legacy spanning tens of thousands of years could be destroyed in an instant. Shirpadian snorted coldly. Elder. With the Immortal Dynasty on the brink of collapse and chaos looming, if we don't fight for our place now, are we just going to wait to be devoured by others? What Lingxiao Holy Sect? A shadowy, backwater sect. What depth could they possibly have? In my opinion, they just got incredibly lucky and stumbled upon a divine ore deposit. We beseech the celestial ancestor to decide send troops to the Xianyu domain. Within the Grand Hall, the hawks and doves clashed fiercely. Ultimately, Shi Boshan's faction gained the upper hand. An ancient and majestic will awoke from the depths of the Shi family's ancestral lands. Approved. A single word determined the fate of a realm. Unlike the Shi family's radical stance, the Tang family, another immortal lineage but ranked among the lesser clans, remained remarkably composed. Tang family manor, rear garden. The Tang family patriarch, the elder who had once taken Tang Yira to Wangxian City, was leisurely watering a green pine tree. Ancestor, the Shi family is preparing to make their move. What should we? A high-ranking Tang family member stood behind him, his tone urgent. The patriarch set down the watering can and wiped his hands with deliberate slowness. We do nothing. The waters of Xianyue domain run too deep. With our Tang family's modest resources, we'd be foolish to meddle in that mess. Convey my decree, no family member shall set foot in the Xianyu domain for 100 years. The patriarch is wise. The survival strategy for weak factions is simple: don't court death, and you won't die. Before the bamboo hut on Jioli Immortal Isle, the pale golden sapling had grown to half a person's height. Mysterious Dao principles flowed through its entire being. Each leaf resembled a perfect rune, causing the surrounding void to warp with an eerie distortion. Ling Canglan sat cross-legged beneath the tree. The fire Dao Insight stone in his hand had turned to ashes. His entire aura surged to an unprecedented peak. Peak of the 9th step of the supreme path. Within his sea of consciousness, no longer mere flames raged, but a veritable world of fire, real and tangible. A majestic Qilin roared across the heavens, treading upon auspicious clouds of flame. A 3-legged golden crow spread wings vast enough to eclipse the sun, incinerating the ages. All manner of fiery beasts and portents, once confined to ancient legends, continuously manifested within his sea of consciousness, ultimately converging into his very being. He had utterly mastered the Dao of fire. A thread of immortal, indestructible energy emanated from his body. This was the sign of transcending mortality to become immortal. The restrictions outside the bamboo hut erupted with a scorching, oppressive aura, causing even space itself to begin melting. Ji Chen, guarding beyond the barrier, was forced back by this aura, his face etched with both horror and anticipation. Master, he's succeeding. He yearned to draw near, yet an invisible force held him firmly back, leaving him to wait anxiously from afar. Just then, a communication jade slip flew into his hand. Ji Chen crushed the jade slip, his expression shifting once more. When it rains, it pours. Several colossal spirit stone veins had been discovered around the Xianyu domain. Once barren lands now saw their spiritual energy concentrations surge dramatically, transforming into sacred cultivation sites. Ji Chen felt not a shred of joy, but rather a chill running down his spine. The man is innocent, but the jade brings guilt. The troubles of the spirit stone veins hadn't been resolved yet, and now so many new resources had surfaced. This was like roasting the holy sect over a fire. The time left for the holy sect was truly running out. Above the Xianyu domain, hovering warships multiplied, their banners obscuring the sun and staining the sky with vibrant hues. Scouts from major factions swarmed like locusts, hovering outside the domain, peering in. Upon the walls of Wangxian City, Ji Chen stood with his hands behind his back, clad in imperial dragon robes. 1,000 years as emperor had forged in him a presence as imposing as a mountain. He understood that at this moment, he represented not only the Great Wei Empire, but the very face of the entire Lingxiao holy sect. Should he show even a hint of cowardice, the ravenous wolves lurking outside the city walls would pounce instantly, tearing the entire Xianyue domain to shreds. Relying on the Great Wei Empire's current strength, which now matched that of the former Gu family, he had managed to maintain control over the domain despite being surrounded by these wolves. All he could do was stall. To buy that crucial time for his master and for the holy sect. Qingming domain. Suddenly, darkness descended upon the heavens and earth. A colossal, pitch-black warship so vast it obscured the sky ripped through the clouds, materializing directly above the mountain gates of the Lingxiao holy sect. Upon its hull, a character sure written in a sweeping, dragon-like calligraphy radiated an aura of dominance that seemed to suppress the ages. The Sher clan had arrived. A cultivator clad in black armor leapt from the warship. A terrifying aura of sovereign realm power surged around him, causing the mountain guarding formation below to hum with strain. Hovering before the gates, his voice was devoid of emotion, as if delivering an imperial decree. By decree of the Stone Clan's celestial ancestor, you, the Lingxiao holy sect, are commanded to surrender the Xianyu domain and withdraw all personnel within 10 days. His words, amplified by divine power, echoed throughout the entire Lingxiao holy sect. Countless disciples erupted in uproar. Such arrogance and tyranny. They were being treated as a subordinate force to be commanded at will. How dare you! A supreme elder of the holy sect shot skyward, confronting the black-armored cultivator from afar. The Xianyue domain is the territory of our holy sect. Since when did your Sher family gain the right to meddle in our affairs? The black-armored cultivator didn't even bother to look at him. I act only by imperial decree. Will you obey, or not? The contempt and insult in his words made the air itself freeze. This shattered the last shred of feigned peace between the factions. An edict from the Sher family? Another elder of the holy sect appeared, his hair and beard standing on end as rage twisted his features into a bitter laugh. On the grounds of our Lingxiao holy sect, your Sher family's decree is worth less than a scrap of paper. Get out! Several elders materialized one after another above the mountain gates, their overwhelming auras surging skyward, standing toe-to-toe with the Sher family's worship. The holy sect's unyielding stance declared their resolve. Not an inch of Xianyu domain would be surrendered. This also signaled the formal outbreak of conflict between the holy sect and the immortal clans. Chapter 75, The Holy Sect's Counterattack. The black-armored cultivator remained expressionless, as if the figures before him were not several supreme elders, but a pack of worthless dogs and chickens. I shall repeat my words. 10 days hence, should you not withdraw, the Sher clan's forces shall level this place to the ground. He raised his hand, pointing toward the mountain gate below. By then, not a soul will be left standing. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a gentle yet commanding voice echoed from the depths of the holy sect. What a bold claim. Before the words faded, 3 figures materialized before the mountain gate. At the forefront stood none other than the holy sovereign, Ji Chen. Following him were 2 elderly figures, both with snow-white hair and beards, hunched over as if ready to be laid to rest at any moment. Yet, the ancient and terrifying aura emanating from them caused the black-armored cultivator's body to stiffen involuntarily. Extreme Dao Emperor Realm. And 2 of them. Ji Chen paid no heed to the colossal warship obscuring the sky. His gaze fixed on the black-armored cultivator, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. The Sher family's decree? He extended his hand. Let me see it. The black-armored cultivator hesitated briefly before retrieving a golden scroll from his robe. He channeled his cultivation energy to send it over. Ji Chen caught the scroll without even opening it, merely pinching it between 2 fingers and weighing it in his hand. Then, under the stunned gazes of all present, he casually flicked the scroll away. It traced an arc through the air, landing with pinpoint accuracy in the outhouse beside the mountain gate. Plop. You. The black-armored cultivator's face turned as dark as liver. Ji Chen clapped his hands, as if he'd touched something filthy. On the grounds of our Lingxiao holy sect, your Sher family's edict isn't even good enough to wipe your ass. He turned his head and addressed an elder of the supreme path standing beside him. Third elder, this envoy has traveled far and spoken with a foul mouth. I trouble you to clean him up. The elder addressed as third elder grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Right away. His figure vanished from the spot. The next instant, a crisp, resounding slap echoed. Smack! The arrogant black-armored cultivator spun like a top as he flew backward, his teeth mixed with blood sprayed into the air before crashing heavily onto the deck of his own warship, unconscious. One strike. A single blow had rendered a Supreme Realm cultivator unconscious. The Clan cultivators aboard the warship were all petrified with fear, frozen in place, not daring to breathe a word. Only then did Ji Chen lift his head to gaze at the colossal warship, his voice echoing across the wilderness. Go back and tell Badian, and tell your so-called heavenly immortal ancestor as well.
Xianyue domain belongs to our holy sect. Not just Xianyu domain, you'd be wise not to harbor any ill intentions toward the entire southern Yan territories of the Taiyu immortal dynasty. Otherwise, this one guarantees the Shi family will regret ever coming into this world. His voice was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no defiance. Get out. With that single word, the Shi clan's pitch-black warship turned tail like a startled rabbit, hastily tearing through the void in a disheveled retreat until it vanished from sight. Before the mountain gates, tranquility returned. The disciples of the Holy Sect fell silent at first, then erupted in thunderous cheers. The Holy Lord reigns supreme. The Holy Sect is mighty. That single blow had struck the might of the Holy Sect into existence, igniting the spirit of every soul present. News of the Lingxiao Holy Sect slapping the Shi family envoy spread like wildfire across the entire Taiyu immortal dynasty in no time. Every faction that heard the news reacted with disbelief. After all, this was the Shi clan, a family of immortals. A colossal powerhouse with profound foundations, backed by the celestial immortal patriarch. Has the Lingxiao Holy Sect lost its mind? How dare they show such utter disrespect? But when word spread that the Shi clan's warship had returned to their stronghold in disgrace, carrying only an unconscious envoy, all fell silent. They're serious? That reclusive sect hidden within the Qingning domain actually possessed the audacity to challenge the immortal clans. Upon receiving the news, the high-ranking officials of the Three Talents Immortal Hall and the Nether King Hall all felt a wave of dread wash over them. Thank goodness they hadn't been the ones to stick their necks out. This Lingxiao Holy Sect was a tough nut to crack, the kind that could knock out teeth. Suddenly, the entire southern region of the Taiyu immortal dynasty was on edge. All eyes were fixed on the Shi clan and the Lingxiao Holy Sect, waiting to see how this conflict would play out. Wanling Domain, the commoner prince's mansion. Unlike the Shi family's flamboyant arrogance, this prince's mansion exuded an air of understated restraint. Within the main hall, seated upon the central throne, was a young man clad in plain cloth garments, the cloth-clad king, Ye Chen. A formidable figure who, single-handedly, had slain a peak heavenly immortal tier primordial fiend and forcibly seized an entire domain from the jaws of monstrous beasts to establish his foundation. Flanking the throne stood several figures, each radiating an aura of unfathomable depth. Among them were several who were unmistakably true heavenly immortal level powerhouses. Such depth of power far surpassed that of ordinary immortal clans. This is interesting. After hearing his subordinates report on the conflict between the Lingxiao Holy Sect and the Shi family, Ye Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. A mere minor spirit stone vein could provoke the Shi family into such a state of disarray, and even force out a sect daring to clash head-on with an immortal lineage. His fingers tapped lightly against the armrest. A spirit stone vein, even a modest one, could elevate our royal house's strength to a new level, allowing us to cultivate more powerful warriors. His words betrayed his keen interest in that vein. Ye Chen's ambitions extended far beyond ruling the 10 domains. His goal was to establish a new immortal empire, one that would replace Taiyu. He would spare no resource that could bolster his strength. At that moment, a middle-aged man in grey robes, exuding scholarly grace, stepped forward from his left. Your Highness, this is unwise. This man was Zhuo Xi, the left guardian of the royal household and one of the earliest celestial immortals to follow Ye Chen, renowned for his strategic prowess. Oh? What is your opinion, left guardian? Ye Chen looked at him with keen interest. Zhuo Xi bowed respectfully and spoke calmly. Your Majesty, the present Xianyu domain is a place fraught with peril. The Shi family has already entered the fray, the Three Talents Immortal Hall and the Nether King's Hall are watching with keen eyes, and even the gaze of the immortal dynasty's royal family has likely turned this way. These waters run far too murky. Our commoner royal house is already viewed with suspicion by various factions. If we become entangled over a mere minor immortal stone vein at this juncture, we risk becoming the target of collective hostility, drawing coordinated suppression from multiple sides. The risks far outweigh the gains. Zhuo Xi's words poured cold water over the restless hearts of those in the grand hall. Ye Chen remained silent, listening intently. Zhuo Xi continued his analysis. The Shi family's aggressive tactics may seem formidable, but they've already fallen into a disadvantage. They've become the pathfinder for everyone else. Why should we be the second pebble on that path? Your Highness's ambitions extend far beyond mere territorial gains. To jeopardize our entire house for this vein of war is not a wise move. His reasoning was clear and incisive, striking directly at the heart of the matter. Silence once again filled the grand hall. After a long pause, Ye Chen spoke slowly. Guardian Zhuo speaks with reason. He acknowledged Zhuo Xi's assessment. Then, in your opinion, what course should we take? Chapter 76, Strategic Shift. Zhuo Xi said. Let them fight it out. Let them fight, scramble, and battle to the death. Our true objective has never been the petty gains of the Xianyu domain.
He unfolded a vast map dotted with markers delineating every territory of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty in the south. His finger swept past the Xianyu domain and settled on another region 100 times more prosperous. The Jinjiang domain. The domain of the Tang family of the Immortal Tang clan. Among the 5 great immortal clans, the Tang family ranks last in strength. They possess only one heavenly immortal patriarch, and he has only recently attained that realm. While everyone's attention is fixed on Xianyu domain, we shall muster our entire army and seize Jinjiang domain with lightning speed. Zhuxi's voice echoed through the grand hall. The Jinjiang domain is several times more prosperous than our Wanling domain, and its geographical position is absolutely prime. It overlooks the Sango domain of the Taiyu Imperial House to the east and presses down upon the 100 Domains Alliance to the south. Only by seizing this territory can your majesty's hegemonic ambitions truly take their first step. Yi Jingyun rose and walked to the map, his gaze fixed on the landmarked Jinjiang domain. What a masterstroke deception to draw the enemy east while striking west, reaping the benefits of their conflict. He slammed his palm onto the map. Send the order. Mobilize every soldier of the royal army 1 million strong. Target, Jinjiang domain. This prince shall show the world who truly commands this age of chaos. Jolie Immortal Isle, a bamboo cottage courtyard. The mysterious pale gold sapling grew ever more lush, each leaf radiating an inexplicable aura of Taoist mystique. Ling Canglan, seated cross-legged beneath the tree, suddenly trembled. An immortal, indestructible aura of eternity erupted from his body, shattering the courtyard's protective barriers. In an instant, a pillar of blazing divine flame, thick beyond imagination, pierced through Jolie Immortal Island, tore through the azure sky of the Qingming realm, and shot straight into the depths of the starry sky billions of miles away. Across the entire Canglan Great World, countless ancient beings in seclusion were roused by this aura, awakening one after another from their slumber. Heavenly Immortal Realm. He had made it. Ling Canglan felt the ceaseless flow of immortal energy within him and the immense power to command a realm, yet his heart held not a shred of joy. Early Heavenly Immortal Realm. This realm was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary forces. But the enemy was the Sher clan, a colossal entity boasting heavenly immortals and harboring even more ancient beings. Insufficient. Far from sufficient. The Sher clan's armies could besiege the city at any moment. He had no time for methodical cultivation. Without hesitation, Ling Canglan retrieved a pill from his system space. 9 Transformation Divine Mechanism Pill. This pill was a reward he had obtained from an ancient alchemy scripture. Its potency was overwhelmingly fierce, and it had been reserved as his trump card to be used only when he was ready to break through to the true immortal realm. But now, there was no time to wait. He swallowed the pill in one gulp. Boom! An indescribably terrifying potency exploded within his body, as if billions of volcanoes erupted simultaneously. His cultivation began to surge at an unimaginable speed. Early Heavenly Immortal Peak. Mid-stage Celestial Immortal. Late-stage Heavenly Immortal. Late Heavenly Immortal. The potency surged relentlessly, propelling his cultivation through the ranks at breakneck speed. Only when he was but a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of Heavenly Immortal did it finally begin to subside. What ferocious potency! Ling Canglan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. This alone saved him at least 1,000,000 years of arduous cultivation. He knew full well that such a pill was a rare find, its refinement conditions too demanding. It required the soul essence of a true immortal as the primary ingredient, an exquisite immortal artifact great pill furnace, and countless rare and precious immortal herbs. To attempt refining another was nothing short of a fool's fantasy. He dispelled the protective barriers around the small courtyard and stepped outside. He now possessed the confidence to confront the immortal clans head-on. The Sher family. When the black-armored messenger was carried back, and when Ji Chen get out echoed throughout the southern Xian dynasty, the entire Sher family erupted. A disgrace beyond measure. This was a blatant trampling of the Sher family's reputation, built over tens of thousands of years. Kill. Destroy the Lingxiao holy sect. Let them know the might of an immortal lineage. Sher Boshan's roar echoed across the Sher family lands. This time, not a single voice of dissent was heard. Ancient warships rose from beneath the earth, long-dormant chariots were reactivated, and the Sher clan's ultimate war machines were fully mobilized. Vast warships obscured the sky as they rolled toward the direction of the Xianyu domain. 5 terrifying auras of heavenly immortals rose from the depths of the Sher clan's ancestral lands, joining the army on its march. All factions along the route fell silent, trembling in fear. Countless cultivators gazed upon the world-shattering spectacle, their hearts frozen with dread. It was over. The newly risen Lingxiao holy sect was utterly finished. The 100 realms of Yin territory, which had just gained a moment's respite under the holy sect's rule, would likely plunge back into the chaos and bloodshed of the past. Jinjian domain. Dark clouds hung low over the Tang family manor. The million-strong army of the commoner prince's mansion, like celestial soldiers and generals, had encircled the area, leaving no room to breathe. Yi Jingyun wasted no words, immediately ordering the assault. The Tang family's venerable patriarch, whose hair and beard were once snow white, now stood before him with jet-black hair, clad in a long robe, a massive gourd strapped to his back. Gazing at the endless army beyond the walls and the young commoner leading them, a bitter smile touched his lips. He knew the Tang family was finished. Yi Jingyun was ruthless and merciless. He would never grant the Tang family any chance to recover. The so-called relocation to the outer realms was nothing but self-deception. He turned and approached a young woman dressed in court attire, her beauty breathtaking. The Tang family's sacred maiden, Tang Yiru. Yiru. The Tang family patriarch's voice was hoarse. Ancestor. Tang Yiru curtsied in greeting. Though young, she had already reached the Dao Palace realm, possessing the three-in sacred body and unparalleled innate talent. Go. The Tang family patriarch handed her a storage ring. Take all the clan's scriptures and resources. Escape. The farther, the better. Tang Yiru froze. Ancestor, I won't leave. I will stand with the family until the end. Foolish. The Tang family patriarch snapped. Staying here means certain death. You are the Tang family's last hope. He thrust a jade talisman into Tang Yiru's hand. This is a teleportation talisman. It can randomly transport you billions of miles away. Remember, do not look back. Do not dwell on revenge unless one day you possess the strength to overthrow the Bui royal house. Ancestor. Tang Yiru wept uncontrollably. Go! The Tang family patriarch struck her back with a palm strike. A gentle force enveloped her as he simultaneously crushed the talisman. Space warped, and Tang Yiru vanished from her spot. After completing this, the Tang family patriarch exhaled a long breath. He turned and walked alone toward the city walls. The enormous gourd strapped to his back began to emit a dangerous glow. Even if it meant his death, he would tear a piece of flesh from the Bui royal house. In an instant, dark currents surged throughout the southern reaches of the Taiyu immortal dynasty. The Sher clan's armies pressed against the borders of the Xianyu domain, while the commoner prince's mansion launched a surprise attack on the Jinjiang domain. Yet the three talents Immortal Hall, the Nether King's Hall, and even the lofty Taiyu Imperial House all chose silence. They watched, they hesitated, and they waited. Chapter 77, Who Holds the Reins? The Sher family's fleet made no haste in its journey. They cruised through territory after territory as if strolling through their own backyard. The unmasked auras of the three celestial immortals hung above the fleet like three black suns, showering the land with terrifying pressure. Wherever they passed, all sound ceased. Birds vanished from the skies, beasts cowered in the earth. Spies from the three talents Immortal Hall and the Netherworld King's Hall watched the spectacle from afar. Their reports back contained only one sentence: we can't take them on. Let's get out of here. The gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect stood tightly shut. Ji Chen stood before the Lingxiao Hall, backed by the sect's entire elite fighting force. 10 great emperors, over 50 supreme masters, and nearly 1,000 sacred priests. This force alone could sweep across the entire Qingming realm. Yet Ji Chen's heart sank. He knew this was still too meager a force compared to a Longsheng clan fighting for their very survival. They had brought a single heavenly immortal alone. How could they possibly win this battle? The atmosphere within the sect was oppressive. Though the disciples shouted of fighting to the death, who among them didn't harbor doubts? A figure clad in green robes appeared silently beside him. It was the patriarch. Ling Canglan. Our resources are meager? Then we'll add some ingredients. Ling Canglan said it with casual nonchalance. He flipped his hand, producing a jet black token engraved with strange patterns. With a flick of his finger, he flicked the token into the air. Hum. A deep, rumbling roar echoed across the heavens and earth. A colossal black rift tore open in the sky above the holy sect. 1, 2, 10, hundreds. Jet black, standardized warships streamed out of the rift, swarming across the entire sky. Each vessel was packed with expressionless cultivators clad in heavy black armor. A bloodthirsty aura, mingled with the scent of death, descended from the heavens, crushing the disciples of the holy sect until they could barely breathe. This is... Ji Chen was utterly dumbfounded. The elders of the holy sect gaped in disbelief, their mouths wide enough to fit a fist. 3 million peak true god realm assassins. Holy sacrifice realm assassin, 10,000. Supreme realm assassin, 500. Ling Canglan's voice echoed in every ear. It's a pity the formula for the creation pill is incomplete, and our resources are insufficient. We couldn't produce one for the Emperor Realm. A hint of regret tinged his words. Yet to Ji Chen and the assembled elders, it sounded no less than thunder rolling across the heavens. They were already shaken to their core by this terrifying legion that had appeared out of nowhere. Ancestor, you call this adding a little something extra? You call this limited resources? After the initial shock came wild elation. A roar of cheers erupted from every corner of the holy sect. Ancestor, you're amazing. Let's wipe out those bastards from the Sher family. The disciples of the holy sect cast aside their earlier worries and fears, howling with fury as if they couldn't wait to charge out and fight the Sher clan right then and there. Jinjian domain, Tang family manor. Flames shot skyward, painting half the heavens crimson. The Tang family patriarch stood disheveled and bloodied, the massive gourd on his back cracked open, its divine light dimmed. Ha ha ha, Yi Jingyun. If you wish to destroy the Tang family, you'll pay with your flesh. He roared with maniacal laughter, detonating his final remnants of divine soul and immortal essence. A terrifying energy storm reduced tens of thousands of commoner soldiers from the royal house at the forefront, along with several heavenly god realm generals, to ashes. Through the warped spatial passage, Tang Yeru was forced to witness this scene. She saw her father and uncles fall, blood spilling beneath enemy blades. She saw her once prosperous homeland reduced to a sea of flames. She bit her lip until it bled, refusing to utter a single sound. Survive. The last words of the old ancestor echoed in her mind. Revenge. Once again, only these two words remained in her heart. A flash of light filled the space, and her figure vanished completely. The Tang family, one of the 5 great immortal clans of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, was henceforth erased from existence. Taiyu Imperial Capital, Golden Throne Hall. A messenger scrambled in, nearly falling over himself, his voice choked with tears. Your Majesty. It's terrible. The Jinjiang domain. The Jinjiang domain is gone. The Tang family has been annihilated by the commoner prince's mansion. The Jade Emperor seated upon the dragon throne slammed the jade cup in his hand onto the floor with a loud crash. What did you say? The commoner prince's palace launched a surprise attack with 1,000,000 troops. The Tang family, the entire Tang family. The messenger could say no more. The emperor's face drained of color, his body swaying. The old eunuch beside him shrieked in a high-pitched voice, "Where is the law of the land? Where is justice? Is Yi Jingyun rebelling?" Rebellion? The emperor gave a bitter laugh. He rebelled long ago. Of the 10 domains, 5 refused to obey orders. The Hall of the Netherworld King and the Hall of the 3 Talents answer only to their own commands, not imperial summons. Now even the Jinjiang domain is lost. Next will be our imperial Sangha domain. The late emperor. Why did you ever enthrone such a traitorous subject? His roar echoed through the vast, empty hall, filled with endless terror and helplessness. Lingshao Holy Sect. 500 sovereigns, 10,000 sacred sacrifices, 3,000,000 true gods. This terrifying legion of undead servants, under Ji Chen's command, systematically took up positions at every strategic point within the Holy Sect, seamlessly integrating with the defensive lines formed by the sect's disciples. The previously tense and oppressive atmosphere completely transformed into a surging battle spirit. Ji Chen approached Ling Canglan and bowed respectfully. Ancestor, the Sure family's vanguard fleet has entered the territory of the Xianyu domain. Ling Canglan did not turn around, standing with hands clasped behind his back as he gazed toward the distant horizon. Let them come. Good. Let them test the mettle of this army. Jolie Immortal Isle, Bamboo Cottage Courtyard. Ling Canglan had gathered over 30 disciples. At the head stood Lan Jin, who had emerged from the infernal Rakshasa realm. He now stood at the peak of the Holy Sacrifice realm, his primordial demon body radiating an aura as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. The other disciples had all survived that blood-soaked inferno, each stepping into the early stages of the sacred sacrifice realm, carrying an indelible aura of malevolence. The cultivation methods within the sect are of little use to you now. Ling Canglan's voice was flat. True strength is forged by slaughtering through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He scanned each disciple's face. You should all harbor ambitions to become patriarchs of your own sects, rulers of your own domains. Expand the Holy Sect's territories, and for yourselves, seize a path to transcendence. At these words, every disciple's breathing grew heavier. They were all ruthless individuals who had clawed their way up from the lowest ranks, with ambition etched into their very bones. One disciple stepped forward. It was Su Chen. His talent wasn't among the top in the group. His cultivation at the mid-stage of the Holy Sacrifice realm was achieved purely through sheer determination and relentless grinding. Ancestor, this disciple wishes to go to the Fire Phoenix domain. His voice was hoarse, tinged with unchecked hatred. The Fire Phoenix domain is territory of the Western Shu Empire, and the Western Shu Empire is now a traitorous branch of the Black Flame sect. My clan was annihilated by the Western Shu Empire. Ling Canglan looked at him. Hatred is the finest fuel, yet it can also cloud your judgment and lead you down a path of no return. Your goal should not be solely revenge. Su Chen paused. Ling Canglan continued, what I want you to do is not merely kill a few people to vent your anger and call it a day. I want you to seize the entire Fire Phoenix domain for the Holy Sect. Drive the Black Flame sect's forces out of that land. Use the Fire Phoenix domain as your foundation to build your own immortal legacy. Can you do it? Su Chen's body trembled. Revenge is merely venting anger. Forging a legacy that is the mark of a true hero. He snapped his head up, his mind, once clouded by hatred, now crystal clear. Disciple Su Chen accepts the command. I shall conquer the Fire Phoenix domain for the Holy Sect. Chapter 78, The Counterattack. The other disciples stepped forward one after another, each selecting the domain they would venture into. Ling Canglan said nothing more. With a sweep of his sleeve, countless dazzling treasures piled up like mountains before the crowd. Among them were peerless killing array discs for assault, life-saving substitute puppets, and mountains of elixirs and spirit stones. Help yourselves. Once you're done picking, get out. The disciples wasted no time, swiftly dividing the resources among themselves. Ling Canglan waved his hand once more. The void tore open, revealing massive rifts leading to different unknown realms. Go. Remember, the Holy Sect will always stand behind you. But the path ahead is perilous. Whether you become dragons or worms depends entirely on your own destiny. The disciples bowed deeply, without a moment's hesitation, and stepped into the spatial rifts they had chosen. In an instant, Ling Canglan stood alone before the small courtyard. Standing with his hands behind his back, he thought of that army of loyal warriors. The Fate Pill. The Immortal Pill Classic explicitly classified this elixir as a demonic pill. It burns one's divine soul and severs future potential in exchange for a brief, explosive surge in cultivation. Such things he would only use to cultivate cannon fodder. The disciples of the Holy Sect were his true foundation. They must never be tainted by such heretical practices. He no longer recruits his elite warriors from orphans or ordinary monks. Instead, he directly uses foreign slaves captured in war. This was the last shred of decency he allowed himself. He produced a mystical jade map. Luminous points flickered across its surface, clearly delineating the territorial layout of the 700 realms in the southern reaches of the great world of the burning sun. The 100 domains of Yin territory were merely an insignificant corner on the map. A region labeled as barren. Within this vast southern realm, more than one immortal lineage held sway. Even supreme powers, guarded by quasi-immortal kings, held sway. Conquering the Taiyu immortal dynasty was truly just the beginning. Senna Domain. The domain of the Three Talents Immortal Hall. Lan Jin's figure materialized outside a crumbling ancient city. He chose this place for one purpose alone. To rule the Senna domain on behalf of the Holy Sect and destroy the Three Talents Immortal Hall. This was the path he had chosen for himself. His first target was the Go family within the city. According to intelligence, the Go family was notorious throughout the region. They had built their power by slaughtering smaller factions, enslaving cultivators to mine spirit stone veins for them, employing methods of extreme cruelty. The strongest among them was merely an ancient ancestor at the true god realm. A perfect target to strike first. At the city gates, several guards clad in Go family attire blocked his path. Halt! City entry fee 100 low-grade spirit stones. Lan Jin said nothing. He merely took a step forward. A colossal pressure, characteristic of a peak holy sacrifice cultivator, erupted like a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave crashing. The guards didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were crushed into a mist of blood by the overwhelming pressure. On the city walls, the defensive array activated, raising a luminous barrier. Lan Jin paid it no mind. He pressed forward. The city defense array, reputed to withstand the fierce assaults of celestial gods, crumbled before him like paper, shattering silently inch by inch. He recalled the Go family's countless atrocities. The last shred of hesitation in his heart vanished like smoke. Killing you won't dirty my hands. Rusted ancient war chariots held captive over 1,000 cultivators, shackled and their vital energy withered. Lan Jin stood atop the city wall, surveying the scene below. Without a word, he struck out with a palm strike. Boom! The sturdy ancient chariot, along with the cages upon it, was shattered into dust by his single strike. The shackles shattered, and the freed cultivators looked around in bewilderment. Those above the Tongshan realm may follow me. Lan Jin's voice echoed throughout the city. I shall be this city's new master. From within the Go family manor, an elderly man burst forth, unleashing the power of a half-step true god. Who dares to be so insolent? How dare you cause trouble on the Go family's territory? Lan Jin didn't even glance at him, delivering another palm strike with a backhand motion. Noisy. The Go family's senior elder, along with dozens of elite guards behind him, instantly dissolved into a cloud of blood mist. You dare. My Go family is backed by the Sun Image sect, roared the Go family patriarch, a mid-stage true god with his lifespan nearly exhausted, his voice a hollow threat. Lan Jin ignored him. Primordial demonic energy surged, and a colossal black hand, dark enough to blot out the sky, descended from above. Your Go family is cruel and bloodthirsty. Today, I shall mete out divine justice. The colossal palm descended, obliterating the entire Go family estate along with the ancient ancestors' agonized screams. 1,000,000 souls within the city fell silent as if frozen by a bitter chill. Lan Jin proclaimed himself the Marquis of Blazing Fire and renamed the city Blazing Flame City. He vowed to establish a new order, offering sanctuary to all cultivators who obeyed the rules. The long-oppressed Tongshan and Daogong realm cultivators within the city flocked to follow him. Outside the gates of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, the Shi clan's fleet finally arrived. Over 100 pitch-black warships, like a steel continent rising from hell, weighed down the sky. The auras of 3 celestial immortals loomed like 3 primordial demonic mountains, weighing down upon this realm. A small warship broke away from the fleet and flew toward the Sect's mountain gates. A Shi family cultivator at the early stage of sacred sacrifice stepped out, holding a scroll of imperial edict in his hands. He strained his voice, reading aloud in a shrill, piercing tone. By decree of the heavenly immortal patriarch, the Lingxiao Holy Sect clings to its last desperate resistance. Its crimes demand utter annihilation. Within 1 hour, bind yourselves at the mountain gates and surrender the Xianyu domain. Only then may your bodies be spared. After 1 hour, if you refuse to comply, your sect shall be slaughtered. He deliberately emphasized the last 2 words, his voice dripping with undisguised malice and contempt. This was no ultimatum, it was an insult. Sending a mere saint-sacrifice realm junior to deliver the celestial immortal's decree was tantamount to trampling the Lingxiao holy sect's dignity underfoot. This is outrageous. Damned Shi clan. I'll fight them to the death. Command us, holy sovereign. We'll fight to the death. The elders of the holy sect trembled with rage, their fury boiling over. Ji Chen raised his hand, silencing the clamor. His expression was calm, unnervingly calm. This battle determines the future destiny of our holy sect. Defeat means eternal ruin, reduced to rotten flesh torn apart by rival factions. Victory will establish our authority in a single battle, strike fear into the hearts of petty foes, and lay the foundation for our holy sect's eternal legacy. He turned toward the Lingxiao Hall, preparing to seek guidance from the patriarch. A figure clad in green robes had appeared beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. It was Ling Canglan. Chankong, you see things clearly. Ling Canglan's voice echoed. But waiting half an hour to declare war would be giving them too much face. They've put on this display precisely to see us panic, to witness our fear, to revel in the ugly spectacle of our internal squabbles over whether to fight or surrender. He lifted his gaze toward the fleet that obscured the sky. If they want a spectacle, then we'll give them one. Fight. We must fight. But we fight by our own rules. Ling Canglan's voice echoed throughout the entire holy sect. I, the Lingxiao holy sect, declare war upon the Changsheng Stone clan. The battle commences immediately. The moment the words fell, he moved. Ling Canglan stepped forward, his form appearing 10,000 feet above the sect's mountain gates, facing the Shi family fleet from afar. He wielded no magical artifact, merely raising his right hand. The power of the fire Dao gathered in his palm, causing temperatures across the entire Xianyu domain to soar. Kill. No unnecessary words were spoken. The ancient demon spear swung out, unleashing a crimson blade tens of thousands of feet long that tore through the void, striking directly at the Shi family's foremost flagship. Meanwhile, within the holy sect. Roar! 3 million true god death warriors, 10,000 holy sacrifice death warriors, and 500 supreme death warriors unleashed a deafening roaring unison. A black torrent surged skyward from every corner of the holy sect, coalescing into a death legion vast enough to make heaven and earth tremble. It charged toward the Shi family fleet. Gu Xian and Wu Qingxian, commanding the left and right flank armies composed of holy sect disciples, sliced into the Shi family's formation like 2 razor-sharp daggers. The Shi clan was stunned. This wasn't how the script was written. Weren't they supposed to be parading their might while the enemy begged for mercy on bended knees? Why skip the opening lines and go straight for the kill? The smug grin still frozen on the face of the sacred sacrifice cultivator who had just proclaimed the imperial edict was vaporized into nothingness by the residual shockwave from Ling Canglan's spear thrust. The Shi family fleet was caught completely off guard. The foremost warship was cleaved in 2 by crimson blades. Tens of thousands of cultivators aboard were reduced to ashes and towering flames before they could even scream. The Death Guard Legion charged fearlessly into the enemy ranks, unleashing the most primal, bloody slaughter. Though the elders and stewards of the holy sect felt panic in their hearts, the loyalty forged within the phantom spirit array prevented a single one of them from retreating. They summoned their magical treasures, unleashed their divine abilities, and followed the Death Guard Legion, savagely tearing into the enemy's flesh. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the Shi clan had lost over 10 warships, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators perishing on the spot. The entire battlefield became a one-sided slaughterhouse. Just as the Shi clan's formation was thrown into chaos and on the verge of collapse. Chapter 79, One Man Holds the Pass. 3 figures emerged from the Shi clan's fleet palace, towering over the heavens and earth, causing the very laws of the Xianyu domain to wail in lamentation. Celestial Immortals. This was the true foundation of the Immortal clan's audacity to dominate the world. How dare these mere ants challenge the brilliance of the bright moon? Shi Lei, the central elder of the Shi clan, spoke. His voice carried no emotion, sounding like the heavenly Dao delivering judgment. Master of the Thunder Dao, he was the very embodiment of slaughter. The other 2 mid-stage celestial immortal elders stood flanking him, their aura sealing off all escape routes for Ling Canglan. 3 against 1, the advantage is ours. This was the sole thought occupying the minds of the Shi clan's 3 patriarchs at that moment. The battlefield below paused momentarily at the appearance of the 3 patriarchs. Shi family cultivators erupted in frenzied shouts, as if victory were already theirs for the taking. The patriarch is invincible. Crush the Lingxiao holy sect. Ling Canglan waved his hand toward the battlefield below. Keep fighting. Don't stop. Kill. The Deathwing Legion's roar resounded once more. The black torrent of death, without a moment's hesitation, continued its assault upon the Shi clan's warships. Looking for death. Shi Lei spat out the 2 words. With a single stride, his figure soared to the heavens, followed closely by the other 2 celestial immortals. They intended to shift the battlefield beyond the heavens, preventing the aftershocks from damaging their own fleet. Ling Canglan's figure vanished from the spot as well. The vaulted heavens were swept by biting gales, space turbulence raging. Shirley wasted no words and attacked immediately. A massive hammer materialized in his hand, entirely pitch black, coiled with countless thunder serpents. A low-grade immortal artifact. To die by my thunder arts is your honor. The black hammer swung down, carrying the power to shatter stars, crashing toward Ling Canglan's head. Ling Canglan didn't even draw his ancient demon halberd. He merely raised his right hand, finger splayed, to meet the divine hammer. Arrogant! Shirley roared in fury. To block a divine artifact with his bare hands? Has this man lost his mind? Clang! A deafening clang, powerful enough to shatter an emperor's soul, erupted across the 9 heavens. The expected scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere did not materialize. Ling Canglan's hand gripped the black immortal hammer with unwavering steadiness. The hammer's frenzied thunderous energy failed to even tear his skin. Shirley froze solid. An irresistible force surged from the hammer, sending shockwaves through his entire arm. His palm split open, golden immortal blood dripping down. Is that all? Ling Canglan asked. He clenched his fingers. Crack! A distinct crack appeared on the hammerhead of that low-grade immortal artifact, Thunder God's Wrath. Shirley felt as if struck by lightning, his heart aching so intensely he nearly spat blood. Attack together. The other 2 mid-stage celestial immortal elders reacted instantly, closing in from both flanks. 2 low-grade immortal swords, equally potent, transformed into venomous dragons, striking toward Ling Canglan's vital points. Now this is more like it. Ling Canglan released the black hammer and drew his weapon in a swift backhand motion. The ancient demon spear materialized in his grasp. A terrifying aura far surpassing that of a low-grade immortal artifact instantly enveloped the battlefield beyond the heavens. A mid-grade immortal artifact. The minds of the Shur clan's 3 patriarchs buzzed. Ling Canglan gave them no time to recover from their shock, casually sweeping the ancient demon spear left and right. Clang! Clang! 2 crisp clangs rang out. The 2 immortal swords shattered like rotten wood, shards flying everywhere. The 2 mid-stage celestial immortal elders were struck by the spear's immense force, their chests caved in, spewing golden blood as they flew backward. 1 strike, 2 heavenly immortals gravely wounded. How could they possibly fight on? Below, the battlefield had reached a fever pitch. Though the Deadpool Legion fought with fearless ferocity, the Shur clan's profound heritage proved formidable. Their spearhead formation, composed of dozens of Supreme Dao Emperors, was utterly unstoppable. They reaped the lives of the Holy Sacrifice Realm warriors as easily as slicing through melons and vegetables. The Holy Sect's Emperor-level experts were too few in number, completely overwhelmed. We can't let them advance any further. A blood-soaked Supreme Realm warrior of the Holy Sect glanced toward the direction of the Sect's mountain gates behind him. There, countless young disciples watched the battle unfold. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. For the Holy Sect. He abandoned all defense, charging like a meteor toward a Stone Family Emperor Realm powerhouse who was slaughtering enemies left and right. Boom! The self-detonation of a Supreme Realm powerhouse unleashed terrifying force. The Stone Family Emperor's savage grin hadn't even faded before he was completely engulfed by the raging energy storm. When the light faded, he stood charred black, one arm gone, his aura utterly depleted. His face was frozen in disbelief. A Supreme Realm cultivator had cost him half his life? This was only the beginning. For the Holy Sect. Kill! One after another, Supreme-level assassins charged toward the lofty Stone Family Emperors. They transformed their divine souls and lives into the most dazzling fireworks. Boom! 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 The deafening roar of explosions echoed relentlessly. The Stone Clan's great emperors were stunned into disbelief. They had never witnessed such a frenzied army. This wasn't warfare, it was a desperate sacrifice. Even the death soldiers below the Holy Sacrifice Realm launched suicidal charges, using their flesh and blood to halt the Shur clan's advance, creating opportunities for the Supreme Master's self-destruction. The disciples of the Holy Sect witnessed this scene from within the Phantom Spirit Array. Countless eyes were filled with tears. They witnessed what it meant to protect and what it meant to sacrifice. That fearless spirit, that utter disregard for death, was etched into the very bones of every one of them. The shockwaves of this earth-shattering battle had already reverberated throughout the entire Taiyu immortal dynasty, and even beyond. The commoner prince's mansion. Yi Jingyun stood atop a towering building, gazing toward the direction of the Xianyu domain. The celestial guardian beside him wore an expression of unprecedented gravity. Your Highness, this Ling Canglan is a ruthless man. That army, they're nothing short of madmen. Taiyu Imperial Capital, Golden Throne Hall. Listening to the messenger's battle report below, the Taiyu Emperor slumped in his dragon throne, letting out a maniacal laugh. It's over. All is lost. The 10 realms are fracturing, the Imperial House is collapsing. I have failed the late Emperor. Deep within the forbidden chambers of the 3 Talents Immortal Hall, within the Hall of the Lord of the Underworld, an ancient presence stirred from slumber. A variable, a major variable. Transmit my decree, reassess the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Perhaps we can discuss matters. In the more distant, unknown realms, the thoughts of supreme beings intertwined. A mid-grade immortal artifact, the Way of Fire, and that fearless army. Interesting. The heavens of the Taiyu immortal dynasty are about to change. Above the 9 heavens. Shirley stared at his 2 gravely wounded comrades, then at the shattered thunder god's hammer in his hand. A surge of humiliation and fury shot straight to his crown. He, a late-stage celestial immortal and master of the Way of Thunder, had been driven to this point by some unknown upstart. You've succeeded in enraging me. Shirley let out a piercing howl to the heavens, his dark hair whipping wildly. His aura surged relentlessly, boundless thunderborn from the void coalescing behind him. A monstrous beast, formed from billions of bolts of lightning, slowly took shape. Under the thunder arts, all beings shall perish. Shirley unleashed his ultimate trump card, the supreme treasure technique that had made his name. Billions of lightning threads wove into a celestial net, sealing off the entire void, intent on completely refining Ling Canglan. The other 2 celestial immortals forced down their injuries and struck again, providing support from the flanks. The decisive battle reached its most critical juncture. Ling Canglan held the ancient demonic spear, his face still bearing that unruffled expression. He merely raised his other hand. A golden flame pulsed in his palm. In the next instant, the entire battlefield beyond the heavens transformed into a sea of golden flames. Chapter 80, Overpowering the Shi Clan. The golden sea of flames consumed everything. The monstrous beast, forged from billions of thunderbolts, melted away like ice before the golden flames, not even uttering a wail. The thunderous formation, woven like a celestial net, was scorched through, gaping holes appearing one after another until it lay shattered and torn. Shirley's pride and joy, his supreme treasure technique, became a laughingstock. No! Shirley let out a shrill scream of disbelief, his very core trembling. He felt his thunder Dao, before that sea of golden flames, was as insignificant as a servant. Ling Canglan emerged from the flames, ancient demonic spear in hand, and scathed. He uttered not a single word. He merely flicked the ancient demon spear in his hand toward Shirley. The ancient demon spear transformed into a crimson-black streak of light, piercing through the void. Shirley's heart shattered in terror as he raised his already cracked thunder god's hammer to shield himself. This was his life-bound immortal artifact, bound to his very soul. Crack! The Thunder God's hammer, that low-grade immortal artifact that had accompanied Shirley through countless ages, was instantly pierced by the ancient demon spear and shattered into countless fragments. Put! Shirley spat out a mouthful of golden primordial immortal blood, his aura plummeting precipitously. He was terrified. Terrified beyond measure. He burned his own essence, transforming into a bolt of lightning, attempting to tear through space and flee. The bolt of lightning, already fleeing billions of miles away, abruptly halted. A battle spear, enveloped in flames and demonic energy, thrust out from the void, striking the core of the lightning bolt with pinpoint accuracy. Shirley's true spirit and life essence were annihilated in a single strike. A late-stage celestial immortal, a master of the Way of Thunder, and one of the ancient patriarchs of the Changsheng Stone Clan. Fallen. The other 2 mid-stage celestial immortal patriarchs were utterly dumbfounded. Their souls nearly fled their bodies as they scrambled and crawled away in opposite directions. The peak patriarchs of the Shi Clan won't let you off. One of them still shouted defiantly, though his words betrayed his inner fear. Ling Canglan paid him no mind. His figure flickered, closing in on one of them. The ancient demon spear swept out. The fusion of fire and demonic power coalesced into a grinding wheel, pulverizing the mid-stage celestial immortal ancestor and his immortal artifact into cosmic dust. Having done this, Ling Canglan halted his steps. He did not pursue the last one. Leaving a survivor to report back would prove more useful than slaughtering them all. He turned, took a single stride, and returned to the skies above the battlefield of Xianyue Domain. The carnage below raged on. The Holy Sect's legion of death-defying warriors was nearly wiped out. Yet the spearhead formation of several dozen Extreme Dao Emperors from the Shi Clan continued to charge relentlessly. The Holy Sect's elders were forced into retreat, suffering heavy casualties. Ling Canglan surveyed the scene from above. He raised his hand. A colossal palm of flame, vast enough to cover the entire battlefield, descended from the heavens. This colossal palm. It precisely avoided all cultivators clad in Holy Sect robes, bypassing the elders fighting fiercely amidst the bloodshed. Then, it slammed down. Boom! The arrogant Stone Clan emperors, the Stone Clan sovereigns still grinning savagely. Under the single blow, they were vaporized along with their very souls. The entire battlefield fell deathly silent. Every cultivator of the Shi Clan froze in their tracks, staring blankly at the sky. Their heavenly immortal patriarch was dead. Their emperor-level powerhouse had been obliterated with a single slap. How could this battle possibly continue? Those who surrender shall become slaves of our holy sect and live. Ling Canglan's voice echoed across the battlefield. Kill! Ji Chen and Tian Lingshu roared, leading the holy sect disciples in their final charge. This war, once a fierce and bloody struggle, has now become a one-sided mop-up operation. After the battle, Ji Changkong approached Ling Canglan, his voice hoarse. Ancestor! In this battle, 47 elders of our holy sect's inner circle perished, 7 at the Emperor Realm and 40 at the Supreme Realm. 980 outer sect elders perished.
Over 9,700 true God Realm stewards perished. Of the heavenly God Realm disciples, not 1 in 10 survived. The Death Guard Legion, only 16 Supreme Realm members remain. The disciples of the Holy Sect gazed upon the ravaged mountain gates and their fallen comrades lying in pools of blood.
Many wept uncontrollably.
Ling Canglan's expression remained unchanged.
"What are you crying for?"
His voice was cold. In the immortal path, the weak are prey to the strong.
Weakness is an original sin.
Today we prevailed, so only a few of us perished.
Had we lost, the entire holy sect, the entire Xianhua domain, would have been erased from existence, not a single bone fragment left behind.
Your tears are worthless. Burn today's fear, today's grief and rage, into your very souls.
Then go train. Go grow stronger.
Trampling the Sure clan beneath our feet is merely the beginning. All the disciples stopped their weeping. They watched Ling Canglan's retreating figure as the sorrow and fear within them transformed into a searing flame.
Ling Canglan glanced back at Ji Chen.
The losses are heavy, but those who survived have changed their Dao hearts.
Before long, the holy sect will produce even more formidable individuals. The rise of any power is always paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. We have earned that right.
He said no more, his figure vanishing from the spot.
Golden Yuan Domain.
A mountain peak known as the Reclining Dragon Fortress. This place was once the most notorious bandit stronghold within 10,000 li, ruled by a ruthless outlaw at the initial stage of the sacred sacrifice realm. Now, seated in the main hall of the stronghold was a youth clad in coarse hemp robes.
None other than Ye Chen, the nominal disciple of Ling Canglan.
Days prior, he had single-handedly taken down the entire Wolong fortress with his sword, nailing the former chieftain to the wall.
Hundreds of thousands of fierce bandits had surrendered without exception. A junior leader rushed into the main hall. "Chief! Earth-shattering news!
News from the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, the Lingxiao Holy Sect and the Changshengshi clan have clashed. They say the battle shook the heavens and earth, even causing celestial immortals to fall."
Ye Chen sat bolt upright.
After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled.
"Transmit my orders.
From this day forward, Wulong Fortress shall be renamed the Wulong Empire. I, Ye Chen, shall be the ruler of this empire. We have but one goal." He rose to his feet, his voice echoing throughout the entire mountain stronghold. "Every member of the Sure clan, every Sure merchant caravan, every Sure vassal force, plunder them to death, slaughter them to the last man. Use the blood of the Sure clan to forge the foundation of our empire. One day, we shall storm the Sure clan's ancestral lands and seize control of the entire Golden Yuan domain."
Hundreds of thousands of fierce bandits froze in shock before erupting into deafening cheers.
Chaotic times were the perfect stage for men like them. A storm brewing from the lowest ranks began to quietly gather strength.
News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty.
2 of the Sure clan's 3 heavenly immortals were slain, while the 3rd fled, gravely wounded.
This news exploded like a bombshell, stunning every faction. The commoner prince's mansion. As Ye Jingyun listened to the Guardian's report, the teacup in his hand silently crumbled to dust. This Lingxiao Holy Sect, they've been hiding their true strength far too well. Issue the order, elevate the Holy Sect's threat level to maximum. All previously prepared countermeasures are null and void.
In the Hall of the Nether King and the Hall of the 3 Talents Immortals. Within the forbidden depths of these immortal realms, once rivaling the Sure clan in prestige, ancient entities stirred from slumber.
They issued similar decrees.
Prepare lavish gifts and dispatch envoys to the Xianyu domain to congratulate the Holy Sect on its great victory.
Chapter 81, Storm Clouds Gathering.
The 5th branch of the Black Flame Sect. Within the branch headquarters, a man whose face was covered in eerie black patterns listened to his subordinate's report. "Master, a formidable figure has emerged from the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty. Ling Canglan, the ancient ancestor of the Lingxiao Holy Sect, single-handedly eliminated the Stone family's celestial immortal." The man with the black markings toyed with a skull in his hand, never looking up. "Those useless old fools of the Sure family? Let them die. What's interesting is that Lingxiao Holy Sect." He paused, as if weighing something. "However, our war with the Eastern Raider Empire has reached its most critical juncture. Within a century, we must conquer all of Dongko. That is the Grand Headquarters' absolute command. As for the muddy waters over at the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty, let them wade through it themselves. Issue the order, monitor closely, but refrain from any unnecessary actions. Once we've dealt with the Eastern Raiders, the entire Taiyu Immortal Dynasty along with that Lingxiao Holy Sect will become fertile ground under the divine radiance of our supreme leader."
Understood. The subordinate acknowledged the order and withdrew.
Silence returned to the Grand Hall, broken only by the sound of a skull spinning between his fingertips.
Half a year after the Great Battle, the entire Taiyu Immortal Dynasty descended into utter chaos.
The Sure clan, severely weakened, retreated into seclusion, no longer possessing the strength to counterbalance the commoner prince's mansion.
Ye Jingyun's influence swelled like an inflated balloon, expanding wildly. In just half a year, the commoner prince's mansion had annexed 4 domains previously unclaimed by any immortal faction.
Along the border of the Sangha domain, they erected a colossal fortress spanning heaven and earth. 1,000,000 troops were arrayed, their blades pointed directly at the imperial capital of Taiyu. Within the Golden Throne Hall of Taiyu Imperial City, the Taiyu Emperor, clad in imperial robes and crowned with regalia, slumped lifelessly upon the dragon throne, his face ashen. The hall was utterly empty. Just 3 days prior, the last 2 heavenly immortal ancestors of the imperial family had absconded with the final remnants of the treasury, tearing through the void to flee. The imperial realm and supreme realm revered elders had long since vanished without a trace. Within the imperial capital, families and cultivators of all ranks who could flee had already done so. The vast imperial city had become an empty shell. A minister, his hair and beard entirely white, shuffled tremulously into the grand hall. He was the empire's high priest and the sole individual who had not fled. "Your Majesty." Emperor Taiyu lifted his head, his eyes vacant. "High priest, you too should depart. The armies of the commoner prince's domain will reach the city gates within 10 days at most." The high priest shook his head and knelt beside him. "This old servant shall accompany your Majesty to the underworld." The Emperor of Taiyu gave a bitter laugh, his voice thick with despair and self-mockery. "What was the purpose of my life? In the end, I've lost everyone's loyalty, my kingdom lies in ruins, and my family is destroyed." He gazed at the empty hall, murmuring to himself. The Taiyu Immortal Dynasty ends today. This imperial dynasty, which had ruled the 10 realms of Taiyu for countless ages, met its end in a manner no one could have foreseen. The political landscape of the Taiyu 10 realms was completely reshuffled. The commoner's mansion had become the undisputed strongest power. The Shi clan, having lost 2 heavenly immortals and now forced to constantly guard against the Lingxiao holy sect of the Shenyue domain and the Wulong Empire stirring up trouble in the Jinyuan domain, had no choice but to abandon their ambitions for regional dominance and fully transition into a strategy of retreat. Some opportunistic factions began realigning their allegiances. The relatively well-established Nether King's Hall proactively submitted a letter of surrender to the Shi clan, pledging eternal allegiance to the Hanyu domain and recognition of the Shi clan as their sovereign. The slightly weaker 3 Talents Immortal Hall, however, chose to align with the rapidly rising commoner prince's mansion, becoming a vassal under Yi Jingyun's banner. An uneasy equilibrium took shape across the entire Taiyu 10 domains. The commoner's royal house and the Shi clan stood in distant confrontation, one in the south, the other in the north. Everyone knew this equilibrium was only temporary. A decisive battle to determine the ultimate fate of the 10 realms was brewing. Within a small courtyard on the 9-li Immortal Isle, Ling Canglan sat cross-legged. Before him, an ancient alchemy furnace floated in midair. As his fingertips shifted through intricate hand seals, strands of golden flame precisely regulated the furnace's internal temperature. Since mastering the complete fire Dao, his alchemical prowess had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he could effortlessly refine elixirs below the immortal grade. Even true immortal grade elixirs occasionally succeeded in 1 or 2 batches. Over the past half year, he had nearly depleted the majority of the medicinal reserves in the Holy Sect's treasury, refining pills with frenzied intensity. Mountains of pills were continuously sent back to the Holy Sect to enhance the strength of surviving disciples and elders, replenishing the immense losses incurred after the war. Still not enough medicinal ingredients. Ling Canglan stowed away his alchemy furnace and retrieved an ancient jade slip. The immortal art of refining artifacts. Pills could only enhance individual cultivation. A sect's strength also required formidable war preparations. His plan was to forge true immortal grade warships and battle chariots, transforming the entire Lingxiao holy sect into a mobile war fortress. Beyond alchemy and artifact research, he devoted most of his time to comprehending that quasi-immortal king-grade cultivation technique. The Great Thousand Sword Formation. At this moment, he had already attained a minor level of mastery over this sword formation. He could now command 10 flying swords simultaneously, wielding power sufficient to challenge a half-step true immortal. The problem was, he had no swords. Or rather, he lacked 10 swords of immortal grade quality. This was like trying to assemble a full set in a game from his past life. He had the blueprints, the skill level was maxed out, but he lacked the materials. Even the Shengshi family, a powerhouse with an inheritance stretching back countless ages, could only scrape together fewer than 10 low-grade immortal artifacts after being thoroughly plundered. The Holy Sect's reserves were even thinner. This was quite an awkward predicament. Ling Canglan waved his hand, dispelling the sword shadows, abandoning any further pursuit of this path. You have to take things one step at a time. Refining artifacts was something he couldn't tackle just yet. He turned his attention to the ancient alchemy furnace instead. Compared to the elusive and ethereal immortal weapon formations, tangible elixirs offered a more direct path. And the newly formed Legion of the Dead was a veritable gold-devouring beast. Ling Canglan flicked his finger, sending a wisp of golden flame into the furnace. The immediate priority was to bolster the sect's overall strength. At the very least, they couldn't afford to exhaust their resources like they had against the Shi family. Just as he was focused on alchemy, a seductive figure appeared outside the small courtyard. It was Meiji.
Her intelligence network now spanned the entire Taiyu 10 domains and extended even further. Ancestor.
Mei Ji's voice carried a hint of gravity.
There's been an incident in the 100 domains of Yen.
Over the past half year, several colossal spirit stone veins have emerged out of nowhere within the 100 domains. The concentration of spiritual energy across the entire region has surged to over 3 times its previous levels. Ling Canglan's hand controlling the furnace fire did not pause for even a moment.
Continue. I've consulted some ancient texts. They contain scattered records stating that in the primordial era, Yan's lands were once a sacred realm for cultivation.
Later, for reasons unknown, it fell into decline. Mei Ji's tone grew increasingly troubled. I fear this revival of Yen territory may attract the covetous eyes of even more powerful forces. Ordinary spirit stone veins might be manageable, but if immortal stone veins or ancient ruins were to surface, even the supreme powers beyond the Taiyu immortal dynasty would be stirred.
Chapter 82, 20 Years of Change. Ling Canglan finally paused his movements.
He stowed away his alchemy furnace and poured himself a cup of tea.
Your concern is well-founded. Mei Ji bowed, awaiting the patriarch's instructions.
In her view, this was a massive potential crisis that demanded advanced planning and countermeasures.
Ling Canglan, however, responded with a casual remark. No need for worry.
Mei Ji paused in surprise.
Ling Canglan sipped his tea and spoke slowly.
We'll meet force with force and water with earth. If they wish to come, let them come.
Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one later.
His voice was calm, yet radiated a powerful confidence that reassured Mei Ji. As if nothing in this world could ever trouble him. 20 years passed, but in the long lifespans of cultivators, it was but the blink of an eye.
Ling Canglan secluded himself for 20 years.
He entrusted all sect affairs to Ji Chen, devoting himself entirely to comprehending the 3 enlightenment stones. The way of the void, the way of the sword, and the great way of wind. On the day he emerged from seclusion. With a mere flick of his wrist, a gentle breeze stirred through the small courtyard. Within that breeze lay the essence of the Dao. He had successfully mastered the complete way of wind. Now, he bore the complete Dao laws of both fire and wind.
Within the heavenly immortal realm, a cultivator who mastered 2 Dao paths could easily crush peers who only mastered 1.
His combat prowess now approached the level of a true immortal. Simultaneously, bolstered by the chaos contemplation diagram, his divine soul power continued to refine, laying a solid foundation for future mastery of the more profound Dao of void and Dao of sword. This is the core confidence that sustains the Holy Sect through all storms. Over these past 20 years, the transformations within the Lingxiao Holy Sect had been equally earth-shattering. The small immortal stone vein Ling Canglan had brought back had been completely mined dry. The vast quantities of immortal stones, combined with the mountains of elixirs Ling Canglan had left behind before his seclusion, have propelled the Holy Sect's strength into an explosive surge. Thousands of new cultivators have reached the sacred sacrifice realm. Nearly 100 supreme realm powerhouses have also emerged. The post-war gap in combat strength was completely filled. Ji Chen did not disappoint Ling Canglan's expectations. He firmly established control over the 100 domains of Yen, encouraged commerce and trade, and implemented policies of recuperation and restoration. Under his stewardship, the entire 100 domains region blossomed with renewed vitality. A steady stream of resources flowed into the Holy Sect through a network of merchant ships crisscrossing the realms. Ling Canglan personally rebuilt an even larger army of mercenaries. This force was secretly stationed within a hidden city in the Fenglan domain, becoming the Holy Sect's trump card concealed in the shadows. The entire Lingxiao Holy Sect had recovered from its post-war weakness and returned to a path of aggressive expansion. The tranquil days were shattered in the autumn of the 20th year. The commoner prince's mansion. Yujinjian personally led a 1,000,000-strong army, launching a brutal invasion into the Sango domain from the southern tip of the Taiyu 10 domains. He declared to the entire immortal dynasty that he would replace the Taiyu imperial house and become the new master of these lands. The Chongqing Stone clan, long cowering in the north, refused to be outdone. They poured out in full force, preempting the commoner prince's forces to forcibly seize 1/3 of the Sango domain. The once mighty Taiyu imperial house offered not even a ripple of resistance. The vast imperial capital became a ghost town. The Taiyu emperor took his own life in the Golden Throne Hall. Thus ended the dynasty that had ruled the 10 realms of Taiyu for countless ages. The commoner prince's mansion and the Shi clan divided the final legacy of the Taiyu immortal dynasty, establishing a north-south standoff. Everyone understood this standoff was only temporary. Once they had fully assimilated their newly conquered territories, their next target would inevitably be the most troublesome thorn wedged between them. The Lingxiao Holy Sect. Deep within a desolate ancient ruin in the 100 domains of Yen, a woman clad in tattered garments awoke from her meditation. Her aura had surged to the peak of true godhood. Tang Yiru. Once the sacred maiden of the Tang family, renowned for their immortality, she possessed the rare Triplean sacred physique. Ever since the Tang clan's downfall 20 years prior, she had been relentlessly hunted by the commoner-born royal house. For 2 decades, she had lived in hiding, a fugitive like a stray dog.
Yet misfortune had brought unexpected blessings. Each life or death crisis had shattered her shackles, allowing her to break through her limitations. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Gone were the traces of her former delicate beauty and innocence, replaced only by the resilience and coldness forged by the years. She knew all too well that even with her current strength, she still had no place to call home within the vast expanse of the Taiyu 10 realms. Neither the commoner prince's mansion nor the Shi clan would ever let go of her, a cauldron possessing a unique physique. Her only hope lay with the Lingxiao Holy Sect, the very force that had once single-handedly crushed the Shi family into submission. Having made up her mind, Tang Yura hesitated no longer. She had heard that the Lingxiao Holy Sect, seeking to expand its strength, had established branch academies across various regions to recruit disciples. Passing the entrance exam would grant her status as a branch disciple. Should her potential prove exceptional, she might even be selected for the main sect. She would try her luck. Tang Yura's figure vanished within the ruins, racing swiftly toward the Canglan domain. Golden Yuan Domain, ancient city of Nayland. Su Chen stood at the bow of the flying vessel, his hemp robe fluttering fiercely in the gale force winds. Transmit my command. His voice carried clearly to the ears of the dark mass of hundreds of thousands of fierce bandits behind him. Plunder every last possession of the Shi family. Execute every traitor within their ranks. But one thing, no indiscriminate slaughter of ordinary cultivators or commoners within the city. Whoever dares disobey shall be executed without mercy. He led the charge, transforming into a streak of sword light and charging toward the majestic ancient city. Kill! The Wulong Empire army, composed of hundreds of thousands of fierce bandits, surged into the city like a floodgate opened, roaring with fury. The garrison forces of the ancient city showed no inclination to resist. Over the past 2 decades, the Wulong Empire had earned a fearsome reputation for relentlessly targeting the Shi clan with cunning and brutal tactics, attacking like rabid dogs. Moreover, the moment the city lord saw the empire's banner, he had already fled with his valuables. The collapse of the defense was swift and overwhelming. This siege was less a battle than an organized armed raid. 20 years had passed, and Su Chen's Wulong Empire had grown to encompass 2 Emperor Realm cultivators, 14 Supreme Realm cultivators, and over 40 Sacred Sacrifice Realm cultivators. Such strength was insignificant against a colossus like the Stone family. Yet they clung like stubborn scabs to the Shi family's rear, employing the most primitive guerrilla tactics to harass relentlessly and bleed them dry, becoming an incurable affliction the Shi family could not shake. Shi clan ancestral lands. Within the Grand Council Hall, the Shi clan patriarch, upon hearing news of defeat in the Golden Yuan domain, smashed a 10,000-year-old mystic jade table into dust in a fit of rage. This is outrageous. A bunch of bandits, a motley crew of rabble, dare to run wild over my Shi family. He roared furiously, preparing to order the vassal imperial clans the Zhang and Han families to muster their entire forces to annihilate the dragon-lying empire. Chapter 83, Siege of the Holy Sect. Clan Chief, hold your horses. A voice spoke up. In the corner of the grand hall, a scholar plump as a ball sat leisurely gnawing on a roasted chicken. Wiping his greasy hands, he interjected. A mere band of vermin hardly worth mentioning. Let them make a fuss, they won't stir up much trouble. Our foremost concern now is the commoner prince's mansion. The plump scholar tore off a chicken leg and continued speaking with his mouth full. We've only devoured a third of that juicy piece of meat in Sangha domain. That bastard Yi Jingyun won't let it go easily. Letting a few bandits distract us isn't worth the cost. The Shi clan chief's chest heaved, but he finally suppressed his anger. He conceded the fat man was right. Then let those bandits live a few more days. Our Shi clan dared challenge the Taiyu immortal dynasty for the throne. Had it not been for a traitor, we wouldn't be reduced to a mere noble house today. A puny Wulong Empire? Once we've settled our major affairs, it'll be crushed in the blink of an eye. Their strategy had been flawed from the start, completely underestimating that makeshift operation. Jolie Immortal Isle, a small courtyard. Ling Canglan emerged from seclusion. No earth-shattering phenomena emerged, only a thought. Within 3 feet of his body, the void rippled with an imperceptibly faint disturbance. An invisible domain field expanded, enveloping him completely. Within this domain, his speed and strength were amplified tenfold, while his aura vanished without a trace. The way of the void. He had mastered this profound path. The sole drawback was that this technique consumed celestial energy at an alarming rate. With his current cultivation, he could sustain it for no more than 10 minutes. But it was enough. Whether for assassination or escape, it was an ace up his sleeve. He flipped his hand to produce a newly acquired alchemy furnace, a low-grade immortal artifact purchased at great expense from outside using resources gathered by his disciples through their rampages across various realms. The furnace flames surged upward. He poured in the various divine metals and sacred irons he had prepared for so long. 10 sword blanks slowly took shape under his control. Each one was a top-tier low-grade immortal artifact, just a hair's breadth away from becoming a mid-grade immortal artifact. The Great Thousand Sword Array was no longer merely a theoretical concept. His combat prowess had ascended to an entirely new level. Lingxiao Holy Sect, Main Peak Hall. Ji Chen stared at the latest intelligence presented by Meiji, his entire being plunging into an icy abyss. The report stated that several small-scale skirmishes had erupted along the border of the Sangha domain between the Sher clan and the commoner prince's mansion, with both sides claiming victories. But another piece of intelligence sent a chill down his spine. High-ranking officials from both sides had held a secret meeting. They reached an understanding. Before the final ownership of the Taiyu 10 domains was decided, they would join forces to eliminate the most troublesome thorn in their side, the Lingxiao Holy Sect. Ji Chen's hands trembled. He began to assess the strength of both sides. The Sher clan possessed 3 celestial immortals of their own, and with the king of the Underworld's Hall having voluntarily pledged allegiance, their total now reached 6. The commoner prince's mansion commanded 6 celestial immortals and had taken the 3 talents Immortal Hall as a subordinate, totaling 9 celestial immortals. 15 celestial immortals. This did not include the vast numbers of Emperor Realm and Supreme Immortals under their command, far exceeding those of the Holy Sect. Meanwhile, the Lingxiao Holy Sect had only one heavenly immortal, their patriarch. Emperor Realm experts, including the newly ascended ones, number less than 20. How could they possibly win this battle? What's more, the intelligence report concluded with a chilling detail: the 5th branch of the Black Flame sect had gradually gained the upper hand in their war against the Eastern Raider Empire. That was a colossal force backed by a true immortal. Once they free their hands, their hunger for territory will transform them into even more terrifying ravenous wolves. Internal strife and external threats surrounded on all sides. Ji Chen felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. Ji Chen's footsteps felt light and unsteady as he stepped into the small courtyard. The jade slip of intelligence in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, crushing his breath. Within the courtyard, Ling Canglan sat cross-legged, 10 gleaming new swords suspended before him. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the blade of one sword. Zheng. The sword's resonance rang clear and piercing, like the roar of a dragon. Ancestor. Ji Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves as he presented the jade slip. Ancestor, the Sher clan and the commoner prince's mansion, they have joined forces. Today, at the 3 Talents Immortal Hall in the Senna domain, they proclaimed it to the world. They've summoned all imperial clans and sacred lands within the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty to form a coalition army. They intend to wage war against our holy sect. Their pretext is that we are a demonic sect bringing chaos to Yen territory. The commoner prince's mansion has deployed a lower-grade immortal artifact class warship. The Sher clan has even unleashed their long-imprisoned ancient divine demon, a 3,000 li long kung-shaped creature, to intimidate the smaller factions. He finished in one breath, his chest heaving violently as he braced for the patriarch's thunderous wrath or solemn response. Ling Canglan picked up a sword, examining the cold gleam dancing upon its blade as sunlight struck it. 15 heavenly immortals, correct? He asked. Ji Chen stiffened abruptly, nodding with difficulty. Yes. That's what the intelligence reports indicate. Ling Canglan sheathed the sword and rose to his feet. He walked up to Ji Chen and patted his shoulder. Chen, do you think a flock of sheep, no matter how numerous, could ever pose a threat to a tiger? Ji Chen froze. What kind of analogy was this? Those were 15 celestial immortals, not 15 pigs. But Ancestor, we only have you as our celestial immortal. The power gap is 2. Who told you we only have 1 celestial immortal? Ling Canglan retorted. Ji Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Senna domain, 3 Talents Immortal Hall. The vast plaza teemed with people, a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. Nearly every influential faction within the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty had gathered. Upon the high platform, Ye Chen stood clad in imperial robes, his imposing presence commanding attention. Beside him, the Stone Clan patriarch wore a sullen expression, yet an unmistakable smugness shone through. The Lingxiao Holy Sect, acting against Heaven's will, breeds death servants and slaughters the innocent, truly a cancer upon the immortal path. Today, the Commoner's Royal House and the Changxingshi clan, acting in accordance with Heaven's will, unite to vanquish this beast and restore a clear and bright world to the 100 realms of Yen. Yu Jinjian's voice, amplified by magical power, echoed across the land. No sooner had the words left his lips than the massive warship behind him, so vast it obscured the sky, fired. The cannon at its prow blazed with terrifying light, unleashing a pillar of energy that pierced the heavens, tearing a gaping hole through the clouds. The might of a divine artifact was truly terrifying. The Stone Clan chieftain sneered coldly, crushing a jade talisman in his hand. Roar! From the farthest edge of the sky came a soul-shaking roar. An unimaginably colossal creature broke through the sea of clouds, revealing but the tip of its iceberg. The colossal shadow, shaped like a koan fish, cast a shadow that plunged the entire 3 Talents Immortal Hall into gloom. Countless cultivators turned deathly pale, their legs trembling. Some collapsed outright, collapsing to the ground. All who obey the edicts of our 2 families and join the campaign shall be rewarded according to their merits after the war, sharing in the 10,000-year treasures of the Holy Sect. Those who defy and resist to the bitter end. Ye Jingyun's words trailed off, but the reactivated cannons on the celestial warship and the annihilating aura emanating from the divine beast in the sky spoke volumes. We pledge obedience to the commands of His Majesty and the clan chief. The ruler of one sacred land was the first to kneel. The dominoes had begun to fall. We obey your command. A thunderous chorus erupted as countless figures knelt, heads bowed low to the ground. They all understood clearly, the demon sect and the chaos were mere pretexts. This was merely intimidation before the feast of division. If you didn't join in the feast, you would become the meat in someone else's bowl. Chapter 84, Standing or Falling with the Holy Sect. Cold Moon Domain, the ancient royal house of the Gu clan. Within the Grand Council chamber, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Obey the decree, what else can we do? They possess immortal artifact warships and primordial divine demons. What does our Wang clan have to oppose them? Bull. Obeying the decree means becoming cannon fodder. Can't you see? They're using our lives to drain the Lingxiao Holy Sect's reserves. At least cannon fodder has a sliver of hope. Disobey, and tomorrow our clan will be annihilated. The clamor of arguments filled the air. Just then, a frail, aged figure emerged from the rear of the hall, leaning heavily on a cane. Silence. All the royal clan elders rose to their feet and bowed deeply. Greetings, Ancestor. The patriarch's face was paler than death. The supreme ancestor passed away in meditation an hour ago. The words plunged the entire hall into deathly silence. Before his passing, the supreme patriarch burned his last ounce of vitality to cast a divination for our Wang clan. The patriarch's voice was hoarse. The oracle foretells, engage in battle, and the clan shall be annihilated. Every present soul sucked in a sharp breath, chill running through their bones. A trembling elder stammered, then what are we to do? A resolute glint flashed in the ancient ancestor's cloudy eyes. Transmit my command, the Wang clan will not obey the imperial decree. Effective immediately, the entire clan shall relocate, abandoning all ancestral holdings, and seek refuge under the Marquis of Hangshan. The Marquis of Hangshan? Someone voiced the question. Wasn't that just a minor faction that recently emerged in the Cold Moon Domain? I heard the Marquis, Lingyu, is only at the early stage of the Holy Sacrifice cultivation level. The Supreme Ancestor's divination also foretold that this man holds the key to breaking the stalemate. Our Wang clan is placing our bet. Canglan Domain, Lingxiao Holy Sect Branch Academy. Tang Yiro had just concluded a brutal duel. Covered in wounds, she managed to defeat her opponent and secured the final spot for promotion to the inner sect. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard approached her, extending a bottle of pills. Well done. The old man was the head of the branch academy. Thank you, Dean. Tang Yiru accepted the pill with respectful deference. I have submitted your name for recommendation to the inner sect of the Holy Sect. The old man stated. Tang Yiru's body trembled slightly, a flicker of joy appearing on her face. For the past 20 years, she had dreamed of entering the main headquarters of the Holy Sect, gaining access to more powerful cultivation techniques and resources to avenge her clan. However, the old man shifted his tone. Before you go, there's something you must know. He relayed the news of the Sher clan and the Commoner Prince's court joining forces to attack the Holy Sect, telling Tang Yiro everything exactly as it was. That is the situation. The Holy Sect now faces its greatest crisis in 10,000 years. Entering the inner sect means you will be drawn into this war, a battle where 9 out of 10 die. This is your final chance to choose. You may stay here and continue your cultivation at the branch academy. No one will blame you. This is not shameful, it is only human. The old man finished speaking and watched her silently. Tang Yiru fell silent. She recalled the past 20 years, days spent being hunted like a dog. She recalled the nights spent teetering on the edge of life and death. It was the Lingxiao Holy Sect branch that had taken her in, offering her a place to call home and the hope of vengeance. She lifted her head, the scars on her face adding a grimace to her resolute features. Dean. A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. This life of mine was saved by the Holy Sect. Now that the Holy Sect faces peril, if I retreat, how am I any different from beasts? I must join the inner sect. I will join the battle. Golden Yuan Domain. The battle cries shook the heavens. The combined forces of the Zhang and Han imperial clans were being driven back step by an army armed with crude weapons but fighting with cunning tactics. Report. Your Imperial Majesty, the Han clan's 3rd Legion's defenses have been breached. They abandoned a third of their supplies and retreated in disarray for 300 li. Inside the command tent, Shan Hong studied the battle situation on a massive sand table. Hearing the report, he didn't even lift his head. A bunch of incompetents. Sure, family lackeys can't even bite properly. Order the 3rd and 5th Legions to seize their tails and tear off a chunk of flesh. Additionally, inform those newly defected turncoats, now is their time to prove their loyalty. Whoever slays the most enemies shall receive the largest share of territory after the war. Yes, sir. The messenger retreated excitedly. Shan Hung straightened up, his gaze fixed on the vast territory representing the Sher clan's forces on the sand table. A faint smile curved his lips. Everyone believed the Dragon Empire was attacking a stone with an egg, deliberately provoking the Sher clan's vassals. None knew this was precisely what he desired. The main forces of the Shi clan and the commoner prince's mansion had all been drawn away by that tough nut to crack the Lingxiao holy sect. The vast territory behind them. If he moved fast enough, he could feast to his heart's content before anyone reacted, growing strong enough to become impossible for them to ignore. Lingxiao holy sect, you'd better hold out. Once I've grown strong enough, this game will truly begin. The Allied forces' advance was a disaster that darkened the sky. Thousands of warships, large and small, formed a forest of steel, advancing slowly through the clouds. On the ground, countless war chariots and beast mounts coalesced into a torrent of steel, crushing mountains and rivers beneath their advance. The immortal artifact worship of the commoner prince's mansion loomed like a floating divine mountain, its hull covered in runes that flickered with a heart-stopping glow. The ancient divine beast of the Shi clan, that Kung-shaped creature, only occasionally revealed a portion of its spine from the sea of clouds. The shadow it cast was enough to plunge an entire great city into eternal night. 2/3 of the Taiyu immortal dynasty's elite forces were bound together as one. Their target was singular. The Lingxiao holy sect. All factions along the route, whether sects or ancient kingdoms, barricaded their gates and activated their highest-level defensive arrays, terrified of being grazed by the aftershocks of this torrent. It would spell utter annihilation. A minor sect master, forcibly conscripted, stood on his rickety little boat, gazing at the distant immortal artifact worship in the distance, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He felt he wasn't here to subdue some demonic sect. He felt like he was tagging along with a group of immortals, heading to tear down the celestial court. And he? He was merely the mortal tasked with beating the gong for encouragement. When immortals fought, the first to die were the extras like him. Lingxiao Holy Sect, Main Peak Plaza. All Disciples Branch Academy students, Outer Sect disciples, Inner Sect disciples, and Core disciples had assembled. Millions of cultivators stood solemnly on the plaza and surrounding peaks, packed like sardines yet utterly silent. Gu Xian stood atop the high platform. His voice, unamplified by magical power, carried clearly to every ear. Behind you lie the scripture halls, the alchemy chambers, the caves where you cultivate and seek enlightenment, and your masters and fellow disciples. We have no retreat. If the Holy Sect falls, do you think the commoner prince's mansion and the Shi clan will spare us? No. They will shatter our bones, drain our marrow dry, and burn our souls as sky lanterns. Can we surrender? No. Gu Xian drew the long sword at his waist, pointing it toward the heavens. The word surrender does not exist in the dictionary of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. We were born here, raised here, and we shall fight here. Either we drive them back, staining the skies of Yen with the blood of these scum, or let our own blood saturate every inch of the Holy Sect's soil. Fight! A voice roared. Fight! Fight! A mountainous, tsunami-like roar erupted from the chests of 1,000,000 cultivators, coalescing into a towering tide of battle intent that shattered the clouds at the horizon. Not a trace of fear graced the face of any disciple. Only resolve. And a madness poised to erupt. Chapter 85, Words Spoken, Battle Begun. Above the heavens, the steel forest formed by thousands of warships finally halted its advance. The lead celestial artifact warship loomed like a floating mountain range, its hull engraved with intricate array patterns that shimmered with an eerie glow, silently proclaiming the power of destruction. Farther still, deep within the sea of clouds, the spine of the Kuan-shaped divine demon flickered in and out of view. Each slight undulation caused ripples to spread across the space below. A terrifying pressure descended like tangible seawater, flooding every corner of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. The protective barrier of the Holy Sect's mountain array flickered violently. Millions of disciples gathered in the square, many turning pale under this overwhelming pressure. Those with weaker cultivation struggled to remain standing. Ji Chen stood atop the high platform, clenching his jaw, struggling to hold his ground. This spectacle was 100 times more extravagant than he had ever imagined. Was this the true depth of power held by the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty's top faction? Using immortal artifacts as flagship vessels? Keeping primordial divine beasts as pets? Ha! Lingxiao Holy Sect, what a massive shell you hide behind. A mocking voice echoed from the immortal artifact worship of the commoner prince's mansion. Immediately, a colossal palm of energy, condensed from mystical power, obscured the sun as it slammed down toward a corner of the main peak plaza. Its target was an Emperor Realm elder who was maintaining the array's focal point. This strike was treacherous and vicious, intended to kill a high-ranking Saint Sect elder in full view of everyone, shattering their psychological defenses once and for all. The elder's body froze rigid. Under the might of that celestial being, he couldn't even twitch a finger, only watching in despair as death descended. It's over. Everyone's hearts sank to the depths. Just as the colossal palm was about to shatter the array's light barrier, a figure clad in white robes appeared before the elder without warning. Without turning back, he merely raised his hand. The colossal energy palm, powerful enough to shatter mountains, froze mid-air, halted just 3 inches from the protective barrier of the mountain guarding formation. Time and space froze solid within that tiny pocket of reality. Holy Sect cultivators, retreat within the array. A calm voice rang out. The disciples on the square, who had been filled with panic and unease, felt their turbulent emotions soothed by an invisible hand the moment they caught sight of that figure clad in white. The Patriarch. All elders and disciples retreated swiftly into the rear halls as if granted a pardon, leaving only a few high-ranking figures like Ji Chen standing behind that figure. The white-robed figure gave a gentle wave of the hand. The colossal energy palm suspended in midair silently dissipated, transforming into the purest essence of celestial and terrestrial chi. This essence then flowed back into the mountain-defending array, replenishing its power. This maneuver caused faint ripples to appear in the auras aboard the divine warship. Ling Canglan. From the Shi clan's ranks, an emaciated elder emerged, bearing an ancient bronze coffin upon his back. He walked upon the air, each step sending ripples of black watery patterns spreading outward beneath his feet. I am Shi Wanku, patriarch of the Shi clan. We know the true nature of your holy sect. You alone cannot protect this vast legacy. Shi Wanku's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Submit to my Shi clan, and I swear by the way of heaven to preserve your Lingxiao holy sect's legacy. When my Shi clan rules the world, your sect shall be our foremost immortal school. As he spoke, he removed the ancient bronze coffin from his back and gently placed it in the void before him. The coffin lid cracked open a narrow slit. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The rain was black, and as it struck the protective barrier of the mountain's great array, it emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. The luminous barrier visibly dimmed at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Several elders of the holy sect grunted in pain, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Each raindrop contained terrifying karmic power. Touch it and die, brush against it and bleed. Old stone, your words are misguided. Another figure materialized aboard the battle vessel of the commoner prince's mansion, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his aura swirling with sword intent that sliced through the void. The Lingxiao holy sect is the established lineage of the Qingming domain. Why should it submit to an outsider like you? Fellow Daoist Ling, my royal house offers greater sincerity. Should you choose allegiance, His Royal Highness promises you the position of Deputy King, a rank surpassed only by a handful of us. The two great factions began vying for Ling Canglan's allegiance right before his eyes. It seemed as though the Lingxiao holy sect was already fish on their chopping block. Ling Canglan finally turned, revealing his face, young beyond its years. His gaze swept over the 9 figures in the sky, 9 celestial immortals. Finished? Shi Wanku and the middle-aged man in black robes both paused. If you're done talking, let's fight. Ling Canglan's voice remained as flat as ever. I don't have time to waste here with your nonsense. The moment the words fell, a terrifying aura far beyond anyone's imagination erupted from his body. Late heavenly immortal realm. Shi Wanku's pupils contracted to pinpoints. The intelligence was wrong. Kill. He could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. With a fierce shout, a black water dragon surged from the bronze coffin before him, roaring as it charged toward Ling Canglan. The black-robed middle-aged man from the commoner prince's mansion reacted just as swiftly, forming his fingers into a sword. 1,000 Zhang sword beam tore through the sky. The remaining 7 celestial immortals launched their attacks simultaneously. Blade flashes, fist seals, pagodas, great seals. 9 distinct forces of the Dao converged from all directions, completely engulfing Ling Canglan. Thus commenced the encirclement of a peak immortal realm cultivator. While the battle erupted high in the heavens, the allied forces below were equally active. By decree of His Majesty and the clan chieftain. To those who break the formation, a volume of the eternal life cultivation technique shall be rewarded. To those who slay Ji Chen, an imperial weapon of the ultimate path shall be bestowed. The bounty proclamation spread throughout the entire army via magical energy. Charge! Countless Emperor Realm and Supreme Realm cultivators, eyes ablaze, mounted their magical treasures and battle beasts, charging like madmen toward the Lingxiao holy sect's mountain defending formation. Thousands upon thousands of attacks converged into a multicolored torrent of energy, crashing violently against the luminous barrier. Boom! The deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, yet the seemingly thin light barrier proved astonishingly resilient. Every attack vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving only ripples in its wake. Worse still, divine light surged from the barrier, repelling several beams of annihilation that instantly reduced dozens of vanguard warships and over 1,000 cultivators to ashes. What the hell kind of formation is this? Not even an immortal tier formation is this tough. A disbelieving roar erupted from the rear of the allied forces. Don't charge recklessly. Use the array-breaking flags. A formation expert within the allied forces bellowed commands. In the next instant, thousands of black command flags shot forth from the allied ranks. Like a swarm of locusts, they surged over the battle lines, descending toward the critical nodes of the mountain defending array. Engraved with bizarre runes, these flags were specifically designed to disrupt the protective array's structural patterns. Once embedded into the formation's nodes, even the most solid array would tear open, fissure by fissure. Stop those flags! Ji Chen bellowed at the top of his lungs. Within the holy sect, elders and stewards who had been standing by channeled their entire life's worth of magical power into the array's pivotal points, desperately sustaining its operation. Countless inner door disciples and core disciples soared into the air, forming a sword formation as they charged toward the descending array-breaking flags. They all understood, the array stood, the sect stood. If the array fell, it would spell the sect's annihilation. Even upon hearing the allied forces' tempting bounty, not a single disciple of the Holy Sect wavered for a moment. Having weathered countless crises, the cohesion of Lingxiao Holy Sect now reached an unprecedented peak. The battle raging below instantly reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, high above in the nine heavens, Ling Canglan stood alone against 9 heavenly immortals, the battle reaching its most intense climax. His form flickered and shifted, weaving through the encircling assault of 9. The Dao of Void unfolded, rendering him ghostly elusive as he evaded one lethal strike after another. We can't delay any longer. This youth's grasp of the spatial Dao is too profound. We must unite and strike him down first. The middle-aged man in black robes from the commoner prince's mansion, a late-stage heavenly immortal, had exhausted his patience after prolonged failure to break through. He clasped his hands together, and a massive sword, coiled with black and white chi, slowly materialized behind him. The blade radiated a terrifying edge capable of severing time itself and cleaving the heavens and earth. Secret sword, 10 directions annihilation. The black-robed man roared, and the sword behind him shattered into 10,000 slender blades. Each blade contained the power to tear through time, weaving a celestial net that sealed off every possible escape route in Ling Canglan's space. This strike was his ultimate killing move. It was also the most powerful strike unleashed since the 9 celestial immortals had begun their encirclement. Chapter 86, Unrivaled Below True Immortals. The celestial net woven from 100,000 sword beams descended overhead, carrying the colossal might to sever time itself. Each blade alone possessed enough power to obliterate an emperor-level powerhouse, body and soul. With 9 celestial immortals combined with this ultimate secret technique, they were certain Ling Canglan had no chance of survival. It's over, Shirwanku croaked, his voice hoarse, as if he already saw Ling Canglan's fate sliced into countless fragments. Yet the white-robed figure suspended in the void did not stir. He stood silently, allowing the net of death to envelop him. Has he given up? Murmured someone within the allied forces. Bull, how the hell am I supposed to dodge this? The space is completely locked down, even a god would have to kneel. Just as the sword net contracted to its absolute limit, poised to brush against Ling Canglan's robe hem, a strand of crimson gold flame surged from his body. Immediately, a swirling blue wind encircled his form. Wind fueled the flames. Fire borrowed the wind's might. The sword net, potent enough to cleave the heavens and earth, upon touching the realm of wind and fire. 100,000 terrifying sword beams, imbued with the power of time, silently dissolved and disintegrated. They transformed into countless specks of light, ultimately fading into nothingness. Shirwanku's expression froze. The middle-aged man in black robes from the commoner prince's mansion opened his mouth, yet not a single word emerged. The other 7 celestial immortals were all dumbfounded. What about the promised way of space? Why had wind and fire suddenly appeared instead? And judging by the mastery displayed, both of these Dao powers were utterly flawless. How could one person cultivate 3 complete Dao paths to their peak simultaneously? Now, it's my turn. Ling Canglan's voice echoed in the ears of the 9. A warning alarm blared in the hearts of the 9 celestial immortals, and they instinctively tried to step back. But to their horror, they found themselves unable to move. The surrounding space had, at some unknown moment, thickened like molten amber, binding them rigidly to the spot. The Dao of the Void had, unnoticed, transformed into an invisible prison. When did he? A tidal wave of shock surged through the middle-aged man in black robes. One man wielding 3 Dao paths simultaneously, toying with all 9 of them as if they were mere playthings? A monster. This was a complete and utter monster. Ling Canglan raised his hand. Clang. The piercing cry of blades echoed across the heavens and earth. 10 swords of varying designs flew out from his storage ring, hovering before him. Each one radiated the imposing aura of a divine artifact. 10 low-grade immortal artifacts. At that moment, within the allied forces below, every cultivator's sword, whether forged from mundane iron or an imperial weapon, began to vibrate violently. Their humming resonated with undertones of submission and reverence. Even the celestial artifact worship of the commoner prince's mansion saw its countless runes flicker erratically, as if suppressed by some higher power. 10,000 swords pay homage. Impossible. Sword Dao. He actually masters Sword Dao too. Shirwanku's voice cracked completely, tinged with a hint of weeping. For complete Dao paths. Could a mere mortal achieve this? Throughout the entire history of the Taiyu immortal dynasty, no such prodigy had ever been heard of. 10 immortal swords, 1 as the main, 9 as auxiliaries, formed an arcane sword formation before him. The Great Thousand Sword Formation. Ling Canglan formed a sword seal with his fingers and pointed lightly toward the 9 bound celestial immortals. A beam of light, pure to the extreme. As this light appeared, all color vanished from the heavens and earth, dimming even the sun, moon, and stars. Where the radiance passed, the void was silently obliterated. Shirwanku, the middle-aged man in black robes, and the remaining 7 celestial immortals could not even muster a flicker of struggle. Within that boundless light, they were utterly vaporized, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. From their physical bodies to their divine souls, they were obliterated without a trace. When the light faded, above the heavens, only Ling Canglan remained, his white robes fluttering in the wind. The 9 once mighty celestial immortals, powerful enough to sweep across a realm, had vanished without a trace. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Below, tens of millions of allied cultivators who had been furiously attacking the mountain defending array all froze in place, staring blankly at the sky. What just happened? Where is the Stone Clan Patriarch? Where is the Sword Master of the Royal House? Where are they? 1 sword, 9 heavenly immortals, just like that? After the brief silence, panic erupted like an avalanche. Run! No one knew who shouted first, but the entire allied front collapsed in an instant. Tens of millions of cultivators, including over 300 Emperor Realm cultivators and more than 4,000 Supreme Realm cultivators, all turned and fled like madmen. With their commander gone, what was the point of fighting? If they didn't flee now, the next to be vaporized by that beam of light would be themselves. Yet barely had they fled a short distance when they slammed headlong into an invisible wall. The entire expanse of heaven and earth was sealed off by a transparent barrier. No matter how fiercely they pounded upon it, the barrier remained utterly unshaken. Ling Canglan's figure descended slowly from the sky, hovering above the allied forces. Did I give you permission to leave? The calm voice echoed in each of their ears. All the fleeing cultivators froze in place, their faces ashen. Surrender, or die. Ling Canglan presented his ultimatum. I'll fight you to the death. A Stone Family Emperor Realm elder's eyes bulged with fury. Burning his essence blood, he transformed into a streak of crimson light and charged toward Ling Canglan. Ling Canglan didn't even glance at him. Mid-air, the elder's body disintegrated inch by inch, turning to dust. This scene shattered every last shred of hope in everyone present. I surrender. I submit. Don't kill me. I'll submit to the Holy Sect. Cries for mercy rose in waves. Ling Canglan flicked his finger, sending tens of thousands of pills flying out. They landed precisely in the hands of the Emperor Realm and Supreme Realm cultivators. Take it, and you may live. These high-level cultivators dared not hesitate, grabbing the pills and shoving them into their mouths. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact with their tongues, a peculiar force swiftly reshaping their divine souls and imprinting an absolute loyalty. The creation pills. From that moment onward, they became the most loyal death servants of the Lingxiao Holy Sect. As for those at the Sacred Sacrifice Realm and Heavenly God Realm, Ling Canglan saw no point in wasting creation pills on them. You lot, some will be sent to the mines to toil for 10,000 years. The rest will be imprisoned and kept for alchemy purposes. After disposing of these tens of millions of surrendered soldiers, Ling Canglan's voice echoed throughout the entire Lingxiao Holy Sect. From this day forward, the Lingxiao Holy Sect declares war upon the Changsheng Stone Clan and the Commoner Prince's mansion. Within the Holy Sect, a momentary silence fell before erupting into deafening cheers. Every disciple and elder trembled with excitement. The Patriarch is mighty. The Holy Sect is formidable. This battle not only repelled a formidable foe but also transformed 2/3 of the Taiyu Immortal Dynasty's elite forces into the sect's own foundation. The might of the Lingxiao Holy Sect surged to unprecedented heights. Deep within the distant chaos ancient domain. Upon an inconspicuous mountain peak, an old man clad in coarse hemp robes, who had been dozing, suddenly snapped awake. He gazed toward the direction of the 100 realms of Yen, his cloudy pupils filled with astonishment and doubt. Such a domineering sword intent. The brilliance of that strike nearly rivals that of my own founding patriarch. When did the Qingming domain produce such a formidable figure? Meanwhile, in the boundless void of darkness, the Black Flame cult's leader awoke from slumber, letting out a soft chuckle. Interesting. This game grows more intriguing by the moment. The Commoner Prince's mansion. Upon the throne, Yi Jingyun abruptly rose to his feet, crushing the jade cup in his hand. He sensed it. The divine soul imprint he had left on the middle-aged man in black robes had shattered. Not just 9 celestial life tokens shattered simultaneously. How could this be? For the first time, a flicker of unease crossed Yi Jingyun's face. Someone. Summons was CI at once.